You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3701, One Last Time, Part 2. Yet Lith flicked Ragnarok back in front of himself and blocked the last two attacks as well. When the third blade storm came, Ragnarok moved so fast that friction turned the blades of the awakened white-hot. Okay, now I'm pissed off. Zakra looked at Jisha and Kalem for help, but they were busy fighting the golems. Without the need to help, Lith, Trouble, and Raptor were pushing the Emperor beasts back and wounding them deeply. As for the backline of Awakened, the turning of the tides had disrupted their tempo as well. Lith and Zakra moved too fast and were too close. One wrong move and Lith might use the Titania as a wooden shield and maybe even kill her. On top of that, Jisha, Kalem, Gamera, and Kidha were yelling for cover fire, forcing the Seven Awakened to split their focus. Now the Rock and the Orthrus struggled to resist the golems' onslaught, while the Sphinx and the Manticore failed to keep up respectively with Lith's whipping tail and flapping wings. The Titania had no idea what was happening but knew something was dangerously wrong. She changed her form, shape-shifting from a wreath to a tall tree. It allowed her 10 blades to attack not only from every side, but also from different heights. Zakra started another blade storm, each blow seamlessly flowing into the next while alternating high and low strikes. The one-handed Ragnarok could never keep up with her strength and speed. Victory would be hers. Or so she thought until Lith parried 3 consecutive strikes and deflected the following 3 without breaking his stance. Verhin is not just getting faster. The veil of pride lifted from the Titania's eyes, allowing her to realize the truth. At the beginning of the fight, each of Zakra's attacks had blown Ragnarok away and forced Lith to readjust his guard. Now, instead, the angry blade barely moved from the point of impact. He's also getting stronger. The gap in strength between us is gone. Alas, the truth came to her too late. Lith deflected 2 of the last 4 attacks with a sweep from high to low of his tail, and the remaining 2 with a slap of his wings. With the 10 blades of the Titania far away from her body, there was nothing stopping Ragnarok's fury. Lith cut Zakra's tree form twice before she could notice. The angry blade moved faster and cut deeper with every one of its swings. It severed adamant, vines, bark, and wood alike, until the biggest piece of the Titania could easily fit into a chimney as firewood. The Tiamat roared in fury, and the mere pressure from his voice blasted Zakra's fragments away. Thanks for the opening, Zakra. Gamera hadn't missed how Lith was defenseless from head to midriff. Cutting down the tree had taken him wide, and powerful movements that left Lith open to an attack from the side. Gamera mistook it for one of the many contingency plans Urin had prepared for them. Sacrifice the tower to get the queen, the Sphinx thought, remembering the strategy. Little did he know that the reason Lith hadn't returned Ragnarok to a guard position was that Gamera and Kidha were too slow and weak to be a threat. Gamera, that's not my plan, Urin yelled, but it was too late. The angry blade effortlessly pushed the Sphinx's spear away and sundered its wielder from shoulder to hip with the return swing. Gamera, Zakra, fall back. Lelira blinked them both back before Lith could finish them. Thanks, Lelira, the Titania said while using her breathing technique and absorbing the nutrients from the ground to heal her wounds slowly. Verhin went this close to hitting my root. How's Gamera? Still alive, but I have to act fast before his core. The 2 halves of the Sphinx burst into silvery flames that burned him from the inside. He died with a single, agonizing scream before his entire body turned into ashes and his armor into an adamant puddle. It happened so quickly that Lelira's breathing technique failed to keep up. Urin looked at his dead comrade for a moment before fixing his gaze on Lith and noticing that, as the wind pressure from the roar ended, the violet of the Tiamat's aura shifted to a dazzling silver. What kind of mana core produces silver light? Kalem yelled while Trouble relentlessly chased him. A core full to the brim with life maelstrom, Urin warned the 10 remaining members of his group. That's how Verhin defeated Zakra. The Mad Prince inherited his mother's powers. Everyone was about to ask their tactician why Lith had yet to move from his spot, while they talked until the answer came by itself. As silver lightning flooded every fiber of Lith's being, he conjured the Tier 5 void magic spell, Mjolnir. With no clouds in the sky to support his plan, Lith tapped into the power of the earth below him. A crackling river of electricity burst from the ground, flooding Lith with the equivalent of natural lightning. Stay calm and hold position, Urin yelled. He may be 10 times stronger, but there are 11 of us and we have the numerical and tactical advantage. He is wounded, whereas most of us are at their peak. There's nothing to fear. Lith couldn't agree more with Arin's analysis of the situation. It was the reason he mixed Mjolnir and Life Maelstrom into an electrum-colored shining mass of lightning. Natural lightning was much faster than one created by magic, so when Lith unleashed it against Arin and Lelyra, they failed to react in time. Lith had practiced Kayla's teachings, and applied them every time he delivered the Life Maelstrom to Ageter and Falul, learning its secrets. The silver lightning that struck the two awakened humans boosted solely their mana cores, making them 10 times stronger, and sending the many spells Arin and Lelyra kept at the ready into overdrive. At the same time, the natural lightning ravaged their bodies, stripping them of their muscle control. Arin and Lelyra couldn't stop their overloaded mana cores from tearing their way out, while the electricity burned its way in. The two array specialists exploded into gory fireworks, whittling the number of awakened down to 9. Together, now that he's weak and alone, Zakra said. Lith had sent the golems away to save them from the burst of natural lightning. On top of that, after consuming all the Life Maelstrom, he was weaker than his enemies. The awakened followed the order without question or doubt. Arin was dead, and so was Lelyra. Every plan they had prepared for that day assumed they had Arin to guide them and Lelyra to support him. Without those plans, the awakened had a faint idea of teamwork and no viable battle formation. Lith wheezed as his enemies covered the distance separating them in an instant. Without the Life Maelstrom, he was indeed weak. But I'm not alone. His eyes fell on the crying baby, who, despite the terrible revelations of that day, had trusted his father's murderer to keep him alive. I'm not alone. The emerald, orange, and yellow eyes on the Tiamat face burned with power, recalling the electrum-colored lightning bolts to his side. Chapter 3702, Sending a Message, Part 1. The awakened saw 2 colored streaks bolting from the corpses of their companions toward Lith, too fast for any of them to try anything. "Faster, you bastards," Jisha yelled. "Finish Vehen off before he can assimilate the Life Maelstrom." Why did he also recall the natural lightning? There was no time to share her doubts with her allies, forcing the rock to keep them to herself. "That's no spell. It will hurt him like it hurts us. He can't have decided to kill himself, not after killing so many of us." Of course, Jisha was right. The 8 awakened reached their target before the Life Maelstrom flooded the Tiamat again, but after the natural lightning engulfed his armor. The Titania was left behind, still healing the wounds Ragnarök had inflicted upon her. She was the only one who witnessed the result of the combined attack and gaped at it. Each awakened struck Lith with either an adamant weapon or a spirit spell. Each hit was masterful on its own, and if not for the lack of coordination, the scene would have been a masterpiece of warfare. Yet the Tiamat stood unmoved. His armor came out unscathed. The might of the blows crashed against the orange aura shrouding the Voidwalker armor like waves on a reef, dealing it no visible damage. "Mana body, retreat!" The light was orange instead of golden, but Kaelm the Orthrus recognized the feeling on his blade. Everyone trusted his expertise, since he held the same bloodline ability, and dashed back. How can a Tiamat have mana body, and why is its color wrong? Once again, the answer manifested itself a moment later, when Lith assimilated the Life Maelstrom and spread it evenly throughout his body. His yellow and orange eyes burned like twin suns, switching the earth element into the air element again. The Voidwalker armor now crackled with golden lightning, identical to the one arching across Ragnarök's blade. "Davros?" Zakra blurted out in surprise. "How did his armor suddenly turn into Davros?" It did not. Lith had combined the power of the Life Maelstrom with the massive amount of earth and air elements he had conjured to allow the adamant Davros alloy to manifest powers that usually only pure Davros possessed. It was but a temporary effect, but the awakened didn't know it. Also, they had no time to think. They were still darting back into a makeshift battle formation when Lith unfurled his feathered wings wide. One blast of dread flames erupted from each wing, moving as fast as a laser and hitting its marks just as hard. The silvery flames engulfed 2 of the awakened on the front line and burned them to a crisp before their allies' feet touched the ground. "There's no victory here, only death." Kidha opened the spirit steps she kept at the ready and crossed it while throwing an apologetic look at her comrades. Yet what she found beyond the Emerald Gate were 7 eyes burning with hatred and the cold kiss of Ragnarök's edge. The blade howled in fury as it pierced through the Manticore's gut and used her life force to cast the Tier 4 Chaos magic spell, Howling Void. Ragnarök didn't even try to suppress the decay, letting it ravage Kidha. The manticore withered and died in a heartbeat, blessing the angry blade with a chaos aura. "Kidha, you fucker," Kaelm snarled. The dread flames had reduced the Awaken's numbers to 7. There were still enough of them to attempt a Silverwing's annihilation. If Lith let them regroup and stood still until they were done, of course. It was an unlikely plan, but still a plan. More importantly, it was a hope of survival. With Kidha dead and only 6 Awakened left, there was none. "Since when is Verhan a dimensional mage?" asked an Awakened. "It must be his eyes," yelled another at the same time, pointing at Lith's forehead, which was still shining with power. "They can distort dimensional magic, but he can only use them on one target at a time. If one of us sacrifices themselves, the others can escape." "Good plan, Warwick," Kaelm sneered. "Any volunteer?" The Awakened bickered, but Lith didn't stand there listening. He took one step forward as soon as Kidha was dead. One step to open a several-meter-deep crater below his right foot. One step to cross the distance with Warwick and revert his right arm to its Tiamat size as he punched forward. Warwick was among those Urin had called squishy ones for a reason. The locomotive-sized first had the same effect as a speeding car's windshield on a mosquito. At the same time, Ragnarök unleashed the howling void at Zakra. The Titania was putting back her pieces when the pillar of chaos struck her, leaving behind nothing to heal. The last thing she saw was the advancing figure of the Tiamat while still holding the baby boy in his left arm. Zakra had finally found the strength she had chased her whole life, but it was too late, and from the wrong side of the battlefield. Master Riley was right. Humans! Void howling devoured her root before the Titania could finish her final thought. "Screw this, I'm out." Jisha assumed her living thunder form and bolted away. A twin burst of nether and noxious flames struck her in the back and turned the living thunder into charred flesh. Only 3 Awakened were left, and with the golems joining their master in battle, the fight was over. Trouble and Raptor's energy reserves ran low, but it didn't affect their battle prowess. Golems didn't tire, suffered no pain, and unless their limbs were crippled, they were unaffected by wounds. Lith weaved the spirit spell, Primordial Roar, killing the 2 Awakened locked in combat with the golems. The constructs suffered no damage. The spirit crystal in their chests gave the golems Lith's energy signature and made them immune to his spells. Only Kaelm the Orthrus was left. "How did you call my son?" Lith used Demon Grasp, his wounds and equipment healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Say it to my face now, I dare you." Kaelm raised his hands in submission, swallowing hard yet inwardly sighing in relief. "Verhan never talks during a fight," the Orthrus thought. "If we are talking, it means the fight is over. He could have killed me already if he wanted. Verhan needs me for something. I can still get out of here alive." "I apologize for my words and actions." Kaelm kneeled, his foreheads on the ground. "Valoran II is no bastard. He's your son and deserves my respect." Against such an enemy, standing tall or offering his necks made no difference. Kaelm betted everything on Lith's warrior honor. "Easy to say when all your friends are dead." Lith was back to the peak of his strength, yet he made no move. "They were no friends of mine, we just shared a foolish ambition." "Where are we exactly?" Lith asked. "Still in the Distar region, but hundreds of kilometers west of Falul's lair. We're near the borders with the Wegan region." Kaelm conjured a map of the area from his communication amulet, allowing the Tiamat to orient himself. Lith didn't comment. He kept staring at the Orthrus, making him feel like cattle under the gaze of an expert butcher who was assessing where to start cutting. Chapter 3703, Sending a Message, Part 2. "Why am I still alive?" Kaelm asked. "What do you want from me?" "That's the first smart thing that came out of your mouths today." Lith smiled, but there was no joy in it. "I'm not stupid. I know that you aren't alone in this madness. Your group must be just one of many. You were simply arrogant enough to volunteer. You were confident of succeeding. You were wrong. Yet if I kill you, nothing will change. Your associates will just bide their time and prepare better next time." "What then?" Kaelm asked after the silence became oppressive again. "I need you to deliver a message for me." Lith replied while taking care of hushing Valoran and blanketing the baby with his left membranous wing. "Anything," the Orthrus canine snout smiled from ear to ear. "Trust me, when I'm done telling everyone how you massacred my team, no one." "Trust you?" Lith echoed as Ragnarök pierced through Kaelm's stomach and came out of his back. "Trust is too valuable a coin to waste it on a murderous mutt like you. You'll deliver my message, but in a way that won't brook misunderstanding." The angry blade used the reverse flow enchantment to twist the Orthrus, life force, while Lith released dread flames right beside the lesser Fenrir's mana core. The two forces ripped and burned, making Kaelm writhe in agony. "Don't worry, I won't kill you now. That's the only mercy you'll receive from me." Lith stored the golems and warped toward the nearest mana geyser he knew of. It took him a while to find a landmark he recognized. After that, he could warp straight to his destination. "See you again, scum." Lith let Ragnarök slide off the wound slowly to inflict much pain, but no more damage on its way out. "Consider yourself lucky that delivering Valoran to safety is my first priority, or this wouldn't end so easily." He left the Orthrus squirming on the ground and warped away, disappearing from sight. Kaelm pressed on the wound on his abdomen, trying to stop the bleeding, but he had only 2 hands and a matching gash on his back. The pain almost made him faint as his ruptured organs inched closer to the other open wound. "Life and darkness fusion, you idiot," yet he fainted as a result. The life force near the Orthrus, mana core, was badly injured, and the dread flames had stopped millimeters from it. The slightest exertion of the mana core strained the life force, bringing them both closer to crack. Kaelm regained his senses minutes later, saved by the powerful vitality and survival instinct of a lesser divine beast. Okay, no fusion magic, chore magic. The pang he experienced for conjuring a mere sliver of light magic told him it was a bad idea. "What about invigoration, then?" The Orthrus took a deep breath, and before he could circulate the world energy, he coughed up blood due to his nicked lungs. "What's the point of this? How can I deliver a message in this condition? If Verhin wanted to kill me, he would have already done it. My corpse would have been the message, and his absurd battle abilities would remain a secret. What does he expect me to do?" As the blood slipped from its vessels, desperation snapped Kaelm out of his shock. He noticed that Lith had included Kaelm's communication amulet in the warp steps after stabbing him. "The message," he finally understood. "Verhin wants me to contact my allies and ensure. Pain and death give anyone clarity. He wants me to call my allies and lure them into a trap." Kaelm cursed Verhin and his offspring, adoptive and not. "That's why he left me on a mana geyser. He might have left dozens of arrays and no one can notice them. I won't play his sick game. Alas, clarity goes both ways. I'm dying and he knows it. I can lure my allies into a trap or I can die here like a dog. Either way, Verhin wins." The Orthrus waited to see any sign of Lith, to catch his smell or drive him into the open. His dripping blood marked the passing of minutes, yet nothing happened. Then, the pain worsened and Kaelm discovered in horror that his mana core was about to crack. "No, no, no." He pressed a rune on the amulet and luckily for him, the person on the other side answered immediately. "Kaelm, what happened?" "Shut up and listen." The Orthrus cut the woman short. "Everyone's dead and I'll join them soon unless you help me. Beware though, this is most likely a trap. Verhin dropped me over a mana geyser and left me to die." "I see," she replied with clinical detachment. "Explain to me how Verhin overpowered 14 awakened." "I'm fucking dying, you bitch," yelling made him cough up blood. "Either you come here to rescue me, or you can find the answer yourself when Verhin kills you." "You are being unreasonable," she replied. "I'm also dying," he countered with a low snarl. "Whatever happens next will be your problem, not mine." "Fine, give me your coordinates," she asked with a sharp sigh, and Kaelm complied. Lith had consulted the map during the short trip and had left Kaelm near a landmark, so the Orthrus knew exactly where he was. "It's too damn easy," he inwardly cursed. "Hesaria might hate me, but in my shoes she would have done the same thing." Hesaria the Basilisk called for reinforcements, alerted them of the likely trap, and then studied a plan before approaching the geyser. "I'm almost gone, and with me, your information." Kaelm pressured her every time his condition worsened. "I'm here, you stupid mutt." A warp steps opened right beside the Orthrus, letting out a young, strikingly cute woman. "Now start talking." Healing first, Kaelm talked with the confidence of a dead man. "Fine," she signaled her allies to scout the area and started to administer first aid via her breathing technique. The life force needed to be treated first, or Kaelm's core would crack. She stopped the bleeding to buy time and then started untangling the damage caused by Ragnarök. "You are a lucky dog," Hesaria said. "One more minute and you'd be dead. Are you sure this is a trap? Wounds this bad can't be faked. Verhin should have intervened by now." "I'm sure," Kaelm whined in relief, feeling the pain lessen. "He wanted to send you guys a message." What me's Ragnarök stabbed her from behind, twisting and burning her life force until Hesaria's wound matched Kaelm's. Nobody messes with my family, Lith replied. Thank you for enduring this long, Calm. If you had folded immediately and called your allies, they would have arrived while I was still bringing Valoran home. The Orthrus' eyes widened as he realized he had played in Lith's hands twice. There was no trace of the baby, only the power of his life maelstrom remained. What about my companions? Heseria grunted while holding her wound. You mean my messages? A snap of Lith's fingers huddled the Awakened together in one bloody, agonizing lump. I can be pretty awesome with no one to defend and a whole lot of allies. Isn't that right? Chapter 3704. No Debates, Only Retribution, Part 1. By your command, 5 seven-eyed demons and the golems replied. I have a thing for those who attack innocent children, Menadian snarled, clapping her fury on the palm of her hand. Can I show them? Please, my liege. Locrias and Vergrave were fellow parents, and it pained their hearts to leave the Awakened alive. Like Menadian, they had witnessed the whole fight, and just like her, they had been helpless spectators. A quick trip to the mansion had partially recharged the golems and given the demons of the darkness all the power they needed. Not yet, Lith shook his head. I need to send a message. You already stabbed me. You promised you wouldn't kill me, Calm said as Ragnarok's tip came dangerously close. I only said that I wouldn't kill you right then, and I didn't. Lith stabbed the Orthrus, wound open again. I said I had to send a message, not that you would be the only one. Now squirm. He warped the entire group above another mana geyser, leaving them alone. Calm, you dumb cur. Heseria used the Fenrir-equivalent insult to lizards for dragons. You had us walk into a trap. I did warn you about it, did I? The Orthrus clenched his stomach. The pain felt even worse than before after those few seconds of sweet relief. That's why you took your time and brought your minions along, stupid lizard. I'm not her minion, more than one Awakened said while groaning in pain. There were Fae among them, but the damage inflicted upon their life force stopped them from regenerating. Point taken, the basilisk gestured to the others to shut up. What do we do now? I'm open to suggestions, Calm replied. Now you are in my same situation. Show me how brilliant the offspring of Ligain can be, lizard. Anyone? Heseria raised her open palm up, gesturing to the other Awakened that they could talk. No clue, a lesser griffin said, but I think Calm is onto something. Why must we ask for permission to speak? Maybe we really are your minions. You're not helping Tiager, Heseria replied. Now, unless someone has something useful to say, be quiet and let me think while I bleed. A few painful seconds later, she found the answer. A healing spell. We need a healing spell that won't put strain on our cores. Does anyone have a spell-holding ring with a healing spell? I did. It's the only thing Verhan took away, Calm replied. Me too. Same, said a few Awakened. Good thinking. I'll start bringing one with me if I survive this, Tiager said. Cursing Lith for his cunning and the Orthrus for not warning her about such an important detail, Heseria looked at her situation from every possible angle. It took her a couple of minutes, and as many near-fainting episodes to find a solution. Listen to me, Calm. She rolled on her side to face the Orthrus while tapping on a precise rune on her communication amulet. We have only one shot at this. Got it, he nodded. Luckily for Heseria, Lith had gathered the stabbed Awakened before warping them, so she only needed to roll a bit to share her idea with one of her allies, who in turn passed the message to the others. All together now, the basilisk pressed the rune without waiting for confirmation. She was running out of blood, and with it of time. Nothing happened, so she pressed the rune again and again, followed by Calm and the rest of the Awakened. A few seconds later, an emerald warp steps opened right beside Heseria. This better be important. A goddess of war of old walked through the dimensional corridor, her long hair braided into a tress that reached the small of her back. I was in the middle of. Day turned into night as a shadow eclipsed the sun. The goddess of war felt the presence before seeing it, and turned around too fast for the eyes to see. The figure coming at her was black and shrouded in electrum-colored lightning, resembling a living thundercloud. Except thunderclouds weren't supposed to wield swords. Even though they had yet to clash, the goddess of war's rich battle experience told her she couldn't stop or dodge the blow. She pivoted on her left foot so as to sweep her supple right leg in a kick to the blade's fuller, while also slapping it away with her right feathered wing and both her battle claws. The blade was fast and heavy, but the gap in skill between the goddess and the living thundercloud allowed her to deflect the blow safely. Lith, the goddess of war, said in shock, after noticing the 7 eyes glaring at her in hatred. Phila, there was no surprise in the Tiamat's voice, only a cold accusation. I thought better of you. What's the meaning of this? Phila the behemoth, the beast representative, stepped back to escape the onslaught. Have you gone insane? She sounded honestly surprised and confused. Phila's aura also showed Lith she had come without preparing any spell, which was a mistake an expert like her would never make. What in the Great Mother's name is this? Yet what stopped Lith's hand was the appearance of Ragu and Lotho. Trouble had taken the human representative by surprise, but the many arrays engraved on her robe had saved her life. Raptor had stabbed deep into the plant representative trunk, but the difference in size and skill allowed the Treant to swat the golem away like a fly. Were Phila alone, I could believe she was part of the conspiracy, but the whole council, it would be ridiculous. Lith took a step back and hung Ragnarök on his hip without sheathing it or dispelling the magic coursing through his body. I'd say thanks, but I don't see why I should be grateful to someone who just ambushed me. Ragu released Trouble from her arrays as a peace gesture. I hope you have a good explanation for this, Verhin. I was about to say the same thing. Lith stared at the three representatives. Since I'm the one who attacked first, I'll explain my side of the story. Lith extended 3 tendrils of spirit magic to create a mind link while retaining a safe distance. Also, he kept the 5 demons of the darkness hidden and ready to strike if the expression of the representatives revealed that one or more of them knew about the attempt on Valoran's life. Much to his surprise and Lith's paranoia's chagrin, the sheer disbelief on the council representatives' faces was genuine. Lith had never thought a huge tree could look dumbfounded like a kid trying to understand quantum physics, but Lotho proved him wrong. How? Phila was the first to recover from the revelation. And by that I mean, how did you learn about Valoran? How could you stoop so low to attack an innocent baby? Most importantly, how dare you involve me in this madness? The behemoth turned to the agonizing emperor beasts, obtaining only moans and groans of pain in reply. Well put, Ragu grunted while staring at her fellow humans. Maybe if we stop them from dying, they'll answer our questions. Lotho rolled his eyes. Let's heal them just enough to keep them alive, but not enough for them to escape. Chapter 3705. No Debates, Only Retribution, Part 2. The Treant sent his vines into the open wounds of the Fae, stitching them close and stopping the bleeding. Now tell me everything with a mind link. Lotho's voice was the creaking of trees during a storm. Don't try to lie to me. I'll know and do to you something worse than anything Verhin can. You are underestimating me, Lith said. No, Verhin, you are underestimating me, Lotho replied. You know nothing of Fae anatomy while I've written many books about it. Point taken. Lith had to admit that killing a Fae was still hard for him. You heard him, Phila said Asaria. No dumb tricks, tell me everything, and I mean everything. A few seconds later, the representatives' expressions went from surprised to shocked, and then from shocked to disgusted in quick succession. You trusted the incontinent king's words without consulting me. Phila's face showed all 3 emotions at once. You plotted against an innocent boy who might become one of the most powerful humans on Magur, and tried to kill the future of the human race. Ragu had never hidden her interest in Lith's bloodline. A Tiamat's 7 eyes came from his human side. Valoran was still small and weak, but once he grew up, he might pave the road for other humans to follow like his forefather, the first king, had done. You decided to gamble our lives in the attempt to survive. Lotho's outrage made the ground quake. You fools! Fae are already branded as traitors after so many of us stupidly joined Meln's army and became uppers. Now you follow his suggestions and play in his hands. Do you realize what the rest of the council will think when they learn about your involvement in Meln's plan? This is our plan. A younger Treant tried to protest, but it sounded like the whining of a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. This is his plan, Lotho roared. Meln wanted you to attack Verhin and his child. If you killed them, Meln would have gotten what he wanted. Since you failed, you just put another crack in the already shaky unity of the council. Your loss is still Meln's win. How is Pupai involved in all this? Lith asked. Phila answered through the spirit tendril, showing him the message the Awakened had received, and how Meln had identified Valoran as Thrud's son. Lith clenched his teeth, inwardly adding the ambush to the long list of things his disowned brother would pay for. You guys crossed the line. Ragu seethed with anger, her face taut. Everything you've done today is madness, but gambling with my life is the final straw. Had I arrived here first, I would have never survived Verhin's blow. And neither would I, Lotho admitted. There was a big difference between an ambush from a powerful golem and a divine beast infused to the brim with life maelstrom. I'll be honest, if not for my griffin strength and hand-to-hand mastery, I would have died as well. I answered the distress call without preparing anything, Fila said. Exactly, Ragu nodded while raising her hand. Since there are 3 of us here, all in favor of delivering the maximum punishment. Fila and Lotho raised their hands as well. 3 yes, it's the majority, Ragu smiled. The other 2 votes are irrelevant, no politics, no debates, only retribution. The human representative swept her gaze over the injured awakened. You summoned us here to save yourselves and not betray your comrades, yet you get neither of that, Ragu said. I want the names of everyone involved, now. An awkward silence fell on the clearing as the awakened refused to answer. I don't know if you act like this out of loyalty or because you know each other's little dirty secret. Either way, I don't care. Let me persuade you to collaborate. Ragu and Fila took enchanted manacles out of their dimensional amulets and put them on the wrists of humans and beasts. Lith recognized the modern version of the Odie's chains, and their effects were just as he remembered. The chains healed the awakened, but they also sealed their magic, strength, and bloodline abilities by suppressing their life forces. Even a bright violet-cord divine beast would have been reduced to the strength of an average human while wearing the Odie chains. As for Lotho, he did much worse. His tendrils seeped inside the bodies of the Fae, and this time they healed nothing. They dug and carved their path inside bark and foliage as the plant folk writhed in terror. When the Treant pulled his tendrils out, they clenched the roots of the Fae. Lotho stored them inside his body, and his prisoners could finally heal. In case you don't know Verhin, by holding their roots hostages, I've halved their strength, Lotho explained. On top of that, these Fae can't disobey me or get far from me. All I need is a little squeeze to make them regret the day they were born. The Treant gave Lith a demonstration, making the Fae grovel and cry in helpless agony. They'll be my slaves until they tell me what I want to know. Fae are independent and unrestrained by nature. This will hurt them more than any punishment or prison could. They can't move or practice magic unless I allow them to. We don't have that option, but we have our ways. Fila lifted her prisoners to their feet. You'll be the guests of my dungeon until you speak. Also, I'm stripping you of the titles and possessions entrusted to you by the council. You have until I take down the defenses of your lairs to tell me everything. If you don't, your magical mines, books, and treasures will go to your replacements. Make no mistake, even if you wait that long, you'll still be my prisoners. You just won't have anything to return, nothing at all. Indeed, Ragu nodded. This is monstrous. The basilisk became paler than when Ragnarök had stabbed her. You can't do that, that's my life's work. There's my bloodline legacy there. All the more reasons to talk and do it fast, Ragu replied. Breaking past your arrays while your imprint is still there will take time, but not as much as you think. On top of that, I can get a lot of helpers by offering them your positions in the council. Basilisks were lesser dragons, but there was nothing lesser about their greed. Hesseria knew how many coins of every metal lay in every corner of her lair. The thought of losing everything and compromising the secrets of her bloodline legacy was worse than any death threat. I'll talk, she said, but only if you promise not to touch what belongs to the basilisk bloodline. Kill me, take my magic mines away, I don't care. Just don't punish my people because of my stupidity. That's the spirit. Fila's lips curled in a cruel smile. We'll conduct the investigation and prosecute the rest of the members of the conspiracy. Is this enough for you? I have children who'll need equipment and not enough materials, Lith replied. What about compensation? Valoran has the Arthon set, and I bet Lady Tyrus will update it with Salark's creation magic if he grows up into a good man. He isn't entitled to compensation, not after what his mother did, Fila replied. Chapter 3706, A Name's Weight, Part 1. You, on the other hand, deserve compensation, Fila said. We'll see what we can do, anything else. Make them suffer, Lith replied. Death is the easy way out. On that we agree. Lotho opened a spirit steps, carrying his newfound serfs home. We'll keep you updated, Ragu said before disappearing through a dimensional gate with her prisoners. Now that he was alone and his mission accomplished, Lith exhaled sharply and let go of the life maelstrom. The sudden weakness made him fall to his knees, but he asked neither his golems nor demons for help. He kept them ready to step in case someone planned to be the icing on the cake of that terrible day. I can see why griffins don't go around always overcharged. He panted heavily as his strained muscles relaxed. Even in its balanced form, life maelstrom puts a heavy burden on the body if kept active for too long. Harnessing this power without destroying everything I touch takes a considerable focus, and my body feels like I've just finished a marathon. Every movement now felt slower, and every one of his limbs heavier, yet it also felt like someone had taken a mountain off his back. Lith waited until the weakness faded, and he got used to his normal strength again. "Ladies and gentlemen, time to go home." Lith sighed. There was no enthusiasm in his voice. "Time to face my retribution." Space. A few warp steps later, Lith reached the Verhin mansion. He had been true to his word and entrusted Valoran II to Camilla, Solus, and Alina after explaining to them what had happened with a mind link. The restored link with the tower had recharged the golems and given him the strength to empower the demons inside his void sigils before he left to stalk his prey. The little boy had stopped crying after entrusting his life maelstrom to Lith, but he could still hear Valoran's desperate wails ringing inside his head. "Are you all right?" Camilla asked. "Are you hurt?" Solus said. "Is it over?" Alina stepped forward with the other two women, but Lith raised his hand for silence and stopped them in their tracks. "Has Valoran gotten any better while I was away?" Lith asked, reverting to his human form. He had only 2 eyes now, but they were more than enough to express his sadness. "It's hard to say." Camilla wrung her hands. "For what it's worth, Valoran hasn't cried since you brought him here. He's so shocked and confused by what happened that he spaced out most of the time, no matter what we did or said to reassure him. The few times he snapped out of it, he always asked 2 things. Did you know, and is Lith all right?" Lith, the Tiamat, echoed his own name, feeling a sting to his heart. "Valoran hasn't called me by my name for a long while now. He always calls me Dad." "Don't take it to heart," Solus said. "Valoran's whole world collapsed just a few minutes ago. He's a smart baby, but still a baby. He's hurt, scared, and confused." "And he has every reason to." Lith took a deep breath. "Did you talk to him?" "I tried, but he didn't listen," Camilla replied. "When Valoran asked me if I knew, he used the dragon scales. I couldn't lie or sugarcoat the truth. I told him that we didn't tell him about the death of his parents to protect him, not to fool him, but he wasn't interested. He just wanted me to tell him everything I knew, and I did. I mostly confirmed what he had already learned from you." "I don't have dragon scales, so I had to rely on Kami," Solus chimed in. "I filled the gaps in what she knew, and she passed it to Valoran. After that, he asked over and over where you had gone and when you would be back." "Well, now I'm back." Lith hesitated for a moment, letting Alina check up on him like she always did when he returned home. She patted his arms and chest for wounds, and then his face for signs of malnutrition, just like she did when he was just a little boy. "You've gone through a lot as well, baby," Alina said. "You can take 5 minutes to yourself and rest." "Thanks, Mom, but it would be 5 more minutes Valoran has to spend trapped in his own mind." Lith lowered his head to look her straight in the eyes. "I made him an orphan. I owe him that much." Alina would have liked to raise many objections to such an unfair statement, but she knew there was no stopping her son once he made up his mind. She just brought his head to her lips and kissed his hair before letting him go. "Mom, call Dad and bring Surin along, please," Lith said. "There's a strong chance you have to take care of Valoran from now on." Alina nodded and disappeared through the door, returning less than a minute later with her husband and youngest daughter. Lith went to the baby's room, already knowing what to expect. He wasn't disappointed. Valoran sat in a corner of the Doomslayer crib, his stare blank, ignoring every attempt Elijah made to cheer him up and understand what troubled him. Valoran's deadpan face broke into a smile when he saw Lith, and relief washed his most impending fears away. Yet it lasted only for a moment. Then, worry made way to the most recent revelations, and anger accompanied them. "Lith, explain." Valoran extended his small arm, covering it in dragon scales. "Explain again." "Okay, Valoran." Lith thought he was respecting the baby's feelings, but to Valoran, his own name was akin to a slap to the face. As if the word son had just been a pretense and had been discarded the moment it no longer served its purpose. "I'll start from the beginning and be clearer this time," Lith continued, unaware of Valoran's turmoil. "I'm sorry for before, but I couldn't risk you struggling out of my grasp and falling in the middle of the fight." Valoran grabbed Lith's scaled hand, and was glad to see how sincere his worry had been. "This might be long and confusing, so if you get tired, just tell me and we'll take a break," Lith said. "Start," Valoran nodded in reply. Lith showed him how he had met Jormung inside the Golden Griffin for the first time while working as a ranger. This time, Lith even replayed their first non-conversation, since back then neither of them understood what the other was saying. After learning Dragon Tongue, most of their encounters sounded as silly as a bard's tale. Then, Lith showed Valoran his first encounter with the headmaster of the Golden Griffin, Sevenus Histar. A man that Valoran knew and didn't like one bit. Valoran saw how Histar had tried to trap Lith and how Jormund, his real father, had helped the ranger to escape from the death trap. The two men still didn't speak the same language, but they thanked each other. Lith for the rescue and Jormund for guiding him to the exit. Chapter 3707, A Name's Wait Part 2. After that, Lith and Jormund hadn't met for a long while until the events in the Eclipsed Lands. Lith projected their fight with the Mind Link, skipping all the blood and never blaming either side. Valoran was too young to be exposed to the horrors of Thrud's experiments, and he had already lost too much in a single day. Lith had no intention of tainting the image of Valoran's mother. Then came the War of the Griffins, and Lith told it like one of his bedtime stories. There were two armies, two royal couples, and they fought for the Griffin Kingdom. Once again, Lith blamed no side. There were no corpses or wounds, just the war cries of men and the clangor of battle to emphasize the conflict. When it came to Lith's final encounter with Jormund, he shared with the baby every word, look, and emotion the two men had shared. Even the thoughts they had exchanged, by hugging while in their dragon form before starting the fight. Valoran watched the ensuing battle while feeling more and more confused. How could his father not hate the man who had come to invade his castle? How could Lith and Jormund hurt each other even though they didn't want to? How could they respect and empathize with someone so much yet not hesitate to strike him down? As Valoran watched the fight unfold, he found himself unable to cheer for either side, even though he already knew the outcome. After his begrudging victory, Lith promised to take care of Valoran in case anything happened to Thrud. After that, the War of the Griffins skipped right to its ending. Thrud hated Lith for killing Jormund and wanted to hurt him. Lith glossed over Floria's kidnapping and death, just making clear Thrud's intentions and Lith's reasons to keep fighting. The story ended like that since Lith didn't want to be the one to show Valoran how his mother had died. "Adia," Valoran snarled as warm tears streaked down his cheeks. There was no affection in the word. It sounded like an order, and the baby used it only because Ligain's name was too hard for him to speak. "Yes, Imhar." The guardian appeared, and the dragon-tongue word for loved ones only earned him a scornful gaze. "You knew?" Valoran asked, extending his arm again. "Yes," Ligain replied. "I know even more than Lith does." The guardian of wisdom showed the baby boy how Thrud had unwittingly controlled Jormund. The emerald dragon had run away as soon as he had been set free and sought his father's help. Yet he had returned to Thrud's side the moment the baby was born and never left her again. Ligain replayed for Valoran all the times Jormund had tried to convince Thrud to give up on the Griffin Kingdom and live a peaceful life with her new family. Thrud always refused, her ambition to restore her legacy stronger than her love for Jormund. Ligain had cared to make evident how much she loved her husband and son, but that wasn't enough for Valoran. He resented Thrud because her stubbornness had taken her and his father away from him forever. Ligain confirmed everything Lith had said, skipping all the atrocities of the war. "Nana," Valoran called for Tyrus next, and this time she answered the call. "Yes, dear," she wrung her hands, her gaze low. "You knew?" he asked again. "Yes, I knew," she nodded, meeting the baby's gaze only long enough to show her sincerity. Why, it was just one word, but it meant many things, and the guardians understood them all. Valoran was asking them why they had not told him about his parents' death, why they had entrusted him to Lith despite knowing what he had done, why the guardians had not helped Lith and Valoran when they had been attacked a few minutes ago, why they had ignored Valoran's desperate calls for help. Most of all, the baby boy asked them how they could claim to love him and then abandon him when he needed them the most. "There was no point in telling you the truth about your parents," Ligain replied. "You had lost so much and were already in so much pain. I lied to you to protect you and your childhood. I chose to let you believe you had busy parents who loved you and visited rarely rather than telling you that you would never see them again. I didn't want you to carry that burden every time you saw another baby with their parents. I knew I couldn't give you a perfect childhood, but I hoped you could have a happy one." The father of all dragons used difficult words. Most of them were beyond Valoran's understanding, but Ligain's voice was a mix of mind link, dragon scales, and words, allowing Valoran to understand his grandfather with ease. We entrusted you to Lith because that was your father's wish. Tyrus answered the second question, and Valoran understood her as well. Lith was the best choice. He could raise you along with Elijah and give you a normal childhood. A family, guardians aren't bad parents, but we are often busy. On top of that, way too often our children mistake us for aloof and uncaring because of our long lives and knowledge. We wanted you to have a father you could understand. A father you could relate to and who has undergone the same struggles you will. There aren't many perfect hybrids like you. Val and Lith can teach you things even we can't. We did what we did only because we love you. As for your other questions, they all have the same answer, Liga sighed. We guardians are bound by our oaths and power, but even more by our knowledge. We can see how our actions will alter the future. One good deed can trigger endless suffering. We didn't intervene, not because we didn't hear your cries or didn't care about you. We simply couldn't. You chose to move in with Lith, and Lith chose to take you in. Choices have consequences, and we respected them. Had you decided to stay with me, Salark, or Tyrus, we would have respected that as well and protected you as one of our own. We are allowed to follow only our immediate descendants, and only because their very birth is the consequence of our choices. As much as it pains me to say this, you are not. Thrude, your mother, made herself special to me, Tyrus chimed in. She became no different from one of the daughters I had from my beloved Valoran I. The Guardian conjured a hologram of the Mad Queen to emphasize their resemblance. The two women were so strikingly similar that it was impossible to think of them as mother and daughter. They looked like sisters or cousins. Yet she was not. She was the daughter of Arthun. You are her son with Jormun. You are like a real grandchild to me, yet you are not. I wish I had a better answer to offer you, child. Those concepts were clear, yet Valoran rejected them all. All that mattered to him was that the Guardians had abandoned him and now were making excuses that made no sense to him. Chapter 3708, No Mercy, Part 1. Go, Valoran angrily pointed at the door. Go, go. Tyrus and Ligain complied without saying a word. Lith didn't move, waiting for his judgment. It took Elijah's chirping to remind Valoran there were still more people who had hurt him. Go, he pointed at the baby girl and then at the door. Go, go, go. Lith, Camilla, and Solus were next. Valoran resented Solus because she had helped Lith to kill his parents and deceive him the whole time. As for Camilla, he resented her for the same reason he resented Elijah. Because they represented what he would never have. Lith nodded and walked away, whereas it took a bit longer for the two women to recover from the shock. Solus felt as guilty as Lith, but she had spent even more time with the baby boy. Whenever Camilla and Lith left for a date night, she would take care of the children. Solus had come to love Valoran deeply, to the point of enjoying the common misunderstanding that he was her son. The violent rejection shattered that illusion and tore her heart to shreds. Camilla, instead, was nailed to the floor by Valoran's gaze. It was full of rage and pain, the complete opposite of the happy and kind child she knew. The stark contrast was worsened by the resemblance between the current Valoran and Lith in his memories from Earth. Gods, what have we done? She thought. Did our attempt to protect Valoran's heart make him a monster? What if he never recovers? Go, Valoran yelled again, snapping Camilla out of her daze. She grabbed Elijah from the crib and walked away. The baby girl was hurt as well, but unlike everyone else, she had no idea what was happening. The Guardians had shared none of the connection with her to spare at least one child from the madness of that day. Wah, she called for Valoran in confusion, but he didn't even turn to meet her gaze. Wah, wah. Elijah started to cry, but Valoran didn't hear her. He was too busy keeping his heart from exploding to care about anyone else. What about me, sweetie? Elena asked. Do you want me to go? Valoran was about to ask her, and Roz if they knew the truth as well when Surin started to cry out of hunger and boredom. She had no idea what was happening, nor did she care. No, Valoran shook his head, extending his little arms. Stay, please. Don't worry, little guy, we are not going anywhere. Roz took the baby boy out of the crib and embraced him. Roz's warmth and Surin's cries allowed Valoran to stop fighting his emotions and cry again. This time, not for help or rage, just to vent the pain that was ravaging him. It's okay, sweetie, everything is fine now. Roz cradled the boy, and Alina joined him as soon as she managed to calm Surin down. Nothing was okay or fine for Valoran. His entire life had just fallen apart, and he didn't know how to put the pieces back together. His mind was a mess, and so was his heart. All those he trusted had betrayed him, and his beloved parents, all 5 of them, were lost forever. Yet even while drowning in pain and sorrow, Valoran couldn't blame Alina, Raz, or Surin. They were weak, they were silly, they were innocent. What could they have possibly done to change anything? They were like him, ants caught in a storm conjured by cruel beings. Their weakness absolved them from their involvement in Lith's ploy, or at least that was what Valoran told himself. The truth was that after losing his parents and every hope of happiness for the future, he couldn't stand the thought of being alone. Alina and Raz had always been good to him, and Surin was like a sister to him. Valoran needed to believe there was still someone who loved him. He needed to believe that at least Alina and Raz would have helped him, if only they had the strength to. Space. Lith walked in furious, long strides as he moved towards his private office in the mansion. He clenched his hands and teeth, his fury barely repressed below his skin. "Where are you going, Lith?" Camilla asked while trying to keep up with his pace and pacify the desperate Elijah. "This night is not over, Kami," he replied with a low growl. "It can still get worse." "What does he mean?" Camilla turned to Solus since Lith refused to elaborate. "The royals, Kami," Solus said. "We need to alert the royals. It's unlikely Meln sowed discord only among the awakened. He might have contacted the nobles of the kingdom as well." "Oh, farm," Camilla cursed. "That's the last thing Valoran needs right now. If his identity becomes public knowledge, he won't be able to take a step out of the mansion without being harassed by an angry mob." "Exactly," Lith exhaled sharply. "Kami, sit behind me with Elijah in your arms. Solus, please go back inside my ring. I need you with me, but the royals can't see you." Why, feeling rejected for the second time in the span of a few minutes achieved what Solus believed impossible, making her feel even worse than she already did. "Because without you, I'll lose my mind. Yet if the royals see you in such sensible circumstances, the misunderstanding Kami created will become much worse." "What misunderstanding?" Solus asked in confusion. "I might have said something about sharing Lith and Elijah with you." Camilla blushed in embarrassment. "Which is true, but not in the way those who don't know about your unique situation would think." "Oh," Solus blushed up to her ears. "How could you say that, Kami?" "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing." Camilla turned to a deep shade of purple. "Also, how was I supposed to know Syrah would tattle to the royals?" "What's done is done." Solus let go of her physical body and entered the stone ring as Lith sat behind his desk and pressed the contact rune belonging to King Meron. "Magus Verhen," the king answered almost immediately. He could tell by the settings and Lith's dour expression that it wasn't a social call. "Your Majesty," Lith nodded politely, "I bring dire news." He explained everything that had happened and how the awakened council was dealing with the current predicament. "Awakened are the most dangerous enemy, but they are more easily dealt with," Lith said. "They don't like showing off and don't attack unless they believe they have good chances of victory. The people of the kingdom are much weaker, but also much more stupid. If Meln has revealed Valoran's identity to the public or reveals it in the future, things could spiral out of hand and fast." One moment, King Meron called Silpha to join them and brought her up to speed with a mind link. "Damn," the queen cursed. "Sadly, you are right. Hazing is actually the least of my worries. We are talking about potential riots, stupid nobles riding on the hate for Thrud to gain popularity, or the love for her to challenge our right to rule. After all, Valoran II Griffin is a direct descendant of Valoran I. Chapter 3709, No Mercy Part 2. Valoran II's blood is much purer than our own, and once he grows up, his power will be unmatched. To make matters worse, he's so little that every idiot will think they can be a regent until Valoran becomes of age, Silpha said. "That's not the problem," Lith replied. "Valoran is not going anywhere unless he wants to, and I doubt he wants to leave. He knows of the council and that I'm the only one who can protect him." "That's too clinical an analysis for a baby." Meron weighed his words carefully. "Baby or not, I can assure you that Valoran understood enough not to leave any love between us, at least on his side." The pain in Lith's voice was palpable. "What worries me is the thought of a bunch of idiots surrounding my property. Of having pitchforks and torches on my doorstep, wielded by people dead set on making my life, and that of my family even harder than it already is. I've called you to inform you of the recent events and to warn you. I'm not in the mood for mercy. I'm not in the mood to pander to those stupid enough to think they can harass a dragon in his lair only because they are many. I promise you that I won't leave the confines of my property until I calm down. Yet if someone comes looking for trouble, they will find it. No politics, no debates, only retribution." Lith echoed Ragu's words. "Is this a threat?" Meron asked, seeing a violent burst of mana flare behind Lith's eyes. As I said, it's a warning. Lith had a hard time keeping his voice calm and steady. Today, my son and I almost lost our lives, yet I've lost my son anyway, and my daughter has lost his older brother. I'm angry, I'm hurt. I won't tolerate any further attacks on my person or peace. Be they powerful awakened or weak commoners, anyone who takes a single step on my property will be treated like an enemy and dealt with extreme prejudice. We'll do our best to contain the situation. Silpha nodded, understanding that in his current mood there would be no reasoning with Lith. Keep us updated and we will do the same. Is there anything else? Thanks, Your Majesty. Lith gave her a polite nod. No, Your Majesty. Then have some rest. You deserve it. Queen Silpha out. She hung up the call and added, At least Varen has the bearing to follow etiquette. I count it as a win. Yeah, but I don't know how long he will hold. Meron sighed. He's this close to snapping, otherwise he would have never been so brash. Usually Varen is subtle. He nudges people in the direction he wants. He doesn't send veiled threats like he just did. What did you expect? Silpha replied. To you, Varen was sitting in the safety of his house, but he just escaped death, and Valoran repudiated him. It's a lot to take, and he called us right after he was done dealing with the aftermath. I'm amazed Varen was so composed. In his shoes, I'd be throwing furniture and spells around like rice at a wedding. The queen had no idea that she had to thank Solus for that. Her pain was as silent as Lith's was loud. She smothered the flames of his rage and diverted part of his attention to her. Even at his worst, Lith still worried about Solus and kept himself together not to let his emotions add to her burden. This is bad, Meron tapped on his lips. If Meln throws Valoran to the court of public opinion, things will escalate quickly. We're lucky Camilla just revealed her pregnancy. It's a blessing all over again. What do you mean? Silpha asked in confusion. That everyone knows she is pregnant, and what the Guardians will do if she gets upset. Meron gave her a sly smirk. We just need to inform our beloved royal court of the truth about Valoran before Meln does. Then we have to warn our dear friends that while we can understand their outrage from the depths of our heart, the Guardians will not. That if Lady Varen or Elijah gets upset and the noble households end up razed to the ground, there's nothing we can do. Genius, Silpha jumped off her seat and kissed Meron. Unlike Awakened, a single person is harmless. Only nobles have the power and influence to sway public opinion with propaganda. Without their help, Meln's claims will be dismissed as one of his many lies. We just need to remind the esteemed members of our court that Guardians can't be fooled by strawmen. Otherwise, some moron might stir trouble in the hope of pinning the blame on their rivals to get rid of them. Good point, Meron nodded. Let's find the politest and clearest way to make them understand they are one baby tantrum away from putting an end to their bloodline. We must make the Valorans issue everyone's problem and nip Meln's ploy in the bud. Space. Varen Mansion at the same time. The queen had just ended the call when Lith realized what he had just done. He slumped in his chair while covering his face with his hands, sighing. That went well. Solus emerged from the stone ring and tried to lift his mood. The royals are on our side. Are you mocking me? Lith turned to her. That was a disaster. No, I'm not. Solus shook her head. Sure, you were a bit heavy-handed, but the royals know what you've just gone through. It would be weird if you weren't upset. At worst, you've reassured them you are human. Solus is right, and you are being too hard on yourself, Lith. Camilla nodded. Think about it. You are angry and on edge. There's no way the royals took your words lightly. Now they'll do everything they can to keep things from escalating and relieve you from taking care of the public relationships with the royal court. I count this as a win. And so do I. Menadian emerged from Lith's shadow. Show them everything. What is she talking about, Lith? Solus and Camilla looked at him in confusion. Back when he had left Valoran at the mansion, Lith had only told them that the boy knew Lith had killed Jormun and that a group of Awakened had tried to kill them. Lith was in a rush to intercept Kael'm's rescue party, and there was no time for a full explanation. Show them or they won't see the full picture, Menadian insisted. Lith sighed and shared every detail of the ambush with a partial mind fusion with Solus and a mind link with Camilla. Those rabid curs, Solus yelled first since the mind fusion was faster. What's wrong with those people? Camilla needed a bit longer to get to the point that had triggered Solus' outburst. How could they ask you to abandon Valoran like that? Your guess is as good as mine. Lith replied once the mind link was over. According to their logic, I should abandon you, Kami, when you are in trouble and not pregnant, since you don't share my blood. Chapter 37:10, Little Miracle Part 1. Following that idiotic reasoning, I should have also abandoned Solus whenever things got hard. Heck, I might even abandon Elijah if the Guardians didn't protect her, since I can always have another daughter. Lith's face twisted in disgust, spitting out every word as if it were coated in poison. That's indeed bad, but it's not what I was talking about, Menadian said. I wanted you to notice that even after Lith refused to surrender Valoran and suffered many wounds, Valoran didn't entrust him with the life maelstrom until the very end. That's why Lith is so upset. There was no blame toward the baby and the first ruler of the flames, Voice. Only a newfound respect that hadn't been there until that moment. Together with what you've witnessed a few minutes ago, it's a sign his relationship with Valoran might be broken beyond repair. Oh gods, Lith, I'm so sorry. Camilla hugged him with the dragon scales, feeling his sadness and resignation. Me too, Solus caressed his hand. I was so angry for what those awakened did to Valoran that I missed how much they hurt you. It's fine, Lith sighed. I had the whole ambush to mull this over, whereas you just learned about it. The silver lining is that I don't think we have to worry about the third camellia branch anymore. His eyes moved on the mystical flower, set up in a vase on the tea table's centerpiece. Don't say that, Solus replied. Valoran was just too hurt and shaken from the revelation to think clearly. For my mom's sake, he's just a baby. There was no malice in his withholding the life maelstrom. Even now, he's just acting out. He needs some time to think. I wish I shared your optimism, Lith said, thinking of all the times he had felt Valoran refer to him as Jormung's murderer via the dragon scales. I can't even take it as an insult since it's the truth, he thought. Look, I agree with Solus that Valoran needs time, Camilla said. I don't know what he'll do when he calms down, and neither do you. What I know is that whatever comes next, we'll face it together. The first thing Camilla had learned from Lith's job, as a ranger first, and then from her own job, as a royal constable, was never to make a promise she couldn't keep. Also, I know that you have a daughter and another son who love you very much. She handed him Elijah, who at first cried to be reassured about Valoran's behavior, and then hugged Lith to reassure him once she perceived his distress. Dia, Elijah looked at him with her big, round eyes. Please say it again, baby girl. Daddy needs to hear it. Lith returned the embrace. Dia, Dada, Dad. Elijah gave her all, her face a mask of focus and determination as she spoke the last word. You did it, baby girl. It was the first time Elijah called him Dad, and Lith rejoiced for it. She felt his relief through the dragon scales and redoubled her efforts. Daddy. That's my girl. Lith stood up from his chair and spun around with the giggling Elijah in his extended arms. Camilla waited for Lith's enthusiasm to wane a bit before taking one of his hands and bringing it to her baby bump. And don't forget about Ral. The baby boy kicked right on cue, the faint vibration reaching Lith through the physical contact. Camilla then shapeshifted part of her skin into dragon scales to reinforce the connection between father and son. Lith felt the little life inside the womb studying him with curiosity, like Raldorak always did, until he recognized his father. The unborn child could already hear a bit, but he wasn't used to someone besides his mother reaching for him past the familiar darkness of his isolation. Raldorak had no concept of love or family, but what he felt from Lith reassured him nonetheless. Just like Raldorak's mother, his father released a warm and caring presence through the dragon scales. Its arrival always excited the baby because it was proof that there was something outside the safety of his haven. More people like him who seemed to be bigger and very shy, since they never came in to visit. Raldorak, in turn, tried to reassure Lith after perceiving his current emotional turmoil. The baby boy sent waves of thoughts to his father, telling him that everything was fine and not to be scared. That even though they had never met, Raldorak was there for him. Thanks, son. Lith let his emotions transpire from his voice, being careful it didn't crack. I needed to hear that. I'm here for you too, always. Ma, Elijah said. You're right, baby girl, Lith chuckled. Your little sister is here as well. Wah. Elijah greeted her little brother, trying to speak his moniker, Ral. Gods, Camilla chuckled, her smile thinning with a tinge of sadness. She's calling him the same way as Val. You know they are two different people, right, baby girl? Elijah's eyes widened as she realized her blunder. At first, she was embarrassed for being unable to speak the letters R, L, and V. Then, she realized that it wasn't a big deal. After all, Raldorak and Valoran were both her brothers. One was younger and the other older, but that was it. On top of that, Elijah realized it wasn't her fault if her parents lacked imagination. and had chosen two names whose monikers differed only by one letter. As Elijah nodded at Camilla, puffing her chest out with sisterly pride, Lith shared his thoughts with Raldorak, and Raldorak searched for his sister through his father. The baby girl had already made contact with Raldorak several times with the dragon scales, but always through Camilla and never at the same time as Lith. The dragon scales formed an empathic connection between parents and children, allowing them to experience their first family reunion. Raldorak rejoiced. The sudden presence of three lights in the darkness of his home allowed him to understand that there were two different people like him on the outside, and give them a name. His essence spread through the dragon scales and resonated with the rest of his family. A thin veil of silvery flames erupted from Camilla's baby bump and seeped into Lith's hand, re-emerging from the arm with which he held Elijah. The Tiamat bloodline in their bodies heeded the baby boy's call and answered it. One crown of dread flames appeared above Lith's head, another above Elijah's, and the last one right on top of Camilla's womb, where Lith's hand rested. "Yes, son, we're all here for you." Lith lowered his head until it made contact with the baby bump, "and we are all excited about the idea of meeting you." In that moment, in the silence of his head, Lith took a solemn vow. Lith promised his unborn child that he wouldn't rest, relent, or find peace until he could introduce the little miracle that Raldorak was to every member of his family, and they would greet him in their lives. "I will protect you, son, I will protect them all," Lith thought. "No matter what comes our way, I won't let anything hurt our family. I'll be strong for you, son, stronger than I've ever been." Chapter 37:11, Little Miracle Part 2. Lith was hurt from the events of that day and Valoran's rejection. Yet the baby boy had made his choice just like Raldorak had made his own. Lith vowed to respect them both, but wouldn't let the pain dull his mind. That no matter what other petty scheme Orpal might concoct next, Lith wouldn't let his hated brother ruin his beloved children's lives. Space. Solus and Menadian left Lith's study room soon after Raldorak's little celebration for the family reunion, to give the couple the privacy they deserved. Yet the two women's moods couldn't have differed more. Solus was sad for Valoran, happy for Raldorak, and bitterly envious of Camilla. "No matter how close my bond with Lith is, that kind of connection with the babies belongs only to her. I can share those moments when Lith fuses his mind with me, but I'll never feel the joy Kami experiences when they communicate through the dragon scales." Rifa instead smiled ear to ear. There was a spring in her step and a faint light in her eyes that Solus had only seen in her memories, where the first ruler of the flames spent time with her husband, Thrain. Luckily, that was where the similarities ended. Rifa's smile was proud, not loving, and she exuded strong but cold admiration, not burning passion. "Mom, why do you have that look?" Solus asked. "What look?" Menadian was honestly confused. "This look." Solus shared her vision with Rifa via mind link. "Oh, that." Rifa laughed at her daughter's worry. "How could I look any different after what I've witnessed today? And I don't mean only right now, but also on the battlefield. I wish you could have seen it too, Ep Solus." Lith was, Menadian hesitated for a moment, trying to find the right word. "Magnificent. No matter if he were struggling for his life or cutting his enemies down like grass. Every swing of his blade, every spell he cast was an extension of his will. I've actually seen it with the mind fusion and spectated it in person countless times in the past." Solus thought, but didn't interrupt her mother. He didn't say a word, but his actions spoke for him, and they were loud. "You know that I never liked Lith much, right?" Menadian asked, and Solus nodded in reply. "All his weird secrets, the other planet stuff, and how creepy and intimate his relationship with you is." "Mom," Solus blushed in embarrassment. "Keep your voice down, even better, shut up." "Don't worry, it's good news." Rifa shrugged, ignoring her daughter's objections. "Between Lith's magic lessons and the events of today, I've changed my opinion of him. I could only watch while he fought. I was stuck as a one-eyed demon and was as weak as a baby. At first, my only worry was that if something happened to Lith, I'd lose you again. Yet as the fight went on, I craved the power not only to protect you, but also to stand by his side. Those awakened had every advantage, yet Lith never yielded. Even when surrounded and under a hail of deadly attacks, he always put Valoran's safety first. His fighting spirit lit a fire in me that made me curse my own weakness. I prayed to the gods to give me the power to help him. I promised them that I'd do and give anything to have my body back, even if for just one moment. The other demons did the same, even those like Tryon and Valia who have no children. As you know, no one listened to our prayers. If someone did, they sure didn't answer. No one ever does." Rifa sighed, thinking back to the time when Thrain had died and Baitra had betrayed her. Yet my helpless rage allowed me to realize something that I have willfully ignored until today. I've seen Lith for who he is. He is the kind of man who doesn't falter in the face of adversity, who doesn't compromise on his values even when faced with death. He's the kind of man whose love is more than a word, and who is willing to fight to protect that love to the bitter end. The kind of man men want to follow into battle, and a woman can entrust her daughter too. Whatever relationship you want to have with Lith, baby girl, you have my blessing. Mom, this time Solus conjured a hush spell while blushing. What's wrong with you? How can you say these things? Please, Menadian scoffed. Unless you've suddenly changed your mind about finding a new host, you are bound to him until the tower is done healing your body and mana core, and I'm bound to him until I move on. Also, how could I not say these things? You heard her. Camilla already publicly admitted that she shares Lith and the babies with you. Slips of the mind are honest thoughts, I say. Besides, that's not so far off from the truth. Mom, Solus became beet red from head to neck. That's highly inappropriate of you. I'm not saying to have threesomes or something. Menadian's face was a mask of focus as she pondered the issue. Keep pining on him, find yourself someone else, I don't care. Just do what you feel comfortable with. Baby steps, Solus, baby steps. Mom, please stop. Solus lowered her head in a desperate plea. Baby steps, but no babies until you're perfectly healed, young lady. Menadian shoved her finger under Solus' nose like she had said something that had upset her. I don't want to lose my first grandchild due to a battle accident. The tower is devised to save your life and your life only. Did I make myself clear? Mom, I haven't said anything. You are making things up, Solus whined. I don't know what kind of conversation you think we are having, but it's all in your head. Did I make myself clear, young lady? Menadian forced her daughter to look her in the eyes. Yes, Mom, Solus sighed in resignation. Good, we'll resume this conversation once you've made a full recovery, so use this time to make up your mind. Menadian nodded. Until then, you need to be careful. If you go on a date with someone and decide to go all the way in, always remember to use a birth control spell. We can't risk that in a moment of passion. Mom, I swear to the gods that either you shut up or I'll make you. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Hervor at the same time. Orpal, better known as Mel Narchet, was having the time of his life. Thanks to the help of Irian, Acton, and Jorl, his training had never gone better. The recruitment process for his army had also led him to more pleasant fights in the bedroom. Dryads were as beautiful as they were power-hungry, and Titanias showed little more restraint when offered the opportunity to get their hands on the power of the Verdalac bloodline, forever instead of bit by bit via the thrall process. Orpal was in Thrud's former bedroom, with a stunning brunette on his right side and a gorgeous blonde on his left. The idea that the Awakened were hunting Lith down while he was enjoying himself only made that moment more magical. Chapter 37:12, Hidden Trap, Part 1. I can't wait to hear the news of Leech's death, Orpal thought. Even if he survives, at least that little mongrel of Valoran has no way out. I'd pay my weight in Davros to see Thrud's face when her bastard dies. That whore should have treated me better. It's too bad I could teach her a lesson only now that she's already dead, but it's still an amazing victory. I got rid of Leech without having to lift a finger, just like he hoped to do with me. If he's still alive, his reputation will take a huge blow. Ditching a baby to save his sorry ass won't earn him any sympathy. When I come for Leech, he will be broken and in so much pain that he'll beg me to put him down. I'm almost considering sparing him as the ultimate humiliation. Almost. There's no way I won't kill that. Dead King, I bring you incredible news. Irian the Jormungandr slammed the double doors open and derailed Orpal's train of thought. I know I told you to inform me as soon as you learned something, but you could still knock. Orpal grunted, covering himself and his latest conquests with the sheets. Tell me everything. Did Leech die? How much did he suffer? What about the little mongrel? I said I have incredible news, not good news. The Jormungandr had the appearance of a humanoid lizard, but his snout managed to express sore disappointment. Figures, Orpal clicked his tongue. Those awakened idiots must have let Leech go after he gave them the child. At least Valoran's dead now. Thrud's bloodline is over, and so is Leech's high and mighty attitude. I bet he's alive, Irian cut Orpal short, and I don't mean just your brother, but also the baby. What? The dead king couldn't believe his ears. Did Leech escape? How could they let him get away? Don't tell me the Awakened underestimated him and sent only a handful of them for the ambush. Your talent for being wrong is impressive, my liege. Irian furrowed his brow and raised his hand for silence. Verhin didn't escape. The Awakened didn't underestimate him. They sent 14 people to deal with him. They failed because he killed them all. Are you serious? Orpal's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his shock awoke Night from her slumber, adding her voice to his own. Yes, but just to be clear, Verhin killed 13 of his assailants and kept one alive to lure the rest of the accomplices into the open. Without the survivor, I wouldn't know what happened. Irian was the only one among Orpal's lieutenants to have a strong relationship with the other members of his bloodline. Jorel was an exile, Acton was a lone wolf, and no one on Magur would tell Orpal the time to save his life. And I wouldn't even know anything about the fight if one of the dead Awakened weren't a fellow Jormungandr. Irian's expression showed no grief at the loss, only spite. The Awakened Council summoned my patriarch for answers. They allowed him to interrogate the prisoner, and the patriarch informed the rest of the clan of the events once he returned home. What did your patriarch say? Even in defeat, Orpal could see victory on the horizon. He had a hidden card exactly for a moment like that, and he was eager to play it. Not much, Irian shrugged. He has seen the whole fight via mind link, but the council demanded my patriarch to take an oath of discretion to protect Verhin's secrets. They allowed my patriarch to peer into the mind of the prisoner, only to avoid any misunderstanding that might spark enmity between Verhin and the Jormungandr bloodline. And your patriarch upholds such a stupid vow, Orpal snarled. Of course he does, Irian snarled back. If he doesn't, one of our youths will run their mouths and expose whatever secret the patriarch witnessed. Once that happens, the Jormungandrs would be marked as oath breakers and barred from accessing all future sensitive information. This isn't about you and your brother, my liege. This is about the pride and honor of an entire bloodline. Fine, Orpal grunted. What did he say? That's the incredible part, Irian replied. The patriarch told us that Verhin fought like he had never seen anyone fight before, like my patriarch doubts even he can fight. Go on, Orpal smiled, seeing his death trap almost ready to spring on Lith. 14 Awakened were more than enough to kill a divine beast. Your brother proved himself cunning, strong, and indomitable, but the Awakened had him pinned. Verhin was wounded and exhausted. He would have died if the baby hadn't infused him with life maelstrom. Life maelstrom? Orpal echoed in disbelief. Yes, Irian nodded. Verhin quickly turned the tables after that, strong of the surprise effect. I repeat this because I want it to be clear. Verhin would be dead if not for the baby's bloodline ability. There was no trace of instant regeneration or any sign of a cursed object. Are you sure he is bonded to one? I'm sure of it, Orpal said. Or at least we think so, Knight inwardly added. We only have Histar's word for it. In all our fights against your brother, even before I bonded with you, I never saw signs of a powerful artifact. Windfell told us that Solus can get far from Lith, but again, we have only words. Indeed, Orpal nodded. That Solus woman was hot, but completely useless when I ambushed Leech at the Heavenly Wolf restaurant. If she is his living legacy, where was she when Leech went berserk and we almost killed him? The Horsemen of Night had no idea that the ploy of the World Tree to obtain Menadian's tower had severed the bond between Lith and Solus, causing his memory loss. The more Orpal and Night thought about it, the less it made sense. What did your patriarch say exactly? That the 14 Awakened played it smart. They ambushed Verhin when he was alone with the baby and away from Amana Geyser. He had no way to conjure his super armor nor the time to summon a single demon. He fought alone the whole time. He had the help of his 2 golems, but he always carries them in his Omni pocket. Also, his bloodthirsty blade is made of Davros. Irian's shock was met by absolute indifference. That's yesteryear news, Orpal scoffed. He crafted the golems under Salark's tutelage, and she also reforged his blade. It's public knowledge since he presented his new sword to the royal court. Then how could the Awakened not know? Irian was flabbergasted. Because Leech is better known for his fight in his divine beast form. He uses a bigger blade made of lesser metals to coat the Davros one. It's just like his armor, Orpal replied. About that, Irian cleared his throat. His armor is made of Davros? That news shocked Orpal and Knight both. So says the survivor and my patriarch. The Jormungandr nodded. Impossible, where could Leech find that much Davros? I have a full Davros set, but it's human-sized. Lith can't have beaten me again, he caw. Chapter 3713, Hidden Trap, Part 2. After a few minutes of furious ranting, Orpal regained his cool. Let's recap. No demons, no living legacy, no super armor. Only 2 golems, a crazy blade, and an alleged Davros armor, he said, and Irian nodded for him to continue. Then how in the 9 hells did Leech defeat 14 awakened and kill 13 of them? That's the secret part, Irian shrugged. The Patriarch only said, and I quote, Verhin fought like his namesake implies, like a demon. He bravely protected the baby boy with brawn and brains until Valoran II helped him. That's it, Orpal was mad with rage. A wholesome story of father and son fighting together. More or less, the Jormungandr replied. Also, the Patriarch said that Araghat, the Jormungandr Verhin killed, deserved his fate. He also added that there is no shame in Araghat's defeat, only in his cowardice for attacking a helpless baby in numbers and failing nonetheless. The Patriarch said that whoever pursues revenge for Araghat will be disowned and exiled from the clan. He declared that shedding more Jormungandr blood for an empty cause would only bring more shame upon us. Do you plan on listening to him? Losing Irian would have made Orpal's day even worse than it already was. Of course not, the Jormungandr scoffed. I'm betting all my chips on you, my liege. Who cares about the Jormungandr bloodline when I'm going to establish my own as a divine beast? Good, Orpal nodded. Until I become a true upper Jormungandr, however, I'd like to keep a low profile, Irian said. I'm the only link with Garland's council, and if my allegiance to you is exposed, we won't get any more inside news about Verhin, my liege. So be it, Orpal replied. Now leave me alone. Once again, Leech ruined everything, he inwardly screamed. The ambush, my borrowed knife, and even the trap I had laid for this moment have all failed. Back to the drawing board. Space. Verhin Mansion the next morning. News of Lith's victory reached the amulets of anyone who had a single acquaintance in the Awakened Council. The news of Valoran II's existence had also reached the public, but had been dismissed like one of the rants of the incontinent king. Thanks to the royals, the nobles had carefully avoided fanning the flames of Orpal's plan and ignored the revelation. With the royal court denying the allegations and even Lith's political opponents dismissing Orpal's words as lies, no one believed him. I've always said Pupai is full of shit. Let's keep him from sharing it with us since he can't control his bowels. That was the common reaction to the rumors. The more Orpal insisted on claiming it was true, the more he caused a resurgence of mockery at his own expense. A few hours had passed since the ambush, and the video Thrud had released about the incontinent king was on everyone's tablet again. Lith found no joy in it. Despite the tender moment with Raldorak, his situation with Valoran hadn't improved one bit. The baby boy avoided looking at him and even refused to interact with Elijah. Valoran treated Solas as Camilla with the same cold indifference, no matter how much they smiled at him or how much Raz and Alina tried to soften him up. Lith, I have a question, Solas asked while browsing the few reports about the ambush that the patriarchs of the various bloodlines had shared and the awakened community's reaction to their words. Shoot, Lith ate his breakfast with the same enthusiasm with which he would have removed his own appendicitis without anesthesia. Why did you let that guy Kaelm the Orthrus go? She said. The council already had the second wave of Awakened to interrogate. Kaelm's usefulness was over. You could have imprisoned him. You left a witness of your fight, and now the council and all the clan patriarchs know about a few of your techniques. I did it to protect you, Solas. Lith raised his eyes from the food and looked at her. Ever since the Golden Griffin went down, the rumors that I'm bonded to a cursed object spread by Histar are going around in the Awakened community. Nobody paid it attention aside from the cursed objects, thinking it was just a last-ditch attempt to drag me down. Meln has zero credibility as well, so no matter how much he shouts it from the rooftops, nobody believes him. If I were to kill 14 Awakened and leave no living witness, however, those words would gain a lot more weight. The royals, the Awakened, and even regular people would ask themselves how I could possibly win against those odds. My victory would have soon become a defeat after Meln turned my strength and secrecy against me. The worst part would have been that even if I told everyone the truth, no one would have believed me. Meln's words would have haunted the council and the royals until they demanded to examine me again or stop trusting me. I wouldn't bear living for long under such scrutiny, nor you having to hide like a thief, Solas. I knew Meln had just tried to destroy Valoran's life and that you would be next, so I diffused Meln's threat before he could trigger it. By leaving Kaelm alive, I gave the council all the answers it needed, and most importantly, they don't come from me. Fila and the others don't have to worry about one of my tricks or hidden bloodline abilities. They can trust the results of their interrogation and in turn trust me for it. As for my secrets, I didn't reveal much. Think about it. Ragnarok being made of Davros is hardly a novelty, and so is the fact that I'm a cunning and ruthless fighter. My golems are no mystery either, and I used no amazing spell that any other awakened can't use. The life maelstrom wasn't mine, and using it to overpower the enemy quickly is standard procedure. The only shocking revelation was my Voidwalker armor being comprised of an adamant Davros alloy, but so what? That's not something a living legacy can do. Not when using the harmonizers on my mines, or having received Davros ingots in exchange for Rifa's services or my own, is a much simpler explanation. I have no obligation to expose my hypothetical clients, who are bound to keep their hypothetical newfound blade weapons a secret until they need them to survive. Grandma using creation magic to upgrade my equipment is public knowledge. I offered a tidbit of information, and in turn, I proved Meln and Histar to be unreliable liars. Even if Meln and his allies tell the truth about us in the future, no one will believe them. It was a fair exchange, if you ask me. Wow, Roz said in amazement, taking the words out of everyone's mind. I'm proud of you, son. Despite your argument with Valoran and the mental strain from such a ferocious fight, you had the presence of mind to move 5 steps ahead of Meln. Dad is right. Solus shoved food in her mouth to keep her head low and hide her blush. Even with a battered body and a broken heart, Lith worried about me. He put my safety above his feelings and protected me. He protected our bond. Chapter 37:14, Mistaken Identity, Part 1. The conversation of the previous evening with her mother echoed in Solus' ears, making her turn to look at Menadian. Solus' eyes met Rifa's, and the first ruler of the flames gave her a knowing look as her lips turned into a gloating smirk. Good, Valoran nodded from his crib, and no one missed the first break in the silence between the boy and Lith. Valoran was still angry and hurt, but he didn't want anything bad to happen to Solus. He wanted her to be safe and himself to be free to resent her for as long as he wanted. What's your next move, dear? Alina asked. I have no next move, Mom, Lith sighed. I'm playing defense now. I have no idea what Meln will do next or how many awakened still believe him. I can only prepare for the next attack the best I can and ensure that only the most foolish awakened put their lives on the line on a maybe. Space. During the following days, the situation with Valoran II made no improvement. Lith, Camilla, and Solus tried to keep the old routine, but backed down when the baby boy refused to acknowledge them. Elijah, however, took it much worse. She had no idea why Valoran was so angry, and he refused to speak with her. On the one hand, he envied Elijah for having loving parents and hated Lith and Solus for causing the deaths of Thrud and Jormung. On the other hand, Valoran didn't want to make Elijah suffer by sharing his story with her. There was no point in making her miserable and maybe destroying her trust in her parents. Valoran didn't feel part of the family anymore, but that was no reason to drag Elijah into his misery. She was innocent, just like he had been, and that was the only way Valoran had to protect her. He was a baby and couldn't understand the irony of the situation. Doing to Elijah the same thing Lith had done to him only angered Valoran more. Every time Elijah cried his name and begged him to play with her made Valoran feel worse. He was hurting her to protect her, which made no sense at all, even to him. Yet he couldn't muster the strength to pretend to be fine. His mind and heart still ached from the loss of his parents and the revelation that Lith had taken them away. Valoran was so hurt and confused that he spent most of his days in a daze, eating only when Alina and Roz fed him, and sleeping whenever his little body gave out in exhaustion. Surin welcomed his company in silence. She liked to take long naps while hugging Valoran and the fact that he wasn't a nagging machine anymore. Truth be told, the baby boy had never nagged at her, he had tried to communicate. To a normal baby like Surin, however, it was just noise that made her head hurt. Lith spent his time working in the tower and teaching void magic at the academies. Whenever he took a break, he disappeared in the spark and stared at the Voidwalker armor, and the golems, refining process. It was slow and boring, but it helped him to keep the absence of Valoran from his life out of his head. The more adamant turned into Davros, the less elemental energy it would take to jumpstart the alloy's newfound abilities. Camilla and Solus did their best to take his mind off Valoran, but Lith's problem was their own. They had gone from taking care of 2 babies to only one, with the other hating their guts. Valoran's eyes became filled with fury and pain from the betrayal whenever he looked at the 2 women. Every attempt to talk or just get close to him was met with screams. Valorin was dead to them. The fact that he was alive to the rest of Magur was the only silver lining to that awful situation. Space. Now that Camilla's pregnancy was public knowledge, she left the house often and went out alone. At first, she did it in the hope someone would attack her and allow her to vent her fury for losing Valorin's love. Then she did it to check if Meln had spread more rumors and what the reaction of the people of Lucia was. I can take anything they dish at me, and since I'm the weakest in the family, they won't pull their mean words. She inwardly sighed. It didn't take much for Camilla to realize that none of her fears had come true. People only came to her to congratulate her and offer her their best wishes. If news of Valorin being the son of Thrud had spread, no one seemed to believe it. A quick visit to Renaz's house confirmed Camilla's guess. You can relax, Kami, Renaz said. At this point, if someone in Lucia were plotting something or even just grumbling, I would know. Zekel hears a lot of gossip at the temple, but none of it is about Valorin. Well, yeah, Camilla shrugged. That's where all the weirdos who believe Lith is some kind of god gather. They consider Valorin like Lith's son and would never badmouth him. True, but if they heard any mean rumor, they would tell us. Renan nodded. Also, don't forget we have a reliable source at Vexel's bakery. The people there have no reason to hold their tongues, yet still no nasty rumor. We do, Camilla asked in surprise. Yep, you have to thank our heartbreaker here. Isn't that right, Solman? Renan nudged her handsome guest. I swear to the gods I'm innocent, he replied in exasperation. I didn't do or say anything wrong. Brina just won't leave me alone. He pointed at a basket filled with oven-fresh bread. Brina is your source? Camilla asked. Oh yes, Renat giggled. Ever since Solman came to live with us, she visits every day to bring some food and have a chat with him. She talks about the most boring stuff until my ears bleed, the Razar groaned. Everything that happens in that bakery, I know. How can I send Brina away without hurting her feelings? You can't do one thing without the other, Renat shrugged. As for Brina, she's just trying to understand what you like and dislike. She would talk less if you talked more. I know, Solman sighed. Thank the gods I have my work as a healer. At least I have a few hours of peace every day. The Razar had a lot of experience in dealing with unwanted female attention. Back in the Fringe and Gabash, it was an everyday occurrence. He had yet to turn Brina down because her pestering made Renaz's children relax around him. Lyria and the triplets weren't afraid he might steal their mother, and that alone made the mood in Renaz's house much better than Celia's. On top of that, Brina was happy to show him around Lucia and explain everything Solman wasn't familiar with. She's a necessary evil, he thought while leaving for the temple. Space. Aaron, Lyria, and the other children were also hurt by Valorin's sudden change of heart. Chapter 37:15, Mistaken Identity, Part 2. Like Elijah, they had no idea what had gone wrong, but unlike her, they trusted their parents and gave the baby boy the time and space Valorin needed. Yet their pain was nothing compared to Fluffy's. Calla the White was still a guest of the Verhin mansion, and forced the young bike to endure grueling training sessions whenever they met. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not Nock? Fluffy panted heavily as ghastly wraiths chased him around the mansion. He had gotten too fast for skeletons, so Calla had moved on to flying lesser undead. Just don't, Calla shook her head. I'm not falling for that trick again. Aren't you going to intervene? Garrick asked Nock while they had a mid-game snack. Nah, it helps Mom keep her mind off work and Fluffy busy. The bike munched a giant version of the young tyrant's honey bread. He'll thank us later, trust me. Fluffy had to concede that since the start of Calla's mandatory boot camp, his body and mana core had developed steadily. Yet seeing the source of his trouble stuffing his face, while Fluffy ran for his life, angered the young bike beyond reason. He had tried to point at the real Nock more than once, but the moment he did, the undead caught up to him, and while he screamed in fear, Nock hid behind the closest tree or bush. Fluffy, a familiar voice brought the frenzied chase to a halt. Mom, thank the gods you are here. The young bike had never been happier to see his mother. Fluffy, Mom, Calla stopped the wraiths, trying to make sense of those words. When did you get so fat? Fluffy's mother examined her son, finding him overweight since the last time they had met. Don't mind me and keep running. You need some exercise. Mom, we meet for the first time after months. You arrive to see me chased by undead, and the first thing you notice is my weight, Fluffy snarled in outrage. You look fine, and the undead release no killing intent. The huge bike gave him a reproachful look. Your weight is the only dangerous thing in this beautiful mansion, and I pointed it out. Do you finally see it, old hag? Fluffy turned to Calla. I have been telling the truth all along. Your real son is sitting right there. How can you be so stupid that you don't see him hiding in plain sight? Fluffy pointed at Nock, catching him by surprise. Then Calla did something nobody expected. She started to cry. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I thought you were my baby cub. I was so worried about you. I just wanted you to live a long and healthy life with me. Fluffy felt terrible. His mother was glaring at him, and the children stared at him like he was the scum of Magur, even Garrick. Worst of all, as Calla kept weeping, Nock charged at Fluffy in hatred, releasing the killing intent of a murderous war machine. There was no more training ahead of him, only a fight for survival. Stop right there. The female bike put herself between Nock and her son. I'm Thula, mother of Fluffy, and I deserve an explanation. Nock bared his fangs and roared, but Thula didn't flinch. She's right, baby, Calla sobbed. Please let me do the talking. She explained everything amid tears, taking the full blame for the misunderstanding and owning her own mistake. All the while, Nock stared at Fluffy, panting in barely contained bloodlust. Let me get this straight, Thula said. Garrick took you as his steed. Yes, Mom. Fluffy sighed in relief, noticing she was as outraged as he was. Then you turned yourself into a pig even fatter than you are now, and this poor mama bear mistook you for her beloved cub. Yes, Mo, wait, what? Fluffy gulped hard. Calla took care of you like her own and kept you healthy. Thula's voice turned into a growl and then into an angry snarl. And that's how you repay her kindness, by calling her names and showing no gratitude. But Mom, he was just there watching me suffer and eating food. Food, you want more food? Thula cut Fluffy short while poking at his flabby belly. You have eaten enough to survive 2 consecutive winters, no more food for you. As for you, young cub. She turned toward Nock. Do what you want with Fluffy, he deserves it. Just no spells and no deep wounds, he's still my baby. Her, Nock laughed the cruel laughter typical of a bike fighting for his food, territory, or revenge. I'll do my best. Mom, you can't be serious, he's going to kill me. Fluffy was still talking when Thula moved away. Now you're mine. Nock stood on his hind legs, roaring his fury and giving his hated enemy a head start. No one makes my mom cry, no one. Fluffy ran for his life. The bigger, stronger, and meaner bike made all of Calla's undead look cute like sock puppets in comparison. Don't cry, Calla. Thula licked the white snout. I'm the one who has to apologize for raising my son so poorly. No, it's all my fault. I'm a scatterbrain, Calla sniffled. Do you think Fluffy will ever forgive me? He will. Thula turned around to check that Nock didn't hurt her son too badly as he slammed the smaller bike around like a dirty carpet. You have my word. Space. From his crib, Valoran felt some kind of twisted pleasure seeing Nock avenging his mother. Valoran too wanted to punish those who spoke ill of Thrud like those mean Awakened had done, but he was too weak. He was grateful to Lith for saving his life, but also resentful for everything else. Valoran had so many questions, but with his young mind and no one he could trust, he didn't know who to believe. Then, as Lilia and Laren joked about Calla mistaking Fluffy for Nock, Valoran realized he had done the same with whoever had played the part of his dead parents. Adia. Valoran hated to speak the dragon-tongue word for grandfather, but he needed Ligoan's help. Yes, child. The guardian answered the summons so quickly that Valoran believed his rage would have killed him. He stared at the father of all dragons for a while, wondering how Ligoan could run to Valoran's side for something so trivial yet ignore the baby boy when he was seconds away from death. Do you want me to leave? Ligoan asked, snapping the baby out of his daze. Mom, Dad, who? He demanded to know the identity of the one who had impersonated his parents all along. Protheus, your brother, Ligoan replied. Do you want me to bring you to him? No, Valoran shook his head and tapped his finger on the ground. Him here. All the love and affection Valoran felt for Lith had turned into resentment after the revelation. But even though the baby boy didn't trust Lith to tell him the truth, Valoran trusted Lith to protect him. While his so-called loving grandparents had left him to die at the Awaken's hands, Lith had stood by Valoran's side. Chapter 37:16, All Out of Anger, Part 1. Lith had fought and bled for the baby boy instead of giving up on him. For that, Valoran felt safe only in the mansion and only near Lith. As you wish. Ligoan believed he had failed his children only a few times in his life, but this was one of them. Everything about Valoran was wrong, from how he had been conceived to how his life force had been altered in Thrud's womb by mixing Arthan's madness with ambrosia. Yet he was still the son of Jormung, one of Ligoan's firstborns. The father of all dragons couldn't forgive the Mad Queen for burdening the baby boy with her cursed legacy, no less than he could forgive himself for not protecting him from the Awaken's fury. Thrud made her choice just like I made mine, and Valoran now has to pay the price for them. The only difference is that I have to live with it. Ligon inwardly sighed as he warped to the allegedly secret lab of the Hydra bloodline, past their allegedly impregnable defensive arrays. Grandfather, more than one Hydra raised their weapon upon the stranger's appearance and then dropped to their knees. Even in his human form and without releasing an iota of his aura, Ligon's presence resonated with the blood coursing through the Hydra's veins. To them, he was the beginning of the dragon race and its apex. As long as he lived, the dragon race's future was ensured, and new bloodlines would come to life and thrive. "At ease, my children," the guardian, who looked like an albino man, said. "I'm not here to disturb your work. I'm here to take the doppelganger Protheus with me." The Hydras looked disappointed at those words. For a moment, they had hoped the father of all dragons had come to recognize the value of their research and help them to tap into the true power of their bloodlines. Little did the Hydras know that Ligon considered what they were doing an abomination, no better than Thrud's work. Ligon despised the harmonizers and every machine that filled the vast hall of the lab. They were all proof of the failure of his children and his own as a mentor. Look at them trying to pluck the fruits of forbidden magic in the attempt to make up for the millennia they wasted wallowing in self-pity, he thought. Falul and Adjeter are on the right path, and it didn't require any of these obscenities. Only introspection, thorough study, and a bit of help. Still, it's better than nothing. Master Ligon, it's a pleasure to meet you. Baba Yaga and Lakra Silverwing gave their old mentor a deep bow. Whenever Rifa or Solus didn't need them, the two white cores worked with the Hydras to clear the path to dragonhood. When the research reached an impasse, and the Hydras didn't need them either, Lakra and Yaga worked on new harmonizers for the undead with Rifa's help. "Always nice to see you, girls. Care to join us for tea?" Since they all lived in the Verhin mansion, Ligon found it pointless to stick to formalities. "With pleasure," both women chuckled at being called girls at their age. "Is Val still upset?" "Yes, I'm here on an errand for him," Ligon replied. "Here, your guest, grandfather." Zubari, the lead healer of the facility, gave the guardian a deep bow and shoved the doppelganger forward. "You should treat Protheus with more respect, child." Ligon's nostrils flared in annoyance. "He's still my guest and under my protection. I allowed him to come here and help you. Every insult to him is an insult to me." Unlike Valoran, Protheus was under the aegis of the rules of Ligon's hospitality. It gave the guardian an excellent pretext to vent his fury. "I'm sorry, grandfather. Zubari, and every Hydra in the hidden lab felt death touching their shoulder. Baba Yaga, Silverwing, and the rest of Thrud's former generals were spared from the experience, but the anger of a guardian terrified them nonetheless. "Do not apologize to me." The ground rumbled just enough to make Ligon's displeasure clear. "Apologize to him." "Please forgive me, Lord Protheus. I was just trying to please the father of all dragons." Zubari bowed to the doppelganger. "It's fine," Protheus replied, shape-shifting his form into those of all the dragons he had sampled. "I understand how you feel. In a way, he's also my grandfather." "You are a scary little kid. The guardian studied all the dragon forms with his Ligon eyes. "Valoran wants to meet you. Do you accept his invitation?" "Thanks for your courtesy, Lord Ligon, but if my little brother needs me, there is no need to ask." Protheus kneeled to Ligon. "Please bring me to him." One moment they were there, and the next they were not. According to the arrays, there had been no security breach or warp steps. "Damn, one day we'll all be like that," Zubari puffed his chest out with pride. "Back to work, miladies." "Pompous little asshole," Baba Yaga chuckled. "He can afford to," Silverwing shrugged. "Space." Val, meanwhile, back at the mansion, Protheus rushed to the crib and held the baby boy in a warm embrace. "You have no idea how much I missed you." Propro, Valoran couldn't pronounce the doppelganger's name, hence the moniker. "Missed you." The two shared a heartfelt reunion through the dragon scales, but only until Valoran remembered the reason for that meeting. "You knew?" he asked, his teeth turning into needle-like fangs. "Knew what?" Protheus asked in confusion. "Oh yeah, my bad." Ligon touched his shoulder and brought the doppelganger up to speed with a mix of dragon scales and mind link. "Those dilly best buds, if they weren't already dread, I'd farming bill them." Protheus roared in outrage before noticing the guardian's autocorrect. "Language, kid." Ligon narrowed his eyes. Now answer his question. Don't worry about the complexity of language. I'll ensure Valoran can understand everything in age-appropriate terms. Thanks, grandfather, Protheus nodded, and the guardian didn't object to the moniker. Yes, little brother, I knew. I knew since the beginning, and I've fooled you long before Verhin took you in. It started after our father, Jormund, lost to Verhin. Also, I'm sorry, little brother, but I don't regret doing it. I'd do it again if necessary. Why? Valoran was hurt and surprised by Protheus' determination. Because Mother asked me to? The doppelganger replied to the first of the many questions that Valoran had expressed with a single word. She didn't want you to know that Father had died and lose your smile. She lied to you about Father's death to protect your innocence, and I helped her because I knew that pain myself and couldn't stand the thought of sharing it with you. I obeyed Mother's orders and deceived you from the beginning because I wanted you to be happy, little brother. That piece of information shocked Valoran's young mind beyond what he believed possible. His mother had started the deception, and his brother had willingly helped her. Valoran felt his anger rise and spread like wildfire. He was angry with Thrude for not taking Ligon's offer to abandon whatever she was doing and live peacefully with the rest of the family. He was angry because Thrude's choice had led to Jormund's death and destroyed their family. Chapter 37:17, All Out of Anger, Part 2. Valoran was also angry with Protheus for fooling him, and with the rest of their step-siblings for never telling the baby boy the truth. Valoran was angry with so many people that his little heart felt like it was going to explode. He was angry with all the people he loved, failing to understand the reason for their actions. Hating Lith was already hard due to the bond they had built. Hating Lith after learning that he had just picked up things where Thrude had left them was even harder. Despite everything, Valoran II loved Thrude too much to hate her, yet if he didn't hate her, his outrage at Lith's actions became silly. More confused than ever, his heart caught in a rumbling storm of affection and resentment, Valoran asked his question. Why, he repeated, the rest expressed through the dragon scales. I entrusted you to Verhin because that's what Father wanted, Protheus replied. What Mother wanted, most importantly because it was what you wanted, What? Valoran cut the doppelganger short. Mom wanted. Yes, Protheus showed him a conversation that had taken place between him, Ligon, and the Mad Queen after Jormund's death, but before the final battle. Thrude still hated Lith's guts, but agreed that, if she were to lose the War of the Griffin, the supreme Magus of the kingdom was the person best suited for protecting and raising her son. The Mad Queen hated Tyrus for what she had done to Arthen and Ligon for failing Jormund. The details of the meaning of both those phrases were blurred, letting Valoran understand the omission was meant to protect him from another painful truth. In the memory, Thrude said that growing up with Lith's child, and under the tutelage of the Guardians, was the best way to give Valoran II someone who could relate to his struggles, and help him to master his bloodline abilities. The mind link was cut off abruptly, to avoid showing Valoran Thrude's cruel smile, as she listed the terrible acts that she would have inflicted upon Lith and his family if she had won the war. Mom wanted, Valoran started to cry, and it took him several minutes and a long nap from exhaustion before the conversation resumed. As I was saying, I wanted to give you a normal life and loving parents. I'm barely older than you, little brother, and there was no one with a shred of parental instinct among our siblings. Protheus glossed over Yada being the exception and dead. We couldn't raise you properly and didn't trust the Guardians. No offense, grandfather. None taken, Ligon sighed. Grandfather's house is big, but it's just a cage. You would have lived in a fake world where he makes the rules and grown up to be naive and ignorant. Also, grandfather is always busy with the Empire and his duties as a guardian. He would have been a perfect host, but we doubted his skills as a parent. I resent that, Ligon snarled, conjuring Sharjin by his side. Ask him if I'm a good father, I dare you. Dia. The wormling licked Ligon's face in excitement, clawing, grabbing, and biting him in affection. Dad, the best. And if I challenge that statement, Sharjin will cry, and Overlord Salark will end me. Protheus pointed at the blazing aura roaring right behind the wormling in a not-so-veiled threat. Hogwash, I'm a great father, Ligon grunted. Look at how happy my baby boy is. Dad, play. Sharjin licked the still flabbergasted Valoran II, covering him in slobber. Play, Val. The wormling was so happy, and Valoran so afraid of offending one of the last friends he had left that he accepted the offer. After a long session of tussle and chase, Valoran was annoyed at Ligon for the interruption, but also grateful. Even though it had lasted only for a short while, Valoran had stopped thinking and suffering. Also, he was now so hungry that all his worries faded in the background. "That's why I did what I did, little brother." Protheus fed the baby boy with a bottle of Tyrus milk. "I wasn't following orders. I was following the collective desire of everyone who loved and cared for you. I'm sorry if it hurt your feelings, but if I had to, I'd do it all over again. At least you had over a year of peace and joy instead of pain and grief like now." "Why, Mom?" Valoran asked why his mother had gone to such lengths, instead of giving up on conquering the kingdom and taking care of her son. Mom was, Protheus had a hard time finding the right words, a flawed and complicated person. She did things, and I've helped her do things I'm not proud of. If I had been less naive, if I knew back then what I know now, I would have still followed her to the end of Magur, but I would have tried to convince her to stop. I would have tried to reason with her before. Her actions led to her passing. She was my mother too, little brother. Not a day goes by that I don't miss her and father. I have lots of regrets, but entrusting you to Verhin is not among them. Valoran's rage grew and grew until it whimpered out of existence. He could feel Protheus' sincerity through the dragon scales they shared. He could feel the doppelganger's love and sadness. A sadness that matched Valoran's own. Being angry with Protheus was no different than being angry with himself, and Valoran was already angry with too many people. His little heart had no more anger to spare, and without it, the emotional fatigue overcame him. "Why Dad no leave? What did he have fault?" Valoran asked. "I can't tell you," Protheus shrugged. "I wasn't with our parents from the beginning, little brother. Many things happened before I came to be, and all I know is hearsay. My words would lack conviction, and my memory wouldn't feel truthful. You need to speak with someone like Uffil. He was with them long before me." "No, Uffil." Valoran's eyes drooped as his words slurred into a yawn. All. "I'll bring everyone to you, little brother," the doppelganger nodded. "But it can wait until tomorrow. You need to rest." "No rest, The baby boy drifted into sleep without even noticing. Protheus shapeshifted into Thrud's form, singing him her favorite lullaby and bringing peace to Valoran's slumber. "Thanks, Protheus," Ligon sighed, cradling Sharjan in his arms. He needed to hear that. "Don't thank me, grandfather." Hearing those words coming out of Thrud's mouth creeped the guardian out. "It's the least I can do. I'm the cause of Valoran's pain as much as Verhin." "Disagree," Ligon replied. "If you have to keep that form, we need to hide you, or there will be a riot here." A snap of his fingers brought them into an empty room in the mansion. "If anyone comes, take a normal appearance. I'll be back as soon as I can." "Space." "And that's how things are right now," Ligon said after he finished explaining the situation to Alina and Roz. Chapter 37:18, Perfect Kingdom Part 1. "Did you have to tell that poor boy all those bad things about his mother?" Alina grunted. "Hasn't he suffered enough?" "They are not bad, just the truth," the guardian replied. "Now that the curtain on our charade has been ripped out, the more things we hide from Valoran, the more he'll suffer in the future. At least this way, he gets an age-appropriate picture of the circumstances of his adoption. Or did you want me to stay silent and let Lith take all the blame, to let the wound between them bleed and fester?" "No, grandfather, you're right," Alina sighed. "I know this might fix things with Lith and end his suffering, but I also don't want to cause Valoran even more pain. This situation is tearing them both apart. It seems that no matter what string you pull, someone's heart ends up unraveling." "Well put, child," Ligon nodded. "The problem is there's no better solution. There has always been a chasm between Lith and Valoran. The lies bridged them but never filled the gap, and their mutual affection only made the fall worse. Now that the bridge is gone, truth is the only cure. It may be painful and harsh, but the truth can at least stop the chasm from getting deeper and wider. Everything else is up to them." "What more can Lith do?" Roz asked in outrage. "He took in the son of the woman who made him kill Floria. He treated Valoran like his own until Lith loved him as his own. We all did. My son almost died to protect Valoran, even when the boy wanted to have nothing to do with him. What do you want Lith to do next? To raise a new continent? To put a new moon in the sky?" "That would be easy," Ligon replied. "What Lith has to do is much harder. He has to forgive himself." "What do you mean?" Roz's rage faded as he saw the compassion in the guardian's features. "How can self-forgiveness help Lith?" "Babies are not as dumb as people think," Ligon replied. "As long as Lith blames himself, Valoran will pick on that. The more Valoran trusts Lith, the more he will believe Lith when he says it's all his fault. Think about what happened to Elfin and Riffa Menadian. Their relationship was ruined because Riffa blamed herself for Thrain's death, and Elfin believed her words. Love is a double-edged sword, child. It's those we love who can cut us deeper, and that only because we allow them to. In this case, Lith's self-loathing hurts both Valoran and himself, because they allow it to. Should I go and tell him? Roz asked. Has telling someone it's not your fault ever solved anything? Ligon asked in reply. No, Roz slouched his shoulders and slumped on the nearest chair. No matter how many times Lith hears it, it will be a waste of breath until he believes it. Space. Griffin Mountain Range, Griffin Nest Mountain at the same time. The members of the Griffin bloodline were scattered throughout Maugr, and only a few of them had chosen a permanent residence. The Griffin race had chosen to carry on with their mother's endeavor to nurture life on Maugr, no matter the continent. It was rare for them to assemble, and when they did, they always returned to the place where everything started. The place where Tyrus had evolved from an emperor beast into a griffin and started her first family. Her first husband was long gone, and so were all the children she had with him. Their descendants still lived on, but their tether with her was thinner than most. So much time and so many generations separated the current Griffin bloodlines from Tyrus that few of them had ever met her in person until that moment. Back when she had achieved guardianhood, Tyrus had chosen a nameless mountain range as her home and named it after her new form. She had chosen the biggest and tallest mountain to build her nest. There, she held the family reunions on the rare occasions there was a need for one. That was one of those occasions. The Griffins had received her help to return to Garland, shortening the travel time to mere minutes. There were so many Griffins assembled that the Griffin Nest Mountain wasn't big enough to contain them all, even though they had shapeshifted into human form. Tyrus kept stretching the space with dimensional magic as more of her children arrived. She was proud and sad to see their numbers swell so much. Proud because the Griffin bloodline thrived, and sad because she had contributed little to it in the past 1,000 years. All of her children with Valoran had chosen to follow their father's footsteps and were long gone. After that, grief had stopped Tyrus from looking for a new companion. Over 700 years had passed since Valoran's death, and she still wore a widow's dress. The Griffins didn't miss the detail and sighed inwardly, yet they voiced and showed nothing of their disappointment. Griffins were more detached than dragons while also being more passionate than phoenixes. Their feelings were much more intense than their flaming cousins, and poured into very few things and people. A griffin hated and loved deeply, remaining indifferent to everything else to the point of making dragons look sentimental in comparison. As for their foremother, Tyrus, love burned like the sun and left a void in the sky just as big when it died. The more she loved her current husband, the longer the mourning period after his death. Her grief never lasted less than a few centuries, and only ended when she met someone just as special. Someone who could break through the veil of darkness eclipsing her heart and make her smile. Never before had she mourned someone for so long, yet it only spoke of how deep her love for Valoran and how hard finding his match was. No Griffin blamed Tyrus for her prolonged mourning because they all knew pain and how hard it was to overcome it. "Thank you for coming here on such short notice, my children," Tyrus said when the last warp gate closed. She stood on a raised platform so that everyone could look at her. "I'm sorry to distract you from your endeavors, but a series of recent events has forced my hand. Nonetheless, you have my sincerest apologies." She gave them a bow so deep that her luscious golden hair reached the floor like a shiny waterfall. Seeing their foremother humbling herself pained the Griffins, so they fell to one knee and lowered their gaze, refusing to accept the honor she was giving them. "Please stand up," she said, and the Griffins obeyed without hesitation. "We are all equal here. I know I've failed you, and I need to acknowledge my mistakes if I am to ask you to acknowledge yours. Those who don't lead by example are no leaders at all." A hubbub of murmurs erupted throughout the cave as the Griffins tried to make sense of her words. "Is this about Jorl?" a Thunder Griffin asked, noticing the Storm Griffin's absence. "Did he offend you again?" Chapter 3719, Perfect Kingdom Part 2. Anger rose in the Thunder Griffin's voice and spread like wildfire to the rest of the Griffins. "No," Tyrus winced in pain at the mention of her wayward and strangely untraceable son. "He's blameless this time. This is about what some of you did and what others attempted to do to one of us." Most of the Griffins furrowed their brows at her words, but a few of them widened their eyes in understanding. "As you have noticed, some of us aren't here today," Tyrus said. "A few months ago, the contact runes of a handful of your siblings disappeared at the same time, and more did in the following days. Now that Camilla Verhin's second pregnancy is public knowledge, I can reveal to you that those griffins didn't die in a freak accident while working together on a powerful artifact. They attacked Camilla Verhin with the intention to kill her. Unfortunately for them, she was already pregnant. You can easily imagine the rest. Gasps and whispers commenting on that piece of news echoed through the cave, until the mother of all griffins gestured to her children for silence. I wasn't on shift that day. Ligon captured your fellow griffins and passed them to Salark for interrogation. With each name they revealed, more griffins were apprehended, interrogated, and executed when no longer useful to the investigation. I was there every step of the process. I didn't plead for their lives, and even if my fellow guardians might have been willing to let those traitorous griffins live, I'd have executed them myself. The murmurs rose into worried arguments, and this time Tyrus didn't stop them. "Why did you go to such a length, Mother?" asked a fire griffin, voicing what many were thinking. Because their motive was sickening. Rage and spite twisted Tyrus' lovely features. Their plan, if you can call it that, was to make Lith Varen into a widower so that our common pain would bring us closer. Those heartless monsters plan to do to Varen what Arthen has done to me, and all because I haven't chosen a new husband yet. They wanted to make Verhin available for the role, in the hope that the Tiamat and our griffin bloodline would mix. To bring more of you into Magur and maybe even give life to a new species that holds the powers of all the guardians of Garland. For that, an innocent woman had to die, and a man had to lose his heart. Those griffins whose names I now expunge from our records dared attempt such monstrosity in my name. I couldn't forgive or understand such foolish behavior, and the only answer was death. I haven't informed you until now because I couldn't risk someone among you revealing the pregnancy to the rest of Magur. I couldn't alert any other idiot left among you who might pursue such a revolting plan. I wanted to find all those whose hearts have become twisted and rotten beyond salvation and put them down like the rabid monsters they are. Now, however, there's no point in secrecy. I also want to tell you that killing Camilla Verhin won't get you anywhere. I know your plan, and would rather spend the rest of my life atoning for such a crime than playing the role you've decided for me. If you want to make me happy, mind your own business. Ruin any life just to play matchmaker, and I'll stay a widow for the rest of my life. Is that clear? The griffins nodded to her before turning to their neighbors and discussing the news. Some pointed out the foolishness of their dead kin. A few admitted to having heard talk about the plan, but had dismissed it as stupid talk. Everyone else just noticed Tyrus was angry and kept it to themselves. "Which brings us to the second point of this meeting," she said once the room fell silent again. "A few days ago there was another attempt, this time not on Camilla Verhin's life, but on Valoran II, the son of Thrud Griffin. 14 Awakened waited until the baby boy was alone with Lith Verhin, and then demanded that he forsake Valoran. When Verhin refused, the Awakened tried to kill him and the baby. I'm telling you this because among those awakened there were Fae, humans, lesser dragons, phoenixes, leviathans, and even Fenrirs. Yet what pains me the most is that many lesser griffins were involved in that abomination. The only silver lining is that no full-blooded griffin raised their hand against their own kin, and I can't express how thankful I am to all of you for that. Still, on that day, Valoran's innocence was robbed and his happiness destroyed. Please, do not to try anything that might harm that poor baby, no matter what you might feel about his mother. If you do, I won't stop you. You know I can't. All I can do is tell you it would make me disappointed in you. I know the horrors Thrud perpetrated. She was the daughter of the accursed Arthen, the man who took away the love of my life. Many times I thought of ripping her head off and bleeding her like game, but I didn't. Thrud Griffin wasn't her father, and I couldn't burden her with Arthen's crimes. She was mad like him, but with a different kind of madness. While Arthen only sought immortality, Thrud wanted to make the kingdom prosper. Her methods were inhuman and would have cost thousands of lives, but not even I could argue with her results. She brought to life new divine beasts by awakening the guardian blood in your lesser siblings, something everyone had given up upon. Thrud also tried to undo the fall of many races and gave birth to the doppelgangers. She paved the way for changes that until that moment were considered impossible, and now her work is bearing immense, bloodless fruits. Yet the real reason I never helped the current royals, the descendants of my beloved Valoran, is another. Thrud turned the west side of the kingdom into a utopia. Sure, it was a dream paid with the blood of criminals and the less fortunate, but a dream nonetheless. During her rule, she uprooted all the corruption. She remade the west side of the kingdom, wiping out in months the horrors caused in centuries by her incompetent predecessor. Her people were safe, happy, healthy, and well-fed. Nobles worked for the good of their subjects and didn't exploit the law to fill their own pockets. Had she won the war, Thrude would have done the same for the East Side. She would have bloodied her hands to build Valoran the First's dream. After that, she planned to leave the perfect kingdom to Valoran II and let herself die to be reunited with her beloved Jormung. An immortal White Corps was willing to sacrifice everything not for herself, but for my people and her son. She was going to undo all the mistakes the descendants of my Valoran made, to bear the burden of all the hard decisions so that her Valoran wouldn't have to give the perfect king the perfect kingdom. Tyrus took a pause to let her children mull over her words. Chapter 37:20, Constant Growth, Part 1. Let me make this clear, Tyrus said once the Griffins ended discussing on the matter. I despise Thrude, her father, her methods, and all the pain she inflicted on countless people, yet she achieved more in a few months than anyone else in centuries. Thanks to her, countless corrupt nobles have been uprooted from the kingdom, and entire widespread criminal organizations have been wiped out. Thanks to the War of the Griffins, the authority and reputation of the royal family have been restored. Their subjects now see king and queen as fair rulers instead of tyrants, especially after taking a good look at a real tyrant at work. It's thanks to Thrude that the awakened council and the royals now have a partnership. If the council put aside the countless differences between its members and gave itself more stringent laws and regulations to protect its youth from exploitation. Last, but not least, it's because of Thrude that now beasts, humans, and plant folk can coexist peacefully. Mixed couples no longer have to hide like Valoran, and I did. There was a note of regret in her voice that quickly faded away. Their children can live in the open without the fear of being persecuted and killed. If even I can respect Thrude enough to admit the good things that came out of her madness, you can respect your little cousin enough to let him live in peace. Cousin, several Griffins asked, daring to interrupt her. You heard that right. Valoran II is your cousin, Tyrus nodded. By the time she gave birth, the madness had made Thrude no different from one of my daughters with Valoran I. I didn't like it any more than you do, but that also made Valoran II my grandchild. The Guardian lowered her gaze as her voice trailed off. The first spark of the man I loved I've seen after over 700 years, and probably the last I'll ever see. Valoran I's blood will soon be diluted again, and no trace of his existence will remain aside from the kingdom that he left me. So please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, don't take him away from me. Tyrus was about to kneel, but countless hard light constructs surrounded her and kept her on her feet. Rage and fury were rare to find in one griffin, yet now there was a vast cave full to the brim with it. No one cared about those who had been tortured in Salark's pit of agony and then executed anymore. Nobody cared about how many more would die. Seeing their foremother's pain, hearing it from her voice, lit a fire in the Griffin's guts. Her willingness to humiliate herself was just the final straw. I swear on my blood that I and those of my nest won't harm Valoran II or Verhin, a crystal Griffin said while kneeling. Were I to discover treachery amid my own, I'll grant them the mercy of a swift death. You have my oath as well. A black Griffin followed suit, and after him the entire room fell onto their knees. Space. Once the assembly was over, the convened Griffins left the cave, but not the Griffin mountain range. There were too many things to discuss, and the opportunity of doing it face-to-face with their brethren was too rare to pass up. Tyrus would have been happy to see her children bonding and finding a mutual ground, if only they didn't do it for different reasons from those she intended. So many Griffins dying just to kill one human woman, a fire Griffin said. Shameful, just shameful. I know, a lightning Griffin said, but those council scums picking on a baby are much, much worse. I agree, an Earth Griffin nodded. That said, what do you make of Mother's attachment to Valoran II? It's a good thing, a black Griffin replied. Until a few years ago, it was impossible to meet Mother outside her chambers. Now she goes out a lot and takes care of Valoran II and Verhin's children. Also, have you seen her smile? That's the first thing I noticed. The fire Griffin took out his communication amulet and projected the hologram of one of the pictures of Tyrus, the maid, playing with the children. Something has changed, or she wouldn't have called us here. Tyrus's demeanor in the cave had been as dour as usual, but her children didn't live under rocks. There were many articles about Lith on the interlink, and the Griffins read them all ever since they had learned of Tyrus, vow to look after his children. The divine beasts skimmed every detail, but those involving their foremother, and treasured all the pictures in which she appeared. A few years back, I heard a silly rumor about Mother being interested in Verhin. the lightning griffin replied. Maybe it's true. I mean, you've seen how angry she got when she described the attack on Verhin's wife. There are countless widowers on Magur. Why does she worry only about him becoming one? Well, the guy sure is impressive, a white griffin said. He may be a divine beast, but overpowering 14 awakened while protecting a child is remarkable. It's the kind of guy Mother likes. I think that as well, but let's not rush our judgment, the crystal griffin said. Maybe it's Verhin, maybe it's Valoran II, maybe it's just her vow forcing her out of her lair and interacting with children. Mother always had a soft spot for little ones. The others nodded for him to continue. What matters is that her frozen heart is finally thawing. If we want the griffin bloodline to thrive, we must ensure nobody messes with her. Space. Well, listen to what we have here. Ligon laughed at Tyrus' expense while she blushed up to her ears due to the many comments, some quite inappropriate, about her personal life. Did it go as you planned? Yes, but not for the reason I hoped, she hissed in frustration. I made that comment years ago on passing. I didn't expect members of the Queen's Corps to be such gossips. Don't take it so bad. Ligon patted her shoulder. Put yourself in their shoes, after centuries of moping around like a teenager in one of their weird phases. It's called grieving, not moping around, Tyrus snarled at the insensitive comment. Seeing you set foot outside of your home, visit your friends, and smile is bound to be a big deal. Ligon ignored her and continued. After so much time in absolute darkness, even a candle looks like a sun. I know, Tyrus whimpered, ashamed to have caused so much pain and worry to her descendants. Still, my children have a point. Are you telling me you're finally going to change your bedsheets? Ligon said with mock shock. No, jackass, Tyrus snarled. I meant that Lith is indeed impressive. If that's what your bloodline and Salarks can achieve, have you ever thought what could be born if we mixed ours? Valoran II, I'd say. Ligon ignored her flirtatious attitude. I'm flattered by your offer, but I've never looked at you that way. Also, I already have Sharjin, and I don't think Salark would approve of our experiments. Chapter 3721, Constant Growth, Part 2. Don't worry, I never looked at you that way either. Tyrus clicked her tongue. I just wanted to return you the favor and embarrass you a bit. I know, Ligon nodded. You have always been bad at flirting and are out of practice, but not even you can be that bad. Coming on to me with the grace of a drunken sailor is out of character. I knew you were pulling my leg. Rude, she ended up blushing again. It's not my fault if men always threw themselves at my feet, and I never had the opportunity to practice flirting. Between you and me, were you serious back then? Ligon asked, tired of messing with his friend. Sort of, Tyrus shrugged. Lith was barely older than Valoran was when I started teaching him magic. I saw potential in Lith, like I saw it in Valoran. That and the world tribulations gave me hope he wouldn't end up like my late husband. What about now? Ligon pressed on. Now Lith is the same age as Valoran when he was dragged into the war that led him to build the Griffin Kingdom, Tyrus replied. He's still too young and already has a lot on his plate. On top of that, he's still a mortal and has a crippled life force as well. I'm not going to get involved with a married man and one who might drop dead at any time at that. If I start dating again, I won't look for an idealist ever again. Valoran had the white core, but not the heart to deal with immortality. This time, I want a man who loves himself as much as he loves others, so that he won't throw away his life and my heart when the worst happens. Someone willing to fight for me and what we'll build together. A man who will accept me for who I am, not what I look like. I'm done hiding my real nature and living in the shadows as if I did something wrong. I want my future children to be proud of my heritage as much as of their fathers. You know you are describing Lith, right? Ligon chuckled. No, I'm not, she glared at her friend. Did you miss all the mortal and young part? In 10 years, he'll be as old as Valoran when you accepted to marry him. Ligon shrugged. What if by then he has also become a guardian? Then I'll have all the time on Magur to decide what to do, Tyrus grunted. Let's go back home, old lizard. I'm tired of people playing matchmaker with me. Space. The following day, Lith received numerous calls on his communication amulet, and as many offers to keep him company. His friends and family had learned about the situation with Valoran and were happy to be his friendly ear and shoulder to cry on. At the same time, however, they knew that in such a moment, Lith also needed space. It was the reason they called him first rather than flooding his house. I'm so sorry, little brother, Zorith said. If you want, I can come there and talk to Valoran on your behalf. He knows me and I have dragon scales. He'll feel my sincerity when I tell him you never meant to hurt his feelings. Thanks for the offer, Zorith, but it wouldn't work, Lith sighed. He would just ask you, you knew, like he did to everyone else, and kick you out the moment you say yes. There's no point in ruining your relationship with him for nothing. Is it that bad? The Shadow Dragon asked. You tell me. Valoran refuses to speak or sit in the same crib as Elijah, a baby younger than he is. Lith covered his face with his hands. I stand corrected. It's not bad, it's terrible. Zorith swallowed hard. Also, no offense, big sis, but you are the last person I'd call as a mediator. He looked her right in the eyes. If Valoran asks you if you played any role in the death of his parents and something of your activities with the organization pops out, you and I would have a problem. You're right, I'm sorry. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. I just wanted to help. Zorith could control how much she shared with the dragon scales just like Lith, but unlike him, there were topics she shut down about. While dealing with a traumatized baby with trust issues, a firm refusal to share everything would destroy any hope of maintaining Zorith's relationship with Valoran. And I appreciate it, but there's not much anyone can do, Lith replied. There is no way to bring Valoran's parents back to life or to explain the War of the Griffins to him without hurting him even more. He needs time, and so do I. Feel free to call me any time, Zorith, but warn me before you visit. I'm often in a sour mood, and I'd be an unpleasant host. Can I at least come to visit Elijah? She asked. That's more than welcome, he replied. She needs a distraction. Elijah has lost her big brother and best friend and doesn't even know why. I'll do everything I can to help her, Zorith nodded. And if there's anything you need, please just ask. Thanks, Zorith. Lith out. He stared at the artifacts stored in Spark, noticing the slow but constant changes in the different pieces. He found comfort in watching the golems, his Voidwalker armor and double edge as the adamant of their alloy slowly turned into Davros. The phenomenon would have been imperceptible without the ears, and studying it allowed him to train in the use of the artifact. Do you mind some company, lil bro? Tista came with a tray filled with steaming food. It was far from enough to sate Lith's appetite, but its purpose was to make him hungry and lure him to the dining hall with the rest of the family. Not at all. Lith took the tray, eating more out of habit than need. Have you come here to check on Ishka or me? Both, Tista replied. I'm worried about you and excited for him. I can't believe Ishka has already surpassed 20 meters 70 of height. The Spark's efficiency has increased a lot from the past. What did you expect? Lith finished the food and pretended not to notice her attempt to keep his mind off Valoran. Solus now has reached the deep violet core, and Ishka died when he was below the bright blue core. The weeks he spent in the Spark are the equivalent of months of constant body refining and growth. Give him a few more weeks, and he'll reach your level. Yeah, at that point, I'll need just to stretch him out a bit and a ton of adamant to make myself an armor, she sighed. How would a pure dragon skin armor be? Creepy, Lith replied with a smirk. Like wearing human skin leather. I meant its defensive value, smartass. She playfully punched his arm, glad to hear him joke again. I know it would be creepy, but better Ishka's scales than mine. I can't go around naked. One wound in the wrong place and I'd die of embarrassment. Not if you leave no witnesses, Lith replied. Chapter 3722, Silver Lining Part 1. Yeah, right, what if my chest gets exposed while defending Dad? Tista whimpered at the thought. Or Senton. Even worse, what if it happens in front of Morok? I'd be branded as the Hecateats or the Divine Breast for life. Do you realize that's a weird thing to brag about to your brother? Lith made a retching sound. Remember that I saw you naked the first time. I know you pack some heavy equipment. I wasn't bragging, she blushed up to her ears. And you promised that we'd never speak about that accident again, with anyone. Well, Quilla knows, and so does Adjatar. Lith scratched his head in embarrassment. I know, but they are discreet. Otherwise, Morok would have already mocked me to death. Tista sighed in relief. Solus and Kami know as well, sis. How when oh right, Tista slapped her forehead. You fused with Solus and she told Camilla. Does anyone else know? No, Solus is no gossip. Your secret is safe, oh divine breast. Lith bowed to her chest, laughing. Don't call me that, never again. I won't, Lith smiled. That said, I have good news about your armor. Or rather, a silver lining in the storm my life currently is. I should have enough adamant to lend you to coat Ishka once he reaches your size. Really? Tista stared at him with starry eyes, feeling so excited that she forgot about her brother's plight for a moment. How did you get so much metal in such a short time? Has the crucible's efficiency multiplied? I wish. Lith half sighed and half snorted, annoyed by her cheerfulness. It's one of the few perks of having people trying to kill you every other week. They need powerful equipment to succeed, and if you survive the attempt, you get looting rights. Those 14 awakened had enough adamant on themselves for my armor, she asked in disbelief. On them, no. Yet if you add the part of their treasures I got as compensation, and the equipment left behind by Meln's cronies, there is more than enough adamant for an armor the size of a divine beast. Are you serious? Tista improvised a little dance of joy that made Lith chuckle. Yes, I am, he replied. Meln sent over 1,000 thralls to attack the Stonewall Fortress, and per our deal with the undead courts, Solus and I got half the spoils of battle. There were treants among them, and their armors are huge. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Tista tackled Lith in a hug, falling with him on the ground. You are the best brother on Magur. Slow down, champ. Lith returned her embrace and patted her back. I'm just loaning the adamant to you. You have to pay me back in full, and you have only around 15 years to pay off your debt. Knowing how stingy you are, not having to pay interest is gift enough, she chuckled. Jokes aside, what happens in 15 years? Elijah will come of age, Lith replied. From that moment onwards, she will be no longer under the protection of the Guardians, but she'll still be my baby girl. It's my duty to protect her, and I need that adamant to craft her an armor. Also, the following year, Raldorak will come of age as well. They both have received gifts from the Nest and the Brood, but it's nowhere near enough for 2 armors. Not without the adamant I'm giving you and the corpses of 2 divine beasts I currently lack. Wow, Tista stared at Lith in amazement. Sometimes I look at you and I still see my amazing little brother. It's in moments like this that I realize you've grown up into an amazing father. Thanks, big sis, Lith ruffled her hair. Beware, though, 15 years will pass in a flash if you're not careful. Big deal, once I have my armor, what need do I have for more adamant? She shrugged. That's assuming in 15 years you have no children and don't plan on contributing to Aaron's and Lyria's equipment. Lith tutted. They have no guardian protection and they'll need armor as well, minimum. Good gods, suddenly, the loan weighed on Tista's shoulders like a mountain. I want to have children, but I'll never have enough adamant for them. Heck, I might not even have enough for Aaron and Lyria. Not if you have to pay me first, and you must. Lith's voice lost every shred of playfulness. I'm willing to make many sacrifices for you, big sis, but the safety of my children is not among them. If you don't pay me back in time, I'll take the adamant back. I see, Tista swallowed hard, seeing her brother's stern expression. You have my word. I'll return the adamant or the armor. Good. Lith stood up and helped his sister to her feet. Not to twist the knife, but haven't you prepared anything for Valoran II? Tista asked, feeling bad for the little boy. I do, Lith nodded. I've already arranged with Grandma and Tyrus to upgrade the Arthan set to modern magic and change its name before returning it to Valoran, assuming he's not grown into a threat like his mother, of course. What if he does? The mere idea sent Tista's stomach twisting into knots. Then he gets his 700-years-old junk, and if he puts himself into trouble, whoever kills him gets the spoils. Lith replied without hesitation. I trust Valoran, Tista, but here we are witnessing nurture against nature. His grandfather was a madman, and his mother went crazy when he died. As much as it pains me to admit, Valoran might go insane as well if put under the same circumstances. That's why I plan to wait until he was old enough to understand complicated matters before telling him the truth. I would have done it in a safe space, surrounded by people who loved him, and stopped the moment he felt overwhelmed. Because of those bastards, instead, he got to learn everything at once while a bunch of strangers tried to kill him, and the only person who cared for him was his father's murderer. Lith clenched his hands and jaw so hard that they popped. They ruined everything. If Valoran loses it because of them, those awakened will spend the rest of their lives inside Grandma's pits of agony. Tista held Lith's shoulder gently, trying to calm him down. She wanted to tell him that everything would be all right, but she couldn't bear the weight those empty promises would have if Valoran's young mind broke beyond repair. Space. The Hydra's secret lab at the same time. First you took away Protheus, and now you want everyone else. Anata the Hydra, lead Forgemaster of the Dragonhood Project, asked. It's not a request, hatchling. Ligan's human form was shorter than Anata's, but she felt like an ant in front of the Guardian's stare. I'm merely informing you. All Thrud's former generals are my guests and under my protection due to the law of hospitality. Indeed, she had 7 mouths and as many tongues, yet they were all knotted. Uffil, however. He is under Firwall's authority. Ligan cut her short and turned to Falul's mother. Do you want to lose my friendship, hatchling? Chapter 3723, Silver Lining Part 2. Never, grandfather. Firwall pushed the younger Hydra away and knelt in front of the Guardian. Please, forgive Forgemaster Anata's insolence. Uffil can remain with you for as long as he wants. Thank you, hatchling. Ligon nodded and warped the divine beasts away with him. As soon as the emerald aura of the dimensional spell faded, Firwall lashed at Anata with fury. What's wrong with your head, kid? You never refuse grandfather a favor unless you have an excellent reason. What about our research? The lead Forgemaster asked. Without test subjects, there's nothing. Our research can wait a few hours and even a few days. Nothing will change. Firwall snarled, cutting Anata short. If you anger grandfather instead, everything will change for the worse. Not because he'll seek revenge. He's not that petty. Yet one day, when you need a piece of knowledge to save your life or that of someone you love, he'd turn you away just like you tried to do to him. I know because it happened to me. It happened to most of your elders. Firwall waved at the other Hydras, and many of them nodded in agreement. We are in his debt, not the other way around. You almost ruined your and our chances to keep receiving his help in the future, you short-sighted idiot. But grandfather never helped us, Anata tried to defend herself. Otherwise, why are we still lesser dragons? If you expect grandfather to do everything while you sit down and enjoy the scenery, you are out of your mind, hatchling. One of the elders replied. He gives us knowledge when we need it, but putting it to use is up to us. Becoming dragons is hardly a matter of life or death. It's only a matter of pride and power. You are acting like a spoiled youth who demands her grandfather to keep paying for her after she reached adulthood, Ananta. Grandfather taught us magic and gave us everything we needed to prosper. If you want to reach dragonhood, guardianhood, or the white core, that's on you. I understand. Anata accepted Firwall's hand and got back to her feet. I'm sorry, elders. I'll apologize to grandfather when he brings our guests back here. Good, he'll appreciate it, Firwall nodded. She didn't scold Anata harder, and the rest of the elders dropped the matter so easily because the lesson was for all the young Hydras. Anata had the guts to voice her misgivings about Ligoin's apparent lack of care out loud, but many shared her same thoughts. The elders had already made an example of her. Anything more would have just been cruel. Space. Meanwhile, Ligon and Thrud's divine beasts had already reached the Verhin mansion. Uffil, Lyri, Ophius, and the others rushed to meet Valoran II with hearts filled with joy. Yet the baby boy glared at them with a coldness they had never seen before, stopping the divine beasts in their tracks. You knew, he asked. Knew what? Lyri asked in honest confusion. Let me explain. Protheus extended tendrils of spirit magic and brought everyone up to speed. The doppelganger shared with them Valoran's memories of the attempt on his life, the revelations about his parents, fate, his relationship with Lith, and his previous conversations with Protheus. Those farming children of a sylphitic whale, Ophius snarled in outrage. I'm going to find everyone and everything they love and bill why are my words all wrong. No swearing in front of the child, Ligon snorted. He's already heard enough bad things, don't add more. Why didn't you tell us about this before bringing us here, Protheus? Uffil asked. Because Valoran doesn't trust us already, the doppelganger replied. I wanted your reaction to be genuine, not staged. He needed to feel your sincerity if we want him to believe us. Okay, fine, but how come the Hydras didn't tell us about the attack? Lyri's voice rose into an angry peal call. It happened days ago. That I can answer, Ligon replied, since Protheus was just as confused as her. The Hydras didn't tell you because they didn't want you to become distressed and abandon the experiments. Had you known about the attack, would you have stayed in the lab peacefully? Of course not, Protheus and everyone else snarled. I would have demanded to go to Valoran's side and stay there for as long as he needed. And they would have replied like they tried to do with me, Ligon nodded. Those beast farts, Uffil tried and failed to curse at the Hydras. You knew, Valoran asked louder to draw everyone's attention. One at a time, the divine beasts walked to him and established a mind link. Only Uffil and Protheus had dragon scales, so the others had to rely on Ligon for the empathic link. Once Valoran II had his answers, he was more confused than ever. All the people he loved and trusted had known about his parents' death and had played their part in deceiving him. Valoran was angry with all of them for that, but also deeply sad. Rejecting them all like he had done with Lith meant remaining alone. Some of the divine beasts he had known since he had memory, yet they had proved themselves untrustworthy. Why Dad no leave? What did he have fault? Valoran asked. He wants to know why Father didn't accept Ligon's deal and how Grandfather is responsible for Jormung's death, Protheus said. Uphil, you go first. I understand. The seven-headed dragon offered his scaled hand to communicate with the baby without Ligon's influence. Uphil showed Valoran how Jormund had been a prisoner of the Golden Griffin and had been the first to join Thrud's side. Then, he fast-forwarded to the moment when Jormund ran away from the Golden Griffin and glossed over the reason. The seven-headed dragon emphasized how heartbroken Thrud was and how quickly Jormund had returned upon hearing of the imminent birth of Valoran. From that moment onward, the Emerald Dragon had reconciled with Thrud and never left his son's side. Valoran was young and naive, but not dumb. He noticed how Uphil remained vague about everything involving Thrud, whereas he went at length about how much Jormund loved the baby boy. Valoran recalled clearly a tension between his parents, but back then he thought it was normal. After living with Camilla, Solus, and Lith, he now knew better. What shocked Valoran the most, however, was that Uphil and Protheus avoided the same topics as Lith did. The baby boy had firmly believed that it was another layer of Lith's deception to hide his cruelty and wrongdoings toward Valoran's parents. But now the baby boy wasn't so sure anymore. The mind link continued, expressing how much Valoran's parents worried for him in case Thrud's project, whatever it was, failed. Jormund wanted a quiet life, but Thrud refused to turn her back on her father's legacy. In the end, the Emerald Dragon had remained by Thrud's side and refused to leave her and their child alone. Even from Uphil's memories, Valoran felt Jormund's deep love and was proud of his real father. Then, after Lith killed Jormund, Thrud blamed Ligon for not saving him. According to her words, Valoran's paternal grandfather was much stronger than he thought. Chapter 3724, Still Family Part 1. According to Thrud's words, Ligon was also guilty of not protecting Jormund from the thing that had caused the argument with Thrud. Once again, Uphil refused to focus on the details of the unwavering loyalty array, but Valoran could still feel the seven-headed dragon's shame. Whatever it was, it shamed Thrud even more, and she had regretted it until her bitter end. Once Uphil was done, the other divine beasts answered Valoran's questions, but it was more of the same. They all glossed over the gruesome parts and deeply regretted everything they hid from him. Also, the divine beasts seemed desperate to emphasize how much Thrud loved Valoran and Jormund, that whatever she had done it for them. Why, Lith? Valoran asked his last question despite already knowing the answer. The divine beasts unanimously replied that it was Thrud's wish, and that they had fulfilled it. You ask Lith hide truth me. Valoran wanted to know if Lith had lied to him per Thrud's instructions. Mother couldn't ask more from Verhin, but there was no need to. Everyone replied when their turn came. He wanted to protect you as much as we did. That's why we never said anything whenever he brought you to visit us. We despise Verhin for what he did to your parents, but our love for you is greater than that. Why Lith fight Mom? Why Lith fight Dad? Valoran asked, and everyone remained silent just like Lith had done. The only difference was that while Lith regretted lying to Valoran, not his actions during the War of the Griffins, Thrud's divine beasts regretted both. When Valoran felt it, he wondered how much he didn't know about his mother. Luckily for him, in his naivety, he believed that if even her sworn enemy was willing to defend her memory, Thrud had to be a proud and honorable warrior. His mind refused to picture her as a bad person unless he received undeniable proof, and nobody was willing to give him that. Thanks, Valoran extended his little arms, and the divine beasts embraced him in turns. He asked them to remember with him the happy times they had spent together at the Golden Griffin, and the divine beasts gladly delivered. Through the divine beasts' eyes and memories, Valoran relived his early days. He felt Thrud's love for him as strong as he remembered it, and was reassured that Jormund would have never left his side unless he was forced to. Both those things made the baby boy happy, and confused him even more. How could Valoran's parents love him, yet entrust him to the man who had murdered them? Why were those bad awakened so angry with Thrud and Jormund if they had been nothing but loving and caring people? Valoran found no answer to his questions, but decided to put them to rest. The dragon scales, mind links, and Ligon's empathic connection reassured him that whatever the divine beasts were hiding from him, his feelings for him hadn't changed. They loved him and were willing to fight to the death to protect him. Despite all the lies and omissions, they were still his family. Space. Verhin Mansion, later that evening. After dinner, Lith had sought the privacy and isolation of the main keep. Its high spire hid the presence of the tower, and also offered a great sight from above of the surrounding area. From up there, Lith could see deep into the Tron woods and past the high walls protecting the mansion. He had brought a chair to appreciate the cold breeze of fall, along with a strong whiskey. He had promised not to drink until Camilla could join him, but after the recent events, she had gladly agreed to make an exception. If not for her pregnancy, she would have joined him. Ice cream was just as guilty a pleasure and had no side effects aside from those on her figure, so she joined Solus instead and stuffed her face with sweets to fight the stress of those days. You know that only bad guys skulk in the darkness while everyone else lives in the light, right? Orion said while climbing the final steps to the parapet. I do, and I feel like one, Lith sighed. What are you doing here? I thought you could use some company. Orion took a chair and a glass of alcohol out of his dimensional amulet. I brought mine because if I so much as sniff at yours, I'd fall into a drunken coma. How is it going with Valoran? It's always the same. Lith sipped his red dragon. The drink spread waves of warmth through his body, but brought no comfort to the coldness of his heart. He doesn't talk to me, doesn't look at me, and hates the sound of my voice. I failed Jormung, Orion. I had one job. He asked me to keep Valoran safe, and I failed. Now that poor boy's whole childhood is ruined. Maybe Valoran will forgive me when he gets old enough to understand the War of the Griffins, but by then it will be too late. There will be no trust or happiness in his life, only bitterness and rage. Believe me, that's a fate I wish only upon my worst enemies. Orion had no idea how someone with good parents like Lith could talk from experience about such matters, but asked him no questions. Nonsense, Orion snorted. I now understand what my little flower meant when she said that you carry the weight of Magur on your shoulders. Back then, I thought that despite your small size, you were just a giant prick, but now I see that your coldness stems from a strong sense of duty. Thanks, I guess, Lith replied. I respect honor and duty, Lith, but not if you let them crush you. Orion nursed his drink in between small sips. I understand how you feel, but more than anything, I understand how Jormung feels. I have no idea what waits for us after death or where he has gone, but one thing I can tell you for sure. Wherever Jormung is, he doesn't blame you for what happened with those awakened. Quite the contrary, he is grateful to you for saving his son's life. He feels indebted to you for taking all the blame and not letting the harshness of the truth taint Valoran's love for Thrud. You are protecting what's left of the boy's heart at the cost of yours. There's no parent on Magur who wouldn't be proud of you for what you've done and what you are doing for Valoran. No parent but me. Orion spoke those last 4 words with bitterness and shame, yet those feelings weren't addressed to Lith but to himself. And why is that? Lith asked, feeling that he needed to hear the answer as much as Orion needed to say it out loud. Because I envy you, you damn bastard. Orion's voice creaked, and his grip on the glass tightened. I envy you, and I would give every last piece of enchanted metal I possess to be like you. You once again succeeded where I failed. When my baby girls were in danger, all I could do was rely on you. Chapter 3725, Still Family Part 2. At the academy, you saved my daughters from Balker and then from themselves after what Nalar did to them. You saved them from the Odi, from the undead courts at the Famer mines, and the gods know how many more times. When Thrud kidnapped my little flower, I had to send you to her rescue. You were with her during her final moments, not me. You are the reason my wife and newborn daughter are safe, Lith. You saved your son against impossible odds. Valoran might grow up while resenting you, but he will still grow up. Your child is still alive, and you can fix your relationship with him. It's more than I can say, more than I can dream of. Orion took a deep breath to calm his raging emotions for Floria and regain his composure. Lith kept staring at the scenery and remained silent, pretending not to notice that Orion's eyes were misted with held-back tears. You were there for Valoran when he needed you, and you are still there for him now. It's he who turns you away. You haven't given up on him. When Orion spoke again, his voice was steady and his eyes clear. Valoran may resent you for a while, but he will soon realize how much that matters. How much he matters to you. That's something nobody can take away from him, and that will keep the bitterness and rage away when he grows up. Thanks, Orion. Lith finished his drink in one gulp and patted Orion's shoulder. It means a lot coming from you. Don't thank me, you daft bastard, Orion grunted. I'm not joking. The wound in my pride is so deep that it wouldn't surprise me if it reached my heart and I dropped dead right here and now. If you do, please, try to fall forward, Lith replied with a straight face. I have yet to put a dirt-proof enchantment on the carpet, and the Queen cut my furniture funds. That cheapskate said she is no longer paying my bills for the mansion, and I can do it myself. You dare call someone else a cheapskate? Orion had a good laugh. This is the pot calling the kettle black if I ever saw one. Still, the carpet is new, and since the royals were paying, I splurged a bit. Lith shrugged. If you have to, fall through the window, not on the floor. I'm moved by your care. Orion punched Lith's shoulder hard enough for Lith to feel it, but not hard enough to hurt his hand. I do care, Lith replied, for the carpet. They remained silent for a few minutes, until they sorted out their respective feelings. How is Gianni doing? Lith asked. She's bummed, Orion sighed. At first, she was scared that the Jernoff would attack and put your family in danger. After she learned about Raldorak, she wanted the Jernoff to attack, to take them all out in one fell swoop without moving a finger herself. I hear you, Lith sighed back. I hope the same thing for Meln. Now it's too late for the easy way out, but I'm not scared of the hard way. Orion's gaze steeled. We never stopped preparing, you know. This time, when the moment comes, I'm going to be by baby girl's side and kick as many asses as I need to keep her safe. Space. Lith learned of the presence of Thrud's divine beasts only the next day, when they asked Ligon for breakfast. They had been discreet and avoided getting noticed, especially by Floria's parents. Uffil didn't have the heart to face them after his involvement in Floria's death, and was afraid that his guilt might transpire through the dragon scales. If that were to happen, he would have made Valoran's situation much harder. What are they doing in my home? Lith snarled. Valoran wanted to hear both sides of the story. Ligon warped the divine beasts away, along with all the food they might need. They are his family, and I thought you wouldn't mind. And you were right, Lith nodded. They can stay as long as Valoran wants, but keep them away from the Urnas. Don't worry, I'm way ahead of you, Ligon replied. I'm always taking care their paths never cross. Elena and Roz were surprised by the presence of Thrud's divine beasts and tolerated it only for Valoran's sake. They had loved Floria deeply and hadn't forgotten about her death. Yet they were even more surprised when, before lunch, Valoran asked them to meet Elijah. Only Eli, he said, with Surin. What? Elena asked in confusion. He means he wants to meet Elijah, Ligon explained. Surin can stay, but he doesn't want anyone else around aside from you and Roz. Don't worry, Val. Roz caressed the boy's head, and for the first time in days he was met with a thin smile. We trust you. If you want to stay alone with the girls, we won't bother you. Elijah was so excited about the news that she made a fuss during the meal. She chirped in joy, ran through the table, and flew around the room until Camilla let her go to meet her lost brother. Look who's here. Elena let the baby girl go, and Elijah shapeshifted into her Tiamat form. She bolted at Valoran, tackling him down in a hug and licking his face like an excited puppy. Wah, 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 Elijah called his name multiple times while transmitting how happy she was to see him again through the dragon scales. So why, so why, so why? Eli, Valoran was shocked by her enthusiasm and repeated apologies. Why sorry? Do know, Elijah shrugged. The baby boy felt through the dragon scales that she had no idea what she had done to anger him, but she apologized for it nonetheless. The door had yet to close behind Elena when Surin was already babbling at Elijah, unable to recognize her after just a few days of separation. Valoran wished he could be so forgetful and envied his friend as much as Orion envied Lith. You knew? Valoran asked, offering his scaled hand, which Elijah took immediately. Yeah, she nodded, brimming with a joy ill-suited for a gloomy subject like the death of his parents. Even in his foul mood, Valoran had no doubt they were not talking about the same thing. Knew what? He asked tentatively. Elijah's baby babble couldn't express everything, so she relied on the flow of consciousness, shared via the dragon scales. I know many things, Elijah replied and translated from baby speak. I know that Buzzer's insects are slippery and Smelly's flowers are easy to catch but frail. I know that our moms are the prettiest and that our dad is the strongest. Elijah showed off her knowledge about what adults would have considered trivialities, yet her words struck Valoran like a punch to the gut. Or rather, one word did. Even after all that had happened and how he had treated her, Elijah still considered him her big brother. She didn't care that he was older and was born to a different woman. He was her brother, and her parents were their parents. I also know that chili is tasty. Elijah pulled a small bit of ice cream out of the pocket of her onesie. Chapter 3726, Law of Revenge, Part 1. The babies knew that some foods were off limits for them, but since the grown-ups always made a big fuss about ice cream, Elijah and Valoran had learned to exploit the occasional chaos to snatch a bite. The babies rarely shared it because it was hard to grab and quick to melt. On top of that, They had no dimensional pockets or amulets to store the ice cream before it would get discovered. Elijah had made a fuss at the table earlier both to grab the ice cream and be brought to Valoran in time. She had used what little mana she had to isolate the ice cream in an air bubble and keep it cold with water magic. It was a bit dirty and partially melted due to her poor magical skills, but she offered it to Valoran like the treasure it was to her. One thing I don't understand instead is why women giggle with joy when we call them mom, while men look terrified when we call them dad. Do you know why, big brother? I don't know, Valoran replied, turning into a Bahamut to accept her gift. I really don't. The sweet of the ice cream mixed with the salty of his tears, as Valoran licked it off Elijah's hands. Space. In the following days, Valoran II kept refusing the company of everyone but Alina, Raz, Surin, Elijah, and Thrud's divine beasts. The baby boy had never distanced himself from Sharjin, and now that Elijah was allowed to play with them again, the wormling considered the matter solved. Sharjin loved Surin, but without Elijah, and with Valoran always in a bad mood, the situation had quickly become boring. The baby girl never took part in their games, reserving herself the role of spectator, no matter how many times they invited her to join. There was also little fun in talking with Surin. Aside from easy concepts like happiness, anger, hunger, cold, and hot, everything else seemed to go over her head, because it did. Surin was a normal human baby with a normal learning speed. Her dormant divine beast blood gave her no edge over other newborns. Sharjin and Valoran didn't know it, however, considering themselves to be the norm. Sharjin thought Valoran and Elijah to be less smart than him, but at least they learned fast, whereas Surin was slow at everything. She didn't walk, run, or fly, and even though Sharjin had noticed a clear improvement in Surin's cognitive functions as she grew older, it was nothing compared to Valoran and Elijah. Worst of all, no one explained to Sharjin what had happened between Valoran and the rest of the family. Whatever it was, it deeply saddened Ligan, and no matter what the wormling tried, the Guardian's mood didn't improve. Salark had never been turned away by Valoran as well, which made matters only more confusing to Sharjin. The Overlord had played no role in the War of the Griffins and had taken care of Valoran since his rescue. To him, she was as innocent as Alina, Raz, and Thrud's divine beasts. Salark had lied by omission, but her love and care were just that, love and care. Valoran's feelings for her weren't tainted by the doubts and resentment that he felt for Ligan and Tyrus. The two Guardians weren't allowed anywhere near the baby boy, unless he needed Ligan's help to communicate with those without dragon scales. The father of all dragons regretted many things, but he knew that if he could turn back time, he wouldn't change much. Entering the Golden Griffin had been Jormung's choice, and so had been staying by Thrud's side and refusing his father's offer. Ligan had long since made peace with the fact that he couldn't force people to do what he thought was right without taking away what made their lives worth living. As for Valoran II, protecting him was off the table as well. Ligan hadn't protected the children of his favorite, most noble firstborns, or wise worms like Voltak. Making an exception for the son of the wayward and traitorous Jormung would have angered the rest of the brood. All dragons would have every right to demand the same treatment, and refusing it would have severed Ligan's ties with the entire brood, not just Valoran. Elijah and Raldorak were two special cases born from Lith, who in turn was special as well due to his cracked life force. On top of that, Ligan had joined the oath already made by the two other guardians last. The brood raised no complaint, because the vow would end when the babies became adults according to human standards. 16 years was a blink of an eye in the life of a worm, and Ligan's protection was considered more a testament to Lith's vulnerability as the only member of his bloodline than favoritism. Ligan was glad of his children's understanding, but it didn't help him overcome the pain from his shattered relationship with Valoran II. The father of all dragons was used to losing one of his brood, but that usually implied their death. Most of them died either by doing something stupid like Siruk or selfless like Voltak, so Ligan's feelings of loss were overshadowed by either scorn or pride for his children. Death had become part of the father of all dragons' life, and he had learned how to overcome his grief quickly. It was something necessary to preserve his mental health and keep Magus safe, since his most powerful emotions were constantly shared with the entire brood. Ligan's joy triggered dragon dances, while his rage second sons. This time, however, his grief was a nagging feeling that was renewed every time Valoran turned away the Guardian. It was weak enough for the adult dragons to shove it in a corner of their mind and ignore it without effort. The younger dragons, however, would wake up in the middle of the night crying, clinging to their parents and begging them not to abandon them. It was an echo of the fear that Valoran passed on to Ligaen every time they touched, and Ligaen, in turn, passed it on to the brood. That the brood didn't take well. Every dragon bloodline had hatchlings, and every hatchling was a treasure. Feeling attacked in the sanctuary of their own homes enraged the dragons further, and they needed someone to pay for it. Valoran II was just a baby, and even the thought of blaming him for his own murder attempt was preposterous. Lith was blameless as well, and by defending the son of the worm he had killed, he had proven to the brood he was no kinslayer. Which, of course, put the awakened council on the hot seat. Listen, and listen well, little mice, because this is the only warning you'll receive. I'm Quashal, the father of all ice dragons, and I speak as the representative of the brood, he said in the message broadcast on the emergency channel of the council. There is no denying Jormung the Emerald Dragon's crimes. He was mad and a traitor to all our races, but he paid his debt to us with his death. Valoran II, however, is innocent. He played no part in Thrud's schemes, he gave no order, and is not to blame for the way he came into this world. Chapter 30, 727, Law of Revenge, Part 2. If that's not reason enough to stay your hand, I remind you that Valoran the Bahamut is the only one of his kind, and the only trace left of the Emerald Dragon bloodline. More Bahamuts will be born from him, and maybe he'll sire emerald dragons like we do lesser dragons. In case you are too stupid to connect the dots, little mice, I'll spell it out for you, Quashal said. The brood hereby officially recognizes Valoran the Bahamut as one of our own. He won't receive our protection, but will enjoy the law of revenge like the rest of our kin. You already know how it works. A life for a life. Yet Valoran is different. By killing him, you sever not one but two dragon bloodlines. If you still decide to act against him, remember this warning. You sever our bloodline, we sever yours. Everyone carrying the blood of the murderer will be killed. Entire awakened households will be burned until nothing remains. We won't attack the members of their race, of course. Only those who carry either the murderer's last name or share their magical legacy. We'll erase you from Magus history. The message ended like that, brooking no argument. Many inside the awakened council were rattled. The brood wasn't bound by council laws and owed it no respect. The awakened representatives knew from past experience that there would be no debate with the brood. The worms would attack if provoked and go to war with the council if necessary. The previous world tree had learned it the hard way, and no awakened took their warning lightly. To make matters worse, only a handful of dragon bloodlines had taken arms to avenge Voltak's death, whereas the entire brood had issued the warning about Valoran II. Like often happens in life, bad things always found a way to get worse. Listen, and listen well, you ungrateful bastards, because this is the only warning you'll receive. I am Rathia the Wind Griffin, wife of Surtur, and I speak as the representative of my people, she said in the message she broadcast on the emergency channel of the council minutes after Quashal's. After everything our mother has done for you, you have wounded her heart. After everything we griffins did for your species across the entire Magar, you dared attack one of our own. Valoran the Bahamut may be the son of Thrud the Mad Griffin, but he's also the grandchild of Tyrus the Great Mother. Any further attempt on his life will be answered with extreme prejudice. We are many. We are everywhere. The message was shorter and vaguer, which only made it more unsettling. Rathia had been chosen as the representative of the Griffin bloodline not only because she was a white core, but also because she was married to Surtur. Even the dumbest among the awakened understood that her warning was twofold. Anyone who attacked Valoran the Bahamut wouldn't have to face the dragons and the griffins, but their joined forces. The council representatives, and all the patriarchs of the awakened households, had witnessed what one divine beast parent empowered by the life maelstrom of his child could do. Picturing thousands of them, all empowered by the life maelstrom produced by an adult griffin skilled in its use, was enough to make the blood freeze even in the veins of the most ruthless awakened and paint a world ablaze with fire and thunder. Change of plans? Meln Narchet said to his troops. Don't touch the little mongrel, ever. He has to be considered a threat on par with Leech's spawn. I have gone through too much to achieve what I have and build myself an army just to be wiped out by a bunch of angry monsters. If anyone violates my order, I'll kill them myself. I want this to be clear to whoever will read your minds and memories. I have heeded the warning. No one in the awakened council hated Valoran II as much as Meln did. The baby boy was a living testament to the abuse the dead king had endured, of the humiliation both his parents had inflicted upon him time and time again. Valoran was a thorn in Meln's pride and a constant reminder of his incontinent king nickname. Meln was one of the pettiest and most arrogant people on Magur, yet he didn't hesitate to relinquish all his grandiose plans for revenge. There was no point in winning if he wasn't alive to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He wanted to make the Verdalac race the sixth on Magur and rule over his future children as their immortal king. As long as he had Night with him, he wouldn't die of old age. She could defeat even time, but not the Brood and Tyrus children. The rest of the Awakened were less petty and arrogant than Meln, reaching his same conclusion even faster. They had no grandiose plan, but they couldn't afford to lose everything because of a reckless hothead. They ordered their youths to stand down, and when the young Awakened seemed reluctant or outraged, measures were taken. The good and understanding household leaders would reason with the youths and interrogate them with mind links only if necessary. The other patriarchs just killed those they considered a threat to their own survival, no matter their position within the line of succession, sending a warning of their own to the rest of their apprentices. Space. Well, this should take a huge weight off Lith's shoulders, Menadian said after watching the messages back-to-back with Silverwing and Baba Yaga. The three women met whenever Lith was at the mansion, and the two white cores weren't swamped in their research, which happened quite often. "And why do you care, Rifa?" Silverwing asked. "As far as I remember, you're not a fan of the runt more than I am." "I wasn't before, but I am now," Menadian shook her head. "Things change, Lakra." Menadian had spent over 700 years looking after her daughter as a wandering soul, and the last 17 observing Solus, relationship with Lith unfolding. She couldn't listen to the way too many mind links between them, but she had heard every word they said and watched every plan Lith had devised unfold. Useless to say, she didn't like someone who manipulated, lied, and killed since he was 4 years old. Menadian hadn't liked how intimate the two had gotten since Solus had regained her energy body despite Lith having a girlfriend. Their relationship was weird and unsettling, but the silver lining was that Lith never crossed the line with Solus. Even when she wanted him to. Menadian's opinion of Lith had gotten much worse when she had listened to him confess to Kala and her children about his being from another world and older than he appeared to be. The revelation had shocked the first ruler of the Flames for about 5 minutes. She had met guardians, learned from white cores out of legends like Baba Yaga, traveled to the moon and become a wandering ghost herself. The notion that there was life in space, and that other souls like her could stay behind, was far from hard to believe. Chapter 37-28, Mother and Daughter, Part 1. What had worried Menadian was the fact that Lith hadn't been honest with anyone but Solus. Nobody, not even his parents, had ever suspected the truth. Only Solus, Kala, and her weird offspring knew about his past life on Earth until Lith had been forced to come clean with Camilla. Solus knew about it and was perfectly fine with it. Useless to say, it made her relationship with Lith much more unsettling for Menadian's taste. "Really?" Silverwing snorted. "You didn't think like that the last time we met. When did things change and how?" "A few days ago." Not wanting to waste time with a long speech, Menadian shared her memories of the fight against the 14 Awakened with the white cores via a mind link. They watched the entire battle unfold from start to finish through Menadian's eyes and perceived the shift in her feelings as the events progressed. The first ruler of the Flames also showed her friends her following conversation with Solus and her plans for the future. "Have you gone insane, Rifa?" Silverwing's eyes widened in shock. "You can't trust Varen. Maybe you can't even trust yourself. How can you be sure that what you are feeling right now isn't just something he forced onto you through his black chains?" "Don't be silly, Lakra," Menadian snorted. "You know how demons work. Lith only has as much control over me as I allow him to. He didn't force me to come back. I wanted to. I rescued Effie because she's my daughter. I inhabited one of his void sigils because I can't abandon her again. I haven't taught him anything that I wouldn't have taught Effie as part of her legacy. If I wanted to, I could move on right now, and there's nothing he can do to stop me. Gods, Lith hasn't made me Forgemaster stuff to sell or tried to force me to upgrade the pieces of the apprentice set in his friend's possession." "Because you can't," Silverwing countered pointedly. "You are still catching up with modern magic and your skills are limited." "Nonsense." Menadian denied the allegations with a sweep of her hand. "Anything is better than 700 years old junk, and between Sally's and Yaga's creation magic, He wouldn't waste a single coin in the process. Fine, Silverwing begrudgingly conceded the point. I still think you're making a big mistake. I know Effie likes him and is entangled in this weird three-person relationship, but how do you know she isn't forced into it? How do you know years ago he hasn't planted some order in her mind via the mind link you couldn't hear? There are too many things we don't know and won't learn until Effie is free from him. You're wrong, Lakra, Menadian replied. All you have are mistrust and doubts, whereas I have certainties. If Lith were such a pervert, then why didn't he use Effie to spy on girls when he was a horny teenager? Why didn't he send her to listen to the conversations of the women he liked to get what he wanted without putting in much effort? Why hasn't he touched Effie once, not even when she was at her most vulnerable or he was single? I've seen him turn down countless suitors before and after he became a ranger. As his status and rank grew, women threw themselves at his feet, and he ignored them. If you were right, Lakra, Lith would have had many flings and forced Effie to silence. And don't get me started on everything he could have done during those months he and Effie were alone in the north, and nobody knew about her existence. Back then, Lith knew him as Solus, not Elfin Menadian. He had no idea he would meet you too or that I would return. There was no legacy to get, no white core to fear, just a lonely girl with amnesia. He could have had an on-and-off relationship according to his needs, since she couldn't back out. Instead, he gave Effie space and kept her safe, even from himself. He even asked Dawn to teach Effie how to protect herself from her host, from him. Lith knows that as long as they are bonded, a breakup is impossible, and has done everything he can to keep their relationship from souring. Except for marrying another woman and having children with her, Silverwing grunted. What did you expect? Menadian grunted back. That a young, healthy man with a cracked life force would spend his years like a monk on a maybe. There's no telling if a relationship between them as equals would work. The only certainty is that a relationship between them as they are won't. Effie needs to be her own person first. Anything before that is doomed to fail. And just for your information, Camilla is no consolation prize. You don't know half the things they went through together, of the secrets he unloaded onto her, yet she's always been there for him. She chose to remain even after learning about Effie and stuff. Menadian still remembered the discussion between Solus and Camilla after the revelation that Lith wasn't of Maugr. Solus was bound to him since she had memory, and considered Lith's condition normal. Menadian was a wandering soul like him, so she had no problem accepting it. Camilla, however, was a regular human woman. The revelation has shocked her to the bone, and Menadian had no idea what she would have done in Camilla's shoes if she weren't an undead as well. Menadian had come to admire and respect Camilla for choosing to stay when walking away would have been much easier. Fine, Lakra conceded again, but still seemed unconvinced. Explain this, though. Verhin has fought countless times in front of you, many of them to save your beloved daughter. What's so special about this one that made you change your mind? Now you're just being obtuse for the sake of it. Menadian rolled her eyes, and Baba Yaga followed suit. I know what you are thinking, Lakra, because it's what I thought until a few days ago. Yes, Lith has fought countless times, but always because he was paid for it. He had no choice, or to protect someone he loved. Many times I've watched him disregard the lives of strangers, considering them nothing but collateral damage. He only put in real effort when it was about his asterisk life, asterisk his asterisk friends, asterisk his family, asterisk his asterisk people. Let's be real, he's an asshole. As for Effie, I bet you think he saved her because she was linked to the tower and losing her would have cost him lots of priceless things. And you'd win the bet, Silverwing nodded. Yet look at this fight. Menadian projected it with light mastery. He had no reason to put everything on the line for Valoran. He's known the boy for less than 1 year, and Valoran is the son of the woman who killed his first love. There is no bloodline legacy to gain from defending the baby boy. No artifact Valoran can gift him. Quite the contrary, Lith had everything to lose. His wife, his children, Effie, my tower, everything. This was the first time I've seen Lith fight a selfless fight. Chapter 3729, Mother and Daughter, Part 2. Lith chose to stay when walking away would have been much easier. That made me think. Yes, he is an asshole. Yes, he is a flawed man. But if he's willing to go that far for a baby, who's going to hate him even if they survive? If he fights with such determination for someone who's been part of his life for less than 1 year, imagine how much Effie must mean to him. Look at this fight and picture Effie instead of Valoran. Imagine they've known and loved each other for 17 years instead of just 1. Menadian took a long pause to let her words sink in. What I see here is a man I can trust. Someone who can be for Effie everything Thrain was for me, and even everything he couldn't be for me due to the massive difference in our love and talent for magic. Whether things will work out for them or not, he will stay with her, fight for her, protect her. Moreover, since I'm bound to him, Lith can't get rid of me even if he wants, and I get to be the nosiest mother-in-law of Maugr. It's a win-win situation for me. I'm still unconvinced, Silverwing replied, folding her arms. Good for you, Lakra. You're wrong, though. Baba Yaga poured another round for everyone. Since when are you on Verhin's side? Silverwing hadn't missed how her friend spoke with a matter-of-fact certainty. I'll be honest, I shared only some of your doubts after Lith allowed me to study his life force, and none at all after I witnessed his fusion with Solus. Baba Yaga replied. Ever since that moment, he had my absolute trust. What does that have to do with your trust, and why didn't you say anything until now? Much to Baba Yaga's surprise, the questions came from Menadian. Because I know how headstrong Lakra is, and that trying to change her mind once she forms her opinion on something is a waste of breath. Baba Yaga replied, hiding her embarrassment to perfection. Also, I didn't want to sway Rifa's judgment until she had the time to know Lith better. Now she does, and I can say my piece freely. Tell me another, Lakra scoffed. You love telling people what to do and think, or you wouldn't be called the Red Mother, Yaga. There's no way you would miss the opportunity to guide someone as young as Rifa on what you believe to be the best path for her, Mommy. The first Magus pointed at Baba Yaga's current appearance, the mother, making her clear her throat awkwardly. I agree with everything Lakra said except the part about me being young. Menadian clicked her tongue in annoyance. I'm a few centuries younger than you, Lakra, but at this point our age gap is negligible. It would be if you had spent the last 700 years like me, doing what you wanted and traveling Maugr to expand your knowledge, Rifa, Silverwing replied. Instead, you were stuck with Solus, living the same day for centuries. You are not 1,000 years old, my friend. Your time stopped when you died, just like it happened to Solus. You are 332 years and a few months old. The clock restarted when you returned as a demon, and your ignorance about modern magic proves it. I hate it when someone else is right, Menadian nodded. Still, don't think we forgot about you, Yaga. What does Lith fusing with Effie have to do with gaining your trust, and why are you telling us only now? Fine, the mother shapeshifted into the crone to express the full extent of her grumpiness. I kept my mouth shut until now because Rifa and Effie wounded my professional pride, and I was too ashamed to admit it. Run it by me once again, please, Lakra nodded. This time in a form I can understand and don't skip any juicy detail. Seconded. Menadian leaned back against her chair and steepled her fingers. Humbling the most ancient white core on Maugr was an almost unique feat and demanded proper celebration. Silverwing filled everyone's glass with her best liquor and prepared a toast for Menadian. I hate you girls, the crone grumbled. No, you don't, Menadian replied. Now spill it. Baba Yaga slumped against her chair, sipping a bit of alcohol before starting to speak. Back when I shared my horseman technology with Rifa, I thought that due to her poor skills as a healer, she would just come up with a makeshift, stopgap lesser version of my job. Is it me, or is she insulting me? Menadian hadn't missed the many unflattering adjectives the crone had used to describe Menadian's opus. It's not you, Silverwing replied. Please continue, Grumpy. I'm not insulting her, the crone snarled. Put yourself in my shoes, Lakra. I had spent millennia researching the horseman technology and managed to apply it only on the purest spirit crystals I could create after imbuing them with part of my life essence. My 3 horsemen are my children no less than my firstborns, yet the spell that gives them life came with many limitations and few enchantments. Imagine my shock when I realized that Rifa had achieved the exact same result using her tower as a base. Rage flushed the crone's pale skin and tensed the age lines around her eyes, making her look younger. Wow, that's harsh. Silverwing nodded at Baba Yaga with compassion. I don't know if I could ever recover from such a humiliation. I'm sorry for being so much better than you at forgemastering, Yaga. Menadian gently patted the crone's hand. Stop mocking me, you two. I can taste your smugness. The crone slapped Menadian's hand away and glared at Silverwing. And that isn't even the worst part. Being outshone by the great Rifa Menadian was humbling but acceptable. I learned a lot from her success, and it drove me to new heights to reach and surpass her. Dream on, Menadian cut her friend short. Yeah, you had 700 years to catch up to Rifa, yet your tower still sucks compared to hers. Silverwing nodded. I'm going to kill you too if you don't knock it off, the crone snarled. As I was saying, you learn more from defeat than victory, so I was fine with that. What I couldn't come to terms with was that Effie has achieved in 12 years what my horsemen failed to do in millennia. Her voice trailed off, and her posture slouched. Baba Yaga finished her drink in big gulps and asked for a refill. Do you realize how embarrassing that is? I gave my children hints, I taught them everything they needed, yet they are still at square one. Effie received no guidance. I didn't explain the horseman technology to Rifa because I never thought she would improve on that. Even if I did, Effie had amnesia, and she couldn't remember her own name. Despite all of this, she reached the ultimate goal I have set for my horsemen in a ridiculously short time. Mother and daughter had not only kicked my ass and wiped the floor with it, but also the assess of my children. That's why I've been silent until now. It was a bitter potion to swallow, and only recently I made peace with it. Chapter 37:30, 3 Steps, Part 1. The crone exhaled heavily and shapeshifted back into the mother, looking at Rifa as if Solus had snatched first place at the school's science fair from her horsemen without even trying. I'm sorry, you've lost me. Menadian wanted to gloat, but it was hard to do it when she had no idea what she was supposed to gloat about. In what way did Effie surpass your horsemen? She's weaker than them, her tower doesn't work away from a mana geyser, and she's a lousy fighter. Of course she is, the mother snorted. Effie has got her human body back for how long? 3 years. My horsemen had millennia to master their skills, whereas Effie has no memory of the 28 years she lived with you. We're talking about the fusion, dumbass, don't you remember? I do, but whatever your point is, it's still unclear. Silverwing kept the liquor coming since Baba Yaga seemed to need it. There are 3 main steps a horseman must achieve to reach perfection: manifestation, fusion, and assimilation. The mother nodded a thank you and emptied her glass in one gulp. What phase has Effie reached? Menadian asked. All of them, or I wouldn't be so bitter, Baba Yaga replied with a glare. Can I continue without being interrupted for 5 minutes, please? Silverwing and Menadian raised their hands in apology and mimed the gesture of sewing their lips. Thank you, the mother grunted. Manifestation is what only Dawn has achieved so far, and it took her millennia. Her crystal is still bonded to Akala, but their connection is so deep that she can build a body for herself. Not a construct, a hologram, or shape-shifting Akala's flesh. A real body that's no different from a living being. Rifa used the manifestation process to allow the tower's host to provide the life force and mana necessary to rebuild Effie's body, no matter how damaged it was. Menadian's eyes widened in understanding, and she nodded for Baba Yaga to continue. The second stage, fusion, requires the horsemen and their host to merge into a single body. Again, it's not about shape-shifting. According to my original design, the host had to be an undead. This way, the fusion would grant the horsemen extra mass, and the ability to gain even more by expending the life force stored in the blood core. It would allow the horsemen to fight on par with divine beasts and remove all the major flaws of my undead, since the resulting fusion would have a second, healthy core. This time, it was Silverwing who gaped, not only because she had witnessed Lith and Solus fuse, but also because she had gained a better understanding of the horsemen's potential. Gods damn it, Rifa may have humiliated Yaga, but they both run circles around me. I'm nowhere near achieving anything so extraordinary. Even though I have achieved the white core, it doesn't change the fact I'm the least accomplished mage at the table. Despite Silverwing's best efforts, her humiliation was evident on her face. Menadian and the mother pretended not to notice, but it was still a balm for Baba Yaga's wounded pride. Lastly comes the assimilation. The mother continued her explanation without missing a beat. The next and last step after achieving the fusion between the horsemen and their host is for the steed and equipment to do the same. I've kept my horsemen's mage towers simple because there was no need for powerful enchantments. I plan to infuse everything they needed in their Davros equipment and make it reach its full potential only after achieving the assimilation step. That's why whenever one of my horsemen brought a new host home, I altered their equipment with creation magic. The enchantments had to be tailored to amplify the current host's talents and cover for their flaws. Once all 3 steps have been taken, the sky is the limit. Baba Yaga raised her hands in a solemn gesture. The final result grants even a bright violet cored host a power above any white core. It makes their equipment peerless. It allows the horsemen to beat people like you, Lakra, easily. If the host reaches the white, a horseman with assimilation can stand their ground even against a guardian. Great Mother Almighty! Menadian thought back on the fusion between Lith and Solus in the fringe. at how the tower had become one with their armor and weapons, bringing the battle form of the tower beyond what Menadian had ever believed possible. Effie has reached assimilation with Lith years ago. Whenever she fuses with Lith, the tower follows. Yeah, the mother's voice oozed with so much sarcasm that the rest of Magur was left wanting. Thanks for the recap. Congratulations, Rifa. Silverwing stood up, shaking her friend's hand before pulling her in an embrace. Congratulations, Yaga. Then she did the same to the mother. Know that I'm envious of you as you are of Rifa. Thanks, child. The mother caressed Silverwing's hair. At the risk of sounding the stupidest genius in the room, I have to ask. Menadian said once everyone returned to their seat. How does Effie achieving assimilation with Lith give you absolute trust in him? I'm sorry, Rifa, but you do sound stupid. The mother replied with no trace of malice or spite in her voice. Think about it for a moment. Why do you think my horsemen never reached the first step, manifestation? Because they always enslaved and crushed their host under their heel, like Lakra thinks Lith has done to Effie. Yet if that were possible, they wouldn't have been stuck at square zero this whole time. Are you telling me that? Silverwing gasped, unable to complete the sentence. Yes, the mother nodded. Manifestation requires perfect harmony, not understanding or reluctant cooperation, but willing and total agreement. The life force of the host must be offered, it can't be extorted. On top of that, the trust between horseman and host must run so deep that the host doesn't resist the process even on the subconscious level. Fusion goes way past that and requires a communion of mind, heart, and body. The horseman and their host must want the same thing, think the same way, and fight with the same determination. Only then can two different beings overcome their differences and become one. The mother left her words to linger in the air until her friends snapped out of their daze. Assimilation is the reverse of manifestation. While for manifestation the host provides his mana and life force willingly to achieve assimilation, the horsemen must offer everything they have. Their crystal, their equipment, and their steed. I want to be clear, neither side gives or takes anything. It's not about trading one thing for another, but about sharing. About giving yourself to the other because you want to, even if you risk being robbed blind. That's why Lith had my full trust since I witnessed his fusion with Effie. None of it, from Effie regaining her human body to becoming one with Lith, would have been possible if he didn't care for her so much to offer everything he has to her. At the same time, Effie has also given her whole self to him. No slave collar or artifact can force you to do that. Chapter 3731, 3 Steps, Part 2. Those under a slave spell keep fighting under their imposed mask, and when their will is broken, they just surrender and fade away. Baba Yaga said, That's what always happened to my horsemen's hosts. Effie instead is not fighting Lith. She's fighting with him. Everything they do for each other is because they want to, not because they have to. Otherwise, there would be no manifestation, let alone assimilation. Wow, Silverwing took the words out of Menadian's mind as she sat there in a stunned silence. Yes, the mother nodded, refilling her glass and emptying it just as quickly. Wow. Space. The following day, Lith went to visit Valoran before breakfast. It was a habit he had developed to have a brief interaction with the baby boy to save everyone further awkwardness at the table. Hi, little fellow. Lith, Solus, and Camilla entered only after knocking on the door and only after Alina gave them permission. How are you feeling today? They visited him together to avoid prolonging their and his suffering. This way, he could send them off all at once. Okay, Valoran muttered, lowering his gaze the moment the 3 adults stepped through the door. It's not much, but compared to the usual go, it's a major improvement, Lith thought. We are taking a stroll in the park with Elijah after breakfast. Would you like to join us? Lith always invited the baby boy and was usually met with a thrown toy or a firm denial. Valoran II raised his eyes to look at them as a conflicted expression formed on his small face. Okay, Valoran nodded. Okay as in you want to come with us, or okay as in you aren't listening to a word we said? Camilla found the answer too good to be true and refused to believe her own ears. I listen, Valoran gave her a quizzical look. I come. Really? Solus, voice broke as she tried and failed to hold her tears. Really? Valoran replied with a mostly deadpan voice. Wah, it was more than enough for Elijah. Wah, wah, wah. She kicked free from Camilla's arms and bolted at the baby boy in her Tiamat form, forcing him to shapeshift into a Bahamut. Wah, wah, she tackled him, and the two rolled on the floor in a playful tussle. Wah, wah. Elijah held and licked the bigger divine beast, who held and licked her back. Eli, stop, Valoran giggled due to her tickling. It was impossible to keep a straight face while drowned in happiness and affection through the dragon scales. Wah, Elijah stopped abruptly, jumping back as if she had touched a live wire. So why? She lowered her head and whimpered in apology. No sorry. Valoran stood up, took her face between his hands, and licked her snout. No angry. No, Elijah looked at him, her small tail waggling in excitement. No, Valoran didn't want to waggle his tail back, but he had no control over it. Ye, Elijah tackled him again and curled around him in a bundle of love and scales. Gods, they are so cute. Camilla sniffled, doing her best to suppress her sobs so as not to interrupt the babies. This is real magic. Elena hid her face in Roz's chest, trembling like a soaked puppy as she bottled up her joy. Women, Lith shrugged, wiping away non-existent dust from his eyes. Indeed, Roz hugged Elena and focused on her to keep his voice steady. Space. Giera continent, ruined city of Hervor at the same time. Damn it. Orpal punched a hole in the solid stone of the wall of his bedchamber. The sudden turn of events in Garland had spoiled his mood, and from there, things had only gotten worse. His plans had gone from clockwork to a ruined mess in the span of 2 messages. As more news reached Irian from Garland, and the Jormungandr in turn shared them with Orpal, his perfect life seemed to crumble in front of his eyes. Let me get this straight. Orpal trembled in rage, hating the enchantments of Thrud's palace for fixing the hole and making his fury as inconsequential as everything else. Not one noble in the kingdom believes Leech's Valoran and Thrud's Valoran are the same. Not one noble in the Griffin kingdom, not one mage in the Gorgon Empire, and well, the Blood Desert doesn't count. Irian shrugged. The people of the desert trust the Overlord so much that if she says the sky is green, as long as they get their food, safety, and freedom, they believe her. The Griffins and the Dragons have put a halt to all other future attempts on the mongrel's life. Orpal continued his rant. Not at all, the Jormungandr shrugged. Maybe someone with a death wish and a deep-seated hatred for their own family might make an attempt on Valoran's life just to bring their bloodline down with themselves, but I doubt they'll find help or succeed. And Leech has received compensation for the attempt, Orpal snarled. Are you telling me the only thing I achieved by manipulating so many powerful awakened is making Leech richer? It's quite an unflattering way to put it, but it's as accurate as concise. Irian nodded. So, yes, it was a bust. We should. Get out. Orpal moved so fast that he seemed to blink in front of the Jormungandr. Now. Irian left the room with utmost readiness and warned everyone not to get near the dead king's quarters unless he summoned them first. Of course, Jorl the Storm Griffin took it as an invitation and walked through the door while the Jormungandr was still relaying the message through his communication amulet. What's up, sore loser? I mean, besides the obvious. Jorl caught the heavy canopy bed Orpal threw at him on the fly and sent it back with one fluid movement. What do you mean? Orpal intercepted the bed by the frame, crushing the enchanted hardwood under his grip before aiming his next throw at the Griffin's crotch. We both know you're not angry because of the money. Jorl sidestepped, catching and tossing the bed with a touch as light as a feather. You still have to work on your grip, by the way. The accurate judgment and aim of the Griffin stunned the dead king enough to quell his anger. Be honest with me? Orpal stopped the canopy bed from crushing his gonads and put it down, allowing the enchantments of the room to restore it to mint condition. Could you defeat 14 awakened if they ambushed you? Depends, Jorl mulled over the question. Are we putting ourselves in Verhin's shoes, or are our hypothetical awakened reduced to our level and have just a deep violet core? Comparing himself to Lith always hurt Orpal, especially when he came out of it wanting. Same, identical situation. He replied with the bitterness of an orchard of unripe lemons. I'd be dead and buried. The Storm Griffin's voice held no hesitation or shame. A bright violet-cored Titania alone would be a tough client since her strength would be superior to mine. The other 13 awakened would just have to coordinate their attacks from a distance to bag my corpse in a matter of seconds. 1 minute tops. Chapter 30, 732, Good Child, Part 1. I said the same conditions. Orpal's left eye twitched in frustration. Imagine you have the life maelstrom of a baby, not yours. Also, in this scenario, you can use Origin Flames and everything Leech has. The 1 minute estimate is by taking my full-powered life maelstrom into account. Jorl shook his head. As for the rest, I don't know the first thing about Origin Flames, let alone your brother's cursed ones. I never had Davros equipment either, so I don't know how to channel its elemental power either. Even if you were to give me all those things, I'd lack the mastery to use them properly. Orpal nodded, ruminating on those words and finding no fault in them. Is this why you are so angry? Jorl asked after the silence lasted so long that it became heavy. Because you wouldn't have survived the ambush either. The dead king tensed in fury, the veins on his neck bulged, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clenched his fists and teeth, but said nothing until he calmed down. Yes, the admission hissed out of his mouth like a knife stabbing his heart. I'm a divine beast too now. I have a deep violet core. I have life maelstrom, doom tide, origin flames, knight's expertise, and my equipment is forgemastered out of Davros. Yet no matter how many times we try, we can't win once in our simulations. The best we can do is run away, and only because we are nigh impossible to kill. Jorl noticed how Orpal switched from I to we, only when admitting his failures but pretended not to. That's a problem for the horsemen to fix. I only work here, the Storm Griffin thought. I know, he actually said. I didn't mention my escape attempts because even though I might get away by flying at top speed with life maelstrom, it's just a bet. Warping is impossible during an ambush and blinking is a liability. To make matters worse, such limits don't apply to my enemies, and I can't deal with 14 awakened at once. Nobody, not even your brother, can. They just need to warp around me to surround me, and then whittle my strength until I'm too weak to fight. Even if I could use invigoration, I'd need enough time to eat or I'd die of consumption. Same, Orpal nodded, having no idea how close Jorl's analysis had come to the truth. Then how is it possible that Leech survived? How? I don't know, Jorl shrugged. There are too many variables since we know the race of origin of his assailants, but not their specializations. That said, I suggest we don't fight your brother until we find something that puts us at least in that ballpark. Isn't that too little? Orpal slumped on his bed. No, your brother doesn't have access to life maelstrom, but we do, the Griffin replied. If we time our attack away from his wife and children, he will be at 1/10 of the strength we must match. Even with his golems, the Davros equipment, and whatever he has up his sleeve, he can't possibly make up for the missing 9/10. What if Leech does? Orpal asked, unwilling to underestimate his hated brother. Then we'll never catch up to him, Jorl shrugged. I can live with being weaker than Verhin. I can spend the rest of my life in Giera for all I care. I can build my nest here, find a companion, and live happily ever after. The question is, can you? Space. Meanwhile, back at the Verhin mansion. The news of Valoran II talking with his adoptive parents again, and agreeing to take a stroll with them spread like wildfire through the members of the family. Hopefulness and joy filled the dining room during breakfast, but also silence. Everyone spent most of their time looking at the baby boy and shifted their gaze to their food, the moment Valoran turned around to look at them. Only those capable of using mind links talked during the meal, while the others just said a few words in hushed tones. No one knew or understood what had changed from the previous days, and everyone was afraid to do or say something that might stir Valoran's sad memories and ruin that precious opportunity for reconciliation. Everyone but Elijah, of course. Wah, wah. She found the silence as awkward as anyone else, but she wasn't afraid to act on her fears. She flew to Valoran's side every few minutes, hugging him tight and asking him if he had changed his mind. No, Ely, he replied while returning the hug. We walk. Valoran didn't know what to make of the weird atmosphere and was a bit annoyed by Elijah's constant need for reassurance. Yet the fear and worry he felt via the dragon scales every time they hugged made him patient. Gods, they are so cute, Renas sniffled, and the rest of the family nodded in agreement. Wah, wah, Sharjin said with his chirping, rumbling voice in an impression of Elijah first and then Valoran. Ely, Ely. The two babies glared at the wormling for mocking them, but Sharjin lifted them both in his arms and licked their faces, covering them in slobber. Less talk, more eat, Sharjin said, his tail whipping around with excitement. Done eating, start playing. His logic was flawless for a baby. Okay, Valoran had to admit that even though breakfast had started half an hour ago, he had barely touched his meal, and so had Elijah. Yeah, Elijah giggled, licking the wormling back. Sharjin held Elijah carefully while dropping to the floor in his best slain dragon act. His tongue lolled to the side of his mouth as he set the small Tiamat standing on his abdomen in what was supposed to resemble a victory pose. Elijah returned triumphant to her parents after defeating the much bigger wormling. Mama, we. Yes, baby girl, Camilla chuckled. You won, you are a great warrior. I'm proud of you, Elijah, Lith nodded. Now eat, you have to preserve your strength. Solus offered the baby a bottle, and Elijah took big gulps of milk. The fight had been brief, but she had worked up quite an appetite. Valoran, however, winced at the childish play. Seeing a Tiamat slaying a dragon hit too close to home for comfort. The grown-ups soon realized Sharjin's blunder, but there was nothing they could do. Sharjin is just a baby, everyone thought. He was just trying to be funny. Yet no matter how much they tried to rationalize the situation, the fear that Valoran would shut down again and cancel the playdate twisted their stomachs into knots. Valoran sighed heavily and then turned to Roz. Helps, he pointed at the baby food. Hungry. I'm sorry, son. I spaced out. Roz took a big spoonful of the soft cream, noticing Valoran wincing a second time when it was already too late. Dear, Elena jumped from her seat. Don't call him like that. I know he's not. Roz stopped himself before it was too late. I mean he's you know what I mean. It was impossible to tell what hurt Valoran the most, if Elena's words or Roz's. Chapter 37:33, Good Child Part 2. Hungry, the baby boy sighed, knowing there was no right answer. The rest of the breakfast passed in strict silence, with Salark keeping Sharjin glued to her bosom to prevent another mess. The young wormling had no idea what he had done wrong and wanted to go back to playing with his friends. I'm innocent, he tried and failed to escape his mother's steel grasp. This is entrapment, I want a lawyer. What in Maugre's name are you teaching our featherling? Salark asked in confusion. What makes you think I'd use legal jargon around him? Ligon replied, offended by the allegation. He's too young to understand what entrapment is, unless... The guardians turned to Camilla, who gave them an apologetic shrug. I'm keeping myself up to date with work, and Sharjin might have found one of the court transcripts I left open in my office, she replied. How was I supposed to know he can already read? Elijah and Valoran can't do it yet, and Valoran is older than Sharjin. She has a point. Ligon pushed his glasses up his nose. I didn't teach Sharjin how to read. It's too dangerous, especially because he spends a lot of time with me in my library. I can't risk that he plays around with forbidden magic or guardian tear spells. And I didn't teach him either. Salark stared at the wormling, who cooed and kept his big eyes wide to look as dumb as he could. I multitask while we spend time in my office. I can't have him read my spells, decrees, or how I sentence the criminals. Okay, I promise I won't get angry, but be honest with me, guys, Ligon sighed. Who taught Sharjin how to read? He received only shaken heads and denials in reply. To make matters worse, no one looked guilty under soul vision. They were all as surprised as he was. Some, like Silverwing, felt threatened by the wormling. Sharjin, did you learn how to read by yourself? The father of all dragons asked, and Sharjin cocked his head to a side. What's reading? So that's how you want to play it, Ligon grunted. Fine, son, let's have it your way. He wrote something on a napkin and showed it to the wormling. It read, Do you want ice cream for breakfast? Yes, Sharjin nodded enthusiastically. Chocolate, I want chocolate ice cream. Good me, Salark stood up so fast that she flipped her chair. You really did learn how to read by yourself, young featherling. How did you do it? Sharjin gasped, realizing his mistake. Valoran and Elijah took a mental note of Ligon's clever ruse to avoid being fooled the same way in the future. They couldn't read yet, but they planned to learn soon. I'm sorry, Sharjin folded like a cheap shirt under his mother's stern gaze. Storybooks, you read them, then I do. What a brilliant little rascal. Ligon's voice was a mix of pride and shock. He memorized the order of the words and learned to associate sounds with symbols. Not in front of the babies, you genius. Salark pointed at Elijah and Valoran, who had also reached enlightenment thanks to Ligon's explanation and were applauding Sharjin. Yeah, right, Ligon scoffed, as if he wasn't going to teach them how to read the moment we left the three of them alone. Sharjin? Salark looked at the wormling, who nodded enthusiastically in reply until he noticed his mother's dour expression. Then he stopped nodding and started shaking his head. By you if I hate it when you're right, Salark slumped on her chair. And we still have to assess the damage. Ligon raised his hand in a gesture that asked the Overlord to be calm and smile. Daddy is not angry with you, Sharjin. Daddy is proud of you, and so is Mommy. Really? Sharjin wagged his tail, moving his eyes from one guardian to the other nonstop. Really? Ligon said, and Salark nodded against her better judgment. Show us how good you are. The Guardian of Wisdom took various tomes out of his pocket dimension. Sharjin proved to be fluent in Tyrus, universal language, magical runes, and Ligon's and Salark's encrypted writings. Am I good? Sharjin asked after reading out loud a document from Salark's office that even Li Goen couldn't decipher. You are not just good, you are the best, my hatchling. The father of all dragons wanted to cry, and not out of joy. I couldn't be prouder of you, my featherling, Salark sniffled. The idea of having to lock down everything and rewrite her secrets before Sharjin could find and use them to play with his friends gave her a massive headache. What if he has read my creation magic notes, she actually thought. What if he's memorized Li Goen's spells? We've never taught any of it to one of our children, yet Sharjin might have studied it right under our noses. And the worst thing is he didn't do it out of malice, only childish curiosity. Sharjin good, the wormling chirped in joy. Sharjin the best. The guardians smiled, but Lith recognized the expression Renaa and Senton had back when a young Lyria had proudly shown them that she had learned to open all the baby-proofed drawers containing dangerous tools. She had taken the restrictions as a challenge, and studied her parents' mix of movements and chore magic when they opened the drawers until she could do the same. She had explained it to them with the same smiling face Sharjin had now, not knowing it troubled her parents greatly. Good, Valoran clapped, taking the Guardian's words at face value. Oui, Elijah joined Valoran, wishing she were as smart as Sharjin. The joy of the children wasn't mirrored by the parents, who instead wore tense and worried expressions. You didn't understand any of this, right, baby girl? Elena asked Surin, who had ignored the fuss and focused on her meal the whole time. No, the baby girl replied, shaking her head. Thank the gods. Space. The breakfast ended abruptly after that. Elena and Raz panicked until Lith reassured them that whatever bloodline Surin carried was still dormant, and she was awakened. There's nothing to worry about, Mom, Lith explained. Surin is a normal baby. She's just constantly stimulated by Valoran, Sharjin, and Elijah. I don't think she understands you yet. She's just mimicking what she sees and hears the other babies do. After all, no is a simple word. Maybe she said it without knowing what it means. Let's hope you are right, Jeannie grunted. I still don't know how Driffa learned to speak only one word, but I'm not happy it's her first one. The baby girl cooed and babbled at her mother, unaware of Jeannie's distress. Let's hope indeed, Elena sighed. Surin, do you understand me? The other baby girl tried to catch the sparkles of light on her mother's hair in reply. After one failure too many, she fell asleep. I'll take it as a no. Elena sat down in relief. Do you want me to stay, Mom? Lith asked. No, gods, if I hate this word. I mean go with Valoran and don't worry about me, she replied. The only silver lining in that mess was that Valoran had completely forgotten about the grown-ups' blunders. He had smiled and giggled the whole time while everyone else despaired. Chapter 37-34, Righteous Rage, Part 1. Sharjin's feat had dispelled the awkward tension of breakfast, and Surin's closing act had shifted everyone's attention to her. Lith pushed the stroller in which Valoran and Elijah sat side by side. They babbled something he could only hope was an expression of their joy of being reunited, and not some clever plan they didn't want him to understand. Camilla walked to his right while Solus to his left, offering a toy or a flower to the babies from time to time. Elijah always took them with a smile. Valoran was gloomier when meeting their gaze, but at least he always accepted the small gestures of affection. Sharjin was forbidden from spending one more minute with them until further notice. The Guardians needed time to assess how much of their security he had cracked and explain to the wormling that he wasn't allowed to share their secrets with anyone. Not even the other parent. This is not as cheerful as our usual strolls, but it's better than nothing, Camilla said via a mind link. Valoran looked happy only when interacting with Elijah. Whenever he met the grown-up's eyes, his face expressed all the conflicting emotions that ravaged his tiny heart. He wasn't angry anymore, just confused. Even his joy was flawed. Sometimes, while looking at Elijah, sadness and envy stole his smile until he banished those emotions to the back of his head again. This is more than enough for me. Lith replied, I'm content with Valoran not resenting Elijah for what I did. I couldn't stand if they grew apart because of me. You know, I'm happy that Valoran feels better, but also a tiny bit disappointed. Solus said, rushing to change the topic. With his perpetual frown, he looked a lot like you as a baby. You and Valoran looked like father and son. Thanks, Solus, Lith said with a sad smile. Camilla instead felt hurt by those words. It's silly of me, but even though I know everything about Lith, I never realized how much he must have suffered to have such an expression since he was a child, until I saw that same expression on Valoran's face. Lith and Valoran have more things in common than Ligain's blood running through their veins. They both have two sets of parents, trust issues, and childhood trauma. I can only hope it helps them to understand each other instead of pulling them apart, she thought. Space. Man, that thing with Surin saying no was wild. Nowrun still laughed at the thought. But still nothing compared to your sister's damn, babe. Shush, silly, Freya giggled as they took a stroll in the mansion's park. Freya and Nowrun kept themselves close enough to keep an eye on the Verhins, but far away enough to give them all the privacy they needed. Remember that damn is a taboo word now. If anyone, and I mean anyone, says it in front of Driffa, my parents take it personally. Now they are not competing for first place anymore, but for second place, and the loser gets third. Has she learned any new words? Nowrun asked. No, just the one, Freya sighed. Which is a mystery since Driffa is a normal baby, she's far too young to. Did Surin really say no? That's wild. A silvery laughter cut Freya short and made the Agni stiffen like a deer in headlights. She did, pretty lady. Aaron lowered his gaze in sadness. Mom and Dad are sad that's her first word instead of Mama or Dada. They are as sad as Auntie Gianni and Uncle Orion. What was your first word, young man? Dawn asked. Dada, or so they say, Aaron shrugged. I don't remember anything before Big Bro became a ranger, and I wish I didn't remember anything until a bit later. Aaron slouched his shoulders while offering his hard light construct to the horseman to study it. And why is that? She asked while kneeling to observe the spell. The bright day had switched her appearance to that of a woman in her mid-20s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with golden eyes without pupils. Her skin was as white as milk while her waist-length hair was pitch black. The two conflicting features, together with the pure luminescence that exuded from her body, made Dawn a majestic figure that embodied sunrise. Because I remember how I first met Sis Kami, and I'd rather not. Aaron blushed in embarrassment. I came out of the bathroom with my pants down and my hands unwashed. Oh my, Dawn giggled. Don't worry, women love confident men. I'm sure Camilla didn't mind. What are you doing here? Nowrun cut her short. His body was still tense, and his face expressed resentment and fear at the same time. Do you know each other? Aaron asked in confusion. Why are you making Valoran's face, Uncle Nowrun? Yes, we know each other, but we are not friends. Dawn stood up to match the couple's glare with one of her own. You'd better go, Aaron. We'll resume. Wait for me, pretty lady. Lyria cut the horseman short as well, but for a completely different reason. I'm sorry for being late. Mom was scolding me for laughing in my grandparents' faces. What's wrong with you two? The young girl had just conjured a hologram of her own, when she noticed Freya's and Nowrun's ill-concealed hostility. It's nothing. Dawn smiled at the kids as if nothing were wrong. Go to your parents, please. We grown-ups need to talk a bit. I'll give you your pointers in a jiffy. Promise. The horseman had never formally agreed to teach light mastery to the kids. They were following her around in the hope of cajoling her to help them. Lyria ignored the tension in the air and exploited the situation by extending her pinky finger and turning a possibility into certainty. Promise, Dawn Pinky promised and sent the kids away. Great move, Lyria. Aaron patted her shoulder as they scurried away. You pulled a Lith. As your uncle, I'm proud of you. Thanks, but Mom will kill me if she hears about it, Lyria sighed. Let's keep this between us. They were supposed to be whispering, but in their rush and excitement, they failed to realize how loud they were. Dawn couldn't help but smile, whereas Nowrun and Freya remained tense and ready to fight. To answer your question, Agni, I'm here as an honored guest, the horseman of Dawn said after making sure nobody could hear them. My mother lives here half of the time to help Riffa, and I often visit her. An honored guest, you, Freya clicked her tongue in contempt. Yes, me? Dawn's golden eyes narrowed. In case you forgot, it's thanks to me that Solus didn't become a slave to the chroniclers after the world tree split her from Lith. I went to the fringe to rescue her and led the charge of Mother's firstborns. Solus and I are not really friends, but we've reached mutual understanding and respect despite our past conflicts. Is that a problem for you? Nowrun was stunned, but not because of Dawn's words. He already knew all those things. The Agni's mind had refused to piece them together until that moment, unable to cope with the idea that the horseman might one day become his neighbor. Chapter 3735, Righteous Rage, Part 2. On top of that, Nowrun still felt guilty, and ashamed at the thought he had left Lith and Solus alone in their hour of need due to his weakness. Being outdone by Dawn made things much, much worse. Fine, Nowrun hissed, his face pale. When do you leave? Whenever I want to and not a second earlier. Dawn crossed her arms on her chest and was about to say more when she felt someone tapping on her shoulder. She turned around, expecting to find Lith, Solus, or Baba Yaga, facing a bouquet of mixed flowers instead. For you, Zepho Akala said. Don't worry, I've already asked Lith for permission to pick a few flowers from the garden. He won't ask us to pay. The words died in his throat as he looked over Dawn's shoulder and saw Freya and Nalrond. Akala was as tall as her and was so focused on surprising her that he had ignored her surroundings. Nalrond's body tensed twice as hard at the sight of the traitorous ranger. You and her, how can there be two of you? The Agni felt his breakfast resurfacing along with his trauma. The former turned his skin green while the latter turned it white. We had already reached this point before our separation. Akala's green eyes blinked nervously as he stuttered every word. After we decided to get back together, we... Hush, dear. Dawn put a finger on his lips while giving him a dazzling smile. Answer him if you want to, not because you have to. They have no right to interrogate you, and you have no obligation to answer. The physical contact broke the pang of guilt and shame Akala experienced, grounding him in the present. Thanks, babe, but I want to answer him. I owe Nalrund that much, he replied. You owe me more than that, the Agni snarled, shape-shifting into his hybrid form. You owe me my entire village. He owes you nothing. Dawn's eyes burst with white light. Because if you want to play this game, then you owe me 400 years of imprisonment and torture. You owe me everything your people stole from me. Nalrund took a step back, his self-righteous fury recoiling as if he had been slapped. That's different. Freya stepped in to defend him in his moment of vulnerability. You are a monster and had been imprisoned for a reason. The only difference is that you don't like me, Dawn snarled. I'm no monster. Sinmara defeated me and gave me to the Razars to be contained, not exploited. I didn't kill the Razars for sport or fun. I did it because they gave me plenty of reasons to. If you think I deserved what happened to me because of my crimes, then the Razars deserved what I did to them because of their crimes. Either you admit this, or you are a filthy hypocrite. Please calm down. Akala stepped forward to stop the horseman. We are guests and should avoid inconveniencing our host. As I was saying, Nalrund, after Dawn and I reunited, our bond became even stronger than before. We both have a body now, and she can move around without me as long as she doesn't get too far. He slightly opened his shirt, revealing the bright white crystal on his chest. So that's your punishment, Nalrund spat on the floor. Power, a companion to replace the one you killed, and even youth. The Zepho Akala the Agni remembered had gray streaks in his light brown hair and beard. Now the gray was gone, and his hair had turned to a shade so light that it looked red under the sunlight. I didn't get any younger, Akala shook his head. The gray was due to stress and my unresolved feelings. I simply got better. Still too much if you ask me, the Agni growled. Since you like questions, what are you doing here? Dawn glared at the couple. Your girl is pretty rich, Agni. Don't you have a mansion or something? My mother is an honored guest here, and so are we, Freya glared back. We can stay for as long as we like. And so can we, Dawn replied. Solus and I aren't so different, and our families are friends. Your families? Nalrund echoed in disbelief. It pained him to admit that with her inner light and golden eyes, the horseman had a striking resemblance to Solus, energy body. The similarities between them didn't stop there, and the longer Nalrund thought about it, the more unsettling meeting Dawn's gaze became. Yes, my mother and my little sister, Kelia, Dawn nodded. They have been here for longer than you, since no Ernas lived at the mansion back when Rifa returned from the dead. You came last, so you have to adapt to those who were already here, like we did for Garrick and Ryla, not the other way around. We have to do no such thing, and don't you dare compare yourself with Morok's family, Freya snarled, her violet aura erupting from her body as thick green scales covered her skin. A violet core, Dawn laughed snidely. How cute. If you think you can threaten me just because you've become the harbinger of a lesser divine beast, think again. White pristine crystals sprouted from the horseman's body, forming a protective armor. They started from her abdomen and spread to her chest and shoulder first before moving to her limbs. I've killed so many divine beasts in my life that a harbinger isn't even worth meant. What do you think you are doing, guys? Solus said with a soft, warm voice and a friendly smile that didn't extend to her eyes. Solus, how could... Solus squeezed Freya's shoulder with such strength that Freya gritted her teeth. You're done talking, Freya, Solus giggled as if her friend had just told her a funny joke. Now you listen, just nod with your head, okay? Freya complied. This is a park, not an arena. Solus' conciliatory tone didn't match with the grip Dawn felt on her own arm. People come here to relax and enjoy the scenery, not to see you argue. Solus nodded at Aaron, Lyria, and Kellia, who were standing near the babies, stroller, and staring at the quarreling couples. I know you don't like each other, and I won't ask you to become friends, but let me be crystal clear. Her eyes narrowed, and with it came the pressure of the entire array field of the mansion and the tower. Raise your voice, throw a fit, do anything that can destroy this precious moment of peace and scare Valoran again, and I'll beat you so hard and for so long that Meln and the Jernoff will send me gift baskets. Do you understand? More nodding ensued. Good, Solus hugged them in turns and forced them to return the embrace. Now turn around, smile and wave at the children, and pretend everything is fine. Solus' arms were a steel vice, squeezing the air out of the lungs of her guests until they did as she ordered. Be nice to each other and don't make me come back. Solus smiled as she waved them goodbye, because I really don't want to spoil this day with bloodshed. Chapter 37-36, Common Ground Part 1. That wasn't necessary, Akala said via a mind link after holding Dawn's hand for secrecy. I know I wronged Nalrund, and there is no point in increasing our score. It was necessary, she replied. You are free to feel guilty for what you have done, just like I'm free to be angry for what the Razars have done to me. Also, I don't like Freya's self-righteous attitude. I won't let her bully you, let alone me. That wasn't necessary, Nalrund said via a mind link after holding Freya's arm to calm her down. Yes, I hate Akala and I'll never forgive him, yet everything Dawn said is right. The Razars did terrible things to her, and even if Akala didn't betray us, it was only a matter of time before she found someone who'd help her escape. It pained Nalrund greatly to admit it, but he did it nonetheless. I'm not saying this to absolve Akala. He's still a murderous bastard, but there's nothing to gain from antagonizing him. Quite the contrary. As Dawn pointed out, she helped Solus many times and is an asset against Night. It was necessary, Freya replied. I knew how badly losing your people hurt you from your stories, but I didn't truly understand how much until we went to rescue Solman. Maybe the Razars had it coming, but Dawn still murdered innocents and children. She took everything you had from you, and I'll never forgive her for that. It seems we are at an impasse. Dawn retracted the crystal armor and broke the silence. That we are. Freya's aura and scales disappeared. Look, as Solus said, we don't have to like each other, but that doesn't mean we can't learn to get along. The horseman offered her hand. Get along? Nalrund shook it after noticing that the children were still staring at them, but his jaw was clenched and his skin pale. We are allies, and we can't allow our grudges to compromise our common goal. Akala shook Freya's hand despite the revulsion she felt at the contact. Since when are we allies and have a common goal? She asked. Aren't you going to help Lith and Solus against Night and Meln? Dawn pointed out coldly. Of course we are, Nalrund replied. Those bastards tried to kill us, and we are not going to abandon our friends. And so are we, Akala nodded. Meln and Night are not only Lith's and Solus' enemies, but also our own. They tried to kill our brother Dusk and stole his crystal. They are after our little sister Kellia and most likely after our crystal as well. Do you plan to let Kellia be taken by Meln, just because she's bonded to a horseman? No way, Freya grunted in understanding. I know Kellia. She's a good kid and reminds me a lot of my sister Quilla. Even if she didn't have Dusk's shard in her chest, I'd never let scum like Meln hurt her. Let alone knowing it would make him much stronger. Then we have a common ground from which to start. Dawn took a step back, holding the flowers she had received from Akala with both hands. I see no reason we can't slowly expand it until we are comfortable with each other. Expand how? The idea of fighting side by side with Dawn made Nalrund want to puke, but turning her down and helping Meln made him want to rip his own heart out. Dusk is a piece of shit no less than Dawn, but he saved Kellia from things I can't even imagine. He thought, she's in agony ever since Night took him away from her. The same Night who tried to kill Celia and the kids for sport. She was already much worse than Dawn back when she was just the mad horseman. After bonding with Meln, she's become a threat to everything I love just because Freya and I are Lith's friends. I've heard you solved the problems with your life force, the horseman of Dawn replied. That's how you become whatever an Agni is. Congratulations. Tell me, how is your training going? Poorly, Nalrund had to admit. Everyone I know is either too heavy or too light compared to me. Getting used to my body in normal life was easy, whereas I'm still clumsy in battle. Let me guess, Dawn said. Your light mastery makes things even harder. You either use it from the start and win the spars too quickly to learn something, or you delay it for fairness and lose like a chump. How do you know that? Nalrun's eyes widened in surprise. It's the curse of a light master, the horseman replied. You need another person like you to train properly because regular magic just doesn't cut it. To make matters worse, your friend Salman is not up to the task. How do you know about Salman? Freya went pale, fearing the worst. Please, as I said, I come here often. I take Mother for groceries, and recently Kelia has started visiting Lucia. Dawn snorted. Do you really think I could miss the mysterious newcomer from the Blood Desert? I recognized him immediately. Nalrun checked his communication amulet, sighing in relief when he noticed that Salman's contact rune was still there. I wasn't lying when I told you I've moved on, Nalrun. Dawn rolled her eyes at his lack of trust. I don't care about you Rizar, Agni, or whatever you want to call yourselves anymore. I won't harm you or your friend unless you make me. Salman had to have quite the reputation if even Akala knows about him. Freya could hear the air quotes and the contempt in the horseman's voice. Salman is nothing to me. He never learned my most powerful spells, and the legacy he holds is incomplete. Like it or not, you are the closest thing to a disciple I have, Nalrund, and I'm the closest thing to a master you have. Dawn said. Why can't I be your sparring partner? What do you have to lose? If you win, and you won't, you get to beat me to your heart's content and find whatever peace your so-called revenge can give you. If you lose, and you will, you'd still be able to vent all of your rage. To go all out without worrying about hurting me because you can't. You can watch and learn from me, like you did with my daybreak spell. You can grow stronger by stealing from your hated enemy. It's a win-win situation for you. She took a pause to let him mull over her offer. When you put it that way, it's a win-win situation for me but a lose-lose situation for you, Nalrund replied. I find it weird that you are willing to give more of your knowledge away out of the goodness of your heart. What do you gain from this? Many things, Dawn replied with an amiable smile. I mold a better helper against night and a better protector for Kelia. I smooth things over with you and I help Zepho fight his inner demons. By helping you, I'm helping him to relieve his guilt, atonement as Zepho calls it. I have no need for it, but he does. I care about him more than I despise you, thief. Chapter 3737, Common Ground Part 2. You're not going to accept, right? Freya asked. You have a deal. Nalrund offered his clawed hand to the horseman, and when she shook it, he did everything he could to squash it like a bug. Good, Dawn returned the grip a split second later, releasing it only when the Agni tapped out. Are you insane? Why? Freya asked in disbelief. Because Meln already tried to kill your mother, Freya, Nalrund replied. Because he hates Gianni and won't hesitate to kill you or Quilla just to get to Lith. Meln is crazy and a threat to your family, my family. I hate Dawn for what she did to my village, but I'll be damned if I let my pride get in the way of protecting you all. I don't want you to end up like me, Freya. You are my present, and I don't want to lose everything we could build together in the future because I'm stuck in the past. You heard Dawn, she was my enemy. Night instead, asterisk is asterisk my enemy, yours, and Dawn, S. Until we get rid of Meln, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Are you sure about this? Freya looked at Akala and Dawn. What if the spars reopen your old wounds and trigger your trauma? It's a risk I'm willing to take if it means avoiding new wounds and the trauma of losing my new family, Nalrund replied. Space. Meanwhile, a few meters away. Are you feeling better, Val? We missed you a lot. Lyria offered him her finger, and the baby boy grabbed it. Yes, sorry. Valorin looked in her eyes, trying to understand if she knew the truth about his origins. Wah, wah. Elijah hugged him, confirming Lyria's words. What do you think Nalrund and Dawn are discussing? Aaron rushed to change the topic. The War of the Griffins was recent history to him, and Lith had given the children an age-appropriate explanation of why he had adopted the baby before bringing Valorin home. Nothing. Solus dismissed the question with a sweep of her hand. You know how mages are. They are quick to anger whenever they don't agree on something. There was no way to put Nalrund's story in terms that wouldn't traumatize the children, so his past with Dawn was hidden behind a generic past conflict. I hope they can get along. Kelia knew the truth, but only because of her bond with Dusk. Dawn is complicated, but she's not that bad once you get to know her. She's not as pretty as she likes to think, but she's a good teacher. Aaron nodded. Shut up, Aaron. What if she hears you? Lyria rebuked him. Pick a few flowers for her and remember that as long as she helps us with our constructs, she's the prettiest lady in the house. I resent that, Solus grunted. That's mean and opportunistic. Sorry, Auntie, necessity and all that. Aaron shrugged and ran back to Dawn as soon as Freya and Nalrund walked away. Don't worry about Dawn, I'll keep an eye on her. Kellia kissed the babies. You just relax and have fun. Thanks, Kellia. Lith nodded and resumed walking. Valoran was quieter than usual, and few of Elijah's attempts to get him to fly around with her succeeded. The park was still the same. The sun still shone bright over the mansion, and the sweet smell of the many flower beds wafted through the air, yet everything felt different to him. What until a few days ago had been his house now looked more like a gilded cage meant to protect Valoran from the enemies of his parents and the truth about his past. The baby boy was still unaware of his mother's crimes, but he knew something about her was off. Even after Thrud's death, some people hated her so much that they wanted to kill him in revenge. Whenever someone talked about Thrud to him, they always omitted something and refused to elaborate, no matter how many times Valoran asked. He could have understood such behavior from Lith since he had killed Valoran's parents, but not from Protheus, Uffel, and the others. Even though the divine beasts weren't his family by blood, they were by heart. They were supposed to share his anger and outrage toward Lith, but instead they felt deep shame for whatever they had done and had willingly entrusted Valoran to the Tiamat. The baby boy's feelings for Lith had been messy since the day of the attack, but after talking with the divine beasts, they had become a dull, gray blob of confusion. Valoran knew how Lith felt about him. He had seen the Tiamat fight tooth and nail for him, even when Valoran called him the meanest names he knew via the mind link. Even the pain from learning of his parents, death couldn't erase the months of happiness with Lith and all the care the baby boy had received from him. Valoran had spent more time with his adoptive father than with his real one, making his feelings, good and bad, stronger by the day. At the end of the stroll, Lith brought the floating stroller inside the mansion and pointed at a corridor. Do you want to go back to Grandma Alina and Grandpa Raz? He asked. No, you. Valoran shook his head and pointed in the direction of the master bedroom. Lith exchanged a brief look with Solus and Camilla, who shrugged in reply. Once inside the room, Valoran waited to be unstrapped from the stroller and pointed at the bed. Wah, wah, Elijah happily tackled him, thinking he wanted to play like old times. No, now, Eli, please. Valoran's sad expression stopped the baby girl in her tracks. She sat right next to him, holding his hand. Lith, the baby boy asked. Yes, Valoran. Explain. The baby boy extended his small hand and covered it in scales. Explain again, please. Are you sure? Lith asked. There's nothing I can add to what you already know. I can't tell you everything, but I didn't lie to you. I know, Valoran nodded. Explain again, please. The first time Valoran had spoken those words, his voice had been firm and laden with resolve, making them sound like an order. Now it was so full of doubt and sadness that it sounded like a desperate plea. Okay. Lith held the boy's hand and started to tell him the story of his adoption again. Valoran had seen those events multiple times and from multiple points of view during his previous empathic connections with Lith, Camilla, Solus, Ligain, Protheus, and Thrud's divine beasts. He also knew how things started and how they were going to end, so instead of focusing on trying to understand how his life had turned into such a mess, he focused on the journey. He ignored the circumstances of how Lith and Jormund met and followed how those interactions played out. The Tiamat and the Emerald Dragon started from an awkward relationship where they couldn't even understand each other, but there was no ill will between them. By the time they spoke the same language, Jormund had already joined Thrud and was helping her. Lith didn't want to kill Jormund, and Jormund had no interest in fighting Lith, but one couldn't win without the other losing something important. Chapter 3738, Exclusive Club Part 1. Each time Lith and Jormund met, they learned something more about the other, but they also grew more distant. Whatever Valoran's mother was doing posed a threat to Lith, especially her dealings with a man called Meln. Valoran had only a vague memory of the man called Meln, and it wasn't a good one. He remembered the revulsion both Jormund and Thrud felt for him, and how they had tried to keep Meln as far away from Valoran as possible. Such was his father's disdain for Meln, that it had led to the only pacific confrontation between Jormund and Lith after he escaped from the Golden Griffin. Instead of fighting, they discussed their differences and found an acceptable compromise. A compromise that allowed them both to go back home to their respective children. After the meeting in Meln's secret lair came their final encounter. Neither of them wanted to fight, and they expressed it with words and dragon scales. Lith meant Jormung and Valoran no harm, but Thrud had to be stopped to protect Elijah. Jormung wanted to protect Lith and offered him the safety of the Golden Griffin. This time there was no possible compromise. In the brief embrace they shared before the fight, they came to mutual understanding. They wanted the same thing, but the methods they had chosen to achieve it were irreconcilable. They wanted a world where their respective children would grow up safe and happy with their parents. If Thrud won, Elijah would have been born an orphan and lived in exile. If Lith won, that same fate would belong to Valoran, and so it had been. Jormung knew how dangerous Magur would have been for Valoran if Thrud's plan failed, and she accompanied her husband in death. It was the reason Jormung had asked Lith to take care of Valoran, and he smiled at the Tiamat during their final handshake. Jormung the Emerald Dragon had died with a smile on his face, because he knew he could trust his estranged little brother. That even though they had spent most of the little time they had together as enemies, they parted ways as fellow fathers. The stream of consciousness ended, leaving Valoran free to mull over what he had noticed and compare it with what he knew. The realization that two men so different could also be so similar amazed him. They had different motives to join the War of the Griffins and had chosen opposing sides, but they had fought for the same reason. They didn't belong to the same race, but they were identical in the way they looked at Valoran, held, and loved him. Jormung and Lith had done everything they could to protect Valoran, even at the cost of putting their lives on the line. The outcomes differed, but the will was the same. Ran, Valoran asked, his voice feeble. Ran, Lith echoed, don't you mean Ral? Lith pointed at Camilla's womb, and she took a step forward. No, Ran, Valoran pointed at Lith's hip. Ra, Narok. Ragnarök, Lith asked, and the baby boy nodded. Lith usually kept the angry blade away from the kids. It was no toy, and Lith feared what might happen if Elijah or Valoran touched its hilt. Lith took Ragnarök out of his pocket dimension, making sure it floated at a safe distance from the babies, and with its blood sheath shut tight. Ran, Valoran asked. Protect the daughter, protect the son. Ragnarök's voice was inhuman yet filled with pride as it stated its purpose with a matter-of-fact tone, like a herald reading a royal decree. The angry blade tilted slightly in a bow to Elijah, Valoran, and then Camilla's baby bump. Valoran nodded at Ragnarök and then turned to Lith. Dad, the word itself was the question. Son, Lith's answer wasn't a question, just an expression of surprise and disbelief. Dad, Valoran extended his little arms toward Lith, asking his father to pick him up like he had done countless times in the past. Yes, son. Lith lifted the baby boy in his arms, using the dragon scales to make sure it was real and not a misunderstanding. Dad, Valoran's feelings dispelled all of Lith's doubts like fog under the sun. The membranous wings popped out of Lith's back and wrapped around the baby boy in a warm embrace. Valoran was now certain that even though Jormung the Emerald Dragon, his father, was gone, he wasn't dead. Jormung still lived in the hearts of Valoran, Protheus, Uffil, and Lith. Valoran started to cry, happy because even though his parents were dead, he wasn't left an orphan. Valoran was happy because every time he would miss his father, he would find him in Lith's arms. The left arm would always hold Valoran close to Lith's chest, while the right would always be ready to wield the angry blade and protect him from the rest of Magur. Space. Verhan Mansion, later in the evening during dinner. It had taken just a few minutes for Valoran to mend fences with his parents, and for his parents to share with him how much the separation had pained them. The rest of the afternoon had been spent in the privacy of the master bedroom, simply because the reunited family wanted to be left alone with their joy. When they met with the others for dinner, everyone had found their smile again, even Sharjin. The wormling was as exhausted as Valoran, but for a completely different reason. While the baby boy suffered from the fatigue of the emotional roller coaster of the afternoon, Sharjin had endured a long earful that his parents had taken turns delivering. Salark and Ligan had made no mystery of how much they didn't like the whelp rummaging through their research papers and learning their secret codes. The two guardians had taken their sweet time explaining to Sharjin the importance of secrecy and the dangers of magic. The wormling's head was still ringing from the hours of nagging, and he couldn't wait for that horrible day to end. As for Valoran, he was back sitting beside Elijah near his parents. Or rather, that had been the idea. Solace, pain, and care for him had moved the baby boy who had decided to have the meal in her arms. Hungry, Mom, hungry. Valoran pointed at the baby food and then to himself. By my mom, I think I might have overshared, she thought. Of course, sweetie, eat as much as you want. she actually said, trying to act normal. Wah, wah, Elijah happily chanted, making her parents struggle to feed her. Wah. She was proudly talking about her brothers and her metal friend, who was still at Lith's hip by Valoran's request. Wah, Sharjin tutted. Val Ral Ran not wah wah wah, name's different. Elijah turned to a bright shade of purple in humiliation. Wah, she grunted, Naraku Semre. She shapeshifted into a small Tiamat to speak the last two words in dragon tongue, making her parents, the guardians, Aaron, Lyria, the triplets, and Baba Yaga spit out their food in shock. Who taught her to speak like that? Lith was flabbergasted. Bad Elijah, Camilla forced the baby girl to look at her to understand how serious she was. Never say that again, especially to a friend. Chapter 3739, Exclusive Club Part 2. Nobody taught her. Ligan's albino skin was paler than usual. We never leave her alone and always change bad words into harmless ones. Did she just swear in dragon tongue? Roz asked, obtaining several nods in reply. If nobody taught her, how did she do it? Not all swear words are vulgar, Salark explained. Some are just a combination of normal words that aren't socially acceptable. Elijah basically suggested Sharjin to consume the contents of his diaper were he to wear one. And with a colorful wording at that, Camilla said. This is not how you must use your ingenuity and creativity, young lady. Mama, Elijah sniffled in apology. Sasaba, Sasaba. Sharjin was just playing with you, Camilla replied. He's not bad and your reaction was excessive. No, W apologized to your friend and promised never to say something like that again. So why? Elijah bowed her head, and Sharjin accepted her apology. Then he turned to his parents, who patted his head. Never say those words, okay? Ligon asked. Yes, Dad. And maybe go easier on Elijah, Salark said. She's younger than Valoran, and her human nature makes it hard for her to speak as well as you. She doesn't like feeling left behind, and you mocking her for it only makes her feel worse. Sorry, Eli, Sharjin trotted to her side, hugging her. Love you. Sasa, the baby Tiamat nuzzled against the wormling, licking his snout. Glad this is resolved. Let's hope we don't have any more surprises for today, Lith sighed. Yeah, right, Solus kept feeding Valoran and grunted at Lith. I sure had more than enough of that for today. Why are you grunting at Lith? Rena asked. Didn't he tell you? Solus replied with a joyful tone that sounded as genuine as a $3 bill. When Lith and Valoran made up, our baby boy got his membership in the exclusive Wings Embrace Club. She put Valoran on Lith's lap, making the membranous wings pop out and wrap around him to emphasize the concept. At first it was just Kami, and I was okay with it because they are married. Then Elijah also got her wings hug, and I was okay with it because she's special. Then it was Alina's turn, and now it's Valoran's, she sighed. I wonder if my turn will ever come. I feel left out. Welcome to our club, Raz grumbled. It's not exclusive, but we have plenty of chairs. Tista glared at Lith. Yeah, apparently it doesn't matter how many times you've changed Lith's diaper, sung him a lullaby, or read him a bedtime story. My little brother is stingy even about whom he hugs. Rena lowered her gaze in sadness. Why don't you love me, big bro? Aaron asked. I do love you, little brother. Lith felt under a firing squad of disappointed gazes. Also, it's not something I do on purpose. My wings must have a mind of their own. Indeed, you don't have to feel bad about this. Alina's wide smile and happy face didn't match her words, making it clear she was bragging. Dad, Valoran giggled. His membership in the Wings Hug Club boosted his confidence. It's nice to see you smile again, Val. Roz couldn't stay mad for long at Lith. It's also a bit sad, though. Your frown was almost identical to Lith's when he was your age. Your father is right, sweetie, Alina nodded. It was awful seeing Valoran so angry, yet it also made you two look like father and son. Dad, Valoran felt as happy at those words as Lith felt awful. Good bow, or what kind of face did I do as a baby? How many people noticed my grumpy disposition? He looked around the table, discovering from the warm expression on his sisters' faces that the answer was everyone. Space. The following day, Protheus and Thrud's divine beasts left the Verhin mansion and returned to the Hydra's secret lab. Feel free to call us any time, little brother, Protheus said. Even if you just want company or to talk about Mother, we'll come running. With the secret of Thrud's and Jormung's deaths exposed, the divine beasts didn't have to worry about what they said or did anymore. They had willingly kept themselves away from Valoran II to protect him from the truth, but that was no longer necessary. Falul, Agitor, Baitra, and Zorith instead came to visit Valoran now that the storm had passed. "I'm so sorry you had to go through so much, Uncle Val," the Hydra said. "I'm also sorry for not coming to your rescue. My communication amulet was off, and by the time Solus managed to contact me, everything was already over." "No pro," Valoran shook his head, happy for the company and for being called an uncle because it made him feel important. "Don't worry, Master Falul, there was nothing you could have done." Freya sighed in embarrassment. "When Solus brought me to the remnants of the warp steps, the traces of the arrival point's dimensional coordinates had been wiped out." "Are you saying I'm more useless than my own harbinger?" Falul grunted. "Now that I have 7 heads as well, yes." Freya had the serpentine necks pop out of her neck and shoulders. "I'm a dimensional mage, you're just heavy." "At least I didn't let my temper expose my secrets to Dawn," the Hydra replied. "You were supposed to keep your powers as a harbinger hidden until you needed them. You're lucky she's trustworthy, sort of." "I'm sorry, Master Falul." Freya's cockiness crumbled at the mention of her blunder. "That was stupid of me." "I'm glad to see you are all right, my little nephew." Zorith held the baby boy in her arms, using the dragon scales to share her relief with him. "You knew Dad?" Valoran asked. "Sadly, no," Zorith replied. "We've never met, but I'm a firstborn of Ligain, just like Jormung was. We are family, little one. We carry the same blood, and you can always count on your auntie." "Auntie?" Valoran hugged her, feeling a bit less alone. Elijah tried and failed to call for her aunt. She had met Zorith first, and the shadow dragon was her godmother, whatever that meant. Elijah was certain she had the right to pull rank on her older brother. "Of course, baby girl." Zorith adjusted Valoran in her left arm and lifted Elijah in her right. "You two can always count on me. I'll always be there for you." Elijah puffed her chest out with pride after successfully calling dibs, making Valoran laugh. "What have you planned next, Lith?" Adjutor asked. "To enjoy this peace until it lasts," Lith replied. "There's not much I can do until Meln shows up again, so I'm going to bring everyone to eat out tonight. We need to relax. Also, don't worry, Val is willing to provide you with the life maelstrom for your experiments." "That's not what I was asking," the Drake lied through his teeth. "Sure, and I believe you," Lith replied in kind. Space. Meanwhile, in the park of the mansion, Protector sat cross-legged on the ground with his children on either side, forming a semicircle. Sarah, the Hattie Queen, sat in front of him, forming the other half of the circle with her pups. Chapter 3740, Seize the Chance, Part 1. As for Celia, she had conveniently asked Camilla to move their magical lesson to the higher floors of the mansion for no reason in particular. Camilla pretended not to notice that they had a perfect view of the park from there. "Thank you again for your assistance, Queen Sarah," Ryman said while focusing on the life forces of his children. "I don't think I could have grasped the basics of my Life Eater bloodline ability without your help." "Just call me Sarah or I'll start calling you Lord Ryman," the Hattie Queen replied. "Also, I should be the one to thank you for volunteering to help with Quilla's research. Without your help, there's not much she can do for us, Hattie." "No need to thank me. I owe you that much." Protector shook his head. "I'm really sorry for the circumstances we have met and shedding the blood of your people. I wish things could have gone differently." "If wishes were horses, beggars would ride," Sarah replied. "I don't regret our meeting because things went the best way they could, save for a miracle. It's only thanks to you and your allies that we are all here today." Her expression softened while looking at her children. They had been spared the visit to the Gardens of Time, and were among the first generation of Zelex's Hattie who had not been forced to sacrifice their childhood for duty. Whenever Sarah was invited to the Varen mansion, she gladly accepted because she could bring her pups with her. It was one more day the young Hattie could safely spend under the sun without shortening their lifespan. "I'm sorry, but do we get lunch?" Zagra asked, and his siblings nodded. "Of course you do. You are my guests and can have as many seconds as you want," Ryman nodded. "Yay, we'll eat until our bellies hurt." The young Hattie cheered in a way that left Protector's children confused and wrenched his heart. Poor kids. Even though they don't have to ration food anymore, a home-cooked meal is still a special event for them. "Behave, children." If not for her thick silvery fur, Sarah would have flushed in embarrassment. "I must learn how to cook, damn it," she thought. "Where is Ryla? We can't start without her," she actually said. "I'm here, Sarah, but today I'm just going to watch," the farmer said. "I'm the one who will help you today, Uncle Ryman." Garrick moved his yellow eye to his right palm, and his face turned into a mask of focus. Yellow sparks arched around his hand, but there wasn't enough golden lightning to empower even Salkar. "Not like that, Garrick. Remember what I've taught you," Ryla said. Tyrants draw and emit elemental energy from their eyes, while Famers can also absorb and filter the world energy through their wings. Use your yellow eye only to focus and amplify the air element, in from your wings, out of your eye. She gave him a practical demonstration, making her own yellow eye spark with electricity. Okay, Mom. Garrick's tyrant eyes competed with his Famer wings for the elemental energy until he managed to shut the former down completely. His pristine feathers turned into the 6 different elemental colors as the world energy filled them. Ryla guided him through a breathing exercise that closely reminded Protector of an awakening technique. A few seconds later, Garrick's right hand was brimming with golden lightning. Now split it evenly between Ryman and Sarah's children, Ryla said. Don't rush it, there is no danger. This is not the kind of lightning that hurts. The young Famer-Tyrant hybrid followed his mother's instructions, giving half of the power he had accumulated to Ryman and splitting the rest among the young Hattie. Lucky bastard, Sarah inwardly grunted, taking care her thoughts wouldn't reach her children. In a few years, his life force will be perfect, and he'll have the powers of a tyrant and a Famer both. Garrick will awaken while we'll still be confined in our underground prison. Now listen to me well, young Skulls, she actually said. Hattie have the ability to share everything with their alpha like this. At her signal, part of the golden lightning disappeared from her children's bodies and crackled around Sarah. Your father's life-eater bloodline ability works similarly, but in the opposite direction. Despite being so close to his children, Ryman had a hard time sensing their life forces. If not for the golden lightning boosting his abilities and Sarah slowly siphoning it from the young Hattie to show him how her ability worked, he would have never succeeded. After a while, part of the electricity arching across Protector's body faded away and reappeared around his children. Yet we Hattie are flawed, whereas you are not, Sarah continued. I believe you are not limited to receiving and storing your father's power. If I'm right, you can bestow your own strength upon him like a Hattie would, and also pass it on to any of you. Close your eyes and feel the connection not only between you and your father, but also among you pups. The first part was relatively easy. Once Ryman managed to pass the golden lightning, he could recall it at will. The children were just passive vessels for his power and played no role in the process. Protector's children tried to send the borrowed power back, but failed. Then, they tried to focus the power inside their mana cores and amplify it with their own energy like they did with spells, but it failed as well. I'm sorry, Dad, I can't do it, Lilia said, and the others nodded. Maybe we would have a chance if we were awakened. The sadness in Lilia's voice told Ryman this wasn't another of her attempts to guilt-trip him into awakening her and Laren. Quite the contrary. The young Skulls were picturing their father fighting against a dangerous opponent in their minds. In that hypothetical scenario, Ryman needed his children's help to turn the tide of the battle. By failing him in the piece of the training, the young Skulls felt like they were also failing Ryman in the make-believe fight to the death. It's not a matter of awakening, baby girl, Protector gently patted her head. Our Hattie cousins aren't awakened either, yet they can do it. It's just a matter of practice and effort. But Dad, in the Bard's Tales, heroes succeed on their first try, Laren whimpered. That's because it's cooler that way and it saves a lot of time, Protector chuckled. If a bard had to recount all the countless hours of training the hero needs to master his abilities, the spectators would get bored before the adventures even start. Really? Fenrir asked, the expression on her small face half happy and half angry. She was happy because she hadn't failed her father, and angry because all those bards in her children's books had lied to her. Really? Protector would have liked to take a break and give them all a hug, but holding the golden lightning for long was hard for him and even harder for the children. They could only take so much before getting exhausted and needing to rest for the remainder of the day. Chapter 3741, Seize the Chance, Part 2. Don't lose hope and focus on the energy flow, my children, Ryman said. What energy? Protector siphoned the golden lightning, cutting Lilia short. It left her feeling heavy and weak for 1 second before Ryman passed the extra energy on to his children again. He repeated the cycle several times, allowing Lilia and her siblings to feel the energy flow as it ebbed and flowed in their bodies. If Dad can do it, so can I, Lilia thought as she stopped trying to manipulate the golden lightning and started offering less and less resistance to it. Laren quickly caught up with her, making the transition from weak to strong quicker and smoother. The younger Skulls were less experienced, but bloodline abilities were more about intuition and instinct than understanding, and the children had plenty of them. As Lilia and Laren mastered the basics of Life Eater, the Golden Lightning's flow strength increased. That and the resonance between the skulls, bloodline ability, allowed the babies to mimic their older siblings without even understanding what they were doing. That's good, Sarah thought. Skulls and Hattie are indeed similar. We can also take from our alpha, but only negative things like wounds, yet I'm not going to mention something like this to children this young. Her train of thought derailed, and she yelped when something attacked her most vulnerable spot in a ruthless ambush. Salkar had gotten bewitched by Sarah's waggling tail, and exploited the power of the Golden Lightning to catch his quarry by surprise. The baby skull was biting and clawing at the Hattie Queen's tail, trying to pin it to the ground in what was supposed to be a submission hold. Sarah tried her best to stay still, but she had little control over her tail. She was still infused with the Golden Lightning and was afraid of hurting the baby. Luckily for her, fear froze her and her tail still. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Celia jumped out of the window to stop the attack. "I'm so sorry, Queen Sarah. I knew it was a bad idea to let a small baby take part in your training." "Please call me Sarah, no honorifics," the Hattie Queen said. "Moreover, you have no reason to apologize. A playful pup is a healthy pup. It's the most wonderful blessing a parent can ask for." "Except he is no pup. He is a natural disaster." Celia picked Salkar by the scruff of his neck, and the baby skull fell limp, afraid of hurting his mother as much as Sarah was of hurting him. "Bad Salkar, why did you do it?" Salkar yelped, barked, and whined in reply. "What do you mean you saw a chance of victory and you seized it?" Celia asked. "Sarah is no enemy, and there is no fight if your opponent can't defend itself. How is a tail supposed to bite you back?" A short howl and a bark followed. "What do you mean an easy victory is still a victory?" Celia was horrified. "Lith, what are you teaching my baby boy?" "I'm innocent," Lith replied while playing with Elijah and Valoran. "Think about it. When was the last time I babysat Salkar? I've been quite busy recently." "You have a point," Celia nodded. "Then who is responsible? I refuse to believe Ryman would teach such a thing to our children." "And you're right," he nodded. "I'm not above ambushes, but only when it's needed, not for glory for its own sake." "Lilia Laren, did you teach Salkar to do that?" Celia asked. "No, Mom," they replied. "We are honorable warriors." "Fenrir?" "I'm hungry," the baby girl replied. "I'll take that as a no," Celia sighed, giving Fenrir a snack just to be pestered for seconds as soon as the baby girl swallowed it. "That leaves only one possible explanation. No one taught you anything. This is all your idea." Salkar took the accusation as a compliment and barked with pride, his tail waggling. "Do you understand beasts speak?" Sarah had remained speechless until that moment, needing time to overcome the shock. "Yes, Sarah," Celia replied. "It took me a while, but having my babies tell me what they wanted or where they were hurting repaid me for all my efforts." "I see," Sarah nodded, sighing in envy. "Protector is a wonderful specimen of his race and a noble warrior," she thought. "There is no telling how powerful the combination of our species would be. Too bad he is already taken." Hatties came from wolves and were as monogamous as their progenitors. A year after the death of her late husband, Ikara, Sarah was done mourning and felt the need for a companion. Yet there were few of her species left in Zelex, and she couldn't bear the thought of damning more children to a life of imprisonment inside their own bodies. Even with the harmonizers and after generations spent as glemos, test subjects, the elder beast's metabolism was still accelerated, and their lifespan shorter than a non-awakened Emperor Beast. "Dad, if Salkar is tired, can you give me his share of your power?" Lilia asked. "I feel I'm onto something." Protector looked at Ryla, who studied the young girl with her yellow eye before nodding. Lilia was young and strong, while Garrick's Golden Lightning was weak and diluted. "There you go." Protector gave Salkar's share to Lilia and Fenrir's to Laren. "Who knows, maybe bards don't lie after all. I believe in you kids, you can do it." The baby girl was still busy wolfing down a roasted chicken, and she didn't need extra power to do that. Her sharp fangs cut through the tender meat with ease, leaving only clean bones behind. "Thanks, Dad." Lilia tensed her body, focusing and amplifying the golden lighting by adding her own mana. "Gods, I think I am close." She took a deep breath and released a guttural howl of triumph as a golden pillar erupted from her body. "I did it, I awakened." Lilia jumped up to her feet and howled again. The bright yellow of her aura quickly turned to a dull green as her mana core broke through and refined her body by removing the excess impurities. "Lilia, I told you no awakening." Celia was still cursing at the gods, and the gods glaring at her from the patio when things took a turn for the worse. The golden pillar meant that the young girl was receiving Magus' help, and that her first breakthrough would be painless. "How did you do it, big sis?" Laren asked. "It's easy," she replied. "Just move the lightning to your core and—" A sudden retch cut her short. Lilia started puking the impurities out of her body and became incapable of talking. "Thank the gods," Celia sighed in relief. "Ryman, shut that thing off or I swear I'll—" "Got it," Laren nodded, and soon a second golden pillar erupted from his body while a bigger one descended upon him from the sky. "No," Celia howled in despair. Salkar and Fenrir joined her, but theirs was a celebratory howl filled with pride for the success of their siblings. "I'm sorry, dear, but I'm with them on this." Protector shrugged and joined the celebrations with a howl of his own. Chapter 3742, Manarin Part 1. "This is not good at all," Lyria sighed. "Finally, someone normal who understands me." Celia was so moved that she was about to cry. "We lost our advantage, Aaron," Lyria added, making Celia's jaw drop. "That's what worries you, having competition aside from Aaron." "It was fun while it lasted, but this was bound to happen." Aaron shrugged, ignoring the huntress' complaints. "Besides, we have already learned the basics of spirit magic. We still have an advantage." "True," Lyria nodded. "Also, Uncle Lith is our teacher, whereas Uncle Protector is often away and Auntie Celia sucks at magic." "Hey, I resent that," Celia said while Salkar and Fenrir growled in outrage. Lilia and Laren would have given their rivals a piece of their minds if they weren't too busy puking their guts out. "Aaron, Lyria, apologize immediately," Lith said. "Even though what you said is true, it's not a nice thing to say to your aunt." "That's uncalled for, Lith," Celia grunted. "Sorry, Auntie." Aaron and Lyria hugged her in apology. "It's very much called for," Lith snorted. "After all the rip-off deals you cut me as a child, this is the least I can do to repay your kindness." Zagra and his siblings looked at Lilia and Laren with envy, their eyes moving from the skulls to Sarah nonstop. "It's okay, children," she smiled, ruffling the fur on their heads. "One day you'll become capable of awakening as well." It was a white lie that Sarah could only hope Quilla's research would turn into truth. "Sorry, Dad," Lilia said after she was done barfing. The golden pillar disappeared, and Ryman vaporized the pools of impurities to remove their disgusting stench. "You are right, and the bards are a bunch of liars. I didn't master Life Eater on my first try." "Same," Laren panted. "It's okay, kids. I'm proud of you." Protector cradled them in his massive arms and fed them ice cream. The impurities tasted as bad as they smelled, and the kids could use something sweet to wash them down. "Well, I'm not," Celia snorted, "maybe." She quickly added, after noticing the dejected look on her children's faces. "First, I need an explanation. Was this your plan all along, using the golden lightning to overload your cores and force the awakening?" "No," Protector replied. "I hadn't thought of the possibility. The children have no breathing technique, and I believed one couldn't awaken without it." "A fair point," Celia nodded. "Children." "No plan, Mom. We improvised," Lilia whimpered. "Don't be harsh on them," Lith said. "They were at the peak of the bright yellow on top of a powerful mana geyser and filled with golden lightning while surrounded by powerful awakened. I'd be more surprised if it hadn't happened." "Another fair point." Celia inhaled sharply, terrified at the idea of chasing after two awakened living cyclones. "What about the breathing technique, children? How did you come up with one so quickly?" "Do you promise not to get angry, Mom?" The fear in Laren's eyes as he offered her his pinky finger made Celia feel like the scum of Maugre. "I promise," she pinky promised and then embraced Laren and Lilia both. "I'm proud of my little wolf warriors." "We spied on you when you trained with Auntie Kami," Lilia said. "I beg your pardon." Celia had a hard time keeping her smile. "You use accumulation a lot," Laren explained. "Even at home when you think no one is watching. We learned your respiration rhythm weeks ago." "Yeah, but it never worked," Lilia nodded. "Then, today Dad used a similar rhythm to give us and take away the golden lightning. We followed that rhythm, moved the lightning to our mana cores, used it to amplify our mana flow, and ta-da, we awakened." "Oops," Protector shrugged. "My bad. I did it to keep the energy flow steady. I didn't expect the children would match it with their breathing." Celia slapped her own forehead, suppressing the unyielding desire to scream, cry, and curse at the same time. "It's okay, dear," she said with a resigned sigh. "We're a couple of idiots. We deserve this." "Don't say that, Mom." Laren hugged her. "You are not idiots. I'm sorry if we cheated a bit." Bah, Elijah snorted, looking down on the young skulls from the height of her father's arms. Jayan. Jayan, Valoran nodded and crossed his arms on his chest. I know what Ba means, but what was G-stuff? Celia's eyes narrowed. It's dragon tongue. Lith cleared his throat in embarrassment. I got that much when they shapeshifted their throats, Celia grunted. What does it mean? Something along the lines of get good, scrubs. Not everyone has divine beast's blood in their veins and can awaken in the womb, you little arrogant hatchlings. Celia rebuked them. And it's not my children's fault if their father has to work so much. Aaron and Lyria wouldn't have done it without Lith's private lessons, so unless you want to spend less time with your father, Lilia and Laren have every right to cut a few corners. So why? Elijah nodded her head. Sorry, Valoran said. Well put, Mom, Lilia said with pride. Yeah, Laren nodded. Like Uncle Lith always says, the end justifies the means if in the end you have the last laugh. What? Celia's eyes widened, and so did Camilla's when she noticed the babies nodding at Laren's words. Lith Tiamat Verhin, what are you teaching the children? They turned to glare at him, but he was already gone, leaving behind a note that read. Sorry, I really have to take this call. Space. To make amends with Celia, Lith invited her whole family to join the Verhins for dinner at Hogg's Traveling Tavern. Fine, but you'll pay for this, Lith, Celia replied. Literally, I'm going all out and so are my children. Eat to your heart's content, my little locusts. I'm sorry, Lith, Protector said. Don't worry. Lith dismissed the issue with a wave of the hand. Consider this my congratulatory gift for the awakening of my godchildren. After all, I'm still their godfather. And I thank you for that, but that's not what I meant. Protector clasped Lith's wrist in a warrior's handshake. I said that I'm sorry because I worked up a huge appetite after all that training. I'm going all out as well. You son of a hungry dog. Lith clenched his right leg, feeling the pain in his wallet. And just to stay in theme, we'll bring back plenty of doggy bags, Celia declared, and the children gave her a howling ovation. Lith sighed but said nothing. He was too happy to have mended fences with Valoran II, and that his godchildren had managed to self-awaken to mind spending a few extra coins. Lith spared no expenses and reserved many tables, enough to host his entire family. I'm really excited, baby, Alina said. I've never been to the Gorgon Empire. I can't believe my first visit is to one of its legendary floating fortresses and to an establishment exclusive to Awakened. It's nothing much, Mom, Lith replied. Just for the love of me, don't call me baby, sweetie, or any other embarrassing, endearing term that might come to your mind. I have enough rumors about me going around, I don't need more. Chapter 3743, Manaran Part 2. No problem, dear, Alina replied, making him groan. What do you mean I'm welcome to come along, but I'll have to pay my own tab, Lith, Tista protested, since she was the only one to whom he had applied such terms. Well, the last time we came here, you and Badia alone were worth half the tab, Lith grunted. This is a family dinner, and as far as I know, he's not part of our family. Why are you cutting me off then? She grunted back. Are you disowning me or what? You already owe me a pile of adamant, big sis. Lith's eyes narrowed. You've maxed out your credit with me until you start paying me back. Driven into the corner, Tista could only resort to forbidden magic. Mom, Lith is being mean to me. He's not buying me food. Please, he scoffed. You are a grown-up woman. This kind of trick doesn't work. Lith's voice trailed off as he met his mother's pained expression. Are you really going to leave your sister home just to save a few coins? Alina asked. Mom, it's a few gold coins, not coppers, he replied. Also, she wants to bring her boyfriend along. Why should I pay for them? Because this is a family dinner and your sister is family, Alina said. As for Badia, you are right. You don't have to pay for him, but it would be nice if you did. He lost his family, and we are all he has left. Valoran's and Alina's eyes weighed on Lith like a mountain. The baby boy empathized with the Nidog, and Lith couldn't stand the thought of souring his mother's mood. Fine, he raised his hands in surrender. They can come. Thank you, baby. Alina took his face and peppered it with kisses. As long as you promise you won't do this in the presence of witnesses. Lith tried and failed to escape the affectionate onslaught. I can manage that, Alina chuckled. Don't worry, Lith, we can pay for ourselves. Orion patted his shoulder. Usually, Orion and Gianni would not have intruded on a family event. But without the babies or Camilla, the Verhin mansion offered little protection against the resources of the Jernoff household. Thanks, but it's not necessary. Lith shook his head. Quilla, on the other hand. Hey, I resent that, she grunted. And I resent having to restock my pantry every other day, Lith snorted. Don't worry about that cheapskate, babe. I got you covered, Morok said while looking at Orion, who gave him a I got you covered look. Morok had plenty of money, but Quilla's appetite scared him, and everyone who watched her eat, including her parents. Maybe tyrants are part human and part shark, Orion pondered. It would explain Morok's fangs and my little one's ravenousness. Don't worry, Lith, I have my own money, Kellia said. Don't even think about it, young lady, Lith said. You are my guest, and I have no issue feeding my human-sized guests with a human-sized stomach. The Verhins crossed their private warp gate and arrived directly at the capital of the Gorgon Empire, Manarin. It would have taken quite a bit to bring so many influential people past the customs, if not for the invitation letter Lith had received from the Magic Empress. Once the scanner marked her seal as authentic, the guards let everyone pass without asking a single question. On their way to the traveling tavern, Alina asked if it was possible to tour the battlements to enjoy the nightscape. Yes, milady, but Manarin is huge, and it would take you hours to circle the walls on foot, the guard replied. On top of that, security becomes tighter past sundown, and you would be stopped by every patrol you encounter. I see, thank you, Alina sighed. Why that disappointed look, Mom? Lith asked. Because what makes a floating fortress exciting is that it's floating, she replied. Once you get down the parapets, however, it's just a city full of stone buildings and surrounded by tall walls. If you don't look at the stars above our head, you wouldn't even notice we're flying through the air. Manarin's hubbub was no different from any other city. The flying enchantments produced no noise and kept the ground stable, even though Manarin moved at a remarkable speed. Would you prefer a deafening noise and have the road quake below our feet from time to time? Lith couldn't help but think of an airplane during turbulence. Gods no, Alina held Surin tight to her chest. I'm glad this place is safe, it's just underwhelming. Hold that thought. Lith brought everyone to the nearest transportation gate and inputted the current address of the traveling tavern. By the gods, Alina said when she walked through the stone arch. Every building had been carved with earth magic, giving it a solidity and a level of detail that no human hand could achieve. No lanterns or magic crystals lighted the roads and sidewalks because there was no need for them. The defensive enchantments of the houses also illuminated the area around them, making every alley as bright as day. Dimensional magic was sealed inside Manarin, so heavy objects were transported inside spheres of solid light conjured by the arrays running below the streets. Transportation gates were only for people and what they could carry by hand. Everything else was delivered to its destination by the city's arrays after being scanned by the security crystals in front of each gate. The citizens of Manarin used magic to perform all house chores, from watering the plants on their balconies to taking out the trash. There were people floating through the air with spells or lifted by the magical formations of the houses. Each one of the buildings had a small garden that the arrays transformed into a perfect playground according to the children's wishes. Stones turned into sliders and safe monkey bars due to the sponge-soft ground. Small tendrils of water lifted small wooden planks to form swings at a moment's notice. Alina witnessed a few parents using the space above and below the ground in their gardens to build small mazes where their children chased each other and played mock battles. Sometimes against their siblings, others against their neighbors, more often against the mud monsters conjured by the arrays inside the home dungeons. I stand corrected. This place is amazing. While the children played, the adults cooked dinner with the help of magical appliances and renovated the house according to their needs. Unused areas fused to form ample dining rooms when the citizens of Manarin had guests, or hobby rooms when they had a moment of peace. The number of mages born in the Empire was the same as those born in the kingdom. The difference lay in the houses. Every building in Manarin was equipped with arrays that turned them into small enchanted castles, granting their owners powers no different from those of a real mage. Even people with no magical skill could perform incredible feats, ensuring the safety of the house and the comfort of its inhabitants beyond what Alina had ever seen in the kingdom. Look, baby, your Magus chairs, Alina pointed at the swings. Mom, what did we say about calling me baby, love, and all that stuff? Lith grunted at the endearing term and the lost profits due to plagiarism. Chapter 3744, Price of Fame, Part 1. Oh gods, look at that! Alina pointed at a man who was cooking in the garden while keeping an eye on his children. The arrays of the house had conjured a labyrinth filled with plushy versions of dragons for the children, and a holographic version of Alina's cookbook for their dad. Raising a Magus, Lith read the title out loud and blinked in surprise. Magus stew, Magus steak, Magus cake, what's with the names of your recipes, Mom? The kind editor the Royal sent to help me said that the cookbook needed a catchy name to sell well. Alina blushed a little in embarrassment while fidgeting with the embroidery of her dress. I titled it Raising a Magus because it's you people are interested in, sweetie. All the recipes starting with Magus are your favorite dishes. As long as they pay you your due, I'm fine with it. Lith dismissed her worries with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, Mom, Tista laughed at his expense. There's nothing wrong with riding the coattails of Lil Bro's success a bit. I'm glad you think so, baby, because you have your own chapter. Alina gave Tista a dazzling smile. Wait, what? Tista went pale as a ghost and used her keen eyesight to read all the open pages of the books around her, hoping for the best. Tista's sick days, Hecate's lunch, red days, she swallowed hard. Tista had no issue with the meals Alina prepared for her back when she suffered from the strangler, or that satisfied her appetite the best after turning into a divine beast. Recognizing the comfort foods she used to eat during that time of the month, however, didn't please her much. What about me, Mom? Renat asked with a faint smile. Tista's face told Renat everything she needed to know, and it wasn't good. I'm glad you asked, sweetie. There's a chapter dedicated to every one of you. Alina beamed with joy. I wanted the entire Magar to know how much I love you all. Thank you, Mom, Aaron hugged her. You're the best. He was the only one truly happy about Alina's success. I need a copy of that damn book, everyone else inwardly thought. How bad is it? Renat asked Tista via mind link. About pie to shut Renat's pie hole up kind of bad, she replied. How could Mom do this to me? Renat turned to a bright shade of purple. I'll. Just one look at Alina's happy face, and the idea of souring her expression became unbearable. I can't ruin this for Mom, Renat sighed. Even when she's annoying, she does it out of love, she just doesn't real. As the revelation struck her, Renat turned to look at Lyria, who was gaping at the kids' dungeons and fortresses and pestering Lith to make the mansion's park like that. Lyria Pumpkin, have I ever embarrassed or annoyed you? Renat asked. No, Mom, you're the best mom in the world. Lyria was a loving child and a terrible liar. Her smile was sincere, but her words sounded as genuine as a politician's promise. Good gods, I've already turned into my mother. Isn't that amazing? Senton tapped her shoulder and pointed at the sky, snapping Renat out of her shock. The stars were brighter than in Lucia, thanks to Manarin's arrays smothering the light going out of the city and focusing that coming in. It prevented light pollution and made the night sky as clear as if the citizens were staring at it from a mountain's peak. It also made the city invisible from the outside and harder to track at night, but the military value of the arrays was lost to Manarin's gaping guests. I have a question, big bro, Aaron said. How can the traveling tavern move past the security and the guards? Why are you asking him and not me? Tista grunted. Because you don't know the answer, Aaron replied with a matter-of-fact certainty. And how can you be so sure? Tista grunted harder. Because you never take us anywhere for dinner or lunch. Aaron shrugged with an honesty that cut Tista deeply. You just follow Big Brother with us. You have no reason to know. You're right, I don't, Tista whimpered. Good question, little brother. Lith chimed in to spare his sister from further humiliation. Hogg has a past just like me. Whenever he comes to Manarin, he gets offered a choice of available spots, and he picks the one he likes best. Really? Aaron and Lyria asked in unison. Why is Milia so generous? Many people flinched at hearing the magic empress called by her first name, but no one complained. Lith's white and gold robe made him a supreme magus in the kingdom, and his dragon blood made him a legend in the empire. All people in the Gorgon Empire revered dragons, and a few of them even worshipped worms. Ligon's presence was well known, and so were his feats. Among the most recent, there were the building of academies on par with the kingdom, the antidote to Giera's plague, and the spells that had restored the cultivated fields tainted by Visa the Lick during her attempt to conquer the empire. The Gorgon Empire was a harsh and unforgiving land. Losing so much fertile ground would have caused a decades-long food shortage if not for Ligon's help. The admiration for the father of all dragons extended to his offspring. There was no home without a plaque with his name on it or a scale replica. An unwritten law of the empire stated that all dragons' reproductions had to depict either a single scale or the full body. Anyone sporting a dragon's head or claw on their walls was looking for trouble and would find it fast. The guards arrested the culprits on sight, but only to save them from the angry mob that would have lynched them otherwise. Milia is more cunning than generous, Lith replied, as Ligon's apprentice. Grandpa, Salark's voice cut him short and made the babies cheer, even Surin and Driffa. Why is my baby girl cheering? Gianni's paranoia went from 0 to 1,000,000 in half a second. How does Driffa recognize Ligon's name? She's supposed to be a normal baby. Fine, Lith sighed. As Grandpa's apprentice, Milia is not recognized by the council as a true awakened. Helping Hog gives her direct contact with a council elder. Whenever he comes to visit, she can ask him to mediate business with the council and gain information she would have no access to otherwise. I didn't know that, Tister admitted. See, big sis, we can learn together. Aaron patted her back. Tista didn't know whether to find sadder her ignorance or her little brother treating her as an equal. Finding the traveling tavern wasn't hard once you knew where to look. Its neon-like insignia was unique on Magur and impossible to miss. Usually, Hog always chose a spot in the outskirts of a town for his establishment, in order to go unnoticed and avoid non-awakened guests. In Manorin, however, the tavern would have stuck out like a sore thumb and drawn a lot of attention. It was the reason Hog had chosen a city block filled with popular restaurants, whose enchanted insignias and extravagant designs dwarfed the traveling tavern, making it look shabby in comparison. Chapter 3745, Price of Fame, Part 2. Welcome, guys, Parmigiano Hog, elder of the council, unparalleled chef and owner of the traveling tavern, said as the Verhins walked in. It's always nice to see so much money, so many customers, so many friends walk through my door at once. Hog's cash register still remembered the last time the Verhins, the Fastero, and Badia had dined together at the tavern. The register still jingled at the memory, and Hog's heart fluttered. The presence of the Urnas made things even better, ensuring a sold-out night. Welcome back, great mage Quilla Urnas. He welcomed her like a walking gold bag. You look more ravenous, glowing than the last time you honored my establishment with your presence. Is it me, or does Hog have problems connecting his brain instead of his wallet to his mouth? Quilla emitted a leopard's wet snarl, but only because her mouth watered from the delicious smell of food. Yes, but he's a good person at heart. Drina welcomed the patrons as well and led them to their tables. If you need anything extra for the babies, feel free to ask. The traveling tavern is a kid-friendly establishment. The waitress looked like a pretty young woman in her early 20s, about 1.78 meters, 510. Tall with blonde hair and red eyes. She had a small set of golden wings on her back, horns on her head, and a knee-length golden tail coming out of her spine. Her dreamy eyes and heavy sighs, as she looked at the infants, told everyone that Drina's maternal clock was stomping through her mind like an angry dragon. What happened to Gerslak's Academy for Wyverns? Camilla handed Elijah to Drina, and the barmaid almost melted with joy. I thought that by now you would have learned how to shapeshift into a human perfectly. Drina was actually a wyvern, and her bestial features were the result of her poor skills with body sculpting. Or rather, they had been. The academy started months ago, and I have perfect attendance. The waitress had her horns, wings, and tail disappear for a moment before taking them out again. I've fixed my body sculpting mistakes after the first 2 lessons. Then why do you still look like that? Camilla pointed at the extra limbs. Because after many complaints from our clients and a steep decline in my tips, I decided to keep them, Drina sighed. Who would have thought that so many people have a thing for dragon girls? I really can't say. Camilla chuckled while looking at Lith, who just so slightly blushed. Pregnancy gave her the ability to shapeshift into a Tiamat, a void-feathered dragon, and an abomination. She rarely used their abilities to their full extent, but had explored the bodies of all 3 forms thoroughly for their amorous plays. As the Verhins took their seats, Lith noticed way more looks than usual discreetly trailing to his table. He placed his order while assessing the numbers and threat level of the rest of the patrons. There are quite a lot of people, but with Hog's arrays, disposing of them won't be difficult if they try something funny, Lith thought. Hog was a dimensional mage, and his tavern was his masterpiece. It was several times bigger on the inside and filled with powerful magical formations that ensured his customers' privacy and safety. Thanks for the dinner, Lith, Menadian said. This is the first time I get to dine out with my baby girl and meet awakened who aren't trying to kill us. Many people interrupted their conversations to stare at her and admire the striking resemblance between the first ruler of the Flames and her only remaining descendant. Yet they did it openly and respectfully. Moenadian, stop. Solus blushed hard as her mother caressed her cheek and kissed her head. What Lith said to Alina applies to you too. I'm not a baby. Gods, you're so cute. Menadian squeezed Solus in her arms just as Drina did to Elijah. Yet while the baby girl giggled and cooed in joy, Solus just wanted to drop off the face of Magur. The waitress handed Elijah back to Camilla as soon as she settled at the table, sighing at the separation. As Lith adjusted Valoran's baby seat near him, he heard the murmurs become louder, and the number of furtive gazes thrown at his table increased. I see. His nostrils flared in annoyance, but aside from that, his expression didn't change. We split the bill, Morak said with a whisper not to hurt Badia's feelings. Exactly, Orion chimed in. The Verhins pay for the Verhins and the Urnas for the Urnas. Please make a separate tab for our tables. Thanks, Dad, Freya said while Lith and Morak just nodded in gratitude. Orion's intervention had spared the Nidhogg's pride and Morak's wallet from a huge blow. No split check for us, Celia shamelessly said. We're Magus Verhin's guests. The food was served quickly, and it was perfectly cooked as usual. Hogg took care to turn his most famous dishes into small servings of baby food with the minimum amount of salt and spices necessary. In her Tiamat form, Elijah could already eat solid food, but she appreciated eating the same things as her peers. Salkar, not so much. No, you can't have a steak, Celia growled, earning herself applause from the children. You must eat your baby food and vegetables. The baby boy had turned into a skull after sniffing the delicious smell of prime rare meat cooked on the grill, and wanted his due. He pointed with his paw at the roasted potatoes his older siblings were wolfing down with their meat. No, potatoes are not that kind of vegetable. You must eat your greens. Celia's reply was met by a desperate howl. Luckily for them, no one cared about a hybrid child's tantrum. The nearest customers only asked them to raise the hush array of the table to keep the noise down. Quiet, Protector said, and Salkar complied. Now be a good boy and eat your food. Gods, I fall in love with him all over again when he does that. Celia gushed while staring at her husband feeding the baby boy after restoring the peace at the table. I wish I had let him use his pack leader authority years ago. Celia stared at Lilia, Laren, and Fenris. The two older kids gulped hard while the baby girl just smiled and kept eating, unaware that a little more than 1 year ago, she had been as problematic as her little brother. I can't stand Lith when he cheats instead. Camilla grunted while taking Elijah in her arms and prioritizing the baby's hunger over her own. Lith had opened 3 extra eyes and used his tail to feed Valoran after moving the baby boy onto his lap, leaving his hands free to appreciate his meal with the rest of the family. It's not cheating, just skill, Lith replied. I can't believe it, said a plant folk sitting at a table across the room from Lith's. That boy really is Thrud's son. We are seeing the mad prince with our own eyes. He had pulled one of the photos that Thrud had released back when she had announced the birth of her heir to the throne out of his amulet and was comparing it with Valoran. Chapter 3746, Fulfilling a Wish, Part 1. What the incontinent king said was true, an emperor beast at a table on the right said. Arthan's heir is alive, and Verhin took him in despite what the mad queen did to our people. I don't know you, but I think we can't just sit by and pretend nothing is wrong. An undead that Lith recognized as a Dullahan from his detached head said, We should go there and say something, or we are no better than Verhin. I can't believe Verhin risked his life for something like the Forbidden Sun. It's an insult to all those who died trying to stop the Mad Queen, a harpy said. Many more such comments were being expressed throughout the tavern, and each one stabbed Valoran's heart like a poisoned knife. The baby boy stopped smiling but kept eating, pretending that everything was all right. Lith heard everything the Awakened said with his enhanced hearing, and felt everything Valoran was experiencing through the dragon scales. He slowly stood up from his chair, and the room plunged into silence. Don't worry, I'm not offended by your words. I understand your curiosity. His tail gently put Valoran down as Lith's mouth formed what only resembled a smile. You are all asking yourselves how I defeated so many Awakened by myself. Since an image is worth 1,000 words, let me give you a practical demonstration. Ragnarök jumped into his open palm and freed itself from its bloody scabbard. You there, you spoke first, so I assume you are volunteering to help me. Lith pointed the angry blade at the plant folk, and Ragnarök screeched its challenge. Wait a second. Hogg rushed from behind the bar counter and put himself between Lith and the plant folk. I've heard it all and it wasn't nice, but they were just words. No, they were not. Lith didn't move from his spot, nor did he alter the angle of his blade. They were a provocation. Your tables are equipped with a hushing spell. If these people wanted to speak their minds freely, they just had to activate the spell. They didn't. They wanted trouble, and I'm fulfilling their wish. It was a brash and unpleasant mistake, but still a mistake, Hogg replied. Salkar too bothered the other customers, but no one got violent. Salkar is a baby, Lith replied. His mother had no idea he was going to howl that loud, whereas those guys are adults. They knew what they were going to say and how loud they would say it the moment they opened their mouths. Maybe you are right. Hogg had to concede the point and take one step back. The light reflected on Ragnarok's crystal in an impossible way, giving the impression that the blade was staring at his neck. But this is my house, and I have my rules. Friendly fistfights are entertainment. Killing among patrons is not. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone. Lith's smile that wasn't a smile turned even creepier. Ragnarok will do the killing. I'm going to murder them. Seriously, you alone against many? Hogg tried one of his last cards. Against my arrays. Don't worry, it's going to be an accurate reenactment, Lith tutted. Son. On his cue, Valoran threw a bolt of life maelstrom that arched across Lith's body and armor, while Ragnarok conjured the power of the air element through its Davros body. The Tiamat fear, Lith's killing intent, and Ragnarok's threat became 10 times stronger, suppressing even Hogg. In that state, Lith conjured the dread flames with ease, kicking things up a few more notches. Wait a second. Hogg could feel the violet fire burn at all the magical formations he had prepared to restrict Lith's movements. You are going to ruin your family's dinner. What about the children? Do you want to show them violence? I got that covered, Lith replied, calmly. She activated both the hush spell of their table and the mystical fog that prevented customers in need of privacy from seeing and being seen by others. As I said, this place has everything one needs if they want to be left alone. Now move, Lith roared, and Ragnarok joined him. Now that the angry blade was engulfed in dread flames, the bartender had no doubts anymore. This is not just in my head. That thing is staring at me and is pissed off big time, Hogg thought. The plant folk took the roar as his cue and bolted out of the door of the tavern. Fine, Lith clicked his tongue. Since I lost my volunteer, I can use a substitute. Anyone who has something to say can stand up and say it to my face. I'm not a baby, and I will not be easily bullied. No one spoke or moved, letting the bartender take the brunt of Lith's killing intent. Your cowardice disgusts me, Lith said after a while, his face twisted as if he had tasted poison. You're only able to run your mouths when you think you can hurt an innocent boy and get away with it. If you want to keep badmouthing my son, you'd better trigger those hush spells in your tables. If you don't, there won't be any warning next time. Did I make myself clear? Lith emphasized the concept by shrouding himself in electrum-colored lightning and amplifying it to the extreme. Everyone nodded like a frenzied parrot, but didn't say a word. Good, Lith cut his palm, shedding a few drops of blood that away from him reverted to their original size and coated the angry blade. Ragnarok hated feeding off Lith, but it didn't want to scare the children with a bloodbath. I can understand your outrage, but this is still my home. You are under the banner of my hospitality, and you violated it. You threatened me and terrified my customers, Hogg said via a mind link. My only question is, was that really necessary? What would have you done if those words were addressed at Drina, blaming her for Zedro's crimes while you two were celebrating your long-awaited reunion? Lith asked. What would you have done if you were under my roof, and I allowed such disrespect to befall you? And I have my answer. Hogg clenched his fists while he pictured the scene in his mind. Have a nice meal. Thanks and sorry for the trouble, Lith replied. Don't mention it, Haw said before turning around and addressing the room. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. He gave a deep bow. The next round of drinks is on the house. Please remember to be polite to your neighbors. If you can't help yourself, activate the arrays of your table. Thank you. Lith stepped through the haze and hush enchantments, becoming visible to his family. You can turn the arrays off, Kami. I solved everything. Lith lifted Valoran from his seat and put the baby boy back on his lap. Is everyone okay? She asked while deactivating the isolation field and opening the view of the table to the rest of the tavern. Yeah, Lith pointed at the only empty seat in sight. I let the guy run away. After that, everyone got the message. I'm sorry for ruining your dinner, everyone. Chapter 3747, Fulfilling a Wish Part 2. Don't be silly, Roz snorted. You did what you had to protect your family. Physical violence isn't the only violence. Agreed, Orion nodded. Had they badmouthed my little flower, I would have 6 genii at them. That's right, dear, she nodded, realizing his words too late. Wait a minute, what am I, a hunting dog? Please, hunting dogs are cute pets compared to you. Orion shrugged while Quilla and Freya laughed. And I would have fed them to Quilla, Morok said before Jeannie could react. HMGHDRRH, Quilla tried to protest, but her mouth full of food produced only unintelligible words. Don't worry, dear, I would drench them with gravy sauce first. Morok misunderstood her question and replied with confidence. Quilla found herself drooling and thinking about what plant folk would taste like, which scared her enough to stop being angry at her husband. This is not me, it's because of the twins that I'm so hungry, she told herself until she believed it. Don't worry, babe, Camilla said. The important thing is that we can spend the rest of the evening in peace. Valorin II stared at Lith for a while, and he misunderstood the gesture, bringing a spoonful of baby food to Valorin's mouth. The baby boy sniffed at the spoonful before eating it. Valorin had actually confirmed his suspicions. Ragnarok's sheath had a different smell from before. The coating made from the blood of the awakened who had tried to kidnap the baby boy was gone, replaced by Lith's blood. The angry blade noticed Valorin's stare and upturned its cross guard in what it hoped would look like a smile. A barbed smile full of jagged teeth. Valorin giggled at the sight and waved his small hand at the blade. What's the matter, son? Did that bad man ruin your appetite? Lith said, his voice worried as he was still holding the second spoonful near Valorin's mouth. Hungry, the baby boy resumed his meal and didn't stop until his plates were clean and his stomach full. The rest of the evening at the tavern passed pleasantly and uneventfully. No one dared to speak due to Lith's warning, and more importantly, no one dared to act due to the griffins and the dragon's threat. At the end of the meal, Lith paid the bill and added an extra for the trouble. With what I'm spending, I doubt Hogg will blacklist me, he inwardly groaned. Solus has stockpiled on sweets, Celia has ordered a week's worth of food to go, and Renan has taken enough for a small banquet for Zelex's senate. He opened the door for Camilla, Solus, and the rest of his family. Elena proposed taking a digestive walk before returning home, and everyone agreed. They took the transportation gate back to the residential district and toured Manoran a bit longer, admiring the city by night. There was no curfew in the flying capital, and people could stay up as late as their next day duties allowed them to. I don't want to go to bed, I'm not sleepy. The children lived in different houses, but they all whined about bedtime the same way. You say that every night, young man, lady, yet I have to battle every morning to drag you out of your bed. Please, Mom, Dad, just 5 more minutes. At a wave of the parents' hands, the playgrounds and dungeons disappeared, replaced by a dragon construct wearing a night cap on its head and holding a pillow in its arms. Not the bedtime dragon, please. I'm so tired, the construct yawned with a soft-pitched voice. Let's take a nap together. The children couldn't argue with the cartoonishly cute creature staring at them with its big eyes. They offered no resistance when the construct lifted them in a hug and brought them inside their house. Nuwu, the scream ended when the dragon locked the door and activated the hush array. That's awesome. Aaron, Lyria, and the triplets stared at the enforced curfew with wide eyes. Glad you like it, Roz grunted. Can you make something like that at home, son? Sure, Dad, Lith nodded. No, Dad, wait, that's not what I meant. Aaron started to panic. I need one of those too, please, Rena said, making her children go pale. No problem, big sis, Lith replied. Abominus, you will defend me, right? Lyria asked. The Piamir looked at her, then at Rena, and handed the young girl to her mother. Traitor, Lyria pouted. Good boy, Rena caressed Abominus' head. Extra breakfast for you tomorrow. You sold me for a bit of food, Lyria was flabbergasted. If you count the snacks, lunch, and dinner, it's a lot of food. Abominus licked his snout. Also, you need to sleep, and I don't want Rena to split us if you misbehave. I'm sorry, Abominus, you're right, Lyria hugged him. I'll be good, Mom. I believe you, baby girl, but I'm still getting a bedtime dragon, Rena replied. Space. Back to the mansion, Lith brought Valorin and Elijah to their room, and was about to open the door to the nursery when Valorin II clawed at his shirt. No, please, he said. Do you want to sleep with us? Lith asked while pointing at the master bedroom. Yeah, Elijah nodded. No, Valorin shook his head, pointing at the door of Lith's study. Me, you there, please. Lith looked at Camilla and Solus, who shrugged, having no idea what the baby boy wanted either. Lith grabbed the handle of his study, and when Valoran nodded, he opened the door. The baby boy pointed at the tea table, where the camellia was set up in a vase as the centerpiece. While Lith was still frozen in shock, Valoran used a tendril of spirit magic to grab the mystical flower and bring it close. Then, he took the camellia branch out of the pocket of his onesie. Valoran had kept the branch on himself, since the day Lith had given it to Valoran during the picnic at Magus' garden. Valoran attached the branch to the stem, but nothing happened. "No," he asked while looking at his parents. "It doesn't work like that, silly." Solus kissed the baby's head to reassure him. "Of course, the offer to formally adopt you is still valid, but are you sure this is what you want, Val?" "Yeah," Elijah nodded, orange flames glowing from her mouth, ready to fuse the branch to the flower at any cost. "It's not your decision to make, young lady." Camilla stopped Elijah before she could unleash her fiery breath. "Gods, it must be the phoenix blood in her veins to make her so bossy." "Yeah, sure," Lith's and Salark's voices said in unison. "It's the phoenix blood's fault." "Is that sarcasm?" Camilla grunted. "Guys, not now." Valoran's Solus tried to stop their quarrel, but the baby boy's laugh cut her short. He laughed so much and so hard that he started to cry, but for the first time in a long while, Valoran shed tears of joy. No one was bothered by his overdue request to join the family. No one rejected him. Quite the contrary, everyone was worried that Valoran would reject them again. They considered the matter so natural that they quarreled among themselves like usual, like family. Like his family. Chapter 3748, Rule Number 3, Part 1. "I'm sure," Valoran nodded, tapping the metal branch against the camellia's stem. "Okay with me?" Lith put his hand on Valoran's and Camilla and Solus put their hands over his. "There is no turning back, son. Last chance." "Please," Valoran clenched the branch hard, trying to make it bloom with sheer force of will. "Then so be it." Lith used a Tier 0 creation magic spell to fuse the branch with the stem, and then a Tier 1 spell to enchant the branch and make the camellia blossom appear. "Are you that good with creation magic already?" Camilla asked in surprise. "No, but the tower is always in the keep," Lith replied. "Also, I didn't undo the camellia's original spell. I never did. Each branch has its own enchantment, just as each one of our children is a unique individual. One imprint recharges all the blossoms, but they are independent and will grow along with our children. This way, when they grow up, the children can take their own branch away when they leave home or leave it with ours." "No," Valoran and Elijah yelled in unison. "No leave." "Sure, pumpkins, sure," Lith caressed the babies' heads. "We'll resume this conversation when you two are teenagers. Unluckily for you, I've recorded this entire conversation, and I'll use it against you when the moment comes." Elijah and Valoran exchanged a puzzled look while Camilla and Solus chuckled, pretending their tears were of hilarity. Space. Verhin Mansion, Training Hall the following day. "You are a poor excuse of a fighter, my disciple." Dawn sneered as she effortlessly deflected the blade-long spike coming out of the Agni's forearm. "When was the last time you faced a worthy opponent? I'm afraid peace made you soft." "Shut up," Nalrund snarled as he conjured a hail of hard light constructs shaped like stakes and threw them at the horseman in a burning hail. "That's the best you can do?" A flick of her hand conjured a hard light sphere around the stakes that trapped them like flies in a web. "You split the mana of your spell among too many constructs. Their individual power is negligible, and you lack the skill to move them in a battle formation. That's why a barrier that's barely half as strong as your spell can contain them with ease." "I noticed," Nalrund replied. He charged at the much smaller woman while lunging with the blades of his arms, knees, and lashing with his tail. At the same time, he merged the spike's constructs into a single colossal blade that pierced through Dawn's barrier. "Cool stuff." The horseman just extended her left arm with the palm out, and a Tier 3 heat ray hit Nalrund from point-blank range with the momentum of a speeding truck. The Agni's attacks hit only air, and his spell faded as he crashed into the wall, opening a several-meter-deep crater. How he grunted in pain. Why? Dawn didn't move from her spot like she had done from the beginning of the fight to offer him a fixed target. She even halted her attacks to give Nalrund the time he needed to recover and strategize. "You suck and I don't," she swept her raven-black hair behind her ear. "That's how." "I need a better explanation." The silence prolonged until the Agni added, "Please." "If you're asking yourself how can such a beautiful woman much shorter than you kick your ass despite the mass gap between us, the answer is simple," Dawn replied. "The problem is not our core gap." I'm not much more powerful than a bright violet cord awakened, and you are not that far from becoming one. The problem is that you have no idea how to use your powers. When you fight as a Razar, and Agni, you let your beast side take control, relinquishing tactics and cunning in favor of instinct. That works against another beast or an unskilled opponent, but it's a terrible choice against someone who can bait your beast side with fake openings. The reason you can't move me from my spot is that you keep falling for the traps I lay for you. You have danced in the palm of my hand like a puppet the entire time, and you didn't even notice it. Dawn paused, and Nalrund used that time to catch his breath and mull over her words. She's right, her body is nothing special. Dawn is no different from a human woman with a powerful mana core. She didn't fight harder than me, she fought smarter, he thought. That's bad news, he actually said. I've always fought like that because it worked and because it allowed me to focus on weaving my spells. I let my body fight on instinct and my mind cast magic. A nice trick, but a trick nonetheless, Dawn replied. Save it for small fish. Now that you have access to body casting, you have to master it and use it to deal with big fish, or you'll always end up like this. What about light mastery? He nodded. I did my best, and yet I never managed to touch you. Heck, you never used more than half the strength I employed. You noticed, the horseman smirked. I guess you're not the hopeless case I thought after all. Less insults, more teaching. Nalrund snarled, receiving a dreadful glare in reply until he added, please. You won't like the answer, Dawn said. Are you sure you want to hear it? I'm sure, please. The Agni didn't know what was worse. Whether to be forced to ask nicely his worst enemy for help, or the fact that being polite to Dawn was getting easier the more he did it. Fine, she nodded. You Razars are a bunch of arrogant idiots. You believed everything you extorted from me with violence and were so conceited that you never suspected I was setting you up for failure and revenge. What? Nalrund was flabbergasted. That cannot be. We double-checked everything you taught us. We used every spell we learned on animals before using it on ourselves. I never said you were mindless zombies. Dawn's reply cut deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed Zepho's help to break free from my prison, yet you were arrogant idiots. You never questioned my teaching methods, nor did you improve on them. Just like I can easily teach Aaron and Lyria how to form constructs with Tier 1 light mastery, and you can't. I can use light mastery in a fight while you can't. Do you understand now what I meant by setting you Razars up for failure? You taught us to use light mastery wrong in a fight. The Agni's eyes widened in realization. You did it to ensure that when you broke free and we tried to stop you, we would use our skills poorly so that you could overpower us with ease. That's how you destroyed us despite having no coordination with your host, and we Razars having the advantage of numbers and centuries of practice. That's why Lith needed but a glance to spot the mistakes in my battle techniques, even though he had mastered only Tier 0 light mastery. And my plan worked like a charm, didn't it? Dawn's otherworldly beauty only made her cruel smile even more terrifying. Chapter 3749, Rule Number 3, Part 2. Cooped up in your little precious cage, you had no ambition or interest to get out and gain some real combat experience. You only fought among yourselves, ingraining the bad habits I prepared for you into every drill and exercise you came up with. Whenever one of your so-called warriors left the fringe to train, they would kill weaker enemies but get killed by skilled ones, ensuring that no one would realize my deception. As I said, you Razars are conceited idiots who are happy to feed off the very hand you bleed. Dawn smirked from start to finish. Good gods, Freya hadn't planned to cut in, but she couldn't stop herself. Lith's rule number 3, never mess up with the person who prepares your meals. That's a smart rule, Dawn nodded. Long story short, heat rays are for close-quarter combat only, unless you're fighting a bunch of morons or targeting a building off course. Constructs have to be used as long-distance weapons, and shaped in a way you can use them like an extension of your being. A wave of her hand conjured golden stakes identical in shape and size to Nalrund's. Yet they moved like a swarm, coordinating their position and covering their flanks. When the Agni formed a hard light barrier to protect himself just like Dawn had done a few minutes ago, the result was completely different. Multiple stakes merged into one, focusing their power in precise spots of the barrier and compromising its structural integrity. As the cracks spread throughout the barrier, the remaining constructs pierced it with ease and nailed Nalrund to the floor. 2 stakes stopped millimeters away from his eyes, 2 more right beside his ear holes, 3 near his mouth, and more than any man would have liked floated in front of his crotch. Like this, Dawn snapped her fingers and the hard light stakes disappeared. The Agni stuttered his every word. This means I have to forget everything and now learn how to fight from scratch. And I'm the best teacher you could ask for, the horseman nodded. Don't you feel lucky, little Razar? Countless barbed remarks came to Nalrun's mind, but he kept them all to himself. I hate you, he just said. The feeling is mutual, Dawn said with a disgusted grimace. Are you going to learn, or do you want me to keep cleaning the floor with your body? Teach me, please, the Agni sighed. That's the attitude, she nodded. Come at me, I'll beat those bad habits out of your system. Wow, your wife is a huge jerk, but she's right, Freya said to Akala. I can't believe the Razars never learned anything on their own in centuries. Dawn served them bullshit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they eat it up. She's not a jerk, the traitorous ranger replied. I am, and she has a name just like your friend, Solus. Fine, Freya clicked her tongue. Dawn is right, happy now. No, and I'm sorry for giving you attitude. Akala raised his hands in apology. I'm just Lith's guest, whereas you are his friend. I should be more polite with you. Apologies accepted, she replied, having a hard time picturing Zepho Akala like the monster Nalrun described. That said, you are right up to a point, Akala nodded. The Razars weren't that stupid. They simply fell into the common trap that accompanies power that's not earned but granted. They underestimated their opponent and overestimated themselves. Speaking of which, what do you say you and I have a little spar of our own? I beg your pardon, Freya tilted her head in confusion. The last time we met, you trusted me enough to reveal your nature as a Hydra harbinger to me. Akala knew that fury, not trust, had driven Freya's actions, but he preferred to keep the atmosphere between them cordial. She shared his opinion and nodded for him to continue, while inwardly reproaching herself for her blunder. I consider it a deep honor, since the rest of Maugr thinks you've never taken the final step. Yet even such an honor can't stop me from pointing out that just like your companion, your power is granted, not earned. If you don't want to end up like the Razar race, you need to work hard and train harder. For that reason, I'm offering myself as your sparring partner today. He concluded by giving her a small bow. Thanks, but no thanks, Freya replied. I am already training with Master Falul, Nalrund, Morok, and skilled humans like my father. No offense, but there's nothing you can teach me that they can't. None taken, but you are wrong. Akala dismissed the veiled insults with a sweep of his hand. Falul is a Hydra, and as her harbinger you have her powers, but your mass is not the same. Am I wrong? No, Freya shook her head. Even in my beast form, I'm bigger and heavier than a human, but small compared to an emperor beast. On top of that, the people you mentioned are poor sparring partners. Akala continued. Your mutual love makes you incapable of attacking each other seriously, and there's nothing to learn from an opponent who pulls his punches and stops the moment he lands one hit. Nalrun just learned he doesn't know the first thing about fighting. Falul is too heavy, and her necks are much longer than yours. Your fighting style can't be the same. Morok relies on unique abilities no one else has, and I bet that whenever you spar with your father, both of you are more concerned about safety than victory. How can you learn anything from them? How can I learn anything from you then? Freya asked, folding her arms. Easy, Akala shrugged. I'm a human awakened like countless others. You do like me one bit, and you don't have to worry about injuring me. Look. Akala cut his palm deep with a knife, and white crystals emerged from the wound instead of blood. The injury healed in the blink of an eye, leaving no scar. This is my only unique ability. Thanks to my bond with Dawn, I'm nigh immortal. Unless her crystal is destroyed, I can't die. It means you can use your best spells against me, cut my limbs off, use your acidic venom, and I won't die. You can give your all and see how far you can go. Also, you're not Nalrund. I don't feel any guilt toward you. I'll go all out as well, and you'll experience true killing intent during our fight. Once again, Freya had to concede all of Akala's points. He's right, I don't like him. After what Akala did to Nalrund and his people, he deserves to suffer. I can bite and spit my venom at him like I would never do against one of my friends. Yet I'm not as heartless as Akala or Lith, she thought. Are you sure about this? If we fight seriously, you'll get hurt. Even if you don't die, you'll still feel pain, Freya said. After all the people I hurt and killed, I deserve it, the traitorous ranger replied. Not for them because they'll never forgive me, but for myself. Chapter 30, 750, Why Night Part 1. I need to put myself in my victim's shoes to experience the pain I caused to others. It's the only way I have to make peace with my past and forgive myself, Akala said. So you are your own judge and jury, Freya thought in outrage. And you're already willing to absolve yourself. What an arrogant prick. Fine, let's fight then. she actually said, calling her rapier dreadnought to her hand and shape-shifting into her harbinger form. 6 serpentine bodies formed in the space from her neck to her shoulders, and deep green scales replaced her pearly skin. Freya's pupils became vertical, and her teeth turned into long fangs dripping a viscous substance. "1 second, please." Akala gestured for her to wait as he took off his Davros armor and shaped a prism blade out of Dawn's crystal. "I suggest you remove your armor as well. Otherwise, you won't understand how much punishment your new body can take until it's too late." "Gods, if I hate it when he's right," Freya inwardly snarled. "A fair point." She switched her enchanted clothes for brown linen pants and a white shirt. "Can we fight now?" "Whenever you want." Akala shrugged, holding his sword in a neutral guarding stance. Freya charged forward while performing several lunges despite her sword being too far from Akala to reach its target. Each move released an elemental blast from Dreadnought with a power equivalent to a Tier 3 spell and allowed her to weave mystical runes with body casting. Akala remained still and conjured several small but dense hard-light shields that intercepted the incoming spells. The concave shape of the constructs reflected part of the spell's back and scattered the mana released by the detonations widely. Freya's own attacks created a dense mist of mana that, along with Akala's shields, blinded her life vision. Akala exploited the opportunity to blink behind her and go straight for her head. Blinking against a dimensional mage? What an idiot! She inwardly sneered as her collapse spell detonated Akala's exit point. "It's stabbing Tim." Freya was about to turn around and impale him on Dreadnought, her extra heads taking a deep breath to spit acidic venom to counter anything Akala might have prepared. Anything but his flight spell riding the explosion's shockwave to accelerate and catch her unprepared. His elbow struck Freya's main neck, pinning her to the ground while his left hand pressed the prism blade against her scales until she bled. "That was good but stupid." Akala let her go the moment Freya tapped out, admitting her defeat. "You knew about my regenerative abilities and should have planned accordingly." He turned around to show her the ruin of his back that was covered in white crystals and already healing. "You said you are but a normal man," she grunted. "I said that my body is that of a normal man," he countered soberly. "You can think of me as someone with the strength and mass of a man, but the healing abilities of a vampire or a redcap. They would hit you much harder than me and still have no care for these kinds of wounds. Consider our spar a good practice against undead and fey. You can't kill any of them with a mere explosion." "Tell me when you are ready." Freya nodded and took her guard stance again. "I'm healed and I'm coming for you." Akala performed a standard attacking sequence that Freya deflected effortlessly. His blade aimed at her head, then her neck, and lastly at her hand. The prism blade released flashes of light that she countered with darkness and heat that she cooled with water. A hard light construct suddenly enveloped the prism blade, allowing Akala to alter its weight, reach, and thickness according to the situation. "Damn if he's good," Freya was forced to admit. "I'm holding out so well only because I'm heavier than him and at least one of my heads doesn't get blinded by his flashes. I've never seen Lith fight like this, let alone Nalrond." Akala released a Tier 5 War Mage spell, Raging Sun, from his body, engulfing the area around him with violet flames and magma conjured by the mixing of the earth and fire elements. This time it was Freya exploiting the cover of the spell to blink to the ceiling unseen. As the rampaging flames started to fade, she let herself fall in a rain of blade strikes and spells. Shit, Akala had to give everything he had to block part of the onslaught, taking what he couldn't avoid and readying his blade for a counter. The moment the two blades were about to touch, Freya blinked to the ground. Akala was standing straight and looking up, so he failed to see her blade and react before she cut his head off. "Victor, fuck!" Freya fell to one knee, holding her right shoulder while blood gushed out of the stumps of 2 of her extra heads. Akala had extended his blade with a construct, messing up with Freya's depth perception and managing to hit her before the blink carried her to safety. "Yes, this is your victory, but it's a hollow one," Akala said while putting his head back on his neck. "Were you fighting against more than one opponent, the shock from losing 2 of your heads would have created a fatal opening. Even if you survived that, I'm sure that losing whatever spells those heads had at the ready would have messed up your battle plan badly. And that's without taking into consideration how it messed with my balance and perception." Freya groaned, reattaching the severed heads and accepting Akala's help to stand up. "It took me a long time getting used to having 7 points of view. Losing 2 is like going partly blind, while Magus suddenly tilts to a side." All the more reasons to keep in mind to protect your extra limbs. I noticed during our exchanges that you fight like you have only one neck instead of 7. You have the bad habit of leaving the other 6 defenseless. That's because I'm new to this form and none of my previous sparring partners ever considered beheading me. Freya groaned. I guess you are right, Zepho Akala. I have been as conceited as the old Razars, and I can use a sparring partner. It would be my pleasure, he replied. It's not easy to find a dimensional mage, and I can use the practice. With 7 heads, you are probably the most dangerous of your kind, aside from Tezka the Sun-Eater, of course. Thanks. Freya liked the compliments, and her brains were spinning at full gear as she pondered how her newfound ability to assess 7 sets of dimensional coordinates at the same time could improve her fighting skills. While Dawn painfully and utterly destroyed Nalrund without ever letting him touch her, the fights between Akala and Freya were more balanced. Freya achieved her share of victories, but there was a sour note to it. Sometimes Akala won without suffering a single wound, whereas when she won, they always traded blows. On the other hand, the viciousness of her opponent and his healing abilities allowed her to use every weapon in her arsenal. Chapter 30, 751, Wine Night Part 2. Freya bit Akala, sprayed him with liters of venom, and cut and burned him more times than she could count. Freya also learned never to let down her guard after an alleged death blow, since Akala kept fighting after his heart or head was pierced. He stopped only if decapitated. Can I give you one piece of unsolicited advice? He asked, while Freya and Nalrund devoured a hearty meal to make up for the nutrients lost, after healing the many wounds they had suffered during their respective spars. Sure, shoot, Freya nodded, and her newfound familiarity with Nalrund's nemesis irked the Agni to no end. I noticed that even with light fusion and healing spells, you get slower with each wound you suffer, Akala pointed out. It's normal, Freya shrugged. We are not using armor, and every cut you inflict on me goes deep. Normal people need nutrients to recover. We don't have white crystals that conveniently replace the bits we lose. But you're not normal people, Akala replied. You have 7 necks and, more importantly, 7 mouths. Why don't you wear a dimensional ring filled with nutrient potions on one of your serpentine necks? This way, you can take the potions out and drink them even in the middle of a fight, since you still have 6 heads left to keep an eye on your opponents. That's actually brilliant. Freya stopped eating. If at the same time I also use invigoration with another head, I can metabolize the nutrients and recover my full strength mid-fight like an undead feeding on life force. Is this your idea or Dawn's? Nalrund half asked and half growled. I admit I wouldn't be half the fighter I am without her teachings, but this one is all me. Akala replied, ignoring the underlying barb. At least half of your skill is your own, darling. Dawn clung to the traitorous ranger while emitting a purring sound. This loser is all me, even the incompetent part, especially the incompetent part. The Agni wanted to reply in kind, but the horseman had bested him too many times inside and outside the battlefield already. Nalrund couldn't deny her words about the cruelty of the Razars towards her, nor those about his kin's arrogant stupidity. Dawn had every reason to hate Nalrund, just like he had every reason to hate Akala. And the worst part is that he's a monster to me and a savior to her. Nalrund munched his food in fury, as if it had helped Akala to massacre his people. Hey Nalrund, can I spectate your training? I suck at light mastery and I can learn a lot just by watching 2 masters at work. Tista entered the training hall and looked at the stranger in curiosity. Who is this guy? At least until she used life vision on him. Whiny, Tista pointed her finger at Akala, making him blush in embarrassment. Are you Dawn's new host? How did you 2 meet? You know him? Dawn and Nalrund asked in unison. Yes, Akala nodded, trying to change the topic. We met briefly during the War of the Griffins, she. Of course I know him, Tista cut him short. I told you about the Wine Knight, my knight in whining armor who saved my life during the battle for the White Griffin. Can you please not call me like that? Akala cleared his throat. Wine Knight, Dawn chuckled. Well, yes, Tista nodded. There was the White Knight fighting the Golden Knight. Solus was also the Golden Knight who fought beside my brother, the Dark Knight. Calling my savior the Wine Knight was fitting, since whining was his most remarkable trait. I'm no one, call me however you like. Her voice was dour and sad, making her best impression of Akala. Well then, allow me to introduce you to Zepho Akala, the man who murdered my people, Dawn's host, and the one you know as the Wine Knight, Nalrund said. Akala, this is Tista, Lith's sister. I know who she is. Akala accepted Tista's shocked stare and gave her a deep bow. Everything you've heard about me is true, Tista, especially the bad parts. You are a Kala, Tista was flabbergasted. The guy who tried to kill my brother, the envious, gullible ranger who bonded with Dawn out of greed, the same guy who betrayed the Razars, that Akala. Yes, he just nodded in reply. Everyone makes mistakes, Dawn shrugged. Bonding with me was no mistake, though. Indeed, Akala was proud of their bond, but felt no desire to brag about something that had been paid for with the blood of many innocents. Why are you here? Tista asked, and Freya explained the terms of their deal to her. From their grudging alliance against Meln to the training arrangements. Damn, I wish I could join you, Tista sighed. I lack real sparring partners and no one wants to take on my flames. Yeah, I'll pass on that, Dawn snorted. They hurt like a bitch and I have nothing to learn from your cursed flames. I don't plan on fighting Lith and Meln can't use them. For everything else, I'm at your service. Can I join? Akala asked. My track record against divine beasts is awful, and if we ever fight Meln, I need to do better. It's too soon for you to fight a divine beast alone, even as my host. Dawn shook her head. I can fight Tista, and you can fight by my side to learn a few things, though. I've always fought alone, and I'm curious to see how far I can go with my host's help. It's all I ask. Akala nodded, taking her hand in his and kissing it. As Dawn squealed like a little girl, Tista couldn't help but wonder. I wonder if that's how Solus would look if she had spent the last 700 years going from one tyrannical host to another, she thought. I don't like Akala, but I can understand why Dawn does. I'm sorry, but if you saved Tista's life, why didn't you open with that? Freya asked, snapping the Hecate out of her daze. It doesn't change much, but it's a start. Because I didn't do it to get in Verhin's good grace or get praised, Akala replied. I'm not so arrogant that I think that any number of good deeds can outweigh or outdo my past crimes. There is no changing the past. I can bring my dead victims back to life no more than I can ask the forgiveness of those still alive. All I can do is admit my mistakes, learn from them, and make only decisions of which I can be proud. As I told you before, Freya, I'm the only one who can forgive me. I'll never be free from my past and guilt, but I can work hard so that I get a little better every day. Space. Verhin Mansion, a few days later. While Freya, Nalrond, and Tista endured constant battle to the death against Dawn and Akala, Quilla's pregnancy approached term. On the one hand, it pushed her to give her all to her magical research. She spent every waking moment studying the life forces of the people of Zelex, Lith, and Morok. Chapter 30, 752, Third Place, Part 1. Whenever Quilla ran out of ideas, she moved on to her still nameless branch of magic. Between the knowledge she accumulated by studying the life force of Famers and Balors and the growing power of the twins, Quilla's work progressed by leaps and bounds whenever she had so much as a spark of inspiration. On the other hand, however, getting up by herself was becoming harder and harder. Quilla now needed either someone to pull her up or to use spirit magic just to get out of bed before noon. Pregnancy amplified her magical abilities threefold, but also all of her biological needs. She ate so much and had to run to the bathroom so often that she had become sick of it. It's the circle of life, baby. Morok moved her from her desk to the toilet in a princess carry. What goes in has to go out. That's not how the circle of life works, she sighed. But thanks for the moral support and your help, stupid warp steps. Quilla had tried blinking to the bathroom, but she was no Freya. She often messed up the dimensional coordinates, cutting through sinks, the bathtub, and one time the toilet itself. Water had flooded Quilla's guest quarters, and if not for the self-repair arrays of the mansion, Lith would have had a stroke just from the repair costs. After almost losing her notes due to her rush, Quilla had given up on dimensional magic and accepted Morok's help. He was happy to stand by her side since all her biological needs were amplified threefold, and stress made her insatiable in the bedroom as well. Morok spent his time between venting sessions working on his bloodline abilities and life force. Don't mention it, he replied. Once I'm done here, there's something I need you to do, she said. On it, Morok replied, taking off his pants. Go call my father, please. What, he said in outrage. That's disgusting, I never agreed to that. What are you talking about? What's disgusting about going back to my old village? Quilla asked. Oh, that, Morok sighed in relief, glad that his wife and father-in-law had a perfectly healthy relationship. Just 1 second, give me the time to put my pants back on. Why did you take your pants? Quilla realized the misunderstanding and blushed up to her ears. Pervert, how can you even think I would do such a thing? Sex is perfectly normal for a married couple, he replied. I know that, you jackass. I'm talking about my father, Quilla snarled. I don't know how much sex your father has, and I really don't want to know. Morok shuddered at the idea. That makes the two of us. Quilla's rage reached new heights. I mean, how could you put my father and sex in the same thought? That's my line. You gave me a heart attack, Morok snarled back. Never mind, she sighed in exasperation. Please ask my father to come here and make no mention of this conversation. Got it, Morok nodded. With anyone, Quilla rushed to add the moment she heard the door opening. Ever. Spoil sport, Morok pouted. This is one of those silly anecdotes we should share with our friends to have a good laugh. I swear to the gods, if I ever hear so much as a peep about this, I'll. Morok closed the door, and the hush arrays of the mansion did the rest. She's so cute when she's angry, he smiled to himself. If only she didn't yell so much. The tyrant was still wondering about the mysteries of the female mind when Orion invited Morok in. What can I do for you, Morok? Is everything all right with Quilla? Orion no longer had reservations about his son-in-law. Not only was he terrified that Quilla would keep her promise and cut her parents out of her life if they disrespected her husband again, but Orion had also come to appreciate the kindness and affection with which Morok supported Quilla through her pregnancy. I'm fine, thanks, and so is Quilla, Morok replied. She wants to visit Saria and would like you to accompany us. Oh, that, Orion nodded. High uniform and our best behavior. Yeah, please stop me if you notice I'm about to lose it, Morok said. Only if you do the same for me, Orion sighed. I wish I could come with you guys. Gianni didn't bother hiding her frustration. She couldn't leave the mansion without the risk of an ambush from the Jernoff might ruin months of patience and preparations. Bringing Camilla or Elijah along was pointless since the Guardians wouldn't defend Gianni. The only way to extend their protection to her was to join Camilla or Elijah in an activity they would have done anyway on their own, like when they had dined at the traveling tavern. It's been only a few months that I'm walking a mile in the people of Zelex's shoes, and I'm already sick of this, she thought. I can't leave this god's damn Mana Geyser, and I have to spend my days trapped between these walls like a trapped animal. If someone like me feels like that, I can't even imagine what Ryla's and Garrick's life must have been. Forever restricted to the boundaries of an underground prison fist and a gilded cage now. I must cut them and Morok some slack. I would like that too, dear, but there's no way to keep you safe in an open space. Your people are too resourceful, Orion said. Moreover, we can't delay this anymore. Quilla wants to make this trip before the babies are born. Yeah, and believe me, if we wait any longer, she won't be able to move on her own anymore, and her whole plan will end in the gutter. Morok nodded. You were big during the last trimester, Gianni, but Quilla is enormous. Twins tend to do that, Gianni replied. They need double the space, but there's only so much that a woman's body can do to accommodate them. Once she would have gotten annoyed with Morok for the perceived insult, but the forced cohabitation had shown Gianni the tyrant's virtues. He rarely intended to offend people. He was simply so direct that he often came out as rude. Do you want to watch it live via the amulet? Morok asked. We can establish a one-way call so you can hear what happens to us, and you can watch everything through the hologram. It's not like being there, but it's the next best thing. Thanks, but no thanks, she shook her head. I'll wait for your return and witness everything with a mind link. Thanks for the thought, though. No problem, Morok nodded. How is my favorite sister-in-law today? He approached Driffa's crib, and she giggled at him. Morok picked her up and had his tyrant eyes act googly, appearing and disappearing from the various parts of his body. That and the colored lights flaring from his pupils were Driffa's favorite show. Duh, she said. Thank you, but I'm not your dad, Morok said, and Orion almost popped a vein. She's not saying dad, dear, Gianni tried to console her husband. She has been calling everything duh for a few weeks now. Chapter 3753, Third Place, Part 2. Are you sure? Orion looked unconvinced. Are you really sure that 3 consecutive does don't mean dad? After the D-word surprise, no, Gianni had to admit. I'm your big brother, Morok, Morok said, ignoring Orion's grievances. Say Morok. I swear to the gods, if she says Morok as her second word, I'm going to kill someone. I don't know who, but someone is going to die. Orion inwardly snarled. Dawa, Driffa said with a smile. Not even close, but thank you for trying. Morok tickled the baby girl, who laughed in joy. Can I play with her later? You don't even have to ask, Gianni replied. Much to many people's chagrin, you are Driffa's favorite uncle. Lucky snarled at the tyrant to underline the concept. Really? Morak lit up with joy. See you later, Pumpkin. Your dad, big sister, and I are on a mission today. See you soon, baby girl. Orion hugged and kissed the baby girl. Daddy will come back soon, but he misses you already. Dada, Driffa said, extending her little arms as soon as Orion stepped away from her crib. She said, Dada, congratulations. Morak patted Orion's shoulder, whose knees were wobbling and his eyes watery. Nonsense, that's just said twice and quickly. She has no idea what Dada means. Dada, Driffa called again, staring at Orion. What did you say, baby girl? He leaned heavily against the crib, needing sheer willpower not to stumble. Dada, Driffa smiled and extended her little arms until Orion picked her up. I'm sorry, can you tell Quilla I need a bit longer to prepare? Orion stood frozen like a statue. His voice was steady, but he kept his face turned so that no one could see it. I'll come to you as soon as I'm ready. Take your time. Morak looked at his pocket watch and pretended to be late for something. Oh gods, I've got to run. It's time for Quilla's 12th morning snack and 3rd bowel movement. You know she gets cranky when she's hungry. She's always cranky of late. Gianni opened the door and nodded a thank you at Morak as he bolted out of the room. Dada, Dada, Driffa kept saying as Gianni moved a chair for Orion to sit. Yes, baby girl, I'm your dad. He held the baby girl to his chest, feeling his heart swell with joy and tearing up for the void left by Floria's death at the same time. It had been a long time since Orion had heard a small voice calling him like that, but it felt like yesterday to him. His feet refused to move away from the crib while his blade, Grimlock, begged the Mad Queen to come back from the dead so that it could slay her. Dada. Congratulations, dear, another daddy's girl, Gianni smiled softly. I am so happy for you that I could cry. Despite her words, her voice was warm but steady. Thanks, my love, Orion allowed himself to sniffle. I'm sorry for you. I'll work hard to make sure that Driffa says Mom next instead of Morak. This does it, Gianni inwardly roared. All those months carrying her in my womb, all the fear and preparations against the Jernoff, and I get 3rd place in Driffa's heart after an exclamation in Orion. If Driffa doesn't say Morak first, of course. I don't know who or how, but I need to kill someone. Someone must die to relieve my anger. Space. Driffa said Dada. Quilla was flabbergasted. Yep, heard it with my own ears, Morak nodded, multiple times. I don't know whether to be more impressed or scared by how fast my little sister is learning to talk. Quilla ate her 14th morning snack and could feel the 4th bowel movement coming. I hope you don't mind waiting a bit, Morak said, refilling her plate with bagels with cream cheese. Are you kidding me? She devoured the bagels and licked her fingers. If one of our babies just called me Mama, I'd be on my knees, bawling my eyes out. Anyone who dared interrupt me would die quickly only because I'd want to rush back to our kid. Let's make a deal, Morak said. The baby girl has to say Dad first and the baby boy Mom. What do you say? That I love the idea, but as we have seen, babies rarely follow a schedule. Quilla chuckled, gesturing for the bathroom. Well, we can try, Morak lifted her. I warn you, if they both say Mom as their first word, you'll have to deal with a 3rd tyrant crying like a baby. I can manage, she smiled. But I don't think it'll happen. I have the feeling you are going to be an awesome father. Space. Half an hour later, Orion knocked on their door. He wore an impeccable high uniform up to the standards for a royal parade. His eyes were sharp and his smile warm, without any trace of the previous emotional turmoil. Sorry for the wait, let's go, he said. No problem, Dad, Quilla replied. How is Driffa? She's perfect, like always. Orion's stern tone contrasted with his words. It's your mother I'm worried about. She's fuming. I already alerted Freya and asked Chilean and Gunnian to come here as soon as possible. Your mother will need your help too, little one, or she's going to kill someone. First, how can you call me little one even now that I'm this close to becoming a mother, Dad? Quilla said. Second, we are at the Verhin mansion. There are only friends here and Mom would never hurt them. First, you'll be my little one even when your children have children, and you'll be this close to becoming a grandma, Orion replied. Second, once I've seen your mother set up a ploy with 100 pawns just to fetch herself a glass of water. I wouldn't be surprised if she lured someone she doesn't like here just to imprison and torture them to death. This is not funny, Dad, she said. What's not funny, dear? Orion looked at her in confusion. I don't think he was joking. Morak whispered in her ear, sending a shiver running down Quilla's spine. Space. Under normal circumstances, reaching Saria would have taken them but a few minutes. The village was located in the Distar Marquisate. and after walking out of the nearest gate to Saria, Orion used his DeLorean to cover the rest of the distance. "We are almost there." Quilla recognized the area and opened Tyrant's eyes on her palms and face to look around. "How can you have so many eyes yet see no further than a human?" "Because they are human eyes," Morok snorted. "Lith's are bird eyes instead. Besides, our powers are based on the elements, not on perception." "Bummer," she replied while squinting. Saria resembled the Lucia from 12 years ago. The core of the village was comprised of a few dozen wooden houses as big as their respective owners could afford, and none of them was made of stone. The local blacksmith had to place his forge in the middle of the room to avoid fires. There were no roads or sidewalks, only solid ground, pebbles, and mud where someone had recently thrown dirty water or emptied their chamber pot. Chapter 3754, Returned in Kind, Part 1. The farmers lived on the outskirts of the village. Their houses were far and isolated, needing space for the cattle pens and hen houses. Also, a farm had to be built near the cultivated fields to keep an eye on the crops at all times. A single wildfire could burn everything during summer, while thefts were a common occurrence during fall, right before harvest. By the gods, it would take a squad of 10 soldiers or a single awakened to wipe out the entire village. Morok had seen better and worse than Saria during his tour as a ranger, but his mind refused to associate such a place with Quilla. 10 soldiers, she scoffed. Maybe if the villagers fought back, as I remember it, 5 thugs were more than enough. 5 thugs? Orion wanted to say something in defense of the villagers, but Quilla's flinty stare stopped him. The people of Saria sounded the alarm and scurried like terrified rats at the sight of the magical car. 10 youths, covered in leather armor and wielding tools that could be called weapons only because of their sharp-bladed ends, bunched up together in the middle of the main road without a shred of battle formation. Is that supposed to be the local militia? Orion shuddered in second-hand embarrassment, his inner drill sergeant dying to yell orders and whip the youths into shape. Impressive, right? Quilla grunted as the DeLorean came to a halt. Morok stepped out of the car first, and the sight of his deep green great mage robe and his enchanted hammers, Grimnir, made the youths drop their weapons like a bad habit and beg for forgiveness. Then came out Orion, wearing his deep blue archmage robe over his general of the army uniform. Grimlock rested on his hip, and although the blade remained sheathed, the wind parted upon its touch as if cut. At that point, Saria's militia yelped in terror and ran into their homes, locking the door and praying to the gods it wasn't them the archmage was after. Quilla came out last, wearing her deep green great mage robe over her best day dress, worthy of the royal court. She straightened up despite her bulging belly, and moved with a confident stride towards her destination without the need for help. Quilla stopped in front of the best house of the village, a 2-story building twice as big as the second-largest house of the village. The wood had been recently painted, and the house showed all the telltale signs of regular maintenance. She knocked on the door thrice and waited for it to open. Yes, a terrified young girl who couldn't be older than 6 asked. She was holding the door with all her strength, to either stand up or close it shut based on the stranger's next move. Tell village head Balaam that great mage Quilla Ernaz, formerly known as Quilla of Saria, is here to see her. If she felt compassion for her fellow orphan forced into indentured servitude, it didn't show. Quilla, the little girl echoed in disbelief as her eyes widened and all replaced fear. That's me, little sister, Quilla nodded. Now go. The house wasn't that big, so even if the young girl hadn't left the door open, Quilla would have still heard her knocking on the thick door of the basement while relaying the message. Quilla, sweetie, it's so good to see you. A plump old woman came to the door a few seconds later, still trying to fix her hair and straighten her dress. You gave us a big scare. You should have notified us of your... Balaam's words died in her mouth, as Quilla nailed the village head with a cold stare. Dad dear, this is my birth village, Saria, Quilla said, her voice filled with spite. This is the place I lived after my parents died, and this woman is Balaam, the village head. She took care of me until I became the village healer. A long pause followed, allowing Orion to remember how small and scared Quilla was when they had first met. According to Freya's stories, by then she had already grown up quite a bit thanks to Vaster's tonic and the White Griffin's canteen. Morok had met Quilla much later, but she had shared lots of mind links about her past with him. He knew everything and needed sheer willpower not to set Saria ablaze and spread salt over its ruins. Balaam knew everything as well, and the pause served only to make her fear grow. Or rather, she was supposed to take care of me, Quilla continued. She could have sent me and the other orphans to the nearest orphanage, but she was so kind and generous that she kept us living with her, as her servants. She pointed at the young girl and used spirit magic to force her to expose her ruined fingers. We had to do all the work in the house and cook, yet we were fed only the scraps of Balaam's table and only if she was satisfied with our work. Before you ask, everyone in the village knew. Everyone in the village knows. They just don't care. Quilla offered the young girl a loaf of oven-fresh jam bread from her dimensional amulet. The girl looked at Quilla first, then at Balaam for permission, and when the village head soiled herself, the girl took it as her cue to eat. Fresh white bread was a luxury for the villagers and a dream for the orphans. More children were lured out of their hiding spots by the delicious smell, and Quilla handed one loaf to each of them. By 6, I was so malnourished that even after becoming the village healer and having regular meals, my body couldn't recover. By 12, I looked half my age, and if not for Duke Igha recommending me for the White Griffin, I wouldn't be half the woman I am today. Food was scarce. Balaam stuttered every word. I did all I could, but there were too many mouths to feed. Don't you dare lie in front of me, you fat cow. Quilla didn't need to yell. A sliver of killing intent was all it took to cut the village head short and bring her to her knees. You had plenty of food, the other orphans and I prepared every meal for your family. We had to watch you and your children gorge yourselves every day while we starved. We painted your house, washed your floor, and all we got for our labor was a watery soup and a cot to share for the night. I still remember the day those bandits attacked the village and killed that bastard of your husband. I thought it was the happiest day of my life, but boy, if I was wrong. The happiest day of my life was when you sent me to search the burned-down house of the healer for valuables, and I found his books. The day when I became valuable enough for the pathetic excuses for humans that live in this village to protect me from you, give me a place to stay, and real food. She turned around, looking at the crowd that now surrounded the trio of nobles. Chapter 3755, Returned in Kind Part 2. Quilla recognized many familiar faces among them. The adults who, in their younger days, had ignored her, and her pleas had aged badly. Their children, who had mocked and tormented her, now adults, turned their heads around in shame. There were even a few of her fellow orphans, and they all still carried the effects of prolonged malnourishment on one or more limbs. Quilla instead looked like a queen. Her hairdo was perfect, her dress immaculate, and one of her jewels would have been enough to buy dozens of villages like Saria. I don't know if you've heard, but I enrolled in the White Griffin Academy the same year as another commoner, Lith of Lucia, who's better known as the Supreme Magus Lith Verhin. I haven't become as famous as him, but I've come a long way from the starving orphan you all knew. She waved at her dress and mage robe. Yet the biggest difference between me and Lith is another. This is how the village of Lucia looked in the year of our enrollment. A clap of Quilla's hands conjured the hologram of a small village with few houses and no paved road. The people of Saria looked at the shabby houses and weathered faces of the people of Lucia in confusion, having no idea what point Quilla was trying to prove. This is that very same village today. Another clap, and the hologram of the medium-sized city of Lucia replaced the images of the shabby village. The hologram was centered on the city block formed by the buildings that once had been the entire village, so that the people of Saria could recognize them from the previous hologram. Now the city extended as far as the eye could see, almost reaching the nearest cultivated fields to Saria. The streets bustled with activity, the people smiled as they worked, and more importantly, Lucia thrived. The biggest difference between Lith and me is that he had a family in Lucia, people he loved and cared for, Quilla said. His presence alone brought Lucia fame, money, and attention. In 8 years, his small village grew in size until it became a city, and now Lucia has its own warped gate and branch of the Mage Association. In case you are wondering why Saria is still a mudhole, you only have to look yourselves in the mirror to look the answer in the eyes. I hated this place and I still hate it. I hated you all and I still do. So when the royals offered me rewards, I kept them to myself. When the noble Erna's family adopted me, I never mentioned Saria. When I became assistant professor and then a great mage, I could have done wonders for this place, but I chose not to. Because my greatest hope was to watch you all live and die in misery like the filthy bastards you are. What about Duke Igha? Corin, one of her fellow orphans, asked. He was the one who had the villagers build your house. He was the one who recommended you for the academy. That parasite? Quilla scoffed. He dropped me at the White Griffin with no warning or backing. I wouldn't have survived the first year if I hadn't met people willing to look after me and become my family. I returned his favor in kind. I paid him back for the house and dropped his name at the headmaster once, just like Igha did for me. How is your leg, Corin? Quilla asked, noticing his limp. It's nothing much, I can manage, he replied with a shrug. Oh, no, you don't. Quilla used her injection spell to flood his body with nutrients and activated her Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Silver Hand. After working on fallen life forces, healing a slightly deformed body was as easy as drawing a straight line. Before Corin could understand what was happening, his underdeveloped muscles and misshapen leg had gained a few kilos of healthy flesh and bones. I can't give you a second growth spurt, but from now on you can live a normal life. Corin was still shorter than Quilla, but his body was now well proportioned. I suggest you leave this place and never come back. Can you give me a ride? He asked. I can do better, I can give you a job, Quilla replied. Is this why you have come back? An old villager asked. To rub your success in our faces. There were plenty of sick people in the village, but Quilla hadn't moved to heal anyone after Corin. Seeing her flaunting her powers and performing miracles was a slap in their faces that they couldn't take in silence. If that were my intention, I would have already reduced this dump to rubble. She conjured a giant fireball above the village that everyone mistook for a second sun. I know Marchioness Brynja Distar personally, and I have the power of the Urna's house behind me. I'm a great mage. All it takes me to slaughter people like you and get away with it is one call. Also, I would have come here much sooner. I never returned to this place because I was ashamed of myself. Because I wanted to pretend this part of my life never happened and leave the past behind. Yet now that I'm about to become a mother, I can't allow more children to suffer knowing what they are going through. If I did, I would be no better than people like you. Then, Quilla beckoned to the children living with Balam. Follow me. I'm going to bring you to a place where you can eat every day, sleep in a warm bed, and won't have to work until you come of age. Really? The young girl's face lit up in a smile, until she remembered about her tormentor. She turned around to look at Balam in fear, and with her the rest of the orphans. The village head was still sitting in a stinking pool of her own making, her face pale, and her eyes filled with tears. The invincible, cruel monster that had haunted the orphans' nightmares for years was gone, replaced by a mean, terrified old lady. Really? Quilla offered another piece of jam bread, and what was left of the orphans' fear evaporated like snow under the sun. A few bolted outside the house to collect their prize, but most ran back inside. They went down in the basement to pick up the children who were too small, weak, or ill to move on their own. Orion stood there as a dozen malnourished, sickly children gathered around his daughter and shared the bread she offered them. He didn't move, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. He was boiling with rage, and even though Grimlock was no Ragnarok, he could swear he heard the blade begging him to unsheath it and paint the village red. Quilla healed the lesser ailments without putting strain on the already debilitated small bodies, ensuring the orphans would be conscious and lucid. She wanted them to hear what she had to say and remember it. I'm not Quilla of Saria anymore. I'm Quilla Urnas of the Urnas region, she said. Chapter 3756, Clockwork Part 1. I've become a mage and built myself a better life, not thanks to you, but in spite of you. Quilla turned around, returning the spiteful glances she received in kind. I've come here because I wanted to show my husband and father my birthplace and cut all ties with Saria. You people disgust me and won't receive any help from me, now and in the future. Yet I promise you this. I'll come back once my children are born and have grown old enough to understand what this place means to me. That will be the last time I come to Saria, the day when I use you as a cautionary tale to teach my children what kind of adults they must strive not to become, to show them the scum of Maugr and teach them how to recognize people like you. She clung to Morok's arm the entire time she spoke, her fingers clenching to his armor and flesh with so much strength that he felt it through the various protective enchantments. Quilla had brought Morok to find the strength to face the past from which she had run away for so long, to have someone who could understand her pain and help her get over it once she was done. Most of all, Quilla had brought Morok along because she was terrified that those same monsters who had hurt her as a child could do the same to her twins and needed him to feel safe. It was an irrational fear, and she knew it. Even without the pregnancy, an awakened like Quilla could turn Saria into a molten crater with a simple spell. Yet her inner child was still scarred by Balam and could not be reasoned with. Facing the village head and rescuing the orphans didn't change the past, but it helped Quilla to close that chapter of her life. She opened a warp steps leading straight to the nearest branch of the Mage Association, where food had been prepared in advance, and healers were ready to administer first aid. The orphans gaped at the tier in space in awe, circling around it. The branch of the Mage Association was visible from the front and back, whereas the warp steps was invisible from the sides. The dimensional corridor was bidimensional and lacked depth. "Come on, kids," Quilla said. "Holding this thing in place is hard, and I can't hold it forever." The mages on the other side of the steps were shocked. Saria was quite far away, and covering such a distance with a single warp steps was an impossible feat even for a powerful mage like Orion. Quilla would have never managed to do it without the power she received from her twins. "Can you show it to us again later?" one of the orphans asked. "Of course, now get in." She smiled, and the children walked through the dimensional corridor one after the other. The shock of passing from mud and cold to solid stone and warmth was so great that the children froze in place, and the mages had to force them to step away from the passage to allow the rest in. Then Quilla waved at Corin and all her old comrades who still lived in Saria to get in. She stepped through the warp steps last, walking arm in arm with Morak and without turning back. Once the dimensional passage faded, Orion was still standing in front of the villagers in what passed for Saria's main plaza. He threw a disgusted look at the crowd assembled around him before moving towards the village head's house and scanning it with a series of enchanted devices. He took out of his dimensional amulet. Once he was done examining the external walls and the roof, he went inside, keeping the basement for last. He couldn't risk massacring everyone in a fit of rage and needed to buy himself some time to go from raging father to detached professional. "What do you think you are doing?" said one of the villagers. "That's not your house, you can't go in." "I'm sorry." The spite in Orion's voice made it clear he was anything but sorry. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Orion Ernez, commander of the Knight's Guard at His Majesty's service. I've come to Saria to investigate after receiving the report that someone here practices slavery and exploits children." Orion showed them his badge and threw a handful of search warrants in the face of the villagers. "I'm not here as Quilla's father, but in my official capacity to collect proof of said crimes. Slavery is a crime punishable by death, and so is aiding and abetting slavers. I'm going to ask you a question, and you'd better think twice before answering." Orion stopped talking, but continued to scan the house for traces of blood, skin, and to estimate how long ago the most recent house maintenance had been performed. "Do you know if someone inside this village perpetrated such crimes, and for how long has it been going on?" he asked once he decided he had given the villagers enough time to make up their minds. "I need your testimonies along with those of the children to assess if there's enough evidence to charge someone and with what crime." The people of Saria looked at Balaam and then at each other. They didn't know the law of the kingdom. All their lives, Balaam had been the law. It was her connection with the merchant guild that allowed the artisans to sell their goods and restock at a fair price. With her gone, someone would have to step up, and a new deal be negotiated. "I know nothing," the baker shook his head. "I mean, sure, I noticed the orphans were thin, my lord, but that's hardly a novelty here. Doing chores for the village head raised no alarm either. This is no royal palace. Food is scarce, and everyone has to earn their due. My children also work, and so do the children of the farmers. They grow taller and stronger simply because we can sacrifice ourselves to give them more food." Orion looked at the man's bulging gut and then at the rest of the assembled people. Some were lean, others were more muscular, but none of them looked malnourished. Once the baker started talking, the blacksmith and the tailor confirmed his words, claiming their innocence and ignorance of whatever crime Balaam might have perpetrated. The village head studied the commander's reaction, praying to the gods to spare her life. She promised them that she would change, that she would be good and treat the next batch of orphans better. "I see," Orion smiled at the villagers, and everyone inwardly sighed in relief. "Then everything is all right. I don't have to worry anymore." "Don't you mean we don't have to worry anymore, my lord?" the local merchant and richest man in the village asked in confusion. "I know what I said." Orion still smiled, but the joy in his eyes switched into a savage kind of joy. "I was afraid you could expose this piece of trash and bargain yourself a plea deal, claim that she blackmailed you, or say something that would lighten your sentence." Chapter 3757, Clockwork Part 2. "You lying straight to my face was the best thing I could hope for. With me here to protect you, you had no reason to be afraid of village head Balaam. I'm not even from this region." You could count on my discretion, or ask me to be moved to the Urna's region if you feared retaliation from some noble. Instead, you lied, and did it with confidence. In my experience, it means it's not your first time, and that's what I'm going to write in my report. You just added obstruction of justice to your charges for aiding and abetting slavery. How can you say we are lying, my lord? The baker refused to drop the title, hoping it would earn him some mercy if the commander was telling the truth. Have you not wondered why I came here in a DeLorean? Why did my daughter make such a pompous entrance? Why did she give you a long-winded speech that kept all of your eyes and ears on her? Orion's smile turned soft, an echo of what Jeannie offered her victims before dealing the death blow. The problem with investigations in small villages is that rumors travel fast, unless everyone is glued to the ground like a moron, of course. He pointed at the outskirts of Syria, where the cultivated fields and the farmers' houses were. Only then did the artisans notice that the work in the fields had stopped. That farmers, farmhands, and stable boys were all talking with strangers in high uniform and pointing at the village. Only then did the villagers remember that the orphans came from the poorest farmers' houses, whose parents died of illness or accident without anyone to take care of them. The artisans could all afford a trip to the nearest healer, and even in case of their death, their children would not be given to Balaam. The surviving parent had all the means and skills to keep the business going, until the child could help them run it. Only farmers' children ended up in the village head's care, and the farmers hated the villagers for it. The farmers owed nothing to the villagers, and had kept their mouths shut until that moment only because they feared retaliation. With the Knights Guard there, however, there was nothing to be afraid of. The villagers could almost hear the farmers spill out decades-old grievances. There was no statute of limitation for murder, and every child who had died of malnourishment or while working on Balaam's house counted as such. The kingdom had entrusted the children to the village head to protect them and paid her for her services. In the same way, the kingdom had entrusted the villagers to keep an eye on Balaam. They weren't paid for that, but it was their civic duty. In the eyes of the kingdom, the artisans were as guilty as Balaam of every death that had happened under her tutelage. Now please, there's only one more thing you can do to make this day perfect. Orion unsheathed his blade while keeping the recorder on. Resist your arrest. Space. Quilla brought old and young orphans to the White Griffin and entrusted them to Vaster's hospital ward. Please, Professor, take care of them like you did with me. She nodded her head since a bow would have caused her to stumble and fall. I'll pay for everything. Quilla, my girl, consider me offended. Vaster grunted in mock outrage. How could I charge my former assistant professor and favorite alumnus for something like this? The light magic department looks after its own. Thanks, Professor, she nodded again. Our alchemists will have to work overtime to concoct enough tonic for everyone, but that's their problem. Vaster chuckled. I'm confident in restoring the children to perfect health, but I don't think I can make the adults more than a few centimeters taller. Wait, you can, Quilla and the others said in amazement. Yes, body sculpting has made constant improvements thanks to our research. He pointed at himself and Quilla. You left behind a great legacy, my girl, and I'm building on it. I can't believe it, Quilla squealed with joy. I won't be the little one anymore. I'm sorry, man, but this doesn't sound believable, Morok said. If your method works, why didn't you use it on yourself? Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? You could use being a little taller and a little less wide. Morok, Quilla blushed up to her ears. Excellent question, moron. Vaster laughed, calling Morok by the wrong name by mistake. Morok, the tyrant grunted. My bad. Vaster raised his hands in apology. The answer is that I can't. My spell works, but only for those whose body, for some reason, failed to reach its full potential. I had perfect health and plenty of food in my youth. This is my best, and I can't get taller without taking a bunch of unnecessary risks. Wait, doesn't that mean? Quilla felt her enthusiasm fade. Same for you, little one, Vaster shrugged. My tonic brought your body up to speed and your growth spurt did its best. That's as tall as you go. Quilla sighed, but everyone else rejoiced. Space. Verhin Mansion, later at lunchtime. I'm so glad my plan worked, Jeannie sighed. I only wish I were there with you. It didn't just work, dear, it went clockwork. Orion held her hand gently. Every one of the villagers was put into custody, and the farmers will be rewarded and protected as whistleblowers. I've already arranged with Brynja a new liaison with the Merchant Guild. They were happy to give the farmers long-term, favorable prices to avoid an investigation. What about the people you saved? Solus asked. They can stay at the White Griffin for a while, but what about once their treatment is over? There's nothing to worry about. Quilla shook her head. The children will go to the Erna's orphanage in our regional capital, while the adults will receive the training they need before being hired in one of our facilities. The Erna's family owns so many businesses, cultivated fields, and establishments that my old friends are spoilt for choice. Is it safe? Kelia asked. The orphanage, I mean. The word evoked only bad memories, and she clenched her cutlery as she fought the demons of her past. I'm not going to lie and say the system is perfect, Quilla replied. Some orphanages are bad, but the Erna's family runs the one where the children will live from now on. No one messes with the Erna's family right under its nose. Well, that's a relief, Kelia sighed, feeling a huge burden move from her chest to her stomach. I was afraid that. Then the huge burden flared up in her abdomen as if it had exploded in a ball of fire. Kelia doubled over, pain cutting her short. Something is wrong with me, she said amid gasps. My mana core feels like it's going to burst and my chest is killing me. The pain moved from her solar plexus to the fragment of Dusk's crystal stuck into her flesh right beside her heart. Don't worry, child. Baba Yaga blinked from her seat and reappeared right next to Kelia. I knew this would happen. It's the reason I spend most of my time here. Chapter 30, 758, Missing Piece, Part 1. I thought Yaga stayed here to enjoy my company and get my help adapting the harmonizer to her undead. Menadian thought. Help me, Grandma, Kelia said, as a pillar of golden light erupted from her body. This is nothing like the breakthroughs I experienced in the past. I know. Baba Yaga placed her right hand on Kelia's chest and her left over the abdomen while activating her breathing technique, sun and moon. That's because Dusk is no longer with you to follow the development of his plan. What do you mean? Kelia asked, feeling the pain subside as the mother guided the world energy from Kelia's mana core to Dusk's fragment, and from there throughout her life force. He was working on awakening and merging your dormant phoenix and griffin bloodlines, remember? Salark answered the question to leave Baba Yaga free of focusing on Kelia's rampaging mana core. At each breakthrough, Dusk nudged the development of your life force to achieve his goal. Now, however, your core is taking the leap from the bright green to the deep cyan. A single fragment of Dusk's crystal isn't strong enough for the task at hand. The shard still retains Dusk's will and is trying to steer your life force in the right direction, but your body is rejecting the changes. As I explained to Lith a long time ago, the awakening of a dormant bloodline is a rare phenomenon. You are mostly human with only a faint trace of divine beast blood. Your body needs to undergo massive changes to host the power of a single divine beast, let alone two. On top of that, Dusk didn't want you to become a phoenix or a griffin, but a perfect hybrid between the two, like Lith and Valoran the Second. I remember, he called me his perfect sword. Kelia grunted in pain as impurities trickled out of all her orifices and pores. Let me guess, that makes the process even harder. Much harder, Salark nodded, feeling a tingle all over her skin as she started to perceive Kelia's presence through her blood imprint bloodline ability. That's why your body is offering so much resistance. Truth be told, Kelia's bones were supposed to shatter and reform, her organs to be squeezed, her skin to break, and her hair to fall. Yet Baba Yaga and the Guardians would never allow the children to be scared. The mother had taken control of the breakthrough, turning the wild surges of world energy into a stable flow, and forcing the impurities to leave Kelia's body without destroying it in the process. Did I smell so bad when I awakened? The stench of the black tar-like substance reached Lyria's nose, making her retch. Worse, Aaron said. Well, you didn't smell like flowers either. Lyria blushed in embarrassment. Be quiet, kids, Lith said. Watch and learn. Aaron and Lyria felt humiliated for being reproached by their brother-uncle. Yet they both forgot about it when they noticed a second golden pillar emerging from Kelia's body, and a third one descending from the ceiling to meet the other two. Suddenly, the pool of impurities surged from the ground and enveloped Kelia from head to toe. WHGS HPNG? She tried to ask what was happening, but another surge of impurities drowned her words. You're luckier than I hoped, the mother replied. It seems that this falls under the umbrella of the baby's protection. Aaron and Lyria looked around the table, discovering that Salarx and Tyrus' eyes glowed with mana. Before they could ask a single question, the three golden pillars fused into one, and the breakthrough reached its zenith. Where Kelia Sunbury had stood until a moment ago, now there was a humanoid creature about 2 meters, 67, tall, covered by soft, silvery feathers. She stood on two legs and had clawed paws for hands that resembled a lion's, while the talons of a bird of prey replaced her feet. A set of feathered wings came out of her shoulder blades and 3 phoenix's tail feathers from the small of her back. Her head was that of an eagle and had a raptor's golden beak instead of a mouth. "Silver feathers?" Lyria asked. "Can she use dread flames like Uncle Lith?" "I doubt it," Lith replied. "It's more likely that." Kelia felt something rise from her mana core, fill her heart, and then flood her chest where Dusk's crystal shard was. Bolts of life maelstrom arched all over her body, crackling from one feather to another and growing in strength with each passage. Soon, the silver lightning became as strong as that of an adult griffin and multiplied Kelia's abilities tenfold. When it reached the Dusk's fragment, she felt the horseman again. "Congratulations, kid, you did it." She heard his voice in her head just for a moment. Then everything went black. Space. Giera continent, ruined city of Hervor at the same time. Orpal was in the middle of a death match against Jorel when it happened. Agony flooded his chest, freezing him in place. He took the punch that he was supposed to block in full, the impact shattering his jaw and skull. It wasn't the first time that Orpal took a full-powered blow from the Storm Griffin, and it had never been a big deal. Night granted Orpal nigh immortality, which allowed him to survive the most gruesome spars. Yet it was the first time that blood sprouted from the open wound instead of black crystals. The cracked skull remained cracked, and the Vertilac seized uncontrollably. "I didn't hit you that hard," Jorel said in confusion. "That was just a feint. You were supposed to block that. I didn't put even half of my strength into that punch, and you survived my haymakers." Orpal recognized the fear and worry in the Griffin's voice. Fear that the Vertilac would die before turning Jorel into a full upper. Worry that without Orpal, the Storm Griffin would lose his newfound powers and home. Without the Vertilac, Jorel would be back to being an exiled griffin who couldn't return to his nest without being detained and interrogated. He would have to spend the rest of his life on the run or get executed by his own kin the moment Tyrus discovered her wayward son had helped Orpal. Jorel never let it show, but he was well aware of how much was at stake in their partnership, at least until he became a true upper. After that, Orpal's death would have been nothing more than a minor annoyance. "I know," Orpal grunted. "Give me a second." He used his breathing technique, Birthright, to check what was wrong with his body. His life force and mana core turned out to be in perfect condition. Night's crystal, instead, was full of cracks and seconds away from shattering into 1,000 pieces. The red parts rejected the black ones, forming hair-thin fissures wherever they touched. "What's happening?" he asked via their mind link. "I thought you had succeeded in fusing your crystal with Dusk's. The process was supposed to be over and done." "I did, and it is," she said while pouring all of her might and focus on keeping her crystal heart together. "Then what is wrong with us?" Orpal asked. Chapter 3759, Missing Piece, Part 2. "We missed a piece, that's what." Then, feeling his confusion, she added, "We lack the final shard, the one containing Dusk's consciousness, remember?" She said, and Orpal telepathically nodded for her to continue. "It's like having his body but not his head. It's already a hassle as it is, but don't forget that we horsemen are not like humans. Even if split apart and from a great distance, every piece of our body is still connected. Wherever Kelia is, she has done something that awakened Dusk's mind. The head is calling and the body is trying to move. In other words, I ensured that Dusk's crystal has Asterisk to stay with us, but it now wants Asterisk to go to her." "I understand," Orpal nodded. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "Actually, yes," she replied, surprised by his thoughtfulness. Night had expected him to whine and moan like usual, not to be helpful. "Help me keep everything together. My crystal is also yours, and your willpower is as effective as mine." "Got it," Orpal telepathically nodded. "Jorel, I need your help," his mouth said at the same time. "Find my crystal with your breathing technique and infuse only the black parts with life maelstrom. Affect the red ones and we are screwed. And with we, I mean you, me, and Night." "On it." Jorel cursed the gods for the missed opportunity to get rid of the dead king, but first things first. He did as instructed, providing Night with the might to contain the red crystals and countering the life maelstrom they produced in the attempt to free themselves from their slaver. Space. Garland Continent, Verhin Mansion at the same time. When Kelia woke up, the world around her was all warm and fuzzy, literally. Her body was covered in soft feathers and released so much heat that for a moment she thought she was in a blacksmith's forge. "What happened? Where am I?" She struggled to get up, but Baba Yaga held her down gently. You broke through to the deep Scion, child. Congratulations. The mother's emerald eyes sparkled with joy and tears. As for the where you're on the floor of the dining hall, we were having lunch when your breakthrough started. Remember. Right, the fog clouding Kelia's mind cleared up, and her memories returned. She relaxed in Baba Yaga's lap and raised her hands to her eyes, discovering they were covered in silvery feathers and possessed retractable feline claws. I'm a hybrid at the deep Scion instead of the deep blue. Is that even possible? Kelia asked while conjuring a mirror to look at the rest of her body. Possible, yes. Normal, no, Tyrus replied. Salark and I couldn't allow the children to witness such a gruesome process, so we awakened your bloodlines. Gruesome? Aaron and Lyria swallowed hard, exchanging a worried look. Breakthroughs didn't sound so cool anymore. Yes, gruesome, Salark nodded. Enjoy your condition while it lasts, Featherling. You'll lose it in a few minutes and won't get it back until you truly deserve it. Thanks, Overlord Lady Tyrus, Kelia nodded at the Guardians. Thanks for everything, Grandma. I can't believe dusk was dusk. The memory of his voice washed away the still lingering confusion and weakness as she focused on the crystal shard in her chest. She gave it all the mana and life force she could muster to bring dusk back, but to no avail. You're welcome, child. The mother helped Kelia to stand up. Don't waste your energy. You don't have the power to bring him back. I don't have the power to bring dusk back. She sighed, lowering her gaze in sadness. He broke through his slumber only thanks to the massive flow of world energy from your breakthrough, the Guardian's powers, and your life maelstrom. Without all of them, he can't sustain his existence. I see, Kelia nodded and looked at herself in the mirror. She impressed her current appearance upon her memory, to find the strength to keep training even when everything seemed lost. About my life maelstrom, was that normal? She asked. I mean, is a griffin born with their mana organ full? I thought life maelstrom needs time to form and build up. No, it wasn't normal, and yes, a griffin is born with their mana organ full, Tyrus replied, but only because they don't need it in the womb and the world energy is accumulated as their body develops. Your case is unique, Kelia. You had but a mere spark of life maelstrom born from your temporary mana organ, and you amplified it through the world energy you channeled in your heart and feathers like a phoenix does with origin flames. It's amazing, Kelia said. Does that mean I won't have origin flames? She felt hot, but no matter how deeply she breathed, she could spark no fire. It's hard to say at this point. Ligon shook his head. You are below a hybrid and a featherling both. Lith also had only origin flames as a wormling, and you are weaker than he was when he acquired his new form. Your body needs to develop much more to harness its powers. Until you reach the blue core, having any bloodline ability is an amazing feat by itself. Thanks, Lord Ligon. Kelia gave him a deep bow. Wow, Auntie Kelia looks so cool, Aaron and Lyria said, drawing Ligon's annoyed gaze. Will we also be like her when we grow up? I wish, Salark sighed sharply with honest sadness. Sadly, you carry a lot of dragon blood, Aaron. Your wings are membranous and your body is bound to be covered in scales. I still have hope for you, Lyria. Your beautiful feathered wings are a good omen. Thanks, Grandma. Lyria's naive heart was torn. On the one hand, she greatly respected Salark. On the other hand, she also loved and respected Lith. Lyria wanted to be like them both, but she knew it was impossible. Dragon blood is cool, Aaron grunted, and Ligon nodded in approval. Also, scales look much better than feathers in defining muscles like Auntie Kelia's huge pecs. My pecs, Kelia blushed, thinking that the young boy was talking about her breasts. Awakening and Dusk's treatment had turned her into a good-looking girl, and the growth spurt had done the rest, adding generously to her figure. Great were Kelia's horror and surprise when she noticed that nothing impeded her line of sight, and she could see her feet with ease. What happened to me? Have I turned into a man? She patted herself down, sighing in relief when she found no dangly parts either. No, silly featherling, Tyrus chuckled. Hybrids can't reproduce, they lack all the necessary features and are genderless. The only way to tell a male from a female hybrid is by their voice. You'll get everything at the deep violet core. Thank the gods, Kelia sat down, her nerves still shaken. You're welcome, the Guardians replied with a laugh. Man, this never gets old. Don't be too happy about that, Tista grunted, waving at her chest. When you become a divine beast, these babies need extra protection and can lead to embarrassing moments. Congratulations, big sis, Aaron hugged Tista, his words confusing her. Chapter 3760, Two Kings, Part 1. Are you having twins like Aunt Quilla's or triplets like Sis Rena's? Aaron asked. Why didn't you wait for Badia to share the news with us? I'm not pregnant, Tista blushed wildly once she realized the misunderstanding. I was talking about female parts. Ah, you mean breasts, Aaron said in disappointment. I'll never understand why everyone makes a huge fuss about them. You will, son, you will, Roz patted Aaron's shoulder. Give yourself time. While the male side of the table placed bets on the when and who would draw Aaron's eye on that fateful day, the female side glared at their respective companions. I don't understand it either. Lyria observed the tension in the room in confusion. Maybe, when I grow up, we can solve this mystery together, Aaron. Oh no, you whoa, Renas snarled like a lioness, scaring both children. I mean, don't worry, Pumpkin, it will all be clear in due time. Space. A few minutes and a double serving of ice cream with cookies to bury the follow-up questions under a groaning stomach. Lith felt that something had changed inside the tower. Finally, I can't believe it took so long. A snap of his fingers warped him, Solus, Camilla, Rifa, Silverwing, and Baba Yaga to the thievery. What did you expect? Solus clicked her tongue. We are talking about a Ruler of the Flames class artifact, and you always prioritize the spark. It hogs most of the power, leaving only the scraps for the thievery. About that, the white cores stared at Menadian in annoyance. Not this again, Rifa rolled her eyes. I've already said I'm sorry countless times. The floor already exists, and what's done is done. Give it a rest, girls. About that, Baba Yaga's and Silverwing's eyes narrowed. Please, Solus unleashed her puppy eyes technique. For me. Fine, the two white cores grunted but dropped the subject. Thanks, Malishka, thanks, Aunt Loka, Solus hugged them in turns. We can't wait to share it with you. Share, they echoed in unison, starting to feel annoyed by their prolonged synchrony. Share, Lith nodded. This is something worthy of a Ruler of the Flames, and it has no value to us, not with the eyes of Menadian at our disposal. He waved at the artifact he had taken as spoils of war from the Verendi Awakened who had tried to kill Alina. The goggles doubled life vision's range without side effects, and could double it again in exchange for losing the resolution of runes. An Awakened could still tell the power and elements of a spell or an enchantment, but would have no idea of its purpose. Why don't you pass it as yours? Silverwing asked. You would become a Ruler of the Flames and earn massive profits. For several reasons, the first of which is our pride as Forgemasters, Lith said. If Solus and I ever become a Ruler of the Flames, it will be because we created something great and shared it. Stealing is cheap and humiliating. I couldn't agree more. Solus brimmed with pride while her mother mumbled gloomily. Also, the real inventor could come forward and call us thieves and frauds. We checked. The guy is still alive and selling the goggles for a fortune a pop. Before making a decision, however, we want the opinion of the most brilliant minds we know who won't refuse to answer due to preserving the balance or other nonsense, Lith said, drawing the glares of the Guardians on himself. They hadn't been invited, but had joined the group nonetheless to witness history in the making. Why are you glaring at me like that? Lith crossed his arms. I haven't said anything that isn't true. Lakra gave birth to the Magus title by sharing her legacy, and Rifa gave birth to the title of Ruler of the Flames. It's because of Lakra that the Awakened needed Rifa's help to keep their edge on fake mages. In a way, the titles of Magus and Ruler of the Flames are born and strengthened by each other. That's not the part we're unhappy about, Ligon grunted. Please don't mind us and continue. Let me get this straight, Menadian said. You just want to claim you looted this thing, crack the cloaking runes, and reveal its power core to the public. Exactly, Solus replied. Awakened assassins buy and use them every day. We are adding no new threat to our lives, just evening the playing field. The question is, do we claim we did it ourselves, or do we use a strawman to avoid making more enemies? Excellent question, Menadian pondered. I'm the best strawman candidate. I'm a Ruler of the Flames, and I'm allegedly at Lith's service. It would surprise no one if I claimed I cracked the code. That was the idea, Lith said. It would give us plausible deniability while also proving our value to the Awakened community. They resent us for sharing void magic, but this thing can only be used by Awakened. On top of that, by releasing and revealing it to the public, I have a plausible explanation for what I discover from a distance with the eyes of Menadian in the future. I can claim it's due to the effect of the goggles and my own eyes. Doesn't this thing have a name? Rifa asked. I'm sure it does, but I didn't ask it before I killed the guys. Grandpa, Lith turned to Ligoen. It's called spyglasses, he replied with a snort. Spyglasses? Baba Yaga's face twisted in disapproval. It's the least imaginative name I've heard in a long while. It's something I would expect from Rifa. Yaga Manadian blushed. She's right, Silverwing said. I mean, you called your glasses the eyes, your gloves the hands, and so on. Had you made male underwear, you would have called it the dye. Enough, Manadian became beat red up to her ears. Back to the topic at hand, please. One question. Baba Yaga stopped mocking her friend and turned serious. Are you sure you don't mind drawing Varendi's ire even more? Please, they already hate my guts, Lith snorted. They blame me for the death of their previous council elders, the descent of the Eldritches, Ilza's defeat, and even for Tyrus, massacre of the new council. It can't get any worse than that. Besides, the spyglasses are already on sale. It's not a matter of making them available to the public, only of making the spyglasses more affordable. It will bring me fame and leniency from Garland's and Giera's awakened councils. Pissing off Varendi is just the icing on the cake. Good thinking, Silverwing nodded. Those bastards deserve it. First they stole Rifa's mouth, and then they tried to kill Solus. And don't get me started on their attempt on Elijah's life. Then don't, the Guardians snarled, their blood boiling at the memory. Yet I have a suggestion, Silverwing continued. Don't give Rifa too much credit, or you'll get even more people to mess with your family to get her services. Claim that she did it only thanks to my help, Yaga, S, or maybe Fearwolves. After all, Rifa is helping the Hydra bloodline with their research on the harmonizers, and the Hydras will never turn down the opportunity to improve their reputation as Forgemasters. Chapter 30, 761, Two Kings, Part 2. They won't, I can assure you of that, Ligon nodded, especially if they get early access to the spyglasses. Excellent suggestion, Aunt Loka, Solus nodded. Anything else? Everyone either shrugged or shook their head. Then let's get this started, Lith said. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Herver at the same time. As soon as Kayla's breakthrough ended and she lost consciousness, Dusk's crystal stopped its attempt to break free from Night's control. Night and Orpal combined their efforts, and Jorl, S-Life Maelstrom, to mend the fissures in her true body as quickly as they could. When all pieces matched again and fused with each other, the wounds the Storm Griffin had inflicted upon the Vertilac healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was that? Jorl asked. Nothing much. Night made a silly mistake while controlling Dusk's powers. Orpal couldn't afford to reveal his newfound weakness, especially to someone as resourceful as Jorl. The important thing is that it's over and it won't happen again. Do you want to continue our spar? Seeing that Orpal had no intention of continuing that conversation, Jorl set his questions aside. Yet not before putting a pin on them for the future. No, thanks, the dead king replied. I need to stabilize my condition first. I can't risk another fit ruining months of preparations. It was a lie. With Dusk's core dormant again, the self-repair spells of the crystals had already mended the damage and brought Orpal back to his full strength. He didn't need time to heal, but to plan for the future. For now it's over, but that will happen again. Night said the moment Orpal sat cross-legged on the floor and pretended to be meditating. The issue is the surge of world energy that courses through the girl, Kelia, when she has a breakthrough. I felt it through Dusk's crystal. And the worst part is that she has just reached the Cyan core. Cyan, Orpal was flabbergasted, not the blue core. No, apparently Dusk ran circles around me even at that. The bitterness in her thoughts was palpable. I knew he was a master at manipulating life forces, but I would have never thought he was that good. If only we had his final shard, that knowledge would be ours. Orpal didn't point his finger, knowing all too well how it felt being outshone by a sibling. Indeed, it would also solve our current predicament. Night appreciated his rare moment of kindness. Too bad the little bitch spends all her time either at the academy or with my mother. There is no way we can get to her and survive the encounter, let alone kill Kelia. Orpal nodded. How long until her next breakthrough? Hard to tell, 6 months minimum. Why, do you want to kill your brother before that? Night asked. I will if I can, but I won't rush my plan just for that. He telepathically shook his head. Not when I can just enter secluded training until the storm is over. If nobody knows we have a recurring weakness, we have no weakness. That's smart, she nodded. What about Jorl? He saw the cracks and is smart enough to connect the dots. He's also smart enough to watch our back until he won't need us anymore, Orpal replied. He'll keep our secret and probably even look out for us, yet that only until keeping us safe keeps him safe. Agreed, Night said. When we cross the bittersweet bridge of parting ways, we must burn it down and blast it to smithereens while Jorl is still on it. Space. Joral's quarters at the same time. Whatever that was, it's a weakness I might have to cover for when our enemies attack him or exploit if our relationship sours. The Storm Griffin thought. Even if we succeed in killing his brother and establishing our territory, I doubt Orpal is going to let me walk away. I'm becoming more powerful by the day by understanding his bloodline abilities and using them better than he does. Every time we spar, I learn Orpal's tells, weaknesses, and best tactics. It's one of the reasons he has yet to beat me once. I'm a living repository of what makes him tick. In his shoes, after settling the score with Verhen, I would get rid of someone like me next. I'm too dangerous, not only as a rival, but also as a weapon that his enemies would gladly turn against him. Joral sighed, his annoyed expression quickly turning upside down into a smile. It doesn't matter. I bet my tail's feathers that Orpal plans to spread the upper race throughout Magur and lord over them. Unluckily for him, that's also my plan, and there can't be two kings. Space. Verhen Mansion, a few days later. These life visors are amazing, Tista said while battling Dawn's colossal construct. The huge downside of Life Vision's short range is that it feels even shorter to a divine beast. With my size, an enemy within 20 meters, 66. From me is an enemy I can stomp upon. People tend to stay much farther away from me. Hence it's fair since they share your same problem, girl. Dawn replied by altering the construct's density so that Tista's tails and right arm would easily pierce through it, just to be trapped once it solidified again. Also, less talk, more fight. The very hard light fist of the humanoid-shaped construct shut the Hecate up, her mouth snapping close like a bear trap. You are not good enough to allow yourself the luxury of getting distracted. A Tier 3 light mastery heat ray sent Tista crashing against the ground, quickly followed by the construct landing on her ribs before she could recover from the impact. Dawn used gravity magic to accelerate the Colossus, descent, and increase its weight so much that it would have squashed the Hecate like a bug if the horseman hadn't altered its density again right after the impact. You're dead again, Dawn said, her voice reverberating just above Akala's. I know, Tista panted. I've fought a lot of phoenixes, but none of them was as vicious or ruthless as you. Because they wanted to teach you and were afraid of hurting you, Dawn replied. I don't have the latter issue. The horseman trained Tista in both her human and divine beast forms. The first kind of training allowed the Hecate to hone her skills in preparation for battles that would take place in confined spaces, where her tails and wings would only get in the way. The second kind of training, instead, could play into two different ways according to Tista's wishes. Dawn would either fight the full-sized Hecate in person to give her insight into how to fight powerful but smaller awakened, or via a construct as big as Tista. The current training belonged to the latter. The Hecate had just fought and lost for the umpteenth time against a hard-light divine beast, a Garuda, to be precise. Dawn had clashed against all species of Guardians' offspring and could replicate their battle techniques since her constructs moved according to her thoughts. To conjure something that big and with great mass, Dawn needed her steed, and Baba Yaga was happy to lend it to her daughter. The Red Mother hoped that some of the past grudges could be cleared by the training, if not even lead to some degree of camaraderie. Chapter 30, 762, Old Wounds, Part 1. Much to the Hecate's dismay, the horseman had no way to replicate the bloodline abilities of those she mimicked, yet Tista had never won once. The skill gap was so wide that Dawn overpowered her by using the divine beast's raw strength and tactics. Not to be a sore loser, but isn't that cheating? Tista asked. What's cheating? Dawn replied in confusion, Akala's voice just below hers. The density switch thing, Tista panted. That's something a construct can do, but awakened can't. No, the horseman snorted. What about the Shadow Dragon, the Dark Phoenixes, Titanias, Dryads, Draugr, Abominations, Eldritches, Hordes, and the list goes on. They can all do it and inflict much more damage than hard light while they are at it. Fine, it's not cheating. Tista raised her hands in surrender. I guess I just showed off my ignorance. That said, the double voice keeps throwing me off. Are you and Akala fused? We occupy one body, yes, but we are not fused if you mean what Solus and Lith do, Dawn replied. We are simply using my body as a base, and Zepho is on the passenger seat. This way, he can feel every one of my movements, and the way I weave runes better than I could ever explain it to him. Even a mind link can't compare to this. It's a perfect training that horsemen are supposed to use to teach their partners. Zepho learns by imitating me at first and slowly makes my techniques his until he adapts them to his combat style. I'm training you and him at the same time. Two birds with one stone. What about the spear? Tista pointed at the huge weapon the construct wielded. I thought you were a sword master. I am, Dawn nodded. But when you live as long as I have, you pick up all sorts of skills along the way. On top of that, I sparred a lot with Night and Dusk back in the day. I learned spear arts from her and axe arts from him. Then, just like Zepho is doing now, I developed their techniques into my own and polished them whenever I reached a magical or swordsmanship plateau. Still, you are damn good with a spear for someone who's been imprisoned for so long, Tista replied, hoping not to offend her mentor. No offense. None taken, Dawn shook her head. Also, I kept training my martial arts even while imprisoned. She conjured holograms of herself and Night as she remembered her sister, and had them battle. Holograms don't consume much mana, and unlike my siblings, I can always conjure myself a sparring partner. Sure, I gained mostly theoretical knowledge during the past 400 years, but once I got freed, it didn't take long to put it to the test on the battlefield. I am mortal, remember. I can make all the mistakes I want and live to learn from them. Damn if you are good. Tista extended her hand, asking Dawn for help to get up, which the horseman provided. Damn if she's good, Freya snarled while spectating the fight from a safe distance. Her eyes often moved to Dawn's steed. Sunrise and envy filled Freya with every glance she stole. Yes, she is, Nowrun sighed. I hate to admit it, but I've learned more in the past few days from Dawn than in the rest of my life. Light masters fight in a unique way, and we Razars never so much as suspected Dawn had fooled us. What's even worse is that Falul, the Fasteros, and your parents are going to kill me. Wait, what? Freya turned to him. Envy abandoned her eyes and was replaced by confusion. Why would they do that? Because I did like Dawn and taught them only the wrong things. Nowrund clenched his head between his hands. I've wasted their time for nothing. If they learn something, it's a bad habit they have to discard. What about Lith? She asked. We are not idiots, Lith replied. After seeing how clumsy and ineffective Nowrun's battle techniques are, soulless, and I only asked him to teach us spells, not how to use them. We created our own light mastery battle style by discarding what was ineffective in a real fight, keeping what worked, and adding something of ours. If you noticed it was so bad, why didn't you ever tell me anything? Nowrun stared at the Tiamat in annoyance. Are you kidding me? Soulless asked. Have you ever listened to yourself while you talked? The Razar legacy this, the Razar legacy that. You never stopped yapping about how proud you are of your clan and upholding its traditions. Once we realized you took every critique as a personal attack, we dropped the matter. How was I supposed to know that the problem wasn't you being incapable of grasping the subtlety of our techniques, but our prized bloodline legacy being terrible on purpose? Nowrund whined. With humbleness and good sense, Falul replied. Why do you think I never asked you for lessons either? Your methods just didn't work, and when you can't make them work with 7 heads, you know something is wrong. Did your people really eat Dawn's lies up without asking themselves questions? Gianni asked. I noticed the flaws in your techniques on the first try and stopped practicing them. You too, Nowrun was flabbergasted. Yes, and I turned to a much better teacher, Gianni pointed at Orion. On Queen Silpha's command, I spent months training with Manohar and helping him get a feel for blade spells, he said. I've seen a true genius light master at work so often that I can still see Manohar in my dreams. With that experience, I couldn't mistake your battle techniques for good even if I had a concussion, son. I used your teachings to learn light mastery, but Gianni and I apply them to recreate Manohar's techniques. He never explained anything to me, but my body still remembers the bite of his spells. I guess Dawn is right. Nowrund looked at the growing crowd of light masters who had come to witness Dawn's spells and tactics. We Razars really are a bunch of conceited idiots. Space. As the days passed and the training continued, the relationship between Dawn and Nowrund didn't improve, let alone his resentment at Akala. The Agni came to develop a begrudging respect for the horseman's skills, but only because he couldn't deny them more than he could deny the sun rising every day. Man, being pregnant is awesome. Look at this. Camilla lifted Abominus the Piamir as if he were a plushie instead of a war machine comprised of hundreds of kilos of bones and muscles. I'm strong, magically talented, and I can talk with my babies instead of talking at them. She opened a warp steps and communicated with Valoran II via the dragon scales to underline the concept. Her demonstration of prowess earned her several glares from the female side of her guests and family. They all had fond memories of their own pregnancies, but they also remembered all the problems and discomforts that came with them. Once I'm done here, I'm going to kill you, Quilla yelled from the bathroom. Chapter 30, 763, Old Wounds, Part 2. We are happy for your blessings, dear, but that doesn't make it any nicer when you rub them in our faces. Alina did her best to sound nice, but her eyes were stern and her posture stiff. The only thing I got from my pregnancies is the gluttony of my ravenous pack of wolves, Celia grunted. Mom, I'm hungry, Lilia grabbed Celia's pants. Me too, dear, Celia hid her face behind her hands. And we had our morning snack less than 10 minutes ago. Was I being? Yes, Zinnia, Renaa, and every woman in the room said before the word inconsiderate could form on Camilla's lips. I'm sorry, a sudden pull to her consciousness cut her short. Gianni took out her communication amulet, and so did Orion and all those who served the kingdom as officials. This is an emergency broadcast, a young and scared female voice said. The dead king has returned and has launched an attack on the holders of his Bulker cards. All available operatives, please converge on the following coordinates. I repeat, the dead king has returned and launched an attack on the holders of his Bulker cards. All of them, and at the same time. The amulets conjured a holographic map of the kingdom with the reported sites of the attacks. The White Griffin Academy, the Lark Household, the Distar Household, and the Vaster Household were all marked red. Only the White Griffin Academy was holding out, and reinforcements were required everywhere else. How can Meln attack so many people and during the day at that? Alina asked. Easy, Gianni replied. Night is stronger after sundown, but neither Narchat nor his uppers are undead. The sun doesn't bother them. What worries me the most is that after killing Miram and Trekwil, he's made their children his next targets. What about you? Celia asked. You too received Bulker cards. Please, Orion dismissed her words with a sweep of her hand. Everyone knows we live here now. Meln won't face Lith until he's ready, so we are safe here. You'd better stay as well until this is over, Zinnia. Thank the gods we weren't at home when it happened. She sighed in relief while looking at Philia and Frey playing with the others in the park. Tezka would have protected us, but the kids might have gotten scared. I think avoiding Tezka is part of Meln's plan. Lith warped among the women before moving them and the children inside. Meln never forgot the humiliations Zogger inflicted on him, but he's not stupid enough to make an enemy out of Tezka for it. Stay here and stay safe, Kami. Remember that Raldorak's protection doesn't apply to others. He pointed at Aaron, Lyria, Renaa, and his parents. Orion, please protect my family in my absence. I'm not going to let Meln take one of my friends away, nor create an opening he can exploit. Remember Quilla. I'll never forget. Orion's jaw clenched so hard that it popped. Lith was referring to the lost Magus who had struck Quilla down from a long distance and would have killed her if not for Gianni's clever ruse. The same might have happened, maybe to Quilla again, if they remained in the park. Only Elijah and Raldorak were under the direct protection of the Guardians. A precise shot at anyone else would have just triggered the protections of the Verhin mansion. Lith had learned the hard way that Orpal's Thunder Soul couldn't be blocked, only dodged. It was the reason he had added warping arrays to the mansion's defensive system, which could move people from one room to another. Yet a quick attack might hit before the magical formations activated, so he had brought everyone inside. Barriers couldn't stop Thunder Soul, but would slow it enough for the warping arrays to work. Where are you going? Camilla asked, noticing that Ragnarök was at Lith's hip and the Voidwalker armor in its true form. To the Lark Estate, Lith replied. The White Griffin is safe, and I know the precautions Brynja took after Miram died. On top of that, she has Aints with her. Jadon and Keela instead have nothing but the barriers they purchased after the last attack. What about Zogger? Zinnia grabbed Lith's arm in worry. He's received a Bulker card as well. Are you really scared for him? Camilla asked via the mind link while nodding at Tezka. Who's at home with Zogger today? Oh, Zinnia replied. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Hervor at the same time. And so it begins. Orpal smiled as the status reports of the various battlefields arrived on his amulet in real time. The White Griffin Academy held strong, but that was no surprise. The dead king knew there was no chance of succeeding where the Golden Griffin had failed. His only goal in attacking the White Griffin was to put his soldiers and bloodline abilities to the test against the best the kingdom had to offer. We've broken into the Distar household, a deep baritone voice said. Heavy resistance encountered, advance is slow but steady. The Vaster household's external arrays are down too, a silvery feminine voice said, approaching the target. Lark household conquered, another masculine voice said, searching for primary targets as we speak. Good, keep me posted, Orpal replied. Are you sure about this? Jorl, the Storm Griffin, asked. You're sending our first batch of true uppers into battle, and for what? Low-level threats located in places of minimal strategic importance. I don't see the point of investing so much of our forces against a bunch of pathetic humans. The smaller the Awaken's real form, the less blood and time the transformation required. Jorl was a divine beast, and his body continued to develop after reaching the deep violet and accumulating toward the violet. His transformation into an upper would take much longer than a plant folk or an emperor beast. The Storm Griffin couldn't help but be envious and worried at the same time. Envious because the members of the strike teams had become true uppers before him. Worried because now nothing bound them to the cause anymore, and they could defect at any moment. There is a point, dear Jorl, more than one actually, the dead king tutted. You are a great general, but you fail to realize the importance of morale and fear. By attacking during the day, I'm showing the kingdom that we uppers are superior to the undead courts. That there is no moment when our enemies can allow themselves to relax. After this strike, constant vigilance will spread the enemy forces thin and keep their nerves on edge. It's only a matter of time before pressure makes them crack, and we exploit it. Also, by putting an end to the Lark and Destar bloodlines, we prove to the rest of the royals, loyal followers, that they can't protect anyone. Making Leech suffer and reopening his old wounds is just the icing on the cake. Last but not least, we are collecting priceless data. Through my uppers, I can check how my bloodline abilities work against the arrays of the noble households and academies. As we speak, my uppers are learning how to synergize their old and new abilities in a real battle. These are all things they can teach the new recruits, and that will greatly increase our odds of success for future plans. This attack will drive fear into the hearts of people and set the foundations for our final victory. Chapter 3764, Little Game Part 1. Space. Vaster household at the same time. Is it me, or are the defenses of the so-called ancient noble household a huge disappointment? Vika the Harpy Upper said, while cutting down the hapless guards of the mansion like ripe wheat. The arrays are crumbling like a house of cards, but you can't fault their makers for that. It's we who are too strong, Ralak the Oberon Upper replied. What can even the strongest array do once we crack the barriers open and spread our frost soul? Once damaged, the magical formations failed both to repair themselves and to affect the intruders. Ralak's sheer might would have been enough to break past even the strongest barrier, and with the help of Vika's life maelstrom, he punched through the multiple layers of Vaster's defenses without even slowing down. The manor's guards were armed to the teeth and rained spells upon the invaders as the still-functioning arrays unleashed the power of the elements upon the uppers. Yet Ralak shielded his companions with his body, which healed instantly thanks to his Fae's regenerative abilities. All uppers constantly released the power of Frost Soul, their collective bloodline ability conjuring a blue cloud that kept the arrays from working and disrupted the guards' equipment with fatal consequences. After being tainted by Frost Soul, all kinds of enchantments and spells fueled by world energy froze. If it happened inside an armor or a blade, it would become frail and colder than the harshest winter. If it happened to a wand, however, it would short-circuit the alchemical device and make it explode along with its wielder. If it happened to a living creature, they would die. Their very mana and blood froze inside their veins, stopping their organs. Only the timely intervention of a healer could save Frost Soul's victims, but in the havoc of battle, there was none. We've become divine beasts, and after we're done with this job, we owe Narchet nothing, Vika said. What do you say if we try and combine our bloodlines, Ralak? The upper blood we share should make our life forces very compatible. With the life maelstrom I've inherited from my foremother, and your strength and regenerative abilities, our offspring would possess enough strength to bring our King Verdalak to his knees. I would love to see that happening, Ralak smiled at the idea, but it's not the right time to abandon the ship. Our priority is to succeed in our mission and rise through the ranks of the uppers. I have no interest in Narchat's plans, but Acton's origin flames and Irian's elemental flow can forge-master us equipment the like we won't get anywhere else. I've gone through too much to please that madman and get his Verdalak blood to quit the game while I'm ahead and can still squeeze something out of him. I couldn't agree more. The harpy cackled at the thought of adamant purified by origin flames, enchanted to perfection by elemental flow, and boosted by her own life maelstrom. I was right. You'll make an excellent partner. The uppers never stopped advancing as they slaughtered their way through the vaster household. They killed everyone on their path without mercy, no matter if they were a maid, a butler, a guard, or a simple delivery boy. The dead king had ordered his soldiers to instill fear in the citizens of the kingdom, and his uppers were happy to oblige. Even though humans were weak, they made excellent sandbags for the now deep violet cord awakened. The uppers had never enjoyed the strength and mass of a divine beast before. They needed practice to master their newfound bodies and abilities. Someday, they would meet a worthy foe, and whoever it was would find the uppers ready. Reaching the private quarters of the master of the house was easy. The vaster household existed for centuries, and the layout of its rooms hadn't changed much since its founding. The uppers smashed through a solid hardwood double door and stumbled into something that froze them in surprise. While the rest of the mansion was soaked in blood and resounding with screams, the people in the dining hall showed no reaction at the sight of the invaders. They kept eating their meal, not even raising their eyes from their plates. Only one handsome youth turned his head in response to the intrusion. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The man wore fine, noble clothes. He had eyes as green as emeralds and the light bronze skin of the people of the Blood Desert. "We have come for Zagar Vaster, but we can spend some time with you, cutie," Vika said. The man exuded such an aura of confidence and authority that it made her rethink Ralak as her partner of choice. The man was incredibly handsome, even more than the Fae. Truth be told, all those present possessed such a striking beauty that it stopped the uppers in their tracks. "Tell us where Vaster is, and I promise I'll have some fun with you before killing you." "You kill us?" The man chuckled while a stunning redhead with silver eyes tittered. A giant of a man with a chest broader than most closets didn't hold back and bellowed a sonorous laughter. "Gods, you do know." The redhead laughed harder and harder as her self-control faltered. "What do you expect, sister?" The giant man slapped his knees in hilarity. "Unlike these idiots, we know how to keep a secret, don't we?" At a snap of his fingers, all the doors in the uppers' path closed. The defensive arrays shut down and space-compressing arrays replaced them. "Do you really think this will hold us back long enough for your reinforcements to save you?" Ralak clicked his tongue, yet he wasn't conceited enough to ignore his gut feeling that there was something terribly wrong there. "Hold you back?" The redhead held her aching belly as she kept laughing. "Those arrays are not there to stop you, but to keep you from running away. We love hunting, but we can't have someone witness our little game." At a clap of her hands, shadows rose from the floor. At first, the uppers mistook them for Lith demons, but the shadows only had 2 white eyes and all too familiar features. They were the maids the uppers had slain as they ran toward Vaster's quarters, the butlers they had butchered, and the guards they had slaughtered without giving a second look at their mauled corpses. The members of the house staff were all around the uppers, alive and smiling with white teeth as pristine as their eyes. The tattered clothes became whole again, and the wounds the house staff had suffered disappeared like they had never been there in the first place. "Any last words?" the handsome man asked, snapping his fingers again. The maids and butlers turned into abominations, the guards turned into eldritches the uppers had seen only in their nightmares, and the noble youths sitting around the tables turned into horrors that sent the nightmares crying for their mother. "Welcome to my home," said Kigan the Phoenix Baller to the uppers. "It's so full of wonders and surprises that I'm certain you'll never leave." The laughers never stopped, not even when the screams started. Chapter 3765, Little Game Part 2. Space. Distar household at the same time. I wish I could see Leech's face right now. Orpal's clone wore the black rose armor and wielded the thorn spear as he walked through the main entrance of the ancestral home of the Distar bloodline. He has to pick who he is going to help and who he's going to let die. I'm sure the old fart Vaster has many tricks up his sleeve and is likely to survive, but also that the new Count Lark and his sister are the simpletons they appear to be. Scouting their property was embarrassingly easy, and with a yellow core fake mage as their strongest protector, they are as good as dead. Brynja Distar shouldn't be much of a challenge either, but after all the trouble her mother put me through, I'm not going to underestimate her. The first step of Orpal's plan had been to punch a hole through the nearby branch of the Mage Association with his blade spell, Collapsing Moon. The second step had his uppers slaughter the local mages while their king destroyed the warp gate. Everybody knew that, for some reason, the Distars had never built their own private gate and used the one of the Mage Association to travel around the kingdom. Without it, the nearest gate was several hundred kilometers away. Even if the king sent the royal guards themselves and they flew at their top speed, they would never arrive in time. Killing a human woman and her baby was a matter of a second, and the dead king had already breached the external arrays. Finding Brynja with life vision would take him minutes if he were alone. With the help of the strike team, however, he could find her in seconds if he were lucky. "Stupid woman," Orpal sneered, walking through the familiar corridors he had mapped 3 years ago to kill Miriam Distar in her own home. "So obsessed with her dead mother and her family traditions that nothing has changed since my last visit." The layout of the rooms, the enchantments hidden in the corridors, and even the sequence of the defensive arrays are still the same. The new Marchioness has tweaked and altered the magical formations just enough to make my old spells useless, but it's not enough to stop me. My powers are much stronger than they were in the past, and this time I'm not alone. A simple swing of his spear generated air blades that cut deep into the stone of the walls and crashed enchanted hardwood doors like paper. Only the guards tried to hold back the intruders, paying for their courage with their lives. Maids, butlers, and the rest of the house staff ran away screaming like children waking up from a nightmare. They ran so fast that the uppers couldn't catch up with them, too busy digging deeper into the defensive formations of the house and carving a path for their master. "Frost's soul is so damn powerful, but it's also so damn annoying," Orpal sighed. Once inside the blue mist released by the combined strength of the uppers, all of Orpal's spells, enchantments, and other bloodline abilities were sealed. The air blades generated by Thorn were a testament to his strength as a divine beast and to the sharpness of the spear's Davros edge. The air blades were not magical in origin, but simple byproducts of the masterful swings of the weapon. "Well, this is disappointing." The dead king stepped over the remains of the door leading to the living room where Miriam had died 3 years ago. "Killing you in the same place as your mother is boring. Couldn't you hide any better, make this more fun for me, a cat and mouse thing?" "Fun?" Brynja's sky-blue eyes flared with the little red mana she possessed in anger. "You think this is fun, killing my mother, invading my home, slaughtering my people? What do you expect?" The dead king ordered his uppers to form a perimeter as he dealt with the final layer of arrays himself. "Someone as powerful as me can't eat biscuits and drink tea to pass his time. There's no point in accumulating strength if you don't play with it like any other toy." Orpal charged himself with life maelstrom and punched at the last barrier that separated him from the living room, cracking it. "Speaking of toys, what about your daughter? Even if you loved your mother, you should have loved the little goblin more. You should have run away instead of standing there like an idiot. Your daughter would have still died with you, but you would have bought her a few more seconds." "Don't you dare speak about my mother and daughter with that foul mouth of yours." Brynja's delicate features flushed in anger, and the golden waterfall of her hair trembled along with the barrier as it shattered. "You are a coward. You attacked my mother when she was at her weakest, and now you're targeting a normal woman and a newborn. You're nothing but filth, Mel." "My name is Orpal Verhen." His hand whipped around Brynja's throat like a snake, lifting her in the air and cutting her short. "Say it." Brynja emitted choking sounds and covered Milla's eyes with her body, but said nothing even when the hold constricting her neck loosened. She took a short breath and used it to spit on Orpal's visor in defiance. "Wrong answer." The dead king's hand snapped close, breaking Brynja's spine like a twig. "As I said, boring. You got me so angry that I didn't get to kill the baby in front of your eyes." Without their master's imprint, the arrays of the house lost their power, their pressure a mere annoyance. "Oh well, a disappointing victory is still a vic." A sudden blast of darkness element threw Orpal off his feet, and he turned to face the new threat. Tendrils of earth mixed with darkness magic rose from the floor, wrapping themselves around the dead king's limbs. Fire and lightning engulfed him with enough violence to dull his black armor and send Orpal into a seizure. "What's that supposed to do?" A mere flex of his muscles broke the tendrils, and a lunge of his spear scattered the elemental onslaught. "Distract you," Aints Distar, headmaster of the Black Griffin and Brynja's husband, said as he conjured the Tier 5 battle mage spell Cruel Sun. It generated a sphere of black fire that engulfed its target, focusing its attack power in a single spot instead of spreading forward. No living being could withstand such heat, and darkness magic was the bane of all undead, Vertilax included. Orpal instinctively conjured the darkness element through Night's prism to defend himself, but the horseman tried to stop him. "Stop, you idiot, Frost's soul is still active," she said, but it was too late. Orpal's bloodline ability froze the world energy the moment it was siphoned by the red and black prism. Frost Soul spread its deadly cold throughout the dead king's body, instead of the darkness that was supposed to defend him. What's going on? Orpal stopped the flow of world energy before it killed his clone on the spot and broke free from the thick layer of ice trapping him with sheer might. Why can you cast spells and I can't? Chapter 3766, Blind Arrogance, Part 1. Because this is my house, Aints confidently said as the water and air elements amassed at his fingertips. Behind you? The pain had awoken Night from her slumber, and with her help, Orpal could see 360 degrees around him. Our house. Brynja was engulfed in a stasis array that kept her bones in place, while a healing array mended the deadly wound Orpal had inflicted on her. The reports about you were right, Narchat. You do lower your guard when you think you have one. I don't think I have W. A wave of cold, electrified water crashed against the dead king, drowning the rest of his words. The cold and water caused him no harm, while the worst the lighting they carried could do was give him another seizure. At least until the water turned into fire, stealing Orpal's breath, and the lightning turned into a block of solid rock. Heat and stone fused into searing lava that followed the clone's every movement, trapping him. Aints was a genius, and thanks to Lith's void magic lessons, he had mastered his first Tier 4 void magic spell, Swirling Cage. This doesn't make sense. Orpal kept his thoughts to himself and focused on the enemy. How can he use spells and where are my uppers? I don't know about the uppers, but I can answer your first question, Knight replied. Look around ourselves, we too are surrounded by a stasis field. Life Vision confirmed Knight's words, and revealed a thick cylinder of energy trapping the dead king in a thin, invisible, high-density energy wall. At some point, you have been enclosed in the stasis field. It's not enough to stop someone as powerful as us, especially while releasing Frost Soul. Yet the stasis field can keep your bloodline ability from spreading. If you dispel Frost Soul, the pressure of the stasis field will increase several-fold, but you'll be able to use all kinds of magic. If you don't, you can't use anything but fusion magic, life maelstrom, and physical attacks. Why doesn't the stasis field block his spells? Orpal struggled to get free from the swirling cage. Because this is the Distar's house, Knight replied. The arrays bear their energy signatures and don't affect their own spells. Frost Soul only works at the moment someone draws upon the world energy for whatever reason, Friu/Ebno/Vel. It does not affect a spell that has already been conjured. In our case, conjured from the safe side of the stasis field. In other words, Frost Soul allows me to move, but at the same time seals my abilities. Orpal's clone roared in frustration and shattered the lava bubble by spinning around at subsonic speed. The air pressure alone sent Aints flying, and the lava sizzling over the furniture. Being comprised of his mana, the spell couldn't affect the headmaster, but Brynja was safe only thanks to the stasis field isolating her. You are a stupid man, Mel Narchat, she said, hoping to buy her husband some time. Did you really think I would cling to the past instead of doing everything I could to kill you? One thought, and the old arrays of House Distar faded completely, and new ones replaced them. That I wouldn't prepare for this moment? Brynja continued, moving Milla into a small, ventilated safe made of Davros to keep her safe. I kept the old arrays because I trusted your arrogance to blind you. I risked my life to lure you into this trap. Behold. The new arrays synergized with the stasis field, increasing the pressure on the dead king and suppressing his physical strength with a gravity field. Two uppers rushed through the broken door and attacked Aints, thinking him helpless. The headmaster of the Black Griffin used the stasis field to repel their attacks and countered them with the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Burial Ground. It infused the marble floor with darkness magic, adding its unmatched destructive power to the sturdiness of the earth element. Ever-growing pillars burst out of the ground, forming a net that trapped the uppers. They reverted to their full size, losing the defense of their equipment in exchange for the momentum to escape from Burial Ground before it became too strong. By doing that, however, they offered a huge target, and with Frost Soul still active, they had no defensive spell available. Aints conjured the Tier 4 Void spell, Bleeding Heart. Spears of darkness-infused ice pierced through the thick hide of the uppers before turning into fireballs enveloped in healing magic. The ensuing explosion enlarged the spear-sized wounds, while the light element accelerated the metabolism of its victims. The heightened heartbeat increased the uppers' blood pressure beyond what the light fusion could repair, bleeding the uppers out in a matter of seconds. Be careful, these enchantments are not simple defenses, Knight warned Orpal. They are specific counters to all our known abilities. On top of that, only academies are supposed to have enough power to fuel stasis fields. Be careful, this is but a fraction of the power hidden inside this mansion. Thanks, Orpal replied, and his honesty shocked the horseman. Any advice about how to finish this? Just stop playing around. Knight telepathically shook her head. It's a flaw we share. We love playing with our prey too much, and we often compromise efficiency for it. Fine, the dead king stopped emitting frost soul and took a deep breath. Then he released a blast of deep violet origin flames from his entire body. The mystical fire burned at the stasis and gravity fields, weakening their holds on him. Freed from the limits of the Vertilax bloodline ability, Thorn roared into life. The Davros amplified every spark of mana Orpal imbued into it, and Baba Yaga's enchantments turned the mana into a wailing wind. The souls of Knight's victims seemed to form from the darkness energy wrapping around the blade, weeping for their fate. Life Maelstrom amplified everything tenfold, and Orpal further boosted the wailing winds by activating the air elemental abilities of the Davros. Brynja and Aints fought together, controlling the arrays of their house with mastery and indomitable will. Yet it wasn't enough against the might of a divine beast, especially one who conjured doom, tied the moment the stasis field around him crumbled for good. Dusk's crystal absorbed the world energy around the mansion for hundreds of meters, compressed it to the extreme, and released it in a single, devastating blast. Without world energy, the arrays of the Distar household lost their power. The explosion ripped the mansion open, destroying half of the Distar household in its wake before it finally stopped. Space. The sky above the Tron woods at the same time. Lith flew at dragon speed, crossing the distance separating him from the Lark household almost as fast as a series of warp steps would, thanks to the life maelstrom Valoran II had entrusted him with. He carried Freya, Morok, Nalrond, Tista, Protector, Badia, and Solus on his back. She would have liked to save her strength and stay in her ring, but the Nidhogg didn't know about the tower, and she wanted to keep things that way. Yet against an unknown number of uppers and their bloodline abilities, Lith couldn't afford to leave someone as powerful as Badia behind. Chapter 3767, Blind Arrogance, Part 2. This time, the people who needed his protection were away instead of in the crook of his arm. To make matters worse, there was no mana geyser near the Lark Mansion, which sealed the tower and most of Lith's more powerful abilities. He had no idea if he alone could save Jadon and Keela before it was too late, and wasn't ashamed of asking for help. Don't worry, Lith, Freya said. As soon as we are in range, I'll open a warp step straight to our destination. Thanks, Freya. The warp mirror of the tower had already covered part of the distance under the guise of an enchantment of the mansion, and even recorded the dimensional coordinates of all places Lith and Solus had visited. The problem was that only a dimensional mage could use them. To anyone else, they were just a bunch of words and numbers. Normal mages, even those as talented as Solus, needed visual aid to picture their arrival point and open a steps, whereas Freya was only limited by the power of her mana core. Don't mention it, she replied. I still think Meln's attack is a bad idea. The Larks are exposed, sure, but Brynja and Vaster have a warp gate. Reinforcements will arrive quickly. No, they won't. Morok shared the news from his privileged army channel with her. Meln attacked today because there has been an issue in Giera. Most of our troops have been mobilized to stop a rampaging lost city. Meln is not that stupid. He waited for a moment when the response time would be slower than usual, and those who are available are few and far from the best. We'll worry about the details later, Solus chimed in. Guys, I want you to go all out right from the start. Don't worry about the building, it can be rebuilt. We must force the enemy to focus on us while Protector goes to rescue Keela and Jadon. If that's not possible, Protector, just hold your ground and protect them until we arrive. It will be my honor. The Skald kept his wings furled around his shoulders and checked with Solus if the spells he had prepared were suited for the mission. Why send Protector? Tista asked. Why don't you go yourself, lil bro? Because I bet Meln ordered his uppers to stop me at all costs, Lith replied. Remember that he wants to hurt me, not kill me. If he kills the Larks, it's his win. Also, I'm the fastest among us only at flying. Once on the ground, I can't move as quickly and nimbly as Protector, especially while imbued with life maelstrom. I can't risk hurting Jadon and Keela. They are no awakened, and I lack the finesse to protect them. In this state, a single sweep of Ragnarok might cause a shockwave that would kill Jadon and Keela. Lith gestured at the silver lightning crackling across his equipment. And speaking of which, do you want me to pass the life maelstrom on to you once we arrive, Protector? Thanks, but no, the Skull replied. I have almost no training in using life maelstrom and little control over my body once it gets enhanced. It would be fine if my mission were to pierce through the enemy lines, but I'm meant to protect your friends. Precision is more important than raw power for such a task. Keep it to yourself and use it to catch up with me as soon as you can. Watch out, Solus, telepathic scream warned Lith before it was too late. The problem with dragon speed was that, past a certain threshold, perceptions and reactions failed to keep up, especially when life maelstrom pushed Lith beyond his natural limits. Orpal knew Lith would try to reach the Larks as fast as he could, so the dead king had his uppers place barrier arrays on the quickest route. They weren't very wide, but they reached hundreds of meters in the sky and were several meters thick. The impact wouldn't hurt someone the size of a Tiamat, but it would make him stumble and throw his allies off his back. When every second mattered, even a small delay might mean the difference between the Larks, life and death. Lith steered to a side, avoiding the barrier in the nick of time but triggering another. Several walls rose to the sky, forming a tricky and complex maze. Had the barriers been in place from the beginning, Solus would have had the time to plot the best course out of the maze, so Orpal had sprung the trap at the last moment. Lith tried and failed to slow down, every twist and spin of his body putting stress on his joints as he focused on not turning into a pinball. After a sharp turn, his right wing bumped into a pillar of energy, and he spiraled right into another barrier. Or rather, he would have spiraled into a barrier if Freya hadn't spotted the exit of the labyrinth and opened a warp steps right before the impact. Lith flew out of the warp and the maze at the same time, only a fraction of his dragon speed lost. Lith was stunned and bruised but otherwise unharmed. This could have been avoided if you had given the eyes to me, Solus, Freya said, excluding Badia from the conversation. I don't need time to think. I can open a warp gate as far as I can see. She opened another steps to underline the concept, bringing them right in front of the Lark household as she had promised. It's not that easy. The eyes would have put a massive strain on Lith's mind the moment so many spells filled his field of view. You would have opened the steps earlier, but the headache from the eyes would have made us crash land, Solus replied. Protector. She gave a monocle of Menadian to the Skull, and he wore it. I've put all the maps of the Lark household, the passcodes to bypass arrays, and those to open the door in there, Solus said. Once the monocle finds Jadon and Keela, it will guide you to them. I'm giving you a monocle instead of the eyes, because this way you can always communicate with me, and we'll share the mental burden in 4. 4, Protector echoed. You, me, Lith, and the tower, Solus replied. We won't use it on our end not to hinder you. Your mission takes priority. Thanks for the shit, Protector said, taking the words out of everyone's mind. The Lark household was barely visible behind the battalion of Titans surrounding it. Most of them hammered at the enchanted protections with fists and spells, but a few of them kept watch on the ground and the sky. That's a lot of uppers, Nalrun said. I'm surprised the mansion is still standing, Badia said, assessing they were roughly outnumbered 5-1. I'm not, Lith replied. After what happened to Trekwell, I helped the Larks to up their security. I created and set up the arrays for them, and even helped them to buy enough mana crystals to fuel the magical formations in a contingency like this one. The problem is that I didn't put in place any offensive arrays. I focused on the defense, assuming I would be enough to deal with any threat. I was wrong. Chapter 3768, New Powers Part 1. The eyes of Menadian read the flow of world energy and spotted a rift in the arrays of the Lark mansion that departed from its central building. Just like they had done for the Vaster and Destar households, the uppers had broken through the main door. Frost Soul kept the damaged portion of the magical formations from self-repairing, and allowed the uppers to move unimpeded in the areas they had already breached. Incoming, a Dryad upper alerted his companions via a mind link, and together they raised an emerald dome that would keep the enemy at bay. On my mark, Lith said as Tista slowly rose to her full height as a Hecate. Mark. The siblings hurled a blast of origin flames each. One was bright violet, while the other was violet. Yet both changed color when they met, turning into a raging river of primordial flames multiple sizes bigger than the 2 original streams. The white fire hit the spirit barrier, halting its course for a split second before burning through the mana and moving on to those who emitted it. The primordial flames ran across the tendrils of mana, fueling the barrier and spread to the uppers, setting them ablaze. Again, Lith switched from a horizontal to a vertical position, using his wings like a parachute to slow down abruptly and throw his friends off like cannonballs. Tista jumped off his back and spread her wings as well, hurling a second blast of violet flames. With the barrier down, Lith doused the uppers with the primordial flames. The mystic fire lacked the power to kill so many uppers at the same time, but had more than enough to get their attention. The uppers stopped hammering at the Lark household to defend themselves, giving the arrays precious respite. At the same time, Freya, Badia, and Nalrond used the momentum from the launch to strike viciously with blades and spells, disrupting the enemy formation. Morok was too light to fight a divine beast in close-quarters combat, and too many of his abilities would have been crippled if the uppers activated Frost Soul. He kept himself to the sky and threw his hammers and spells from a safe distance. Protector did none of the above. He landed with the grace of a butterfly and sprinted past the uppers without dealing a single blow to go unnoticed. Everyone was too busy looking at the sky to worry about a small wolf running on the ground. Lith, I think we have a problem. Solus joined Morok, throwing her hammer in the mix and activating the Fury's flight enchantment to draw the enemy's attention with the 9 copies of her Fury. We were outnumbered 1-5 with Protector. Without him, we are outnumbered 1-6. She used the monocle only to pinpoint the different energy signatures surrounding the Lark estate, both above and below the ground. Fae and some species of emperor beasts like the Razars could freely swim through the ground. Just because one couldn't see them, it didn't mean they weren't there. The monocle counted over 40 energy signatures outside the mansion, and there were more inside, but the thick layers of arrays blurred the reading. Yeah, I know, Lith nodded. And we have no idea how many uppers Protector has to deal with. Let's hit them hard and fast, hold nothing back. Our secrets will be safe as long as we leave no one alive. Solus' scan had confirmed there was no clone of Orpal around to gather information. Without a clone, Lith had no reason to hold back and took his golems, Trouble, and Raptor out of his pocket dimension. Time to test these babies, then. Tista's armor, Ishka's honor, was a rough, stretched mess when compared to her battle claws, Firefang. Lith had done his best with what he had, but the young fire dragon's corpse was still over 4 meters, 14, shorter than the Hecate, and had only 1 tail. Lith could only stretch and thin the corpse so much until the protection it offered became negligible. It was the reason only one of Tista's tails was encased by the armor, and Ishka's honor had a raggedy look. Firefang, instead, was the product of the most skilled blacksmiths and forgemasters among the fire dragons. On top of that, by recycling Sunder's materials, the fire dragons had all the adamant they needed. Tista had tested Firefang during her spars against Dawn, and mastered their enchantments. Congratulations, Tista, Morok said. You got twins as well. Yes, she referred to the set of battle claws. I mean, no, that's not funny. What's not funny? Morok asked in confusion. Please avoid using that term in the presence of our friends. Body aside as the Hecate burst into flames from embarrassment. Shut up and come here. Tista took a deep breath, carrying the world energy from her lungs into her heart and then into her wings. The flaming red feathers turned black on the first set of wings and white on the second. Morok chose the blight flames as his queen's blessing, and so did Freya. Nalrond and Badia, instead, charged at the void flames. Remember what I've taught you about Meln's bloodline abilities, Lith warned everyone, especially about Frost Soul's weak point. Copy that, the others replied in unison. Badia used his bloodline ability to dive into the solid ground, as if it were a lake. Nalrond curled up into a ball and threw himself at one of the uppers like a living meteor. Not only was his body engulfed in a heat ray, but it was also followed by countless hard light constructs. Freya shapeshifted her body into her harbinger form under her armor, gaining thick protective green scales and 6 extra heads. Falul had crafted the armor to disguise the 6 heads as decorations that also served as nozzles. Freya dived down behind Nalrond, her descent much slower and less flashy. As for Morok, he kept himself in the air, harrying the enemy with spells and hammers from above. Lith stood right beside the tyrant, hurling a twin burst of noxious and nether flames to secure his allies, landing. I'm ready when you are, Solus said, and the Tiamat threw her like a fastball in reply. Verhin must have gone insane, Zaga the Treant smirked. Throwing a human at a divine beast is like sending a lamb to the slaughter. That little woman can't. Solus crashed into the Fey upper like a Davros bullet, breaking past his armor and blasting him into splinters. She already weighed as much as the tower, and gravity fusion kicked things up a notch. Her hammer being made of Davros, and her Voidwalker armor being comprised of a Davros-Adamant alloy only made things much worse. Faye had incredible regenerative abilities, and Zaga's wounds were already healing when Solus' vision cleared up, but it was too late. The impact had exposed the Treant's root, and she smashed it mercilessly. I don't know what that is, but I'm not going to take the blow. Nalrun's target wasn't so confident in her skills, so she tried to dodge the Agni. Nalrun switched the position of the heat ray propelling his flight, and changed his course accordingly, following the upper's movements like a homing missile. Chapter 3769, New Powers Part 2. I hate to admit it, but I'd never thought of this on my own. The Agni thought as he smashed into Pyartha, the Dryad upper. Using heat rays for superior aerial mobility and closing the distance instead of attacking is a brilliant move. The Dryad lacked the resources to craft herself an armor fitting her new size, and still retained her previous height. You are all bark and no bite, little beast. Pyartha took the blow in full, relying on her superior mass and regenerative abilities to stop the living projectile in his tracks. You can't hurt me like that. She grabbed the Agni from the sides and started squeezing. Indeed, I can't. Nalrund uncurled his body, slashing left and right with his forearms' bone spikes and up with those coming out of his knees. Mere bone spikes wouldn't have been much of a threat to an armored divine beast. Bone spikes coated in the adamant of Orion's Featherwalker armor, and packing the heat of a Tier 4 light mastery spell, however, cut through Pyartha with ease. The various pieces of the Dryad were still reassembling themselves when the hard light constructs reached their master and pinned every fragment of the Dryad to the ground. The void flames they carried consumed Pyartha's vitality and blinded her with pain. Nalrund used his earth vision to spot her root and incinerate it with a focused heat ray. The fight had barely started, and two uppers were already down. What can you do, little girl? Ulthane the Manticore was much bigger than Freya, but after seeing two of his allegedly immortal comrades die in the blink of an eye, he didn't feel very safe. He ignored orders and released his Frost Soul bloodline ability to protect himself from any trick the human woman had up her sleeve. How long do you have? Freya smirked from behind her visor as her body disappeared amid golden sparks. Behind you, an upper telepathically yelled at Ulthane, who turned around in a whirlwind of claws. Above you, another upper said while the Manticore was still off balance. He looked up and whipped his tail, releasing a swarm of poisonous darts. Stop mocking me, you bastards. The darts hit only air, just like the claws. We are not mocking you. The golden sparks of Dimensional Ruler had finished surrounding Ulthane, turning his size into a disadvantage. She kept blinking around him faster than he could see her, or his full guard spell could follow her. This is impossible. Frost Soul stops all spells and bloodline abilities, he thought, and he was right. Frost Soul did turn spells and bloodline abilities against their casters, but only those that were conjured inside its area of effect. Freya had cast Dimensional Ruler before diving in, and the already formed golden sparks were unaffected by the upper's bloodline ability. Stop running and fight, you coward, Ulthane roared. Okay. The Manticore turned toward the voice just to see a small dimensional opening right in front of his face. Freya spat her acidic venom from all her heads at point-blank range, soaking Ulthane's eyes and still-open mouth. The Emperor Beast clenched his burning throat, gasping for air in a desperate attempt to use his breathing technique. Freya encountered no resistance when she lunged twice at the blind Manticore with her rapier. She pierced Ultan's heart and head, flooding them both with blight flames for good measure. Another upper died before anyone could come to his rescue. Do you have the guts to fight someone your own size, cowards? Tista landed in an empty area and was quickly surrounded from every side. No one was willing to discover what her battle claws were capable of, preferring to take her down with spells from a safe distance. The uppers stared at her, envying even her funny-looking armor. Bad equipment was better than no equipment, and most of the uppers fought naked while in their divine beast form. I'll take that as a no. She extended her arms, and the uppers jumped back, activating Frost Soul to protect themselves and kill the Hecate in one fell swoop. The right Firefang glove turned black and released a jet stream of void flames, while the left turned white and released a burst of blight flames. Frost Soul didn't hinder the flames, but kept the uppers from activating their spirit barriers. From so close, there was no way to dodge the cursed flames, and two uppers fell to the ground. Tista extended her arms again, and the remaining uppers ran away or took flight to dodge an attack that never came. Firefang could only store one kind of flames at a time, and their reserves were now empty. Tista exploited the sudden absence of Frost's soul to take a deep breath and recharge her weapons. At the same time, she unleashed the spells stored in the mouth of Menadian and finished off the wounded uppers. "Come back, you don't leave a lady without a dance partner." Yet her battle claws were ablaze again, and no one dared face her. "Come and stop me, you bastards." Lith came down slowly, hurling flames and releasing spells while they were still effective. "There he is," the uppers unleashed a volley of Tier 5 spells. "Remember our orders, the others are just extras. Our mission is to stop Verhen." "That's really nice of you." Morok bolted in front of the Tiamat, lighting his colored scales and 6 eyes. They drained the elemental spells of their power, and sent them back after the tyrant added something of his own. 6 elemental pillars struck as many uppers, throwing them off balance. Morok's blasts lacked the power to kill the divine beasts, but created an opening that Lith exploited to sunder them with double edge. The life maelstrom coursing through Lith and his equipment made him too fast for the uppers to follow, and the silvery flames left in the wake of the angry blade killed even the Fae. Another group of uppers tried to approach Lith, but the ground below their feet became unstable. Badia dug through the mansion's park while hurling rivers of acid, turning the grassland into a toxic marsh. It kept the Fae waiting in ambush below the ground from joining the fight and interfered with the footwork of those above. A few Fae and plant folk tried to stop the Nidhogg, but the void flames shrouding him burned their tendrils to ashes before they could take hold. "Kill them quickly, don't give them the time to think and strategize," Lith said as the uppers stopped charging forward blindly and restored order and discipline. "The fight will turn into an attrition battle once we lose the surprise effect, and time is not on our side. Every second we waste here is a second that Protector fights alone against the gods know how many enemies. If Jadon and Keela die, even if we slaughter all the uppers, I'd lose 2 precious friends, whereas Meln will have no trouble finding more cannon fodder to turn into more uppers." Space. Inside the Lark household at the same time. Protector sighed in relief when he walked past the broken entrance, and the monocle of Menadian picked up the energy signatures of Jadon and Keela Lark. Chapter 3770, Best Weapon Part 1. The good news is that the Larks are still alive, Ryman thought. The bad news is that between the lingering Frost Soul and the arrays trying to repair themselves, the signal is a jumbled mess. He moved as fast as he could, comparing his current distance from the energy signatures, source with the blueprint of the mansion to guess where his marks might have retreated. Just like in the Distar household, the house staff had followed protocol and run from the invaders without attempting to fight. The uppers were on a tight schedule and couldn't afford to chase mere mortals through the maze that the servants, Wings, were. Their goal was the private quarters of the Larks, and the undamaged furniture the uppers had left, while breaking through the arrays showed Protector they had wasted no time. In the uppers' shoes, I would have assumed the Larks are in the array control room as well. Magical formations are at their strongest near their power source. On top of that, there is no better place to hide than the array control room. No matter where you are, once the mainframe gets destroyed, the magical formations dissipate. Without them, it takes a decent mage, but a few Tier 5 spells to raise even a building of this size to the ground. With the uppers surrounding the estate and digging underground, the Larks can't have escaped. They must still be somewhere inside the house. Protector was right, and it was the reason the mana lines fueling the arrays were a convoluted mess. Following them was bound to lead to the array control room, but only after several detours along the panoramic route. Lith had planned the layout of the arrays to be the final line of defense. It had cost much more time and resources than magical formations usually required, but the Larks being still alive was proof of the success of his strategy. Yes, those idiots have taken the bait. Protector followed the trail of damaged arrays until it diverged from the quickest route to the control room. I can still make it. Even if the uppers arrived first, they have to fight for every step they take. I don't have such a problem. Ryman took another item that Lith had entrusted to him. It was a signet ring bearing the Lark family's banner and a yellow crystal. It gave its owner the ability to add his imprint to the arrays and control them like the masters of the house. Lith had already added his energy signature to the control room back when he had conjured the arrays, but he had prepared the ring in case he wasn't available in time of crisis, and had to entrust the Lark's safety to one of his friends. Thanks to the signet, Protector could now advance at top speed without being hindered by the arrays or triggering alarms that would have alerted the enemy of his presence. The monocle of Menadian projected a line over the map of the mansion, showing the skull the hidden corridors and servants' passages that formed the fastest route to his destination. The closer Protector got to the Larks, the fewer the interferences and the clearer the life signature of the Larks became. He moved faster than a Tiamat, but way below his top speed. Protector wasn't familiar with the house and had to be silent. He had no idea how many uppers he would have to face, and couldn't afford to lose the element of surprise. Protector turned one of the last corners, the one connecting the convoluted and the direct path to the array control system, and found it breached. How strong are these uppers? He wondered in shocked surprise. We departed right after Meln's thralls triggered the alarm of this place and traveled at dragon speed. The arrays didn't slow me down, yet they still arrived here before me. Ryman tapped on the right corner of the monocle, and the artifact confirmed his worst fears. Several powerful energy signatures stood in front of the pantry where Keela and Jadon had sought refuge. The siblings stood with their backs to the core of the array control system, knowing that once destroyed, their lives would be forfeit. Protector advanced slowly, surprised by the lack of noise and grunts of effort. Tearing down such powerful arrays was supposed to require a great deal of violence. The thick mist of frost soul that kept the magical formations from self-repairing also kept the uppers from using spells and bloodline abilities. Seriously, how long does it take you to advance 2 more goddamned steps? A feminine voice asked. You carved the rest of our path like a hot knife through butter. What's the holdup? Our prey, that's what, a deep masculine voice replied. They are not excited at the idea of dying. They are weak, not stupid. They have rerouted all the power of the arrays here, and from so close to the mana crystals, they repair almost as fast as I burn them. Almost, another male voice said with a laugh. I can't believe how powerful Fire Soul is, or the fact that you learned how to use it before the incontinent king, Kazem. Thanks, but the best part was his face when I told him I would teach him shit. Kazem laughed at the memory. Gods, I wish you were there to see his face, Tarn. I wish you were all there. Seriously, if you at least taught us, we'd be done with this scutwork already. A second feminine voice snarled. Yeah, right, Kazem snarled back. And what do I get in return? I only accept payment in adamant and white crystals. I already have plenty of women willing to pay me for my seed, Ashka. What about my fist in your face? She replied. You do that and I'll turn my fire soul on you, wench. Judging from Kazem's tone, he was dead serious. Ashka reached Protector's same conclusion and didn't argue further. A sudden curse and yelling made the Skull stop his advance, afraid of having been exposed. How many times do I have to tell you to keep your distance, you fuckers? Kazem said. Narchet's powers are nothing like Verhin's. They are just like their arrogant, self-centered owner and don't work well with anything else. Your frost soul just froze my hands and cut off my fire soul. The arrays are already repairing themselves, and you cost me precious seconds of hard work. Taking the good news as his cue, Protector used fusion magic to boost all of his physical abilities with the power of the elements. Then, he charged through the crowd of uppers, hitting left and right with his twin battle maces, Barrows. Thanks to his speed, the powerful blows, and the surprise effect, the Skull encountered little resistance. He pushed the uppers to the side and hit Kazan, a Dracupper, right on the chin. Ryman didn't stop there and resumed his advance, hitting the uppers as fast and hard as he could until he reached the Larks. Tarn pulled Kazan to safety, and Ashka filled the room with frost soul to keep the unknown assailant from pulling any tricks and the arrays from mending themselves further. Chapter 3771, Best Weapon Part 2. Are you all right? Protector now stood in front of the pantry, but behind the protection of the newly reformed arrays. Charging against so many opponents alone was suicidal. The situation got worse by the second as the uppers recovered from the shock and assumed a battle formation. Yes, Jadon was as pale as a ghost as he held the shivering figure of his sister in his arms. The Count was terrified of the humanoid wolf, but Ryman had stopped the uppers, so he couldn't be an enemy. Who are you and where? S. Lith. I'm a friend of Lith S, and he's outside. Protector nodded at the south wall from which the booming sounds of the fight echoed. He's been delayed, I'm. Protector the Skull. Kazem finished the phrase before Protector could use an alias. A small-time ally of Verhin. You are supposed to have a bright blue core. How did you get the violet? Orpal's information was outdated. Ryman rarely took part in battles due to his lack of progress, and Orpal had no idea that the Skull and Ryman were the same person, so he had given no importance to him. "That doesn't matter," Protector replied, trying to buy time. "What matters is that you are a Drake. You are a son of Ligon. How can you join Meln Narchat when the Hydras are working on a method to turn all lesser dragons into divine beasts?" "Please," Kazan sneered. "The Hydras are working on making themselves divine beasts. If and when they share their research with the Drakes, we'd have to work on it ourselves. Why wait centuries when I can be a divine beast now?" "Because I am a divine beast, Mutt." The Drake's aura was deep violet, but the power he exuded was beyond that of any Emperor beast. "I forgot that the Hydras are keeping their research and collaboration with the other lesser divine beasts a secret," Ryman inwardly cursed. "Even if I tell them the truth, the Uppers won't believe me and the Hydras will kill me." "Get out of the way and we won't kill you," Kazan said. "Go away and Lith won't kill you," Protector replied. "He's coming here and you know it." "So what?" Tarn shrugged. "Once the arrays are gone, we can warp out of here and he has no way of following us." The Uppers had kept shifting their position the whole time, forming an arrow-tip battle formation centered around the Drake. The moment everyone was ready, they had nothing to talk about anymore. "So do us a favor and die," Chasm said as he attacked. Protector took a deep breath, and the world seemed to slow down as his body made the necessary changes to adjust to his top speed. There was no point in being quick if all he saw was a blur, and all he heard was the sound of his own steps. In the time that it took the Uppers to make their first step, Protector's eyes measured the anteroom in front of the pantry. He located the areas where the protective arrays of the mansion were still functional and thick enough to offer him temporary asylum. By the second step, his gaze moved to the Uppers, using life vision to assess their original races of origin, and accessing the Monocle's database to learn about the Uppers' physical abilities. Well, this sucks. The vast majority of the Uppers were Fey or plant folk, while the rest were Emperor beasts. Undead couldn't take Orpal's blood except as a regular meal, and humans were too weak to be useful in the dead king's plans. At the enemy's third step, Protector leaned forward. He tensed the muscles of his legs like springs and relaxed those of his arms for a more flexible grip on his maces. He had one side of Burrows become compact and dull, while the other formed a thick, curved axe-like blade. A battle mace was great against living and undead, but terrible against plant folk. With no bones to break or organs to rupture, the best a mace could do was push them aside. Letter 1D4F, letter 1D4FB, letter 1D486, letter 1D65A, letter 1D498, letter 1D4E, letter 1D4FF. Letter 1D658, letter 1D4F8, letter 1D662. The weapons finished shape-shifting into his desired form by the time the Uppers had covered half the distance, separating them from the Skull. Only then did Protector spring forward. He was already very fast right after becoming an Emperor beast. After reaching the bright blue, he had become so fast that other awakened with the same core failed to follow his movements with their eyes, and believed he could blink without leaving traces. Now he had achieved the violet core, and most of his opponents had only recently learned the secret of the deep violet. A handful of Uppers had a violet core as well, but while their breakthrough was recent, Protector was close to the bright violet. He bolted from one shielded corner of the room to another, ricocheting off the walls in an unpredictable pattern. The enemy had no idea where the Skull would move next, not only because even full guard alerted them of his presence only after he was already gone, but also because Protector himself did know. Letter 1D65B, letter 1D493, letter 1D4E, letter 1D486, letter 1D500, letter 1D486. Letter 1D484, letter 1D4F8, letter 1D4F6. Throwing himself at the enemy formation was too dangerous. One mistake or an enemy's lucky shot, and he would be surrounded in 1 second and killed the next. So, Protector moved at the edges of the arrow-tip formation, harrying the Uppers from the sides. He struck with either side of his maces, cutting Fey and smashing Emperor beasts. He delivered several blows in the blink of an eye, and even though none of them were lethal, their combined effect neutralized the Uppers' teamwork. Once cut, the Fey left those beside them exposed, while the Emperor beasts struck by Ryman crashed into their neighbors, akin to a bowling ball thrown at pins. On top of that, Protector focused his strength in a single step every second, briefly surpassing the speed of sound. He lacked the skill and control to also attack during that step, but he did not need to. The sonic boom deafened the Uppers and scattered the fragments of the Fey through the room, making it harder for them to regenerate. There was no soil or plants to feed upon. The Fey had to retrieve and reattach every single part cut by Burrows or grow it anew. Luckily for me, Keela and Jadon are inside the only place where the defensive arrays still work. Otherwise, I would have ended up killing them. Protector briefly checked on them with the monocle before resuming his attack. The good news is that I don't have to win, only stall for time. I'm also much faster than the uppers and have all the room for maneuver I need. The bad news is everything else. He inwardly cursed. His attacks only caused the divine beast minor discomfort. The injured were moved inside the formation, and their positions taken by healthy members. With each passing second, the uppers gained a better understanding of Protector's strategy. The enemy had the advantage of numbers and raw mass. To make matters worse, the longer the fight went on, the more likely the uppers were to get lucky and hit Protector. Even if he survived the blow, it would take away his speed. It would take away his best weapon, and the only thing keeping him alive. Chapter 3772, The Gate Opens, Part 1. If I stop even for 1 second, I'm dead, Ryman thought, caving the face of a Naga in with one of his maces and cutting the extended vines of a redcap with the other. Nobody can use spells or bloodline abilities, which makes things dangerously simple. This is no elegant fight. This is a brawl, the one who manages to hit the hardest and most often wins. The Fae gave up on their humanoid form and spread themselves wide in the forms of a net of vines that surrounded their allies. Full guard gave them perfect spatial awareness, and whenever one of the tendrils so much as grazed the skull, it grabbed and coiled around him. Protector always kept an axe at the ready to sever the sudden restraints, but at his speed, even a gentle tug left more than a bruise. It pulled his muscles and dislocated his joints. Sure, it also ripped the tendril to shreds, but it was just one tendril among many, and it wasn't the Fae who ran for their lives. Whenever Protector got tangled, light fusion wasn't enough to heal the damage before the uppers piled up on him. He had to combine fusion magic with his life, eater bloodline ability to escape death. Before leaving home, he had consumed the equivalent of several meals worth of food, and converted it into life force with invigoration, storing everything in his children. Frost's soul blocked healing magic and even breathing techniques, but the Skull's bloodline ability came from within. His body was connected to the young Skull hybrids, and the aid they provided him was no different from fusion magic. The nutrients and life force he retrieved allowed Protector to keep running without losing speed, but his reserves were finite. How long does it take the others to get here? Protector triggered another sonic boom to buy himself more time, but the net formed by the Fae clumped and hardened into a dome that shielded their allies from the brunt of the shockwave. This is taking too long. Protector needs our help. Solus checked the situation inside the house with the monocle. It's not like we're having fun. Tista grunted, flapping her wings to get out of Frost Soul's area of effect and release a shower of her colored feathers. Letter 1D487, letter 1D493, letter 1D65A, letter 1D486, letter 1D500, letter 1D4E. Letter 1D4EC, letter 1D664, letter 1D662. Prismatic wind surrounded a group of uppers and released the spells it contained. As for Tista herself, she activated her ethereal Aegis bloodline ability, setting her body ablaze and diving back into close-quarters combat. Lith had not stopped fighting for a second, using the power of the silver lightning to bolt by the side of whoever was in danger and lay waste to the enemies with overwhelming power. There are too many of them. Freya coalesced the golden sparkles of Dimensional Ruler into an extension of her blade that sundered space and the upper it contained. Killing so many uppers takes time. On my mark, Kazem said while focusing on the soft steps of the skull. Mark. Everyone dropped their Frost Soul so that when Protector attacked according to the Drake's prediction, the lucky vine did more than grab him. It also carried the full power of a Titania and the Thunder Soul, delivering the blow right into Protector internal organs during the brief contact. Restore, Kazem ordered via mind link, and the Frost Soul field filled the room once again. He had expected Protector to stumble and fall, maybe even to foolishly attempt a healing spell and fall prey to the deadly cold of the upper's bloodline ability. Instead, he kept running. I don't know what the trick is, but I know there is one, the Drake said. If the Skull were immortal or had a phase regeneration, he wouldn't be so cautious in his attacks. Just a few more blows like this and he's dead. Just 2 more blows like this and I'm dead. Protector made a conservative estimate of his energy reserves, even less if I keep running at this speed. He jumped from one array-protected area to another to return in front of the pantry, and behind the still intact magical formations. Protector wheezed, his lungs and muscles burning from the effort. He could have restored his arms and legs to their full strength with Life Eater, but he needed it to survive. As for the breath, there was no way to recover it aside from rest. If only I could use invigoration, he thought. Why are you doing this? He asked while the uppers lessened the frost soul just enough to allow Kazan to burn at the world energy with fire soul. The Larks have done nothing to you. This isn't your battle. You are young and owe Meln Narchet nothing. Why are you risking your lives for him? He wouldn't hesitate to throw you away if your positions were reversed. Protector's heart ached seeing so many younglings putting their lives in the hands of a madman. He didn't want to spill their blood. They weren't evil. They were just dumb and angry. Why, because our families threw us away, that's why, Kazem replied, redoubling his efforts. Yeah, the dead king is an asshole, but at least he gave us a chance, said a Fae. He taught us the secret of the violet, said another. He gave us his powers, an emperor beast said. You heard them, old man. Kazan poured more of his mana inside the arrays, corrupting the world energy and setting it ablaze from within. This is not our battle, but it might as well be. These people did nothing for us when we needed help like everyone else. The whole Magur just stood and watched. Narchet or not, I'm going to kill much more than 2 pathetic humans to settle my score. Consider this training for our actual revenge. Protector was far from recovering, but if he waited any longer, the fire soul would burn into the pantry, and there he would be trapped between its 4 walls. He leaped forward with a sonic boom, using the shockwave to push the drake inside the frost soul and the Fae's tendrils away. Kazem cursed like a sailor as his arms froze up to his elbows again, and the uppers moved him to the center of the arrow-tip formation. The Skull just circled the enemy to catch his breath, but the uppers didn't take long to notice. Kazem is right, the mud is exhausted, we need one last push, the Redcap said via the mind link. Now. Without warning or much preparation, the uppers lifted the frost soul and released the spells stored in their rings. They didn't aim at anything. They just shot by instinct and relied on luck. At the same time, the Fae formed a dome, shielding their allies from the spells with their own bodies. What the? Protector was caught by surprise, but dodging random spells moving in random directions was far from hard. The hard part came after. Every fireball released a shockwave that messed with his balance. Every ice crystal made the floor, ceiling, and walls slippery. Air blades and earth debris made the previously flat surfaces uneven, compromising his footing. There he is. Protector had been forced to slow down enough to become visible to Kazem's eyes. Chapter 3773, The Gate Opens, Part 2. Once again, the room erupted into chaos. The uppers closest to the Skull lunged at him, while those too far away threw their weapons all around him. Protector was about to unleash the spells contained in his rings when the uppers activated Frost Soul again, freezing the magic-holding rings he wore. With no other choice left, he pushed his tired muscles to the extreme, dodging most blows and returning twice as much. Yet in the frenzy of claws, flying weapons, and tendrils, he took a few hits before he could move to a safe position. One more blow. Protector tasted the blood in his mouth. I can take one more blow like this at most, anything stronger and I'm dead. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. Philia, Frey, Fenrir, and Salkar had no control over the Life Eater bloodline ability, but they had a clear understanding of the amount of energy their young bodies stored. With each blow their father took, the feeling of exhilaration Life Eater gave them faded, and the young Skull's strength returned to normal. With each blow their father took, they knew the battle wasn't over and that it wasn't going well. Eat, Fenrir, eat, Lilia urged her baby sister. Eat even if you're not hungry, do it for Dad. What's the point, big sis? Laren said without interrupting his forced meal. We can't send anything to Dad. We've trained every day, but we have yet to activate Life Eater once. It's better than nothing, Lilia sighed. If you have any idea, I'm open to suggestions. Celia wanted to reassure her children, but she could tell from their reaction that they knew better. She looked at Camilla, who stared at the amulet, checking that all the contact runes were still in place before giving Celia a thumbs up. Dia, Dia, Valorin and Elijah cried. Laren looked at the baby boy, and his eyes widened in realization. I have an idea. He dropped his mutton chop and ran to Ryla. Please, Auntie, give us your golden lightning. Give us as much as you can. You are too young for that and have awakened recently. The farmer shook her head. It would hurt you. Then just give us as much as we can take and add more once we consume it, Laren replied. And how do we consume it? Lilia looked at her brother, hoping for a good answer. You're right, sis, we can't activate Life Eater, but Dad can, Laren said. Maybe, while the golden lightning boosts us, we can perceive when Dad opens the connection with us and use it to give him what we have accumulated. It might work, Lilia nodded. It must work. Space. Lark Mansion, in front of the pantry at the same time. The earlier brief respite from the Frost Soul allowed the arrays to repair themselves and inflict upon the uppers whatever potency they had left. It was the reason they stopped releasing their bloodline ability only for a split second at a time. Protector was back in front of the pantry, but Chasm had already made short work of the little space that Jadon had managed to reclaim. Soon, much soon, Chasm said. You'll go down first and then it will be the humans' turn. These people can't be reasoned with, only fought. Protector tried to use invigoration from the safety of the arrays and stopped the moment he felt a cold pain spreading through his body. There's no point saving my strength. The next hit will also be the last. I'll consume everything I've left of Life Eater and hope it buys me enough time. Protector accessed the nutrients and life force reserves he had entrusted to his children, consuming them all. The contact lasted longer than usual as the skull collected every crumb of energy he could find. It lasted long enough for the children at the Verhin mansion to feel their father's presence. The gate hadn't been opened by them, but it was open nonetheless. Lilia and Laren brought every iota of golden lightning they had to their mana cores, using it to amplify their strength before shoving it through Life Eater along with their best spells. Fenrir and Salkar had no power to give, but felt their father's distress and cheered for him. Protector experienced their worry, fear, and love. He took them in. He took everything in, and golden lightning crackled across his body. The air element condensed, channeled, and amplified by the farmer's yellow eye multiplied Protector's might threefold, but what reached the uppers was something much worse. The skull howled with primordial rage, releasing a killing intent so violent that it brought the enemy assault to a halt. Protector's muscles bulged, his bones popped, and his violet aura drowned the magical lights of the hall. What is that thing? Chasm asked as the flaming red fur of the skull bristled, and the blue flames shrouding his neck and tail turned violet. At the Verhin mansion, Ryla poured more golden lightning into the children, while at the Lark mansion, more golden lightning arched across Protector's equipment. Yet that wasn't the reason when the skull took one step forward, the uppers took one step back. The reason was Protector's murderous glare. There was no fear, hesitation, or worry in his eyes, only an unyielding, unstoppable bloodlust. You shouldn't have done it, Protector growled, swinging his maces around and putting his new strength to the test. You shouldn't have attacked my children. Lilia, Laren, Fenrir, and Salkar were hundreds of kilometers away, safe inside the defensive arrays of the Verhin mansion. Yet Protector felt their cries, smelled their fear, and watched them quiver as if they stood right behind him. What had always limited Protector ever since his evolution into a skull was the loss of his pack. He had lived and fought as a wolf first and a Rai later, training and leading his pack mates. He had earned his title of king in the East, the Protector, because it was what he did best. He protected the weak, the old, the young, and all those who couldn't defend themselves. After becoming a skull, however, he had become the only member of his species. There was no one to lead or protect, and Celia was smart enough never to get herself into so much trouble that she needed his help. His apprenticeship with Falul had given him knowledge, but no purpose. During the past 7 years, Protector had done what every other Awakened did, not what a skull was supposed to do. His generous and compassionate heart had always held him back, like when he had tried to reason with the Awakened using forbidden magic in Xantia, or hesitated to fight the monsters of Zelex. Now, however, he wasn't fighting an enemy threatening a small corner of the world filled with strangers that Protector would never meet again. Now, he was a cornered wolf, fighting an enemy who had invaded his home and threatened everyone he loved. Mercy died and compassion withered inside Protector's heart as the battle with the uppers became a life-or-death struggle for his pack. Everything Ryman's peaceful life had taken away from him, everything he had lost by learning the secret of the violet core through others, came back to him. Chapter 3774, Wild Hunt Part 1. Protector the Skull was no longer Lith's friend or Falul's apprentice. He tapped into his true nature and became who he was meant to be. What are you talking about? Chasm held his flaming hands out to keep the angry beast at bay. Those are not your children. That night, Emperor Beasts and Fae had one thing in common. Their survival instinct screamed at them not to cross the distance separating them from the skull. that they had to deal with him from a distance. "Dad," Jadon asked, "is that really you? Did you come back to save us?" Count Lark had often hoped to see his father again, but in his daydreams, he imagined that Trekwil Lark would come back as one of Lith's demons, that his father would return from the grave to say to his children the goodbye that Orpal had denied them. Not that the late Count Lark would return in the form of a massive wolf. Yet Protector had just called Jadon and Keela his children, and Count Lark couldn't find any other reason a beast would fight like that for them. "Yes, it's me," Protector replied, hearing Laren's voice instead of Jadon's. "You stay put and cover your eyes. I don't want you to see this." "Yes, Dad," Keela replied. Dad was just a word, but hearing it sent Protector into a frenzy. He disappeared from the pantry and reappeared in the middle of the room, floating in the air. Before the uppers could ask themselves how Protector could float while under the effect of Frost Soul, one of the Emperor beasts collapsed to the ground, his head crushed into a pulp. Then a deep cut appeared in the net formed by the Fae's vines, and another struck those the barrier was supposed to protect. A Fae still in her human form doubled over in pain, one of her arms missing. "Don't stand there like idiots, attack him!" Kazam unleashed a jet stream of fire soul at the floating skull, but the bloodline ability phased through Protector like he wasn't there. Because he was. Ryman moved across the room too fast for the eyes to see, and his speed increased further as he got used to the golden lightning. What the upper saw and full guard spell perceived floating at the center of the room was just an afterimage created at the point he crossed more often. A Titania felt something grazing her tendrils and swung her mace, but hit only air. Protector avoided the weapon as if it were still and blew the head of the Emperor Beast standing next to the Titania with a single strike. "He's going for the beasts," she warned her companions while the corpse had yet to reach the ground. "He wants to whittle our numbers, protect the beasts." The Fae spread their tendrils forward to catch the skull in midair and screamed in agony. Something had mowed down the vines, reducing them to sap-bleeding stumps. "This isn't a cut," a redcap said. "This is a bite. I can't sense the missing parts of my body anywhere. The bastard is eating us alive." Keeping a human form allowed the uppers to infiltrate the Lark mansion, but their mass was still the same. They were still divine beasts and weighed dozens of tons. A perfect compressed meal for Life Eater. With each bite, Protector assimilated hundreds of kilos of extra mass and life force. What he could, he kept to himself to increase his mass and recover from his wounds. The rest he sent to children, making their power soar. "Dad is okay," Lilia yelled with joy. "Dad is okay." Violet flames now engulfed the young Fasteros, necks and tails, the stored energy reassuring them of their father's well-being. Protector could feel their joy and relief through the bond they shared, but he could also hear Keela and Jadon whimpering from the pantry. His frenzied mind mixed the signals, making it impossible for him to distinguish between them. "They are happy I'm out of danger, but they are still scared. My children are still scared of these bastards." The primal fury burning through his mind tapped into Protector's dormant potential and brought it to the light. As the Saul bolted through the room and harried the uppers, he activated his second bloodline ability, Wild Hunt. His perception surpassed his movement speed, and time seemed to stop for an instant. Wild Hunt allowed Protector to identify the temporary weak spots in the enemy formation, determine where to step next, and decide on the direction to take. In that brief moment of stillness that Wild Hunt granted him, Protector tried to predict how the upper would react to his attack and exploit the openings it would create. When he failed, his maces went wide, and a poorly executed parry was enough to deflect his blows without the uppers suffering any damage. When Protector's predictions turned out to be true, however, Burrows would slip through the enemy guard and reach their vital points. To make matters worse, after each successful blow, the uppers were sent crashing against their neighbors, disrupting their footwork and the arrow-tip formation. Let's speed things up a bit more. In less than 2 seconds, Protector had launched dozens of attacks and gotten used to Wild Hunt, whereas his enemies were still trying to understand what was happening. An Emperor Beast's bloodline abilities were more about intuition and instinct than understanding, and Protector had plenty of them and enough fury to push them both to their limits. Strong with the golden lightning and the extraordinary perception granted by Wild Hunt, Protector broke past the wall of sound once again. He moved too fast to attack without his limbs getting tangled with the uppers, but now he had the finesse to know exactly where he would land and where to go next. He attacked as soon as he slowed down enough to regain control over his momentum, and sprinted past the sound barrier as soon as he brought his weapons close to his chest again. When the sonic boom struck the uppers formation from the right side, Protector hit them with his maces from the left. When the sonic boom reverberated from the uppers back, sending them tumbling forward, Protector struck them from the front. He could only be in one place at a time, but to his enemies he was everywhere, and everywhere there was a storm of sound and metal. Protector lacked the mastery to create constructive and destructive interference between the shockwaves, which caused random surges of power and calm spots that only confused the uppers. At the same time, however, Protector's wild hunt was also tearing the room apart and hammering at the Lark Mansion's arrays as much as at his enemies. The Skull cursed, using the signet ring to recall the power from the nearby magical formations and focus it on the pantry room. I can't stop attacking, but if I end up killing my children, all of this will be for nothing. Protector howled with rage, cursing at the monsters who had dared to invade his turf and threaten his pack. Somebody do something, Kazan yelled via the mind link. He's swatting us down like flies. Chapter 3775, Wild Hunt Part 2. Protector missed half the times when he used Wild Hunt, but going past the speed of sound also meant a dozen attacks per second. Every time he succeeded, at least one upper died, which meant that half a dozen uppers died every second. And what are we supposed to do? A Titania replied. Unless we recall Frost's soul, we can only attack with our bodies. If we do recall it, however, that monster will have access to magic as well, and will have to deal with the arrays of the manor. You would be right if this could get any worse, but I don't see that happening, Kazam replied. Also, being restricted beats being dead. Remember that this place has no offensive array. On my mark, mark. The uppers dispelled the Frost soul and activated the spirit barriers of their armor in what they hoped was a timely counter to Protector's next attack. The emerald barrier slammed in front of the flabbergasted skull, making his prediction useless. Wild Hunt had allowed him to assess a situation that had now changed dramatically. The expanding dome deflected the maces, hurting Protector's wrists, and rammed into his legs, making him trip on his own feet. Hold still, Kazam yelled, expecting a flurry of deadly blows to hammer at the spirit barrier from every side. Whatever happens, don't panic and give everything you have to the barrier. Great was his surprise when his plan succeeded, but not in the way he expected. Protector's momentum had turned him into a living cannonball, and he moved too fast to recover his footing in time. He had crashed into a wall, suffering heavy wounds as the enormous kinetic energy he carried was brought to an abrupt halt. He bled from many deep cuts, and his body was battered by both the landing and the strain Protector had put himself through. Moving so fast took a huge toll on his body. Moving even faster with the enhanced mass from Life Eater and the improved strength from the Golden Lightning, more than tripled that toll. Kazam and the rest of the uppers stared in shock at the injured skull as he wheezed like a bellows, and showed no sign of getting out of the crater he was stuck in. The only silver lining was that Frost's soul was no more. Protector used his breathing technique and switched the focus of the arrays from the Larks to the uppers. Stop him, Kazam yelled. I mean, stop the barrier and activate Frost's soul again. Protector had only drawn one breath when he felt a deathly cold run down his throat, and stopped invigoration. Fuck, the Drake couldn't believe his own eyes. He had reacted as quickly as he could, yet the monster in front of him didn't pant anymore, and all his wounds were already closed. Protector had recovered only part of his stamina with invigoration, but Life Eater healed his injuries the moment they opened. This is still an unfair fight. Protector moved in front of the pantry again, while the uppers were focused on assessing his condition with life vision. But it's an unfair fight. I can win now. Face me if you dare. Despite his willpower, he couldn't hide the tiredness from his voice more than he could stop his limbs from shaking. Life Eater enhanced Protector life force and provided him with the nutrients he needed to heal, but could restore neither his stamina nor mana. Using Wild Hunt so many times had drained his mana core, while accelerating past the sound wall and slowing down without turning his legs into mush had consumed his strength. Even if the uppers took down the Frost soul for good, Protector had no way to use magic. His torn muscles were whole again, but still burning from the exertion, just like his lungs. Kazam needed but a glance at his communication amulet to notice the missing runes, and know that the battle outside the mansion wasn't going well either. Maintain Frost's soul and kill him as fast as we can, the Drake ordered. The arrays have already recovered too much for my liking. If he gets away while we deal with the magical formations and regain his strength with invigoration, we'll be dead. The mission will also fail, but I don't give a shit about that. Yet even if we want to just warp away from Verhin, I don't trust turning my back on that thing even for 1 second. Everyone nodded, having experienced on the skin of their dead comrades what Protector could do in a single second. The upper tightened their formation, kicking out the corpses of the fallen, and charged at the barely standing skull. Kazem led them, lunging with his battle claws at Protector's head and heart. The rest of the uppers fanned out, restricting the skull's movements and flanking him from either side. Much to their surprise, he didn't move from the spot. His left mace deflected the battle claw aimed at his head, and the second crushed Kazem's skull from above. As long as Frost's soul was active, no one could conjure barriers, and the drake's tail wasn't long enough to block an overhead blow. Kazem's sight turned black. He felt a weird chill where his head had once been, and then he never felt anything ever again. As his corpse fell down, so did Protector S. The skull and the drake fell to the ground in a deadly embrace, and the uppers cheered. No one cared for Kazem. His death only meant the reward would be split among fewer people. Kazem died to protect us, a Titania said. His noble sacrifice will be honored. I call dibs on his armor. No fair, I need it more, a Trent said. Aye. The uppers were so busy quarreling about the spoils of the fallen that they didn't notice how no blood came out from the wound in Protector's chest. Not even as Kazem's corpse hit the floor and the battle claw slipped free. So when Protector stood up unscathed and ready to fight, it caught them completely off guard. From so up close, the uppers could stop none of his 3 sudden strikes. The mace in his left hand cut the Titania asunder, finding her root and taking her down. The mace in his right hand crushed the skull of a rock, killing her on the spot. Protector's head reverted to its full size, biting at the closest enemy and swallowing him down to the hips. The Trent was still alive because he had kept his root in his left foot, but half his mass was gone. With no source of nutrients available, he couldn't regenerate his body, only rearrange what he had left to restore his limbs. The arrow-tip formation crumbled now that Protector was in its midst, and the fight devolved into a chaotic brawl. Just as he had predicted, he hit as hard and fast as he could, not bothering to defend himself except from the heaviest blows from the most dangerous enemies. He didn't fear a Titania's strength so much as her ability to send him flying. If that happened, the uppers would have had the time to reorganize themselves and fight as a united front instead of a bunch of scared cats. If that happened, he would die. Chapter 3776, A Secret Well-Kept Part 1. Protector blocked rarely and traded blows most of the time. Blades cut his flesh, staves bludgeoned his skin, and maces broke his bones. Yet he bit back for every hit he took, sometimes literally. Whenever an upper came too close, either willingly or pushed forward by the crowd, Protector's maw opened and swallowed a good chunk of their bodies. It restored the reserves of his life-eater bloodline ability and sustained the illusion of his immortality. No matter if a vital organ was pierced or a limb bent into many unnatural angles, it healed faster than a fey, and Ryman kept on fighting like it never happened. Each time he traded blows, he would come out of it weakened, but an upper would come out of it dead. Fear and the dwindling numbers of Orpal's soldiers made his enemies retreat instead of advance, worried about their own survival more than killing their common enemy. The uppers soon lost any semblance of teamwork, allowing Protector to focus solely on those closest to him. Please stop. One of the few remaining uppers had landed a lucky shot that had turned the skull's head into mush. I surrender. I don't care. Protector's flesh and bone rebuilt themselves so fast that it looked more like time reversal than regeneration. He returned the favor to the upper, but the Minotaur had no healing abilities, so his head remained crushed and the Emperor Beast fell to the floor in a pool of his own blood. The surviving uppers froze in terror and dispelled Frost's soul to warp away. Protector conjured the power of the arrays to stop them and killed them with precise, merciless blows. I can't stop here. He stumbled forward as his ragged breath foiled his attempts to activate invigoration. I need to recover. Meln might send more reinforcements and I can't stop them. Lith might need my help out there and I can't help him. As if Protector's thoughts had summoned him, Lith appeared in the room, quickly followed by the others. I'm sorry it took so long, Lith said, panting. There were a lot of those bastards and they played it smart. I know, Protector wheezed. Don't talk, save your strength. For better or for worse, it's over. Lith used invigoration on the skull, bringing him back to his peak. Space. Distar household at the same time. How in the 9 hells did you cockroaches survive the blast? Orpal asked in amusement as the dust cloud lifted by Doom Tide settled down. He had used the full power of Dusk's bloodline ability, yet none of his opponents was dead, not even the toddler. Milla was actually the best protected one, surrounded by the solid Davros of the baby safe. Her parents fared much worse. They were still alive, but broken and beaten. Doom Tide had drained the world energy from the surroundings, depowering most of the arrays and making all kinds of spells useless. Brynja's and Aintz's armor were now burdensome pieces of metal, and everything they had prepared for that day was for nothing. They could still heal themselves with the magic stored in their spell-holding rings, but they couldn't conjure more spells to replace those they consumed. Easy, Knight replied via their mind link. This place is not fueled by a mana geyser, but by a lot of powerful mana crystals. Our Doom Tide doesn't affect T Crystal's world energy reserves, and they can keep fueling an array even after a Doom Tide. These guys were smart enough to set their daughter as the first priority and themselves as the second. The mana crystals never stopped powering that safe thingy and the stasis fields. It prolonged their lives of just a few seconds, but it's still quite a feat. Speaking of feats, where are our uppers? We brought dozens of them with us, yet we are doing everything ourselves. I swear that if those ungrateful curs defected us now that they don't need any more blood infusions, I'm going to make them regret ever. Knight took her communication amulet out of her pocket dimension, discovering that many contact runes were missing. They're all dead. Step away from them, Narchat, and I'll kill you. A silvery figure stepped through a hole in the wall, her steps producing no sound despite the heavy armor she wore and the great sword she wielded. Don't you mean, or I'll kill you? Orpal gave the queen a mocking bow. I know you are just a clone, scum, Silpha replied. And I'm going to kill you no matter what you do. The only variable is how much you'll suffer. I also know that the real Narchat will suffer your wounds as well. So here's my offer. She never stopped advancing, and for some reason Orpal couldn't avert his eyes from her. Kneel, offer me your neck, and I'll finish this in one blow. Otherwise, this is going to be long and pleasant for me. As a royal to another, I suggest you reconsider. Orpal's spear crackled with life maelstrom as he pointed it at Brynja. Take one more step, and I'll kill everyone in this room. Your Seaful set may be powerful, Queen Silpha, but you're weak. You are not even a true awakened human, whereas I'm an awakened divine bee. Please, Silpha sneered and took one step. One step that brought her in front of Orpal, and the tip of her blade millimeters away from the prism in his chest. You're but a self-appointed king, something that any child and buffoon can do. I earned my crown. The dead king quickly adjusted his grip on Thorn and blocked the blow, but the impact sent him flying against the wall. What? Shock more than pain froze him as the violence of the impact squeezed the air out of his lungs. How did she get here? The nearest warp gate is hundreds of kilometers away, and the attack started a few minutes ago. Contrary to what the general public knew, the late Miriam Destar had a private warp gate built inside her mansion. Yet she used it only in case of emergency, and relied on the gate of the Mage Association for everything else. She had done it to keep the existence of the gate and her activities as the Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps a secret. Brynja had maintained the facade, allowing Queen Silpha to arrive the moment the alarm had resounded. She had stepped inside the Destar household before Orpal, and had taken care of clearing the field from any unknown variables before making her entrance. Sorry for the wait, kid. Silpha turned her back on Orpal like he wasn't even there. I didn't expect to find so many uppers. You did a good job holding out on your own. I wasn't alone. Brynja accepted Silpha's hand to get up, and the mere touch restored her armor and healed her wounds. I would have never made it without Aints. Headmaster Destar. The queen nodded to him and helped him to stand as well. I've admired your work on my way here. You've slain quite a few of those poor excuses of a divine beast. You've done your part. Get your family to safety and leave the rest to me. Chapter 3777, A Secret Well-Kept Part 2. By your command, Aints had already recovered Milla. He put the baby girl in Brynja's arms and lifted his wife in his own. You're not going anywhere unless I say so. Orpal jumped out of the wall and lunged at Milla, knowing the baby girl was the weakest link of the chain. Silpha put herself in the way, just as he expected. The clone put all of his weight in the blow, charging his body with another bolt of life maelstrom and flapping his wings to kick things up another notch. What he didn't expect was the queen deflecting Thorn and dispelling the strength of his charge with an unsettling ease. Motion denied. Silpha kicked Orpal in the solar plexus, breaking his breathing again and sending him to crash in the same spot as before. Damn if I'm getting cocky with age. I said get out, Marquis. Her arms and blade trembled from the aftershock, and she needed to flex her fingers to shrug off the numbness. And I said stay. Orpal didn't bother getting up and lunged multiple times with his spear, unleashing a barrage of wailing winds. Silpha produced a single vertical slash that dealt with the wailing wind aimed at the family behind her, while the black griffins did the rest. The black elemental crystal and her eyes flared in unison, conjuring several griffins comprised of pure darkness element, and each as big as a horse. They made short work of the wailing winds and galloped towards Orpal to finish the job. He drew power from Night's prism and swatted them all down with a single sweep of thorn. That's all the Seaful set can do. I'm disappointed. Silpha's eyes flared with violet light, and so did the gemstones on the Seaful set. She shook her head briefly and opened a spirit steps that brought the Distars to safety. Are you insane? Jorl had been watching the fight through a mind link with Orpal, who in turn was connected through the clone via the prism. The Storm Griffin had remained silent until that moment, not because he wasn't worried about the outcome of the fight, but because his trauma paralyzed him. Run for whatever pride you have left and everything you love. Do what you do best and run like the wind, Jorl screamed. Why should we? Orpal and Night cocked their head to the side. We lost badly to Thrude, but back then we barely had the blue core and she was a white core divine beast. Silpha is nothing compared to her. This is the perfect opportunity to test as far as we can go against a decent opponent. Nothing compared to Thrude, a decent opponent, Jorl echoed in disbelief. Did you forget who defeated Thrude, who defeated me? Of course we remember, it's just that It's just that you don't understand, Jorl cut them short. Back when I fought Silpha, she was tired from a long, grueling training session with my mother. I was a bright blue-cored awakened griffin, and she was a fake awakened. She wore mere combat fatigues, and I my equipment. Do you remember how our fight ended? Yes, Orpal and Night replied, still confused. Great, now, consider this. The Silpha in front of you is fully rested and wears the most powerful equipment you can possibly imagine. An equipment forge-mastered by a guardian and constantly improved upon by a guardian for her beloved. That's what you're up against. Jorl pointed at the feathery energy wings coming out of the Seaful armor, the sign that Meron had already unlocked the set's true power by spilling his blood. The king would have gladly dealt with Orpal himself, but he couldn't take that away from his wife. Miriam had been his good friend and a loyal vassal, but she had also been Silpha's best friend and confidant. Brynja was Silpha's goddaughter, and the queen hated it when someone else settled her scores. Oh, Orpal and Night said as the spirit steps disappeared, and the queen of the Griffin Kingdom roared her challenge. Bright violet aura erupted from her body with such violence that the biggest pieces of debris trembled like during an earthquake, while the smaller ones floated in the air, defying gravity. A wave of killing intent washed over the room first, raising a dust cloud, and then over the dead king, sending a cold shiver down his spine. On top of that, of course, the Seaful sword's enchantment was weak. You just used Doom Tide. The blade could only conjure the scraps of world energy that have already returned, yet it stopped your attacks, Jorl said. That's great. Orpal's clone came out of the wall, releasing his deep violet aura to counter Silpha's killing intent with his own. Exactly, now run for the hill. Did you just say great? Are you insane? And by that I mean more than usual. I'm not insane, Orpal's voice became dominant. If Silpha is half as good as you think, this is a blessing in disguise. You said it yourself, Jorl. If we want to defeat Leech, we must become 10 times stronger than him. Fighting Silpha means having a real fight to the death with one of the best fighters in the kingdom. There is no telling how much I can learn or how far I can push my limits. This fight will reveal everything I need to know about myself. It will put everything I've achieved to the test and show me how much I have improved since I fought Thrude. Night would have liked to point out that they had never fought Thrude. It had been a unilateral massacre, but she was experiencing one of those rare moments when she was proud of her host, so she kept her objections to herself. Besides, this is just a clone, Night thought. It's not like I'm really putting my safety in Orpal's hands. That would be real madness. Face me, coward, Silpha said, snapping everyone out of their daze. Pick an opponent of your size, someone who isn't tired and wounded like Miriam was. She didn't die because of you. You are nothing but a little pathetic man. Miriam died because she had already given her all to protect her people, to serve her country, to serve me. If she were at her full strength, today Miriam and I would be dancing on your grave to celebrate the anniversary of your death. I accept your challenge, woman, Orpal brought Thorn to his forehead in a salute. Let's see what. Instead of returning the gesture, the queen kicked the ground and cannoned Orpal. He quickly switched his grip from vertical to horizontal to block the edge of the Seaful blade. She's ruthless, I like that in a woman, he thought. Too bad she's an old hag and ugly at that, otherwise I'd. Thorn bent sharply on impact, and even after Orpal pushed Silpha back by adjusting his footing, the Davros of the haft remained nicked. Don't get distracted, you fool, Knight warned him. You have the mass advantage, but your equipment is human-sized. Silpha's equipment, instead, is divine beast-sized. Even though the Seaful set is lighter than a divine beast, it's still made of pure and purified Davros. Chapter 3778, Magus Fight Part 1. I get it, but how can she be that strong? I'm already infused with life maelstrom, Opal asked. And so is she? Knight highlighted the sparks of silver lightning arching across the Seaful set. It's one of Tyrus' gifts to Valoran. You never noticed before, and I didn't mention it because Thrude was a griffin. She had her own life maelstrom. Fuck, Orpal activated the air element effect of the Davros of his equipment, and Silpha did the same. No matter what element he used, the queen matched it and overpowered the dead king with skill. Fine, our equipment is made from the same material, but it's not the same. Orpal mixed his life force with the darkness element stored in Knight's prism to generate his King's Wraith technique. A vortex of black fog, the size of a tornado, formed around the Vertilac and engulfed most of the Distar mansion. King's Wraith was one of Orpal's original creations. It offered perfect offense and defense, draining the enemy's strength while blinding their mystical senses. The spell didn't bother the Vertilac and covered his presence as he circled the queen to strike her from her blind spots. Let's see how she deals with this, Orpal thought as he lunged with his spear, each movement releasing a wailing wind and weaving the runes for his next spell. Silpha tried and failed to follow Orpal's movements. The thick darkness element overloaded her life vision, and the noise from the crumbling debris covered the sound of his steps. Nice move, but you've used it against the wrong opponent. She activated the Seaful Sword's enchantment, Ruler's Will, from its blue elemental crystal. The blade located the focus points of the spell where Orpal's willpower was imbued and replaced it with the queen's. It wasn't supposed to work since the Vertilac could tighten his hold over King's Wraith, but Silpha added her own domination. King's Wraith changed owner, and all the mana Orpal had poured into it was turned against him. Silpha focused the power of the technique into a single point, clearing her vision, and sent it slamming against the prism in his chest. How did she do that? Orpal asked. You told me that whatever domination is, it doesn't work on spells imbued with willpower. It shouldn't have worked, Knight replied. I have no idea what happened, but I'll support you from now on. The horseman weaved 2 Tier 5 spells, Fire Cutter and Burial Ground, from her crystal. Once she was done, she discarded the runes she didn't need and merged the rest into a single spell, Deadshot. The air and fire elements from Fire Cutter gave Deadshot speed and heat, while the earth and darkness elements gave it substance and amplified its destructive power. The new spell moved at near sonic speed, crossing the distance between Orpal and Silpha too fast for her eyes to follow. The stone bullet was the size of a fist, but its small surface allowed Deadshot to condense the power of 2 Tier 5 spells to the extreme. The bullet moved as fast as it had been shot by a sniper rifle and carried the kinetic energy of a truck. Source magic? Silpha trusted the readings of her full guard spell and activated the violet gemstone on the Seaful sword and opened a small warp step. I thought that Tynan Zavra's secrets had died with his undead sire. Deadshot was too fast even for its own caster and could only move in a straight line. The queen exploited it to anticipate its trajectory and send the bullet crashing against the floor. And who do you think allowed Zavra to join the undead cause? Orpal replied while conjuring a new source magic spell. I did, but in exchange for his safety, I demanded his teachings. He combined the Tier 5 spells Gods of Fire and God of Earth to conjure 4 elemental spheres comprised of magma. Then, he added the darkness element overflowing from Knight's prism to create his personal source magic spell, Hellscape. The marble floor bubbled from the heat, while an ebon fire engulfed furniture and drapes. You want a Magus fight by proxy? Silpha said. Fine by me. A wave of her hand conjured the Tier 4 void magic spell, Meteor Impact. The ceiling of the room collapsed into lava spheres that Orpal countered by raising a thick wall with Hellscape. Fight fire with fire? A stupid plan, but I like it. Silpha's spell matched his own, but there was a fatal difference. Meteor Impact was just a Tier 4 while Hellscape was Tier 5, and the presence of the darkness element further increased the gap in raw power. If you say so. A flick of the queen's fingers turned fire into ice and the earth into air, creating a blizzard as violent as short-lived. Meteor impact trapped Hellscape's elemental spheres under a thick layer of ice that smothered the flames and protected Silpha from the darkness element. Before Orpal could react, she burst through the frozen barrier and called upon the water element of her equipment. The Davros split the mana from the world energy, dissolving both spells, but only one of them had taken a toll on its caster's core. It's not a matter of firepower, dead king. Silpha spat the name like it was poison. Only of how you use it. If void magic had a tier 5, I'd teach you another lesson. Orpal cursed as he stepped back and needed sheer focus just to block the flurry of the queen's attack without Thorn shattering in the process. He recalled what was left of Hellscape to increase his spear's durability, but didn't waste mana to form it anew. With body casting and night free to weave spell on her own, he could do better. Are you really using a blade spell on me? Silpha spotted the mana flowing from the various pieces of Orpal's equipment in a single spot and disrupted it with a series of surgical strikes. Do you think I'm stupid enough to let you do it, or are you that stupid? She's too much for me. Trade places with me. Orpal let the shattered moon fade away and focused on defense. His spear had the reach advantage, and he let Night take control of his arms first and then of his entire body. She fought with the zeal and mastery she had honed through her millennia-long existence, yet she could barely hold her ground. Silpha intercepted the spear tip with her blade and stepped forward, locking Thorn's long haft with the Seaful sword's cross-guard before taking a lightning-fast stride. It closed the distance between horseman and queen, allowing her to deal a precise lunge at the Black Rose armor's joints. Night healed quickly from any wound, but the black crystals stiffened her movements and opened her to new attacks in a vicious cycle. With each move, the horseman conjured a spell that Silpha neutralized with her own body casting, but spent less than half the mana. How can you be this good? Night roared in outrage. You're just a pathetic woman who has yet to live a single life. My mastery of magic and spear arts should be beyond your wildest dream. Chapter 3779, Magus Fight Part 2. I've trained against Lady Tyrus every day since my engagement with Meron. Silpha parried and deflected Night's most complex moves and slipped through her wild swings like an eel grabbed with bare hands. Compared to her, you are nothing much. Am I? Night roared, hurling a stream of deep violet origin flames from point blank. Really? Yes, Silpha activated the blue gemstone of the Seaful sword and conjured the tier 5 spell, Crystal Griffin. A thick layer of ice encased the Vertilac, leaving him no space to move and trapping the origin flames in his throat. Bloodline abilities could hurt their own master, and with no place to go, the origin flames filled the Crystal Griffin spell. Orpal's face melted, and then it was his equipment's turn. Once conjured, origin flames had to be breathed out. Orpal couldn't stop burning himself even if he wanted to. He reverted to his full size, shattering the Crystal Griffin spell and releasing the rest of the origin flames from his body to keep Silpha from exploiting his defenseless state. His body was that of a titan, but his equipment couldn't grow in size. I'm just a big target. He quickly reverted to his human form and covered himself with the Black Rose armor. The dead king activated Frost Soul, but without spells and enchantments, the difference in skill and technique soon became overwhelming. Silpha was indeed lighter and weaker than the Mad Queen, but her mastery was also on another level. She had grown from weak to strong by fighting opponents who were always bigger than her, and had learned how to protect her body. Night, instead, relied too much on her innate regenerative abilities and nigh-endless power. The horseman took more blows than she could afford, and was forced to undo Frost's Soul before she became unable to fight. Thunder Soul proved to be just as useless. Orpal's attacks and spells would have bypassed the Seaful armor and struck Silpha's inner organs, but only if he managed to hit her, and he didn't. She countered every spell and parried every attack while it was still far away from her body. What's the point of this charade? Silpha thought. He can't win, he should have already. It was then that the queen noticed how little by little the Vertilac was adapting and improving. The skill gap between them was still enormous, and a more careless opponent would have missed how Orpal's timing was getting more precise and his lunges faster. Son of a bitch, Silpha cursed in realization. He's using me as a learning tool. I thought I was playing cat and mouse with him while he was exploiting my rage to steal my secrets. Gods, I'm such an idiot. Angry with herself, the queen stopped using the royal style and switched to the basics of the basics. She became a textbook example of footwork, defensive moves, lunges, and slashes. Letter 1D4F, letter 1D4FB, letter 1D4E, letter 1D65A, letter 1D66C, letter 1D4E, letter 1D48F. Letter 1D484, letter 1D490, letter 1D4F6. What is she doing? Orpal was flabbergasted. Is she insane? He could now see Silpha's next attack coming from a mile away. He could predict the trajectory of her blade and anticipate where she would move next. Yet such knowledge was useless to him. The queen's steps were swift and precise, with no wasted movement or opening he could exploit. Her swings were so surgical that he needed to put his full weight to block them, whereas she needed but a fraction of her strength to block his. "This is so humiliating," Knight inwardly cried. "I know what she's going to do, yet I can't stop her. With every blow, Silpha is rubbing in my face how much better than me she is." "Can't we learn from the queen like we did before?" Orpal asked. "Polish our basics." "Yeah, right," she scoffed. "Those are the same movements you can find in any textbook, the same things I taught you for countless hours and that I practiced for millennia. I've never reached this degree of mastery, and I won't reach it now just because I'm witnessing it. The queen's talent is beyond mine. There's nothing I can learn from her except the sadness of facing a wall I can't surpass." "What about me?" Orpal asked. "Assuming you have her same talent, and that's a big if, you just need to train for as long as she did. There is no shortcut with the basics. You can learn faster than her only if you're more talented than her." "Fine," Orpal gritted his teeth and stored his equipment inside his pocket dimension. "Let's leave then." He then tried and failed to sever the connection with the clone and retrieve his consciousness. "Not so fast, Narchat." While he opened his pocket dimension, Silpha activated the Tier 5 spirit spell, Sealed Space. Orpal was still there, and so was Knight. The connection with their real body was blocked, but the moment Sealed Space faded, all the wounds inflicted on the clone would appear on his Orpal, no matter how distant he was. "You should have accepted my offer," Silpha snarled. "As I said earlier, this is going to be long and pleasant for me." Space. Lark Mansion at the same time. Dad, Jadon, and Keela left their hiding spot when they heard Lith's voice and tackled Protector into a hug. "Is this really you? How did you come back? How is this possible?" "It's all thanks to Lith, children." The Skull used a mind link to explain the white lie to Lith and ask for his help to keep the facade going. "I couldn't stay still while you were in danger, but I'm too weak to answer his call, so I possessed one of his friends." Vergrave stepped out of Protector right on cue. The demon had shapeshifted his features according to Solus, eidetic memory to match how Trekwell Lark looked the last time they had met, down to the smallest detail. To better sell the lie, the black chain connecting Lith to the demon became visible to the naked eye. A second chain connected Vergrave to Protector to explain the possession, and a third one Protector to Jadon and Keela to explain the summon. The mannerism, the fine black clothes, and even the monocle were the same. Protector felt guilty for the deception, but he felt even worse at the idea of destroying the joy that he had unwittingly given the Larks in his battle frenzy. As for Lith, the appearance of the fake Count Lark made his heart tighten. Lith missed his old friend dearly, and seeing the monocle pop out of the fake Count's eye socket spread salt on his still-open wounds. "Don't worry, son," Vergrave Trekwell said. "Our house staff is safe. They followed the defensive protocols to the letter and abandoned the mansion as soon as the first alarm resounded. You did a good job. Pontus and Hylia will be proud of you, too. You stayed behind and drew the enemy's attention. You protected your subjects even though it might have cost you your lives. I wish I could have done the same." Vergrave Trekwell cleaned his ethereal monocle, his voice broken with pain. "Who are Pontus and Hylia?" the demon asked. "The old head butler and head chef," Lith replied. "They died with the Count during Meln's first attack." Chapter 3780, Hiccups Part 1. Chapter 3780, Hiccups Part 1. "Don't say that, Dad." Keela tried to hug the demon, but her arms phased through him. "You have no fault for what happened, do you mind?" She pointed at the Count and then at Protector. "Sure," the Skull replied and stepped forward, but Trekwell Vergrave stopped him. "It's not necessary." His face became a mask of focus as he turned his body solid and conjured a hologram that restored his human appearance. "I was just too excited to see you again to remember about my current condition." He went for a hug, and Keela burst into tears when she felt her father's warmth again. "Let us be real, Dad." She tried to smile and joke, but she couldn't stop herself from sobbing. "You didn't come back for us but for the magic show. I should have known you wouldn't miss it." "How dare you, young lady?" Lark clicked his heels and his monocle jumped away in outrage. Of course, I came back for you too. The magic show was just a nice incentive. He put the monocle back in place, and it popped out again the moment the Count turned to protect her. You have talent, young man. Not as much as my protege, but still. Dad, Jadon joined the hug, his voice too moved to convey the rebuke properly. Mr. Protector saved our lives. And for that he has my eternal gratitude. Count Lark gave the skull a bow as deep as the family hug allowed him to. This is pushing things too far, Lith, Protector said. I don't deserve such praise. It's my fault if we are playing with the Lark's feelings. I'm not proud of this, and I deserve no praise. I didn't ask Vergrave to say anything like that, Lith replied. Vergrave. If it's not you who is telling me what to say, the demon asked, who mentioned Hylia and Pontus to me. As for you, Lith, if you expect to receive my forgiveness for causing my untimely demise, you are sorely mistaken. The Count continued, and Lith swallowed hard. He could feel something moving along the chains he had used to connect his friends, someone who hadn't been there until a few seconds ago. Not because you don't deserve it, but because you don't need it. Trekwell Lark released his children from the embrace and walked in front of Lith. I know you feel guilty for what happened to me, but you have no reason to. I never resented or blamed you for my fate. You couldn't protect me from an enemy you weren't aware existed. There are only two people responsible for my death, Meln and I. Dad, how can you say that? Keela asked. Because I was stupid and naive. Lark lowered his head to look his daughter in the eyes. Back when your mother, Koya, tried to kill us, it should have been my wake-up call. I had rebuilt the Lark's fortune and restored our house, but I never worried about its safety. Otherwise, how could a bitter, magicless woman whose noble title was inferior to mine almost succeed in killing me? And most importantly, you and Jadon. After a mediocre, talentless mage poisoned me, after our entire family became prisoners of our own home and needed the help of a child to survive, I should have learned my lesson. I should have spent less money on stupid magic books and invested more into our security system. Instead, even after obtaining the Gishel's lands, I never spent a copper coin on protective arrays. I was so arrogantly naive that I thought my irrelevance was the only defense I needed, that no one would bother killing a mere count. No matter how many enemies I or Lith made, I never worried that someone might pick things up from where Koya left and succeed. Meln killed me, there's no denying that, and I wish he'd burn for all eternity for that, but I can't stop thinking that it was just a matter of time before something bad happened. The only silver lining in that dreadful night was that you two weren't with me. I would have gone crazy with fear if I didn't know you were safe hundreds of kilometers away. I would have never forgiven myself if anything had befallen you because of my foolish naivety. I thank the gods for that and for you learning from my mistakes. I also thank you, Lith, for helping my children. The hand extended to him belonged to Vergrave, but Lith felt the soul of the old Count pulling its strings. Don't thank me, Count Lark. Lith swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his throat. It was the least I could do. Nonsense. The monocle popped out of the eye socket almost with a comical timing. You didn't leave Jadon and Keeler alone after my passing. You, a Magus, built the very arrays that saved their lives tonight and rushed here to their rescue. That's not a small favor. That's more than any father could ask for his children. So when I thank you, you should reply, you are welcome, young man. You are welcome, young man, Lith echoed, making the Count laugh. Gods, I wish Nana were here. It would make it quite the reunion, Lark said. I must leave now, children. If you have anything to say to me, do it quickly. Do you have to go, Dad? Jadon asked. Can't you stay in one of Lith's void sigils? Solus hiccuped. Those, Jadon nodded. You could be one of his demons. You could stay with us. Meet your grandchildren. Practice the magic you loved so much to your heart's content. Lark did his best to smile, but he could feel his hold growing weaker by the second. He wasn't a warrior, and his willpower was far from indomitable. If not for the unique circumstances of that night, if not for protectors linking Trekwell to his children, he would have never made it past the veil. Even now, his soul was still there. Only his consciousness had managed to slip through the cracks and cling to Vergrave by the faintest tether. I can't, son, Lark replied. I moved on and there is no coming back. Are you sure? Keela sniffled. I am, but don't worry about me. I'm happy there. I have everything I want. Lark lied through his teeth. There's your grandfather with me, and anyone can use all kinds of magic there, even me. It's everything I could dream of. One day we'll meet there, but don't you dare rush to join me, young lady. I want you to have a full, long life so that you'll have lots of things to tell me. Okay, Dad, I will. Keela nodded, swallowing her tears. The same applies to you, young lord. Lark hugged his son tight. You've become a man I'm proud to call my son. I only wish I told you more often. Don't worry, Dad. Jadon's voice cracked as he returned the embrace. You may not have said it, but you've always shown it. Thank you, son. Lark let Jadon go and took a step back. I'm glad I had the opportunity to say goodbye to you kids. It was the only regret I had left. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lith. Chapter 3781, Hiccups Part 2. Chapter 3781, Hiccups Part 2. Lith was about to say it was nothing much, when Lark's glare nailed him. You're welcome. Glad you've learned your lesson, the Count chuckled. And thank you, Solus. Thank you for all the help you've given my family for all these years. Lark walked up to the flabbergasted Solus, took her hand in his and kissed it. Well, this is our goodbye, so goodbye. Just like he had come, the consciousness of Trequil Lark disappeared from the soul of Vergrave, leaving a deep hole behind. As Lark's host, Vergrave knew how much the old Count missed his children and how worried he was for them. Vergrave knew Lark's many regrets for the too many things he had left unspoken, thinking he had lots of time left to live. With all due respect, my liege, I ask you to return to the Verhin mansion immediately, Vergrave said. I've been given a third chance tonight and I don't want to waste it. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Talgar at the same time. Silpha had kept her word, and when the sealed space spell had been lifted, nothing of Orpal's real body remained but Knight's black and red crystal. He could heal from deadly wounds in a matter of seconds, but even several minutes after the massacre, he still looked like a giant mana crystal come to life. Well, you got your ass kicked from top to bottom, but the mission was a resounding success, Knight said. You have gained priceless experience by fighting against the madly talented queen and have weeded out all those who were going to pose a threat to our plan in the immediate future. Thanks, but there have been a couple of minor hiccups, Orpal snarled, in part due to disappointment and mostly because of the pain from his injuries. Kazem wasn't supposed to die. That arrogant prick was supposed to have his ass kicked by Leech, possibly after succeeding in his mission. Once he returned home with his scaly tail between his legs, he was supposed to understand the error of his ways. To learn his place and realize he is nothing without our protection. He was supposed to teach us the secrets of Fire Soul and save us the countless hours of training we now need to discover how to trigger and then master my third bloodline ability. Orpal's skin prickled so bad, as it formed above the crystal spikes, that he gritted his teeth to stop himself from scratching it. I have no clue what could have gone wrong with the strike team at the Lark household. Kazem was in charge. We gave him dozens of uppers to cover his back and ordered them to hold Leech back at all costs. No one but him has the strength to kill someone as smart as Kazem, and the scouts reported to us that Leech never got inside the mansion before Kazem's communication rune disappeared. Any ideas? None. Knight couldn't find any flaw in the plan, mostly because it was her creature as much as Orpal's. Still, it was a good plan, and as you said, it's but a minor hiccup. Fire Soul is within you and all uppers. One of you just needs to learn how to trigger it and share the knowledge with the others. Kazem's death should have humbled everyone enough not to keep secrets from us. Aside from that and the fiasco with the Distars, everything else went exactly as we wanted. Orpal and Knight had played on their ill reputation for being stubborn to the point of stupidity to achieve their goals. They no longer cared for those who had received the fake Balker cards years ago. Completing Orpal's old scheme was just the pretext to deploy massive contingents of fully transformed uppers against powerful opponents. Killing Lith's friends was just the icing on the cake, never the objective. The success or failure of the 3 missions was marked by who among the uppers died while carrying them out. Orpal hated Vaster, but after fighting with the old professor, Orpal knew that Zagar Vaster was more than the short, fat man he pretended to be. More than even the fabled Highmaster who had defeated Knight with her best weapon in front of many witnesses effortlessly. If we couldn't defeat Vaster, there is no way a bunch of ungrateful uppers still wet behind their ears can touch the old man, Orpal thought, his crystal face creasing and revealing his newly reformed teeth. On top of that, I heard the reports of the undead courts about their failed attempts to kill him. I know that Tezca the Sun-Eater stalks his children. I sent raiding the Vaster household only those I couldn't trust to keep them by my side anymore. Those who were ready to betray or abandon me the moment they obtained what they wanted. I can't be the one killing my so-called followers as soon as they complete their transformation into uppers. If I did, no one would join my ranks after understanding that only eternal servitude or death awaits them. Yet it's not my fault if something bad happens to them while they are deployed on the battlefield. After all, everyone knows my goals and that if they don't help me achieve them, I have no obligation to bestow my blood upon them. I used those traitorous bastards to give the old fart a scare and the old fart to get rid of the traitorous bastards. He killed them all, just like I expected. The smile on his face only widened as he thought about the assault on the White Griffin. What my enemy surely will dismiss as another stupid mistake on my part was actually a stroke of genius. I sent my favorites to the White Griffin Academy, those I wanted to make sure would return to me alive. With the powerful arrays of the academy, my uppers had no way to get in, hence the forest offered them a perfect cover, and so many escape routes that the kingdom couldn't cover them all. By battling against the headmaster and the professors of the White Griffin, my uppers have gained invaluable battle experience. They have put their new bodies and bloodline abilities to the test. They have stood their ground against arrays worthy of the royal palace. They'll come back to me stronger, more skilled, and most importantly, humbler. Those uppers have realized how lacking they are and how desperately they need me to survive, that without my leadership they are less than nothing. Orpal's expression soured thinking at the second hiccup, and the only unexpected failure that had spoiled his otherwise perfect plan. I wasn't sure Chasm would kill the Larks, but I had considered the possibility he could die. Losing him didn't affect my long-term plans. The real issue is my defeat at the hands of the old hag Silpha. I added the Destar Sow to the attack because I needed an overwhelming victory. I've racked up too many defeats, and my reputation is in shambles. On the one hand, it's good because it makes my enemies underestimate me, as it happened today. On the other hand, however, it impacts my recruitment process badly. Only the dregs of the 4 races come knocking at my door, and while they are still useful as cannon fodder, I can't win a war with an army of dregs. Chapter 3782, Family Reunions, Part 1. To draw elite mages to my side, I need a strong image, Orpal grunted. I need the charisma and the authority to inspire confidence in my future subjects, all things I can only achieve through victory. I sent my clone to the Destar household to ensure that even if Leech somehow saved the rest of her friends, the Destar bloodline would have died tonight. I planned to deal the kingdom and Leech such a blow that my victory would have overshadowed the other failed missions. The death of a pillar of the kingdom, beloved by the royals and armed with the best protections they can offer, would have shaken everyone to their bones. The royals would have proven themselves incapable of defending their most loyal subjects, and grief would have numbed Leech's mind in the days to come. That was the fight I was supposed to win in order to keep the public attention away from my apparent defeats. I didn't expect the Queen to step in, nor to be that powerful. She took the spotlight away from me and ruined my recruiting strategy. He sighed. I may have won 3 games out of 4 tonight, but if the rest of Magur thinks I've lost them all, that's what happened. Cheer up, no one could have predicted the Queen's coming. Knight still had no idea of the secret warp gate in the Destar mansion. You did everything you could and more. You even relocated our headquarters to Talgur to prevent our troops from revealing our position in case of capture. Orpal knew how resourceful his hated brother was and couldn't afford the risk of underestimating Lith. Each strike team had received the coordinates of a different rally point, where they would go after the mission and be scanned for trackers before being transported to the new headquarters. None of the uppers knew of the sudden move to Talgur, so even if one of them was captured and interrogated, the worst they could do was point the kingdom at the now-empty city of Hervor. Anyone who stepped inside Orpal's previous headquarters would be blasted into smithereens by the explosive traps he had left. Only the uppers who reached the correct meeting point would be brought to Talgur, and only after their identity had been confirmed and they had been searched for foreign objects. There was no way to locate Orpal's current base of operations. It was a pointless precaution. The dead king sighed harder. No one survived, no one was taken prisoner, all their communication runes have disappeared too quickly, there was no time to interrogate them. Clearly, we weren't the only ones out for blood today, Knight nodded. Orpal's body was whole again, and after putting on some clothes, he went to his bedchambers for a healthy venting session. Why is my bedroom empty? He walked out of the room a second after walking in. Where are? He tried and failed to remember the names of his concubines. The Dryads, the Titanias, and the Harpies. Congratulations, Daddy. Jorl threw a bunch of pink and blue ribbons at Orpal and gave him as many cigars, shoving only one in his mouth. You did it. Whatever happens to you, the Verdalac bloodline will live on. Answer my question, damn it. Orpal threw the ribbons on the floor and smoked the cigar in fury. It was a really good cigar. I just did, the Storm Griffin shrugged. I told you you just got redundant. The fair maidens got what they wanted and left. They exploited the chaos of the relocation to slip away unnoticed. What, why? Orpal was flabbergasted. Off the top of my head, you're not the great lover you think. They never cared about you, and they don't want to get involved in whatever you'll do next. After all, they are guaranteed to become uppers even without your help. As the babies grow and their vertilac blood flows inside their mothers' bodies, they'll likely become full-fledged uppers in due time. I bet those women have gone back to their families. They are going to need the influence of their entire species to ensure their safety and that of their children. The awakened council won't take the news of their association with you well, no matter how brief it was. Fuck, Orpal snarled. The only silver lining is that I kept our destination a secret and we took plenty of detours. Even if those whores try to sell my skin to save theirs, the council will never find me. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. Daddy, Lilia, Laren, Fenrir, and Salkar jumped into Protector's arms as one. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Salkar was too young to talk, so he just barked to agree with whatever his older siblings said. I'm fine, my little champions, and it's all thanks to you. Even in his human form, Ryman's arms were thicker than most trees. There was plenty of space for the 4 children as he hugged and kissed them. Dad was in a bad pinch, but his little warrior saved him. He nuzzled the children's faces, tickling them with his beard. Celia waited for Ryman to be done reassuring the children before stepping forward to welcome his return. She too needed to be comforted and had been worried sick the whole time. Was it that bad? Celia hugged Ryman tight, looking at his face for signs of minor abuse that she now knew how to recognize. Kind of. He returned her embrace, feeling Celia trembling between his arms. Enough that I don't want to talk about it in front of our little warriors. Meanie, Lilia, and Laren pouted. We helped you fight. We deserve to know what happened. Daddy, Fenrir didn't care much about such things, only that her father was back and her mother was now calm. Bark, Salkar happily clung to Celia's leg, hungry for a meal. Is everything all right? Camilla asked while hushing her surroundings. Seeing the demons rush to their respective families worried her, and the weird expression on Lith's and Solus' faces only reinforced her worst fears. Have Meln's uppers become that strong? No, Lith checked the reports from the other sites of the attacks, and after confirming that no one needed his help or was dead, turned to his wife. Something painful happened, but it was something good. Okay, now you lost me. She tilted her head in confusion. Please sit, Kami, Solus said. We need it. A strong cup of tea, a mind link, and a cup of an even stronger tea spiked with liquor later. Camilla knew everything about the fight and the brief encounter with the consciousness of Trekwell Lark. Gods, she wiped her tears. I wish I were there with you. I would have loved to meet him one last time and tell him goodbye. I'm happy you weren't there instead, Lith replied. I'm sorry, Kami, but you are still weak. We're lucky there was no second unit lying in ambush because when Lark appeared, we were fish in a barrel. Everyone was so shocked that the house might have crashed on our heads, and we wouldn't have noticed. Don't listen to him, Kami. Solus playfully slapped Lith's hand. He's trying to rationalize his feelings as a moment of weakness. Chapter 3783, Family Reunions, Part 2. How is everyone? Lith asked, eager to change the topic. How is it possible that everyone won before us, aside from Zogger, I mean? Zorith wasn't home at the moment of the attack, but a quick call and the names of a few of the Hybris stationed there had reassured Lith that unless a meteor the size of a mountain hit Mogger, nothing would happen to the professor. The White Griffin did the White Griffin, Camilla shrugged. She had received and read the reports of the attacks in real time. The uppers never got close to the castle gates. They didn't even try. They played it smart and moved with caution, keeping themselves always outside of the area of effect of the main arrays. That's weird, Lith scratched his head in confusion. It's a smart move, hence not something Meln would do. Casualties. None, Camilla's answer shocked him. No one died. The uppers escaped safely before being surrounded, and the injured professors retreated behind the academy's walls. What about Brynja? Lith asked. The Distar bloodline went this close to extinction. Camilla shuddered at the thought. Meln sent one of his clones and plenty of uppers. If not for the Queen's intervention, she, Aints, and Milla would all be dead now. Fucking bastard, Lith clenched his hands in fury. That was his main goal, or he wouldn't have sent a clone, yet I don't understand why killing the Distars was so important to him. We'll think about that later, Camilla lifted the hush. You are all tired. You need warm food and rest in case there's a second wave later. Wait, what about Professor Vaster? Solus said. I want to know what happened to him. At least someone cares about a poor old man. The grumpy voice of the professor came out of Zinnia's amulet. Thanks for your kindness, Solus. I bet that if I waited for Lith to call, I'd grow a beard long enough to reach the floor. Oh, please, Lith snorted. Let me guess. The uppers damaged only furniture that your arrays can repair and no one died, am I right? Well, yes, Vaster cleared his throat. To be honest, I didn't even notice I was under attack. I was in my lab and the security took care of the threat before a single alarm sounded. If Zinn hadn't called me, I would have never known until I read the evening news. By the time I left the lab, the house staff was already cleaning up the mess. Prisoners? None, Vaster shrugged. They were all small fish, and I doubt that Meln would have sent someone who knew anything useful, even when the uppers bargained for surrender. They knew nothing of his plans. They mentioned only a few locations that I bet are going to explode under the feet of the first unlucky soul that goes there. Pity, Lith sighed. Yeah, thank you for your concern. Your worry for my well-being is touching, Vaster grunted. That said, I also bring Melnun-related good news. I'm done with my experiments on Hathorn's tattoos, and the royals haven't objected to your request. I can give you the first batch whenever you want and teach you how to apply the body-enhancing potions. I'm also working on a couple of variants, but it's too soon to use them. I haven't worked out all the kinks yet. I suppose you can't bring them here, can't you? Lith asked. No, I can't. Sorry, but I'm too busy. Vaster couldn't step inside the Verhin mansion without the risk of the Guardians exposing his identity as the Master. You can come whenever you want, or I can have Zinn bring you the materials. I'd love to, but I don't think I'm going anywhere for a while, Lith replied. Don't worry, Lith. I'll bring everything with me when I return. I was just about to go check on Zogger, Zinnia said. There's no rush, Vaster sighed. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm fine? I will be there in a minute. Love you. I love you more, but Zinnia cut the call the moment she heard the important part. See you soon, she waved goodbye. Philia Frey, time to go home. That's nice of you, Camilla said, staying here for the demon's sake. It's not just that, Lith cleared his throat. I need to check on Mom and Dad for a while. Be right back. Space. Lena cried, learning about the brief return of the late Count Lark, and was moved by her children's attentions. Tista remained glued to her for most of the day, and getting rid of Renab became nigh impossible after she witnessed the events via a mind link. Don't worry, my babies, Elena sobbed while hugging everyone, even the utterly confused Surin. Mommy is not going anywhere. Gods, I love you so much. Gods, I'm alive and there's no threat here. Roz, however, didn't take the never-ending hugs and non-stop surveillance so well. Let me go. I love you, Dad, Aaron sniffled, clinging to his father's pants. I love you too, son, but if I don't go to the bathroom in the next 5 minutes, we're going to have a Surin-level smell crisis. Roz caressed his son's head while trying to escape from Tista's iron grip. Can I come with you? Aaron asked. Roz was about to elaborate on how he needed privacy when he lost himself in his son's big, watery eyes. Fine. Great, come Onyx, Aaron nodded. Onyx too, I mean sure. Roz couldn't wait for that day to end. At the same time in the park, Lith offered Brynjar a hot cup of tea and put Miller in the crib with the rest of the kids. The word crib didn't do justice to the establishment, especially when Sharjin entered the picture. The Doomslayer crib became much bigger on the inside, and gained all sorts of magical commodities, thanks to the Guardians giving it their own spin. I'm sorry if I didn't visit you earlier, Brynja, but after meeting Trekwell, my demons would have rioted if I didn't let them spend some time with their families. Lith pointed at the tables at the other end of the park, where the demons were having a picnic. Don't apologize, Lith, she replied. If you could summon my mother here, I would move to the mansion, and no force on this planet could keep me away from her. Brynja paused, giving him a hopeful look. Can you? I can try. He did, yet nothing happened. Sorry, I have no idea how I called Lark back or if I can do it again with Mirim. Don't worry, I'm actually happier this way, Brynja said. Knowing that she moved on and it's not trapped here waiting to be avenged is a big consolation. Also, I didn't come here to receive something, but to give you this. She handed Lith a silver amulet with a violet crystal embossed on its surface. That's the recording of the assault and the Queen's fight against Meln, she said. I hate to admit it, but the bastard has gotten dangerous. Dangerous how? Lith asked. Have you ever heard of source magic? Brynja asked, and he nodded for her to continue. That plus several annoying, powerful bloodline abilities kind of dangerous. Thanks, I'll put this to good use. Lith leaned forward to take the amulet, but Brynja stopped his hand. Chapter 3784, Vaster's Potions, Part 1. The Queen cut the clone to pieces, Brynja said while looking Lith in the eyes. She gave Narchet the death he deserves, and it's a pleasure for me to watch their fight every night before going to bed. Yet that was just a clone. The real one is still out there. I'm not going to rest until I see Meln Narchet beg for his life and hear his cries before he is put down like the rabid dog he is. I haven't forgotten our promise, Lith. And neither did I. He moved his hand toward the recording again, and this time Brynja didn't stop him. Rest assured, I'll deliver on it. Space. After the conversation moved to less morbid topics, Lith and Brynja managed to dispel the ghost of Meln haunting their thoughts. Are you going back to your house, or will you move to a new one? Lith asked. I'll stay in my ancestral house, Brynja replied. No matter what happens, that's the house I've been born and raised in. I know Mother didn't share much with you about the daily life of the Distar family, but this is nothing shocking to me. People have broken into my house and tried to kill me ever since I can remember. Being a ruler means upsetting a lot of people and making even more enemies. I know, that's how we met. Lith smiled at the memory. Don't remind me of that, Brynja blushed. You seeing me naked wasn't a problem when you were a kid, but now you're an adult. When did Lith see you naked? Camilla walked as silently as a wraith and looked just as friendly as she served her guest hot tea and fresh pastries. Back in the day, when I earned my commendation for the White Griffin, remember? Lith smiled. Ah, the clouds thundering above Camilla's head disappeared, and her smile went from cold to warm. Brynja, I want you to know that you can stay here for as long as you like. The mansion won't give you peace or solitude, but you are safe here. Thanks, Camilla, but I'll return home as soon as I'm done here, Brynja replied. I need to replace the current arrays with new ones. Meln knows how they work, and if returns, he'll find me ready. Good thinking, Camilla nodded. Lith does the same. Whenever he learns something new about Meln, he develops arrays to counter his abilities. Who do you think I get my anti-Narchet magical formations, dear Camilla? Brynja chuckled. Lith gives me the blueprints, and I put the gold and the materials. He doesn't even ask to be paid for his services. The miser Magus works for free, Camilla gasped in mock astonishment. I know, right? Brynja returned the feeling in kind. I don't know if he does it because he likes me that much or because he hates Meln that much. I guess we'll never know, Camilla sighed. It's not funny, Lith grunted. Also, I'm right here, stop talking about me instead of to me. Lil bro, do you have a minute? Tista chimed in once she was certain she wouldn't interrupt anything important. I need to talk to you. Whatever it is, it can't be worse than this, he replied, following her inside the mansion and away from prying ears. What's with that serious look? Did something happen? Gods no, Tista fiddled with her fingers. I wanted to ask you about the loot. When do I get my share? What loot? Lith furrowed his brow. The rules of engagement are simple. You get to take the stuff of the people who try to kill you. In this case, the uppers went after Jadon and Keela, not us. We just helped them. We are not entitled to a share of the spoils of battle unless you want to ask for a reward. I could never ask them for a reward, not after how much Count Lark did for us back when we had nothing, Tista sighed. I thought we would split the loot evenly. You know how much I need the adamant. First, even if we did split the spoils of battle, the Larks are the victims and Protector saved them. The three of them would take the lion's share anyway, Lith replied. Second, you know Jadon and Keela are small-time country nobles. They can use part of that adamant to equip their guards and exchange the rest for the magical resources they need to improve their house arrays. Third, whatever you'd get, you would have to hand it to me. That's my point, Tista groaned. If I don't start paying you back now, I'll never clear my debt in time. I'm sorry, big sis, Lith replied. Do what you want, but know that neither I nor Protector asked to be paid for our services. The Larks are friends, and as you have heard while Brynja and Kami made fun of me, I don't expect money for helping my friends. Can I at least buy the adamant from Jadon and Keela? Tista asked. I'm earning a bit of gold and a few ingredients by selling my origin flames via the Fire Dragons network. Maybe I have enough to barter. Sure, Lith nodded. This is the current adamant gold exchange rate and the ingredients the Larks need. How much? Tista went pale reading those cruel numbers followed by so many zeros, and the amount of resources needed for a single adamant ingot. Why do you think magical metal mines are such a big deal even for awakened? Lith snorted. Why do you think Rifa invented the crucible? Adamant is rare, and there's a high demand for it. Unless you own an enchanted mine, you have to work months to earn enough adamant to make a human-sized weapon. If you are okay using unrefined metal, of course. The upper's equipment was already purified to perfection, so it's worth several times more than raw adamant ore. Why do you hate me, lil bro? Tista ran away crying, leaving Lith flabbergasted and feeling almost guilty for her trouble. Space. Essaga region, capital city of Verlam, Vaster household, a few days later. Once Alina, Roz, and Renaa could move around without someone clinging to their clothes again, Lith brought them to visit Zagar Vaster. He left Camilla and the kids at home to avoid questions and unwanted witnesses. Professor Vaster, it's so nice to see you. Roz offered his hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his noble clothes. Zinnia had lived with the Verhans for a while and in Lucia for even longer. She was like a little sister to Roz and Alina, and Vaster was a friend. They knew there was no dress code to visit him, but due to the luxurious nature of the Vaster household, they didn't feel comfortable wearing their everyday clothes. They had changed into fine-day clothing worthy of a noble, but not frilly enough to adhere to the strict royal court etiquette. It's nice to see you too, Roz. Vaster promptly shook the hand. My house still gives you the jeebies, I see. Well, yes, let's not talk about that, please. Roz pulled at the collar of his shirt, which seemed to be strangling him. Chapter 3785, Vaster's Potions, Part 2. The Verhan mansion had been decorated with high-end furniture and precious paintings as well, but Lith was a first-generation noble. His house was tailored according to his taste and wishes, understating the beauty and elegance of the various artworks instead of using them to rub his wealth in his guests' faces. Vaster was a noble in a long dynasty of nobles. Even after getting rid of the most tacky and flashy pieces of furniture, his house remained opulent and a bit ostentatious. The collective riches of the Vasters gleamed with gold and precious gemstones from every corner of every room. Unless the master razed his mansion to the ground and built it from scratch, his guests would keep feeling like the past generations of Vasters were looking down on them from their portraits. Professor Vaster, Elena gave him a curtsy, thank you for everything you have done and do for our son. Please call me Zagar, he sighed. How many times do I have to ask you? Well, you. Elena cleared her throat while waving at the lavish room and the lineup of house staff at attention on either side of the warp gate. And we are humble farmers. Nonsense, Vaster harumphed. You are the parents of some of my favorite students and the benefactors of my wife. That makes you the most honored guests this house can receive. Anyone who says or thinks otherwise is not welcome here. His final words were addressed to the house staff, who had already learned their lesson. All those who had been caught discriminating or just bad-mouthing Zinnia and her children due to their humble upbringing had been fired on the spot with no references. In high society, that was a mark of infamy that Vaster's former servants would carry their whole lives, and that made them undesirable to anyone who wanted to curry his favor. All local nobles wanted to be in the newly appointed Archduke's good book, so those he fired could only move out of the Essagar region or change careers. That said, thank you for keeping the children at your home, Vaster said. It's important they never learn of this conversation and the fruits of my work. Don't use it in front of Philia and Frey unless it is absolutely necessary, please. Why is that? Roz asked in confusion. You'll see, Vaster replied. Before we start, I need you to be in good shape. Do you need something to eat or drink? No, Elena and Roz said. Good, follow me. A was of Vaster's hand dismissed the house staff while he turned around and led his guest to his training room. He locked the door, activated the arrays of the place, and performed a thorough scan for listening devices before taking a briefcase out of his dimensional amulet. Why all the secrecy? Roz looked around nervously. You're making me nervous. Because this is big and I'd get in trouble if it gets out, Vaster replied. Lots of people want to see me in trouble, and I haven't survived this long without taking precautions, Roz. Behold. He opened the briefcase, revealing dozens of vials arranged in 2 lines. Those on the upper line were filled with a colorless liquid, while the vials on the lower line were filled with a violet liquid. No offense, but behold what? Elena stared at the briefcase's contents with disappointment. Right, I forget you are magic layman. Vaster laughed at his own blunder. These vials are filled with the materials for Hathorn's tattoos. He pointed at the transparent vials. They will grant you abilities similar to fusion magic. Do you know what that is? Vaster asked, receiving nods in reply. These instead. He pointed at the violet vials, are something I made after studying Hathorn's research and improving on her work. These potions will allow you to cast Chore magic spells as strong as Tier 2 spells even with your weak mana cores. What? Everyone blurted in surprise. Didn't you tell me you were still a long way from a breakthrough just a few days ago? Lith asked. I lied, my boy, Vaster shrugged. We talked on Kingdom Amulets and I couldn't risk being overheard. As I just told your father, I haven't survived this long without taking precautions. Are these called Vaster's tattoos? Zinnia meant it as a compliment, but her husband grimaced at the name. Please no, it sounds pretentious. I didn't invent anything. I just tinkered with Hathorn's research a bit. His words made Solus feel awful. She was inside Lith's stone ring, and not a day passed that she didn't regret how she had treated Bytro in the past. 2 tattoos, Raz scratched his head. I don't like the idea of having one, let alone 2. They are temporary and don't need to be tacky or flamboyant, Vaster reassured Raz. I've called you here to let you try them out in a safe and controlled environment. What if we use them and someone sees us? Alina asked. Won't you get in trouble then? No, Vaster shook his head. The royals know I replicated Hathorn's tattoos and authorized me to share them with Lith. If Lith finds a way to improve on them, it's not my fault. At worst, they'll be impressed by his talent. Vaster winked, making the Verhans feel indebted and Zinnia proud of him. Who wants to start? He asked. Me. Zinnia offered him her forearm to show her absolute confidence in his work. While I work, please change into something with pants. Running around with a frilly gown can be bothersome and embarrassing. Vaster applied what looked like a suction cup to a transparent vial and pressed it against Zinnia's arm. Then he used water magic to push the liquid out of the vial and under Zinnia's skin. The colorless liquid formed a circle of feathers, each the size of a bean and of a different elemental color. The cup determines the tattoo design, he explained. This is what I made for Raz since he bears the Overlord's blood. You can make them however you like, Lith. The form doesn't matter. It's beautiful, Zogger. You are a genius mage and artist. Zinnia gave him a dazzling smile, making him blush up to his ears. How does it work? You should feel something from each feather. He cleared his throat. A slight chill from water magic, heat from fire magic, and so on. I can feel it. She nodded after focusing on the tattoo for a while. Pick an element and command it to spread throughout your body. Start only with one, he replied. Which one is for strength? Zinnia asked. The fire element. Don't take too much. You only need a segment. Vaster pointed at the black lines splitting each feather into 5 parts. Zinnia followed his instructions and felt a violent heat coursing through her veins. I feel hot, not stronger. Strength is not something you feel, it's something you have. Vaster handed her a human-shaped mannequin. This weighs 90 kilograms, 200 pounds, as much as a fully equipped and properly trained soldier. It's also just as dense as a human body. Zinnia lifted it like it was a doll and was about to punch it when Vaster stopped her. Chapter 3786, Crooked Towers, Part 1. Careful, just because you are strong now, it doesn't mean you are also sturdy, Vaster said. Remember that your body is still that of a normal human. Then what point does it have being strong? Zinnia pouted. I was about to say that you have to activate the earth element for that. Oh, she nodded and called upon the orange feather, feeling as if sand trickled along her skin. Zinnia punched the mannequin, and its head cracked on the point of impact, where a real human would have had a jaw. Despite its weight and solid base, the mannequin fell to the ground, cracking also on the arm on which he landed. Is this a joke, or am I this strong? Zinnia asked. Can I turn the potion's effects off to try this again with my normal strength? No, potions are not fusion magic. Vaster shook his head. Once activated, the effects of a potion last until its power is consumed, in your case about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Raz echoed. Isn't that too short? It's too long if you ask me, Vaster replied. No fight lasts that long, and if after 2 minutes you've not managed to escape, you are either captured or dead. Zogger is right, Dad, Lith chimed in. Unless there's a chase involved, none of my fights lasted more than a couple of minutes, and that's because Awakened heal mid-fight. Against regular humans, it's rare for a fight to last more than 10 seconds. Alina swallowed hard at those words. She had never fought for her life, and knowing that she had so little time to win or escape frightened her. Alina, do you mind giving it a try? Vaster put the cracked mannequin back on its feet and in front of her. Your strength shouldn't be much different from Zin's. Push it, slap it, do whatever you want. She tried to push it down, but she failed. Then Alina slapped it with all her strength. No new cracks appeared, but she swore out loud while holding her throbbing hand. I told you it's as heavy and dense as a fully equipped human, Vaster said. Picture the mannequin wearing armor, a helm, and everything else. Roz. Sure, Roz went for a tackle and topped the mannequin, but the fall was much less violent than the one caused by Zinya's fist, and the dummy suffered no damage. Once Vaster lifted it again, Roz went for a quick jab, and then to clutch his injured hand just as quickly. It's you, Zin, he said while suppressing a streak of swear words. You are that strong. Lith was about to heal Roz and Alina, but Vaster stopped. Don't, this is the perfect chance for you to learn how to apply the tattoo and for them to activate the healing potion. It's no different from what I already explained to Zinya. Lith chose for Roz the feather pattern and a circle comprised of 6 dragon heads for Alina. The light potion spread a warm feeling, like a hot bath or a tender embrace. As soon as Roz and Alina activated the tattoo, the pain and swelling subsided. It's amazing, Roz said. What if I want to be faster? Air potion and earth potion, or you'll tear up your muscles and break your bones. Is there something we can do without the earth potion? Alina asked. You just did, Vaster replied. Light, darkness, and water potions don't need the protection of earth. Roz tried the air potion, becoming faster than he had ever been. He broke several human records on Magus, but it was something human awakened, and Emperor Beasts did every day of the week. Renee used the fire and earth potion too, shattering a dummy into pieces with a quick combination of punches and kicks that Lith had taught her for self-defense. Alina tried the water potion, becoming as limber as a dish rag and as lithe as a cat. Damn, 2 minutes is too short, Roz thought while staring at his wife. The tattoo has 5 charges, but Lith isn't stupid. He'll understand why we are training so much. While Roz and the others experimented with the various potions stored in their tattoos, Lith informed Vaster of Quilla's research on the fallen life forces of the people of Zelex. Thanks, my boy, but I already knew about that. The professor patted Lith's arm. I mentored Quilla when she worked at the White Griffin as assistant professor, and I'm the leading expert in body sculpting, remember. I would have been surprised and offended had she not consulted me every time her research hit a snag. And Lith asked. And what? Vaster shrugged. I help her the best I can, and that's it. I want to see her succeed. The kingdom can use another Magus from the light department. Sure, but that's not what I meant, Lith replied. I know that your assistants suffer from a similar problem. I was politely asking you if you intend to get her cooperation or try to poach her research on the harmonizers. What if I decided to play dirty? The master looked coldly at Lith. Then we'd have a problem. Lith returned the stare in kind. Relax, my boy, I was joking. Vaster broke into a laugh. I have no interest in Quilla's research except that as her professor. She has nothing to fear from me, and neither do you. May I ask you why? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. Of course you can. Vaster puffed his chest with pride. You are my student. You are supposed to ask questions. Quilla has nothing to fear from me because her research is useless to me. Our projects both start from monsters, but that's where the similarities end. Quilla is working on restoring a twisted life force into a stable one, to reverse the fall. Vaster stared Lith in the eyes to make sure he understood, and Lith nodded for him to continue. I'm working on fusing that twisted life force with another twisted life force, and turning them into something completely different and stable. Nothing of what she's going to learn applies to my assistance. I see, Lith pondered. If you reverted the fall, the other half would devour the healthy life force, and hybrids like Zorath would either die or revert to their previous state. Correct, the master nodded. Their life forces are like crooked towers that stand by leaning onto each other. If one turns suddenly upright, the other crumbles. Lith didn't like Vaster using the same simile he used to define himself and Solus one bit. The professor noticed and ignored his displeasure. My goal is to use the materials of the 2 crooked towers to build a new and upright one. A tower that achieves the best of both worlds and surpasses both crooked towers, even if they were to right themselves. An ambitious project, Lith noted. Yeah, right, because your research is all about ice cream and anti-aging creams, Vaster scoffed. Every mage worthy of his name follows an ambitious project. The rest are just in for the money. After a while, everyone had tried everything but darkness fusion. What does the darkness element do? Zinya asked. Chapter 30, 787, Crooked Towers, Part 2. Reality is no barred tale. You can't move well when you are hurt. Vaster shuddered at the thought of his wife being injured. Sometimes you can't move at all due to the pain. Darkness fusion removes that pain and allows you to keep moving as if nothing is wrong with you. It's amazing, Rena said. It's dangerous, Vaster scolded her. Just because you don't feel pain, it doesn't mean the wound got better. If you put weight on a broken bone, you can shatter it. If you've been cut, you can bleed yourself to death and not even notice. Pain is not a nuisance. It tells us when something is wrong, where and how bad it is. If you use the darkness potion, always use the earth and light potion with it to limit the damage. Minimum. What do you mean, minimum? Zinnia asked. Can't we just activate all the potions at once in case of danger? I wish it were that simple, Zogger sighed. Please sit down. He conjured 4 chairs, and everyone obeyed. We still have lots of segments left, Rena said. Also, what about darkness fusion? Don't ask me to hurt any of you, especially you, Zin, Vaster replied. If you want to do it yourself. He handed them a big needle each. Prick your fingers before and after using the potion. Beware, it will take you quite some strength since you all used the earth potion. Hurting themselves proved to be way harder than they imagined, but not because of the earth potion. Everyone was scared of pain, and every fiber of their being screamed against that pointless suffering. It works. Roz witnessed a fat blood drop forming on his finger, yet he felt no pain. Like it should, Vaster nodded. Now heal the wound and wait. Wait for what? Zinnia asked. The potions didn't give you superpowers, Zin. They gave you the means to exceed your limits, but your bodies are still those of non-awakened humans. The more powerful the potion, the heavier the burden it poses, and the worse the mana poisoning. Mana poisoning? Rena swallowed hard. I used my mana to create them, Vaster replied. Your bodies will reject the foreign mana as soon as it starts weakening. Even though the Rena and the others had experimented with the tattoos, various effects for less than 2 minutes, when the potions wore off, they started to pant like bellows. Their every joint and muscle ached like they had worked in the fields for hours. Is this normal? Alina wheezed. Yes, Lith said. It's the reason only elite soldiers have access to top-grade potions. They train hard so that their bodies can take the strain that comes with the elemental enhancement without suffering too much. It's also the reason I said that 2 minutes is too long, Vaster added. Had you used all 6 potions for 2 minutes, you would have fainted from exhaustion if not worse. These tattoos are for extreme situations, not a toy. When you train in their use, activate them 1 or 2 at a time at most. Are we clear? Everyone nodded, and Roz thanked his common sense for not having expressed his training plans out loud. Good, Vaster used his breathing technique, Bay Under's eye, and healed all the side effects of the potions. We don't have all day. Now you need to practice the tattoos that strengthen your spells. How do they work? Rena asked. The same way as the body-enhancing potions, Vaster replied. Feel their power and draw it in. This time, however, you need to project it outward, and there's no need to call upon the earth element unless you want to conjure one of its spells. Is Chor magic enough? Ina asked. Don't we need to learn more advanced magic? No, or these potions would be useless, Vaster shook his head. Just do like Roz. Instead of asking, Roz had moved straight to testing his tattoo's powers. In Fyro, he produced a sphere of fire too small to be called a fireball, but it still blasted a mannequin to smithereens and blackened the floor where it had stood. Joran, a second dummy, froze from top to bottom, losing its balance due to the ice and shattering upon hitting the ground. Breza, air blades, cut a third mannequin into many pieces. Magna, a stone hand erupted from the floor and crushed a 4th mannequin in its grip. Ekidu, the bullet of darkness, was so slow compared to the other elements that it was embarrassing to look at. Yet when it reached the human-shaped dummy, the darkness element turned its target into a pile of dust. My warrior, Alina said with pride. Yeah, he's great against dummies. Vaster's words were met by confused looks. Real people move, also they bleed. Would any of you have the guts to strike another human so hard? No, Alina, Rena, and Zinnia shuddered at the idea of killing. Depends, said Roz. I wouldn't do it for sport, but if they were attacking my family, I wouldn't hesitate. Come here, Dad, Lith said. You have yet to test your healing spells. He shapeshifted a finger into a claw and opened a long, shallow cut in his own forearm. Are you crazy? Vinir! Roz grabbed his son's arm and poured light magic into it. The blood was reabsorbed, and the cut disappeared immediately. It wasn't even a scratch, Dad, Lith replied, less than a burned finger. Roz had many things to say, but the thought that his son could wound himself so casually upset him. even more when he realized the kinds of injuries Lith considered as a normal occurrence in his life. "Don't do that again," Raz said. "I'll practice on the animals and the farmhands. Those blockheads always get hurt." Vaster allowed everyone to practice until the 2 minutes ran out, and they hated him for that. They felt nauseous, dizzy, and their eyes drooped like they hadn't slept in a week. "What you are experiencing now is mana abuse and mana poisoning," Vaster said after treating the symptoms just enough to have the class's attention. "They are 2 different side effects, and only one is caused by the potions. The other is all you, and every mage sooner or later experiences mana abuse." "No offense, Zagar, but why did you go overboard with this?" Zinnia held her aching head. "I didn't," he replied. "Only here can you activate 1 potion at a time safely. In case of danger, you'll have to use them all together, which means you'll suffer from the aftereffects of all of them. Moreover, the more of the tattoos segments you consume without rest, the worse the outcome. I need you to understand this is no miracle. You need to use the potions wisely, or you might survive an attack just to go into shock when their effects run out." A long, heavy silence befell the room. It lasted for over a minute before Zinnia found the strength to ask, "Is this why you didn't want Philia and Frey to know? Are you afraid they would want the potions and then abuse their powers?" "That's just one of the reasons," Vaster replied. Chapter 3788, The Price of Success, Part 1. "The other is that I want to follow your wish and not allow Philia and Frey to awaken," Vaster said. A heavier silence befell the room this time, but it didn't last long. "According to Tezka, the kids are talented," he explained. "Between the mana geyser below our mansion, the constant presence of powerful creatures, and the extra mana flow from the use of the potions, it would be possible for the kids to awaken if they started practicing magic diligently." "I see." Zinnia's stomach churned at the idea. "Thank you, Zagar." "Don't mention it, dear," he nodded. "Take the briefcase with the first batch, Lith. Inside, you'll also find the instructions to produce both kinds of potions. I'm hiding nothing from you, so feel free to try and come up with something new if you have the time." "Thanks for your trust, Zagar." Lith took the booklet out of the briefcase and stored it inside Soluspedia, discovering that the master was telling the truth. "Gods, I wish I could stand by your side and thank the professor as well," Solus thought, knowing how much it meant for a mage to share his secrets. "I'm just upholding my side of our deal," the master shrugged. "You brought me Hathorn's notes and I gave you the potions." "Don't be modest. The spell version wasn't part of our deal," Lith said. "We'll have to agree to disagree then." Vaster offered Lith his hand, and he promptly shook it. Space. After returning to the Verhin mansion, Lith shared the news about the tattoos with Sentin, and gave him a training session of his own in the safety of the tower. "Why was I left out of the meeting?" he asked while practicing. "Trust," Lith replied. "Zagar doesn't know you and needs plausible deniability for the spell potions. The royals wouldn't appreciate that he shared state secrets without their permission. He's putting his life on the line for this." "I wasn't complaining, I was just curious," Sentin said. "Vaster provided you with the means to protect me and Renah. It's more than enough for me." Meanwhile, in the alchemical lab of the tower, Menadian, Silverwing, and Baba Yaga observed Solus as she brewed another batch of the potions. "That Hathorn was a true genius," Rifa said. "Body-enhancing potions are but a clumsy tool and a pale imitation of fusion magic. Her tattoos, instead, are just as versatile and potent as the original. Any fake mage wearing one of them is immune to the basic effects of spirit magic, just like a magical beast." Silverwing nodded. "She could have been a Magus. Too bad she was a crazy, greedy woman." "And Vaster is no less brilliant," Baba Yaga said. "I never thought a potion could be used to conjure spells, and neither did anyone else until now. If these things get mass-produced and are improved to support the upper tiers of spells as well, they'll further close the gap between fake and true mages." "Indeed," Menadian replied. "Fake mages don't have accumulation, but with one of these potions, their mana core would temporarily improve." "There's nothing to worry about," Silverwing chimed in. "These kinds of things are no threat to those like us. They will only make things more interesting for the 3 great countries in the future." Space. The moment Vaster's feat of replicating Hathorn's potions was revealed to the public, it earned him great fame throughout the kingdom. It also earned him the gratitude of the royals, who offered him any reward of his choosing for the region of Essagar. While donating to a mage like Lith would just make him richer, rewarding an archduke like Vaster was an investment in the kingdom. Vaster would gain personal profit from the reward only if he put it to good use and developed his whole domain. The news also brought prestige and fame to the White Griffin Academy in general, and its light department in particular. Losing Manohar had been a huge blow to the Academy's funding and research. Yet after Lith had become the first Magus in over a century, many alumni had become great mages, and now, with Vaster's latest achievement, the White Griffin was considered the crown jewel among the 6 great academies. Why, Headmaster Duke Marth, however, had no reason to rejoice. "Why do you hate me so much, gods? What did I do to deserve this?" "Headmaster, this is a golden age for the White Griffin." His assistant fixed her glasses. "You should be proud of Professor Vaster's success. Every achievement of a past and present student of the Academy is also your achievement." "Proud of what?" Marth snarled. "Of the endless paperwork for the new research grants, scholarships, and partnership requests. Of the countless student applications we receive every day because all those who want to become a healer demand to enroll here. As if the void magic lessons weren't trouble enough. I want to go home, damn it." "You can delegate, Headmaster," she offered. "The other assistants and I would be glad to lighten your burden." "Yeah, right. Too bad the consequences of your decisions would still befall me," he replied. "I would still need to answer whenever an admission test granted or refused by you is contested. Since I have to read everything before signing it anyway, I might as well do it myself." "What about Professor Vaster or Magus Lith?" the assistant asked. "They are mages of great fame and can face any accusation on their own." "Please," Marth snorted. "The poor Zogger has barely the time to breathe right now. The royals parade him around like a prize bull, and every 2-bits healer is flooding his office with collaboration proposals." The assistant was shocked hearing the headmaster talking about the royals like that. "As for Lith, I can already hear him laughing in my face before hanging up the call. He isn't big on taking responsibilities that only earn him honor and a pat on the back." The situation was indeed dire. The heads of the 7 departments of every academy conducted the admission tests alongside the headmaster, but only the headmaster could give a young mage the opportunity to undergo the test. The nobles wanted to keep the commoners out of the academies, and every commoner with a shred of magical talent applied in the hope of a better life. Between Lith's and Vaster's feats, the admission requests to the White Griffin had reached an all-time high, and every one of them lay on Marth's desk for him to examine. Unbeknownst to the Mage Association, Lith was also reaping quite a fame on Garland after releasing the blueprints for the spyglasses to the public and renaming them Life Visors. Their existence was no mystery for the awakened community, but their price made them something only an ancient awakened bloodline could afford. Until now, with the blueprints available, any skilled forgemaster with the right materials could craft a Life Visors for themselves at cost, or for others at a reasonable price. There were too many forgemasters, and setting too high a price only resulted in sending clients to the competition. Many would have loved to thank Lith by bestowing upon him the title of Ruler of the Flames. Chapter 3789, The Price of Success, Part 2. After all, the Life Visors gave the awakened community an edge over the fake mages, since their use required life vision. That and Menadian's presence that allowed Lith to forgemaster blade weapons, for anyone fulfilled the only other criteria to be recognized as a ruler of the flames. Lith, however, disagreed, claiming that he had just cracked the code, not invented the spyglasses, and that Menadian was still a long way from catching up with modern magic. As Marth said, Lith wasn't big on taking responsibilities with no return. He wanted to become a ruler of the flames, but only on his terms, and when the achievement wouldn't mess with his life. He had no time to deal with endless requests for blade weapons, because, unlike Menadian, he would refuse to craft one if he had the slightest suspicion that it may be used against him or one of his friends. The same achievement that gave Lith the fame he enjoyed in Garland also branded him with the infamy that his name was associated with in Verendi. "How dare you reveal the secrets of my work?" Rakar Goon, human elder of the Verendi Council and closest thing to a ruler of the flames they had, roared in Lith's face after forcing an emergency call via the council amulet. "You've broken the most sacred covenant between all living beings, magical and not. No mage can be forced to reveal his secrets, ever." "I did no such thing." Lith stared at Goon with the disdain of a man who gets buzzed at his door in the middle of a shower. "I never forced you to reveal anything. We never even met before today, and I would have loved to keep things that way. I simply took something from a couple of assassins and studied it with the help of the Hydras. Then, we decided together that we couldn't keep such precious knowledge to ourselves and shared it with others." If you don't like this, either improve your device or choose your clients more wisely. If in the future something happened again because of your goggles, I'd have to hold you responsible. I just sell, or rather, sold my spyglasses, Gunn snarled. What people do with it is none of my business. Also, don't think I buy that lie you went spreading around about you and the Hydras. Those bastards bought my spyglasses the moment I put them on the market. If they had the smarts and resources to crack my cloaking runes, they wouldn't have kept buying more from me for this long. I'm certain that it was Menadian to screw me over, and she can't do anything without your permission. So drop the mask and answer my question. Why did you release the blueprints for the spyglasses to the public? I'd rather split the market with you than with 1,000 forgemasters. What you believe has no value, only what you can prove. The Hydras back my claim, so you need something better than because I say so to accuse me of anything. Lith closed the book he was writing and gave the man from Verendi his undivided attention. As for your clients, I hold you responsible for selling those goggles to professional assassins. It doesn't take a ruler of the flames to guess what they'll use them for. You knew what they were going to do. You just didn't care. I do care instead, and so does Master Fallow's bloodline, very much. Even from half a continent of distance, Goon could feel Lith's killing intent. That's why we agreed on releasing the blueprints. We don't have the time to forgemaster enough life visors to satisfy the demand, and if I'm right, you don't either. You kept your monopoly to set the price as high as you wanted, and we wanted to hurt you where it hurts the most, in your treasure trove. Now everyone who wants the life visors can have them. Every awakened can add them to the standard equipment of their guards, and even the playing field with the assassin guilds who paid you so much for the spyglasses. With one move, the Hydras and I have destroyed your business, taught you a lesson about greed, and given you plenty of disgruntled clients who soon will knock on your door for a refund. If you don't believe me, ask the Hydras. Well, I don't believe you, and this doesn't end here, Verhen. Goon gripped his desk hard enough to crack its enchanted hardwood. I know it's all your fault, and I'll make you pay for what you did. Really? Goon enjoyed the mocking laughter that Marth had only imagined. Let's assume for a moment that you are right. Do you really want me to return to Verendi? Do you remember what happened the last time I visited your continent? The human representative standing next to Goon became covered in a cold sweat and glared at the forgemaster with enough killing intent to make him cower. Listen to my words and listen well, whoever you are, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Lith lowered his voice while staring at the hologram in the eyes. If I so much as smell anything funny coming from Verendi, you are the first person I'll hunt down. If anything happens to me or someone I care about, I won't waste time listening to excuses, apologies, or explanations. What I do instead is contact my allies in the organization and join forces with them. I'll be the one to find you because I'm the only one who can. I found the secret fringe of the world tree and every criminal I've hunted down. You are no different from them and will fare no better than them. I have to admit that Meln escaped me, but he's probably continents away from me and hides like a rat, something you can't afford to do. You are a forgemaster. You need connections to gather the materials for your experiments and clients to fund them. If you run and hide like Meln, you'll escape me, but your life will be miserable for as long as I draw breath. If you set up shop anywhere, I will find you. When I do, I'll have the organization tear your defenses apart and throw you at my feet. At that point, I'll let the organization have everything you possess. Your treasures, research papers, everything. The only thing I'll take for myself is your life. I'm pretty sure the organization will accept my deal. Not because we are in a friendly relationship, but because I expect a powerful forgemaster like you to have plenty of secrets and forgemastering techniques that the organization can use. I'm sure your books and research journals would make Baitra happy. The mention of the fourth ruler of the flames sent a shiver running down Goon's spine. His research was no bargaining chip without someone to decipher his coded notes and cloaking runes. Someone like Baitra. She was renowned for having invented the modern runes and crafting her own modern version of the legendary mouth and fury of Menadian. The existence of the Maw and the Absolution was public knowledge. The skull of Baitra was still a secret, but Goon wouldn't have been more scared even if he knew about it. Chapter 3790, Debts of Gratitude, Part 1. Menadian cracked the cloaking runes of my spyglasses, and she's been out of the game for 700 years. Baitra never died, and she recreated and improved Menadian's legendary artifacts. Compared to the first ruler of the flames, I'm no better than an apprentice, but compared to the fourth, I'm just a tinkerer, Goon thought. The organization will take Verhin's deal and slaughter anyone who stands in his way. I know because in their shoes I would do the same. A glance at the human representative of Verendi revealed that he would take the deal as well. He was staring at Goon not like an asset to protect anymore, but as an adamant mine ready to be exploited. The Forgemaster could see the greed shining below the light brown eyes of his alleged champion. Did I make myself clear? Lith's voice snapped Goon from his daymare of pain, suffering, and oblivion. Crystal, he replied with a quivering voice. Good, Lith nodded and hung up the call without any semblance of courtesy. Goon slumped on his chair. There was no trace of his earlier righteous fury. He wasn't even angry about the loss of the spyglass's profits anymore. The only emotion he felt was fear. Fear of being hunted down like an animal, and most of all, of having invited an enemy into his own home. The human representative was still there. The spark of greed was gone from his eyes, yet his stare was still ominous. What if this bastard sells the location of my secret lab for a share of my legacy? Goon thought. I should have never raised my claim. I should have never let a member of the council inside my home. There was nothing I could gain by contacting Verhin except satisfying my ego and making an enemy for life. How could I have been so short-sighted? Is there anything else, Master Goon? The representative asked. None, thank you for your assistance, Representative Dwindu, Goon replied. A raised hand stopped the flow of platitudes and niceties. Before I leave, I must relay the will of the awakened council to you, Dwindu said. If Verhin returns at the head of the organization, you are on your own. We have already lost 2 generations of elders and can't afford to lose a third. Moreover, the Eldritches have embedded themselves deep in the power centers of Verendi. If they start searching for you, the non-awakened won't stop the Eldritches. The local rulers will help them to curry their favor and get a share of the spoils. I'm also afraid that if the contents of your conversation with Verhin were to become public, many awakened might plot against Verhin just to frame you for their actions, and get the scraps of your bloodline legacy in exchange for their intel. You are not facing one many-headed hydra, but several of them, and every single mouth is hungry. I understand. Goon swallowed hard. I'll count on your discretion, Representative Dwindu. If you ever need anything, I'll be glad to return your kindness by forgemastering any artifact you want at cost. My lips are sealed, the human representative grinned. Space. In the following days, Raz, Elena, Sentin, and Renaz spent a lot of time in the tower. It was the perfect place to train away from prying eyes in complete safety thanks to the immortal body array. Why is the water potion running out faster than the rest, Mom? Lith asked in confusion. Because I'm old, sweetie, Elena lied through her teeth. I need water magic not to put too much strain on my poor joints. Sentin practiced hard, using the demons as instructors and giving his all until his human body gave out. My dad is so cool, Lyria straightened up with pride. He's not only getting stronger by the day, but he's also losing weight. Lyria, Sentin rebuked her as the young girl lifted his shirt to show a more toned abdomen. Then my dad is cooler, Aaron snorted. He's training too and never needed to slim down. Someone had to come at the end of the workout to heal the muscle injuries and then restore the non-awakened stamina with invigoration. As awakened, Aaron and Lyria were happy to help and compare the results of their fathers, training to fuel the fires of their rivalry. Daya, Elijah scoffed, hitting Lith's abs with her tail and producing a metal-like sound. He doesn't count, Aaron and Lyria said in unison. He's cheating. Nee, Elijah smirked. She says you are sore losers, Lith translated for them. How does Elijah know such words? Lyria asked in confusion. She doesn't, Lith replied. Elijah actually said neener, I elaborated on that. Elijah nodded in triumph. This is not fair, Solus grumbled. Why is Sentin slimming down and I'm not? Why do potions consume so many calories and fusion magic does? Are you kidding me, young lady? Menadian grumbled back. Fusion magic does consume calories, and you have an awakened metabolism at that. The only difference between you and Sentin is that if he ate as much as you, he'd die of indigestion. Start eating like a human instead of an emperor beast, and you'll be in tip-top shape in a few weeks. But Mom... Don't you mom me, young lady, Menadian replied. It's fine if you don't want to diet, but don't you dare complain about the consequences of your actions. Sarah, the Hattie Queen, had also become a frequent guest of the Verhin mansion. After the battle against the Uppers and the discovery of his second bloodline ability, Protector had invited Sarah to a small feast to thank her. It's only thanks to your teachings that my children succeeded in helping me. You and Ryla saved my life, Ryman said. Watch your tail. Salkar was prowling behind the Hattie Queen, waiting for an opportunity for a rematch. What a feisty pup, Sarah chuckled. I'm glad I could help you, Ryman. It's the least I can do to repay you for your help. Let's fight, Lilia challenged Zagra after shape-shifting into her hybrid form. Shouldn't we eat first? The young Hattie pointed at the table filled with steaming delicacies. Doesn't food taste better after you've worked up an appetite? She asked. Fair point. Hattie and Skulls tussled around, biting and clawing at each other playfully. No one got hurt, and the older Hattie took the utmost care while playing with Fenrir, but Celia's stomach turned into knots nonetheless. Isn't this too violent? She asked as the children growled, rolled around, and yelped. No, Ryla and Protector replied in unison. It's the human equivalent of playing tag. Luckily for her, soon everyone got hungry, and the mock battle ended. Once Celia's children shape-shifted back in their human form, the only mark left from the fight was the dirt on their clothes. Can you guys help us? Laren wolfed down a prime rib. We want to learn Wild Hunt. As long as there's food, you can call me whenever you want. Zagra stripped the meat off a roasted chicken with his bare hands. Zagra, Sarah's blush remained hidden under her thick, silvery fur. Don't worry, kids will be kids. Celia offered her guest a plate filled with cuts of meat before digging in on her own. Chapter 30, 791, Debts of Gratitude, Part 2. I also have to thank you, Ryla, Ryman said. I know that being stuck in the mansion is a curse to you, but it's a blessing to me. I can keep my children safe and receive your golden lightning at any time. I'm glad I was useful. The farmer gave him a curtsy. I'm thinking I should find a name for my abilities. Ryla's thunder, Garrick yelled in enthusiasm. Gods no, Ryla shuddered. It's not just my bloodline ability, dear. It belongs to all farmers and you. Farmer Thunder, Garrick proposed. No, it sounds lame. After a few botched attempts to find a proper name, Garrick brainstormed the issue with the Hatties and the Skulls. Divine Punishment, Zagra said. Heavenly Strength, Lilia said. Seconds, Fenrir said while showing Celia her empty plate. Lith just watched from the sidelines, chuckling at the kid's antics. He didn't mind paying for the food. I'm glad Garrick is making friends, he thought while holding Valoran's small hand. That poor kid went through a lot, and if I can bury the grudge the Hatties have for Glemos with meat, it's a small price to pay. Dia, Valoran said via mind link, proud of his father. The baby boy had no idea what Thrud had done, but he had no doubt that she and whoever Glemos was weren't so much different. Thanks, son. A sudden pull at Lith consciousness cut him short. Damn, the memory of Driffa's first word had him bite his own tongue. If the children learn it too, Kami will kill me. Damascus, what do the royals want now? Lith moved to his office to pretend he was swamped with work and give himself a plausible excuse to turn down any non-crisis level request. Your Majesties, to what do I owe this pleasure? He raised his eyes from the sheet of paper, where he had just jotted down a nursery rhyme in English. Supreme Magus Verhen, King Meron nodded. We are sorry to disturb your work, but the kingdom needs you. Is it Meln again? What did he do this time? Lith checked his amulet but found no alert or notice that required his attention. No, this is not about the dead king. This is about the commitment you made when you accepted the role and title of Supreme Magus, Silpha replied. With the constant flow of resources we receive from Giera, it's finally time to usher in the second civilian train. Another civilian train? Lith gave the royals a quizzical look. I thought the tablets would come first since they are much less expensive. The first civilian train served the area surrounding the city of Valoran, connecting the neighboring villages and cities with the capital, and giving them access to its warp gate. The royals had taken part in the maiden voyage, and made the train a popular means of transportation. Indeed, but we are still collecting data about the tablet's side effects. Meron sighed heavily. Productivity has declined in a few areas, and people spend too much time staring at the damn thing. We expected the obsession for the web of knowledge to fade with time, yet that doesn't seem to be the case. Trains, instead, are just a means to an end. They require no further study. I see, Lith nodded. And what am I needed for? For the maiden voyage, of course, Silpha replied. The second civilian train will serve the Distar region, your region. As the Supreme Magus, White Griffin's alumnus and inventor of the trains, it's your duty to lead the people of your region by example. Do I really need to? Lith barely repressed a loud groan. Isn't Brynja enough? Respectively, yes and no, Maron said. Why do you think we took part in the maiden voyage of the capital's train? To us and those who are familiar with your DeLorean, a train is just a big car. To everyone else, it's a metal monster that flies off the ground at breakneck speed. People are terrified of trains. They are afraid to die in an accident, that their car may crash against a rock or fall into a pit. In their eyes, a train is a death trap until proven otherwise. You are the proof they need. If they see you travel on the train, entrust your life and that of your family to your creation, the people of the kingdom will feel safe enough to board it. Marchioness Distar will accompany you as well. We need both the political and magical authorities of Distar to collaborate to ensure the success of the operation. I understand, Lith replied. Just for the maiden voyage, correct? Indeed, Silpha nodded. How long will it take? Lith asked. Quite a bit, Maron replied, and this time Lith groaned. The train will connect not only cities and villages to Dirios and Lucia, but also to the White and Lightning Griffin academies. We expect you to offer a tour of your academy and be a pleasant host. We need the experience to be memorable so that everyone on the train speaks highly of it. The word of mouth and the hope to meet you will do the rest. When is the maiden voyage scheduled for? Lith raised his hands in surrender. A week from now, Silpha said. Just the time to advertise the event and give you the opportunity to prepare. For one day everyone will know your schedule, Meln included. Space. Lucia's train station, 1 week later. You have nothing to be worried about, babe. Everyone is safe and will be by your side the whole time, Camilla said while holding his hand. Sharjin is staying with your parents at the mansion, and so is Protector. Daya, Elijah, and Valoran nodded from their baby carriers. Thanks, but it's not my enemies I'm afraid of, Lith sighed. Fights don't last long, whereas I'll be trapped for hours in a confined space and forced to make small talk with a bunch of strangers. Same, Solus grumbled. On top of that, I don't have anyone to shield me like you do for Lith and Badia for Tista. Get a life, sister, the Hecate shrugged. I'd rather be home and train than be on a train. Shut up, people are listening, Camilla said, or rather they are trying. The train station was plastered with posters that announced the event and Lith's presence. The platform was full of people from Lucia and the neighboring areas who had come there to board the train together with their supreme Magus, just to be safe. Lith and the others had hushed themselves to talk freely without the need to yell, to overcome the hubbub of the crowd. That's our ride, Lith said when he saw the sparkling of metal on the horizon. Wait a minute, is it me or is there something familiar about it? I can't see anything from this distance. Solus squinted her eyes, but to no avail. Seriously? Camilla shapeshifted her eyes and got her answer. How can you not recognize a wagon from the Wayfinder? We spent 2 uncomfortable days in there. 2 days over 6 months ago, Lith replied. That's way beyond my ability to remember irrelevant details. That's our creation, Solus slapped his shoulder. How dare you call it irrelevant? My bad, he shrugged. Why is the first car different from the others? Chapter 30, 792, Old and New Problems, Part 1. Tired of feeling left out of the conversation, Solus tapped into their bond to see through Lith's eyes. As the train approached, she noticed that the first car was bigger and wider than the rest. It still bore the name Wayfinder on either side, along with a painted scenery from Giera. The people of Lucia gasped not only in awe at the size of the magical artifact, but also in surprise at how silently it moved. They wouldn't have noticed the approaching the train if they weren't looking at it with their own eyes. We must add an enchantment that makes noise, Lith mumbled. The Wayfinder was meant to be stealthy and to cross an ocean, whereas regular trains must move near populated areas. Too much silence can be dangerous and lead to many accidents. Good point. Solus took note of it in the library. The train stopped without jolting or shaking. It decelerated seamlessly, coming to a halt right beside the boarding platform. When the doors slid open, the assembled crowd looked at them in horror, as if the wagons were a pack of mighty beasts that had opened their maws to receive a sacrificial offering. Off we go, then. Lith lifted the hush spell and entered the Wayfinder car, finding it almost empty. Lith, it's a pleasure to see you here. Brynja acted as if their meeting were a coincidence and not something planned for a week. Please come and join us, quick, before all the seats are taken. He and the others rushed to Brynja's compartment, where she, Aints, and Milla waited for them. Can we come in too? A man took his hat off and put his head inside the wagon. There is no distinction between nobles and commoners in a train, kind sir, Brynja replied. It's first come, first served. Letter 1D4F, letter 1D667, letter 1D4E, letter 1D4E, letter 1D498, letter 1D4E, letter 1D486. Letter 1D4EC, letter 1D4F8, letter 1D4AT. Really? The man tentatively stepped in. Isn't this reserved for mages and nobles? Nope, she shrugged. Soon everyone rushed inside the bigger, more comfortable, and more luxurious first car until there was no space left. Many groaned at the lost opportunity to sit near a Magus and moved to the rest of the train. I must say I'm offended. Brynja grunted and crossed her arms once no stranger was left near her compartment. By what exactly? Lith asked. There weren't even half the people who boarded here at the Dirios station, and only a handful at every station before Lucia. Brynja replied. I'm the Marchioness of the Distar region. I brought my daughter and husband with me, yet nobody seems to care. Lucky you, Lith said, while looking at the many people staring and pointing fingers at him. It's only a matter of time before someone bothers me. The only change in the original car was the windows. Glass panels replaced part of the metal structure to let natural light in and make the car feel less claustrophobic. It also allowed people on the outside to look inside and see Lith. The train is leaving Lucia's station. Please step away from the doors. Next stop, RC Village. A deadpan voice resounded, making everyone look around for its source. People soon forgot about it and clung to their seats, either expecting the train to explode or to move so fast that it would rearrange their guts. The train moved as smoothly as it had stopped, gaining more and more speed without a single jolt. That's it. Many Lucians stood up and discovered that, if not for the windows, they would have believed the train had yet to depart from the station. RC Village, please step away from the doors if this is not your stop, the voice said. Already, the Lucians were flabbergasted. But RC is far away from Lucia, almost 30 kilometers, 18 miles away. It had taken the train a little over 5 minutes to travel a distance that took the Lucians several hours by carriage and half a day on foot. They stepped down the train just to make sure it wasn't just a bad joke. This is RC, a woman yelled with eyes wide in amazement. Of course it is, another woman on the platform scoffed. What did you expect, the city of Valoran? Many people waited for the train's arrival, but only a few had come to board it. Everyone else just wanted to take a look at the monstrosity before going back home and complaining about the danger it posed to their neighbors. Get in, miss, or you'll be left behind, Lith said, making the Arceans gasp in surprise. Everyone had seen his picture, and the white and gold supreme Magus robe was something every commoner dreamed their children would one day wear. I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, Magus Verhin. The woman returned to the first car, too happy for the occasion to speak with Lith to reply to the annoying heckler. Soon the platform emptied, and another car of the train became full. The bystanders had suddenly changed their minds on the artifact and decided to take it for a ride. Okay, now I'm more offended, Brynja grunted. When I did that, people ran away. Because you are dressed like a noble and they were afraid you would flog them, dear, Ain't sighed. You are a great ruler, but you are not famous. When I showed my face, people screamed and begged me not to turn them into frogs. He waved at his black griffin headmaster robe that seemed to devour light and cast a deep shadow around the marquee. No offense, but you look like an evil mage out of a fairy tale, Tista said. All that black and the blood-red gem at your neck scream of a necromancer. Lith's white and gold instead make him look like a sage from legends. The baby carriers deal the final blow and destroy any shred of fear that his usual frown might instill. Not only because he smiles a lot more, but also because it's hard to be afraid of someone with 2 giggling toddlers attached to the chest. Elysia and Valoran smiled at Lith, who returned the smile and played with them. You are right, the Marquis sighed. He doesn't look like the supreme Magus of the Griffin Kingdom, more like a candidate for the Father of the Year award. Do you think I should carry Milla around more, Brynja? She'd like that, dear, but if you are talking about our current situation, it's too late, she replied. The stops don't last long enough for you to introduce yourself, and even if they did, your reputation among our people is non-existent. You are a pillar of the magical community and a powerful archmage, but for the common folk, you are just a tall, scary mage. I know, Aints conceded the point. I didn't take part in the War of the Griffins to keep the Black Griffin Academy going. I've accomplished many feats in my career, but none that would impress someone who doesn't practice magic. Lith checked his pocket watch and noticed how little time had passed. The train moved quickly from one station to another, but he had to stay there until it stopped at Lucia's station again. I could project a movie, but the PA system would disrupt the vision every few minutes and ruin the experience, he thought. Chapter 30, 793, Old and New Problems, Part 2. On top of that, I can't risk people sticking on the train for the movie. It would defeat the purpose of the maiden voyage. The passengers must appreciate this new means of public transportation, not my magical skills. At the next station, a man took advantage of the stop to change cars and visit Lith. Supreme Magus Verhin, he knocked on the wall of the open compartment. Yes, is there any problem? No, the man raised his hands in apology. Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to thank you for your service and ask for your autograph. Sure, Lith took a small piece of paper out of his pocket dimension and signed it twice. Once with water magic, so that it could be read by human eyes, and the second time by hand. The latter was an irregular, smudged sequence of words worthy of a medical practitioner from Earth. The man squinted his eyes and turned the paper for a while before he could recognize the words that comprised Lith's full name. Thank you for sharing your secret code with me. The man gave Lith a deep bow. I won't betray your trust and treasure it deeply. What secret code? Lith asked in confusion. I have no idea what you are talking about. The man winked and walked away, holding the paper as if it were a priceless treasure. The moment he left, Tista, Camilla, and Solus burst into laughter. I know my penmanship isn't great, but calling it a code is ridiculous, Lith grunted. I'm sure it's none of your fault. Literacy is a weak point in the rural community, Brynja sighed. I need to invest more in education. Here, tell me if it's that hard to read. Lith handed her another signed paper. Brynja admired the calligraphy of the water magic and furrowed her brows while looking at the handwritten signature. Is this something I have to reflect in a mirror or hold upside down to read? She tried doing both things, but she failed to crack the mystery. It's a curse in the ancient runes of the Sorlon Empire, Ain't said. I recognize them from. The deafening laughs from the other side of the compartment cut him short. It's not a code, let alone runes, Lith snarled. It's how I write my name. Really? Brynja stared at the piece of paper in amazement. I mean, sure, it's perfectly clear. Silly me for not noticing it immediately. Another man came for an autograph, but this time Lith noticed a burn on his right hand. It's nothing. It was an accident while I was working in the kitchen, he explained. It's a professional hazard for a cook. I see. When Lith handed the man the piece of paper, he felt a slight jolt passing through his fingers. The burn disappeared, his headache faded, and his knees didn't hurt anymore. Thank you very much. The man bowed so deeply that his head almost touched the ground. That was generous of you, Brynja said, and unexpected. If someone with a stable job avoided seeing a healer for so long, he must be saving his money for a really good reason, Lith replied. Also, it gives me something to do. I'm bored. What do you mean? Magus Verhin, a pale young girl asked amid coughs, can you please check my throat? Lith looked around for her parents, noticing a woman who was keeping herself away, but in a point from which she could keep an eye on the situation in case something went wrong. Of course, he said. I wonder if the mother is afraid of me, or if she just wants to avoid paying a healer's fare, he inwardly added. Lith gently touched her forehead, and the coughing stopped. Tell your mother that bringing you out today was a mistake, he said. You needed rest and plenty of water. No, it wasn't a mistake. She shook her head while color returned to her cheeks. I wasn't getting better, and now I feel fine. The young girl turned around and ran back to the woman, who fell to her knees and cried with joy while hugging her now healthy daughter. Great, I have to invest more in healthcare too, Brynja grunted. I can't believe a mother had to carry her ill child all the way here in the hope you would treat her for free. It's not your fault, Aints held Brynja's hand. Gold doesn't grow on trees and healers need to be paid, the issue. What can I do for you? Lith asked a young man who had just knocked on the compartment's wall. From that moment onward, the flow of people never stopped. The first wagon quickly turned into a traveling healer office with people making space for the ill and leaving the car at the next stop after being treated. Everyone but Brynja and the babies worked together to visit and heal the patients quickly, but thoroughly. My dad, Valoran pointed at Lith, puffing his chest out with pride. Sure, that's your dad, Brynja nodded, and that's yours, Milla. She pointed at her husband working hard and keeping a streak of swear words to himself. Those who chose to enroll at the Black Griffin Academy loved to destroy things and had no care for the sick. They learned the healing arts only to save their own lives in case something went wrong with their experiments or to fight other mages. Space, are you sure this is a good idea? Jerthavasi asked. The best, Archas of Taran replied. The train is full of people. If we are lucky, we can get enough money to retire. If we lose this chance, someone else will take it, and when our turn comes, the security will be much worse. Let us be honest. Now it's just one train, but soon there will be more, and bandits like us will have no one to rob anymore. Our profession is dying. The band of highway robbers lowered their eyes, knowing it was true. Warp gates and now trains carried the most valuable goods. Once the merchants stopped carrying their merchandise by carriage, robbing travelers and farmers would be no longer worth the trouble. Nobody left their house with a bag full of gold, and the few coins most of the bandits' victims carried were barely enough for the gang to get by. It's only a matter of time before tablets spread too, and when that happens, we'll go out of business, Arcas said. My cousin went to Destar for a big hit. He got in and out of a jewelry store in 3 minutes. He did a clean job, but he was caught before he could reach the city walls. Did he stumble into a guard on his way out? Zeph from Family asked. It was no bad luck, Arcas grunted. Someone took pictures of my cousin and his gang with those goddamn tablets, and everyone in Destar knew their faces before they stepped out of the jewelry. After that, people recognized them and kept reporting their passage. A mage arrested them so fast that it was embarrassing. For now, only the regional capitals have tablets, but one day they'll be everywhere. What if they had covered their faces before the robbery? Zeph asked. Chapter 30, 794, Neutral Zone, Part 1. Nah, it wouldn't work. Based on what I've heard, mages get whatever is they need to open a warp steps from the pictures of the sightings and get there in the blink of an eye the moment someone calls for help. That's how they caught my cousin. The future of robbers and thieves of the kingdom looked indeed glum. What about Magus Verhin? All posters say he's on the train, Jirth asked. No, he just designed the train, Arcas scoffed. Why would a Magus waste an entire day on a lump of metal when he can fly and warp around? He probably made an appearance and left. Don't believe everything you read, Jirth. It's bait for fools and simpletons. Everyone nodded in approval, refusing to believe that meeting a legendary Magus could be as easy as boarding a train. I don't know, Jirth licked his lips. What if it's true? What if we can't live off robberies anymore and have to learn an honest trade? Zeph replied. How do we survive until we move to a village far away enough that no one recognizes us? Whether we keep working as bandits or start a new life, we need money, Jirth. Fine, Jirth raised his hands in surrender to placate the snarls of his accomplices. How do we stop the train? That's the easy part, Arcas replied. Space. The conductor of the train traveled in a small compartment at the head of the first car, using a series of holographic controls to adjust the artifact's course, speed, and time the announcements. He was amused when he noticed a pile of cut trees in front of the most direct route to the city of Norre. This is going to be good. It would have taken him but a push on the driving stick to alter the trajectory of the train and avoid the makeshift blockade, but the conductor was bored out of his skull from the long trip. Also, with Lith sitting just one compartment behind him, the conductor felt quite safe. He brought the train to a halt without warning the passengers, making them wonder if something was wrong. The conductor stepped out of the car, pretending to examine the situation, when a bunch of rough-looking, armed men surrounded him. The money or your life, the leader, a tall and muscular man, said while brandishing a jagged twin-bladed axe. Don't try anything funny and no one gets hurt. Arca's bald head and thick beard gave him a wild, dangerous look. Where are the nobles? He asked, already counting the gold that soon would be in his pockets. I bet they are in the first car, the posh one. Am I right, Jeeves? Yes, the conductor stuttered, biting his lips to hold back his laughter. The bandits assumed the man had an unusual way of coping with fear, and exchanged savage grins among themselves. Come on, boys, Arcas snarled as he boarded the train. If we're lucky, we'll get everything we need to live like kings for Great Mother Almighty. Lith was standing outside of his compartment to check on the situation. Arcas had seen images of the Supreme Magus enough times to be sick of him. There was no way the bandit wouldn't recognize Lith while he wore his Magus robe. Dia, Elijah warned him and shapeshifted into her Tiamat form. Every hope Arcas had that the man in front of him was just an actor evaporated along with his axe in a burst of bright orange origin flames that destroyed his weapon and singed his beard. Valoran had been instructed to keep his human form, but he could still infuse Elijah with life maelstrom. Calm down, Elijah, Lith tried to pacify the baby girl. This man. Please don't kill me, Arcas threw himself at Lith's feet, crying like a baby. I haven't hurt anyone, I have never hurt anyone, please spare my life. Seeing an adult man ugly crying and wailing hard made Elijah feel bad for him. "Bah," she asked. "Yes, he's a bad man," Lith nodded. "Don't kill me," Arcas begged. "Think of my children." "You have children?" Lith was flabbergasted. "No, but one day I might," the bandit sobbed. "Please, have mercy, I don't want to die." "Calm down." The bandits outside had joined their leader in his plea, too terrified to even think of running away. "I'm not going to kill anyone unless I have to." "No," Arcas asked with joy. "No," Ragnarok asked in disappointment. "No," Lith replied as bandit and sword exchanged a brief look that clarified who was the hunter and who the prey. "Just surrender your weapons." A clang of metal ensued as daggers, short swords, small vials of poison gas, and caltrops hit the ground. "Put your hands behind your back." The bandits complied, and hard light cuffs restrained them. "And go sit in that corner." The moment the bandits knelt on the floor, more shackles restrained their ankles, making it impossible for them to move. "No killing, you promised," Jirth said. "Think of the children." "You two want to have children in the future?" Lith furrowed his brow. "Gods, no, I'm talking about yours." He pointed at the still baffled Elijah and Valoran. "Good point," Lith nodded. "Now shut up, I have work to do." Space. The conductor contacted the local authorities, and the bandits found a welcome committee waiting for them when the train stopped at Nor. Seeing how easily the artifact had moved around the blockade had destroyed the bandits' pride and any hope they held for the future of their profession. They opposed no resistance and were as meek as lambs for the whole trip. After that, the rest of the train's maiden voyage was uneventful, at least for Lith. When he offered the passengers to be their guide for a tour of the White Griffin Academy, many fainted out of joy, and a few had a heart attack. Once the healers brought everyone back to their feet, the passengers enjoyed their stay and pitied those who had already gotten off the train. Brynja asked Marth to give everyone a full checkup for free, and the headmaster obliged. It improved Brynja's reputation as a fair ruler and reinforced the White Griffin's title of Cradle of the Healing Arts. The Lightning Griffin received a lukewarm reaction, since it had nothing to offer its guests, and the 6 great academies differed among them only in the teaching facilities that were of no interest to non-mages. Lith had to give a vague promise of riding the train in the future, and providing both his services and a tour of the White Griffin again. After the maiden voyage, news of the marvels of the train, its safety, and speed spread like wildfire. Driven by blind envy and regret, the people of the Distar region used the train whenever they could in the hope of meeting the supreme Magus and being healed for free. The more people used the train and lived to tell the amazing tale, the easier it was for those scared of the new technology to put their fears aside and give it a try. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few weeks later. Alina, Roz, Senton, and Renah had gotten used to Vaster's tattoos to the point of using them in everyday life when necessary. Chapter 30, 795, Neutral Zone, Part 2. Alina instinctively activated the Earth Potion when she was about to get hurt. Roz used the Fire Potion to perform heavy labor. Senton used the Water Potion to improve his hand-to-eye coordination while designing and crafting a particularly elaborate piece. Renah used the Air Potion to chase after the triplets when they tried to run from their chores. "It's too bad Zogger has decided to keep the spell potions a secret," Sola said while watching everyone cast spells like a true mage. "Even if Hathorn is the one who created the potion tattoos, he made something new out of them. Zogger would be crowned a Magus and be the first alchemist in the history of Mogger to receive the title." "I know," Lith shrugged, "but it's his choice to reveal his achievement to the rest of the world or not. We can only respect it." They were working together on the final details to make anyone capable of learning Tier 5 void magic. Coming up with the necessary step-by-step exercises had been hard, and trying them themselves to ensure the teaching method worked had taken a long time. The process would have been much harder and longer if not for the mind-focusing effects of the Yggdrasil wood. With the tower always hidden under the keep of the mansion, the armory shared the abilities of the sage staff with all those the tower recognized as apprentices of its masters. It was one of the reasons everyone progressed so quickly in their respective research. Quilla used the powers of the Yggdrasil wood not only to further her studies, but also to know when to stop tapping into the abilities of her twins. "I don't want to end up like Camilla," she thought. "If I become too reliant on my children's powers, I'll also become addicted to it. I need to restrain myself and not abuse my current state." Nalrund also took advantage of the sage staff to lift the wool of pride from his eyes and realize how clumsy and ineffective the Rizar bloodline legacy was. Celia and Camilla used the Yggdrasil wood to overcome the limits of their talent and improve their learning speed. The same did Lilia, Laren, Aaron, and Lyria. The kids needed all the help they could get to master their awakened powers and learn how to use them without hurting those around them. As for Garrick and Ryla, they too enjoyed the effects of the Yggdrasil wood, but only when working on their life forces under Quilla's supervision. Only the babies and the Erna's couple were denied such a boon. The former because becoming even more intelligent and powerful would make them dangerous to themselves and others. The latter because Lith didn't trust Gianni with the secret of the tower. "Mama," Driffa said while extending her small arms. "I swear to the gods, there must be something in the water here." Gianni held the baby girl to her chest tight. "No baby of mine learned so many words in just a few months of life." "Do you want me to look into it?" Orion asked. "No, I'm too happy to care why. Isn't it right, baby girl?" "Mama," Driffa said. At the end of a hard day's work, there was nothing better than a delicious meal. After that, there was nothing worse than a work call right before bedtime. "Who are you and how did you get this rune?" Lith answered the call in annoyance. "I know it's probably late in Garland, but that's a harsh welcome to an old friend," a deep, baritone voice said with a laugh. "I guess you deserve the nickname of Lith the Lick if you've already forgotten my rune." Vladian. Lith had indeed forgotten the communication rune of the first vampire, but he had yet to forget his face. "Mostly. Do you have any idea what time it is here?" "It's good to see you too, Lith," Vladian chuckled, giving his friend a bow. "I'm fine, and so are Lysa and Raydusk. Thank you for asking." "You are right, and I'm a jerk. Sorry," Lith sighed. "The first step is admitting to having a problem." Vladian dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. "Is everything okay there? I've heard your brother is back with a vengeance." "It's not really okay, but everyone is fine, and that's all that matters. Thank you for asking," Lith replied. "What about you? How are you doing in Giera?" "Since I can tell from your abs that I'm not the one you were planning to spend the night with, I'll go straight to the point." Vladian pointed at Lith's oiled bare chest. "We're almost there. We have almost reconquered the Valak region, my old territory, and we are close to the walls of Detemmer, my old castle." "Good for you," Lith had the Voidwalker armor cover him. "Yet I can hear a but incoming." "But we have a problem." Vladian cleared his throat. "Detemmer is located over a powerful mana geyser, and an even more powerful lost city decided to take it as his residence while I was away. Detemmer provides the cursed object with everything he needs to rebuild himself to the apex of his strength. Not only did I build Detemmer with the sturdiest natural materials I could gather over the centuries, but it also has its own crystal and metal mines." "What?" Lith's eyes widened in surprise. "I thought the eclipsed lands were supposed to be hidden underground. How can the undead maintain a stronghold on the surface?" "It's easier than you think," Vladian replied. "As I said, Valak is my dominion. I conquered it back when I was still alive. I became a vampire later, but still in a time when nobody knew what an undead was. Once the humans learned about my nature and how to defeat me, it was too late. I had grown too powerful for them, and my people didn't care that I was an undead. Quite the contrary. After living for generations under my fair rule, they feared change. Why gamble the happiness and stability you already have on a pretender who claims he will do better just because he's human? It makes sense, but sense alone isn't enough when dealing with humans," Lith pondered. "Either Giarans are wiser than they look, or there's something you are glossing over. I'll never believe people trusted you out of the goodness of their hearts." "Sadly, you are right. It wasn't blind trust so much as convenience," Vladian sighed. "While the surrounding regions were constantly at war with each other, plagued by unjust taxes and regular famines, Valak was peaceful, and my laws made no exceptions for status or wealth. The blade of my executioner kissed the necks of the guilty without care for how noble the blood they carried was. Only the crimes they perpetrated mattered. From there, I built the eclipsed lands in Giera. The mines were the perfect pretext to create a network of underground tunnels where the undead could seek refuge during the day. I plan to rebuild the Giaran eclipsed lands as well after I reconquer Detemmer, but this time, truth will be my ally. I want Valak to be a neutral zone where the people of Zelex, elves, living and undead can live together in peace." Chapter 30, 796, Worth Fighting for Part 1. Chapter 30, 796, Worth Fighting for Part 1. The mana geyser below my fortress of Detemmer will provide our comrades of the fallen races the energy to keep their rationality and preserve their lifespans, the firstborn vampire said. The magic crystal and metal mines will give work and a place to stay to all those who prefer living underground, no matter if merfolk, orcs, or undead. The empty streets of Detemmer will host the humans who are unhappy with the beast empire, the elves who want to move to my city, and the fallen creatures who prefer to live under the sun. I'll be their ruler, of course. My sunstones will illuminate everything, and my justice will be fair and blind, just like in the past. It sounds like a nice dream. Lith didn't bother to hide his disbelief. But it's a dream worth fighting for. Also, you've yet to tell me the reason for this call. Camilla opened the door, and Lith covered her in darkness before she entered the field of the hologram projection. She only wore a see-through lingerie and carried a tray with everything necessary for an intimate massage session. Because I know you killed the World Tree, my friend, Vladian replied. I know how you destroyed Narchet's army with your armor, and I need your help to free my home from the filthy parasite called Ruget of the Earth. You won't fight alone this time either, so your secrets will be safe. I don't expect you to do all the work. I've already assembled a mighty force comprised of people belonging to all races. I'm confident we can succeed without your help, but the number of casualties would make it a hollow victory. We need a heavyweight like you to draw Ruget's attention and give us the time to regroup and strategize as the battle progresses. Giera is already short on people. We can't afford to lose too many powerful warriors, or there won't be enough to keep Detemmer safe from another lost city until the reconstruction work is done. Victory? Lith furrowed his brow. Did you discover the method to destroy the lost city's pseudo-cores without triggering a chain reaction? Of course not, the first vampire sighed. The idea is to break Ruget's body down until his crystal nucleus is exposed, seal it, and move it to a location where he can be contained indefinitely. I've already made arrangements with Giera's council. We've found an area poor in world energy, and the sealing arrays are ready to be activated. Once Ruget's pseudo-cores get there, the magical formations will keep his powers in check for millennia, or until we find a way to destroy him for good. Can I have some time to think about this? Lith asked. I don't see why not, Vladian shrugged. Just know this project is very important for everyone. Detemmer first, and then the Valak region would become free trade centers where the kingdom, the empire, and the desert can establish business relationships with the Gierans. I was born in Giera and have lived on both continents. I'm the perfect ambassador to build a bridge between settlers and natives. On top of that, I'm the only one who can ensure the safety of the people of Zelex and the elves. They trust me because they have fought with me. We shared bread, misery, and happiness. I'm not a politician who can be swayed by money and power. Most of all, I'm neutral, and my nature as an undead makes humans look at me the same way they look at monsters and elves. Valak would be a buffer zone between the outposts of the Garlaner countries and the Gieran territories. Once my home country is reconquered, the expansion process of the outposts would progress unhindered since monster tides would have to pass through Valak first. I could have pressured you through the royals, the empress, or even the overlord, but I came directly to you, just like you did with me for Solus. Please consider my request thoroughly before rejecting it. Vladian out. Well, Lith asked, knowing that Camilla had overheard the entire conversation since she hadn't moved from her spot. I agree with him, she replied. You should help Vladian. The people of Zelex need a real home, not burrows and tents. If they keep living like animals, they will always be treated as such. The elves need to live side by side with the other races, or they'll never overcome the millennia-old grudge of their forced exile. No offense, Grandma, but I believe Vladian is the only one who can pull it off. He's strong, has no political agenda, and he will treat the people who choose to live in Detemmer as his people, no matter where they come from. Peace can't be forced, but it can be built, and this might be the first cornerstone of a new Giera. None taken, Salark's voice replied. I don't trust myself either with that kind of strategic asset and political power. I know I would put my people first. By the way, where did you get that sexy thing? Grandma, the darkness fog still shrouded Camilla, but she covered her crotch and chest with her arms for good measure while holding the tray with spirit magic. I understand you have to keep an eye on Raldorak, but this is too much. I was just asking for a friend, the Overlord grunted. We'll resume this conversation later, have fun. I see your point, Kami, Lith replied, ignoring the peeping Phoenix issue. Vladian helped me rescue Solus, and I'd love to return the favor I owe him. Before making a decision, however, there are a few people I need to consult. Sure, thanks, she looked at the ceiling. Do you think she's gone? If you call her name, she'll respond, Lith shrugged. Grandma implied she left, and I believe her. He lifted the veil of darkness to enjoy the view, and took off the Voidwalker armor. Now where were we? Space. A couple of days later, Lith walked through the transoceanic gate of Darmok, the Griffin Kingdom's first outpost in Giera. Solus, Camilla, Morak, Tista, Badia, Olaja Eventide, Ryla, and the entire Senate of Zelex accompanied him. I can't believe I'm home again. The Nidhogg took a deep breath, joy and pain filling his heart in equal measure. Badia was still exiled from his clan and a traitor to Giera. He was no more welcome than any settler from the Garland continent. Thanks for bringing us with you, Lith. Sarah had switched her royal clothes for a comfortable set of linen shirt, pants, and leather boots. It's been months since the last time we saw our brethren in person. This is the perfect opportunity to reconnect with them and see with our own eyes how they have been treated so far. Not to look the gifted horse in the mouth, but I was surprised by your call instead, Olaja said. You've gone above and beyond to avoid me after giving me the World Tree's seed. What changed your mind? You are the only elf I trust, he replied. I know nothing of the elven customs and their tells when they lie. I need you to ensure they'll fight by our side and not stab us in the back the moment they think the battle is won and they don't need us anymore. Chapter 30, 797, Worth Fighting for Part 2. Chapter 30, 797, Worth Fighting for Part 2. That's rude and unfair to my people, Olaja said in outrage. Really? Lith asked in mild amusement. Is seizing a fortress with a mana geyser and magical mines from the hands of filthy humans an unthinkable act for the high and noble elves? No, she slouched, sighing deeply as she had to concede the point. Thank you for coming with us, Ryla, Karana, the Traun senator, said. You have no reason to risk your life by accompanying us. It's we who need you to boost the morale of Gleemo's believers. I won't forgive this favor. Please, it's no favor at all, the farmer shook her head. I'm the one who convinced my fellow Ballers and farmers to join the fight in Giera. They are my people, and I'm responsible for their fate. This is my battle, too. Lord Morak, Bri the orc tried to speak, but the tyrant cut her short. I know we have to keep the whole Gleemo's heir and savior of Zelek's facade. I know my role, and I feel as responsible as Ryla, if not more. The people of Zelex are here because of my father. Correction, Urhin the Baller said. Your father was a monster, but it's thanks to him that we are not mindless brutes anymore. Now it's thanks to you that we're still alive, and thanks to your wife that we have hope for the future. Never forget that. That said, how do we reach Valak? Olaja asked. By flight. No, Lith shook his head. It would shorten our friend's lifespan and take too long. Follow me. He led the group to a circle of awakened who had been waiting for Lith's arrival. A simple scan with life vision confirmed his identity, and a call to Vladian those of the awakened emissaries. The awakened conjured a warping array from the geyser of Darmok to another, where a second team of awakened waited. Each warping array covered hundreds of kilometers, and in less than a minute, the group reached its destination. The Mana Geyser on the current front lines of the battle for Giera. The barracks were square blocks built with earth magic and meant to last only until the advance reached a new geyser. The temporary settlement was clean, lively, and orderly, but devoid of warmth. The members of the different factions looked at each other with suspicion, and most of them preferred to stick to their own. Merfolk came and went through a river to deliver messages and seafood. The only touch of color was the lush vegetation that extended as far as the eye could see, and the tall trees laden with ripe fruits that filled the air with their sweet smell. Thank you all for coming here. Vladian greeted his guests and extended his hand to them. Giera and my ragtag bunch praise your good heart. All of Baba Yaga's firstborns had reached the full red blood core and could revert to a normal living being at will. The transformation stripped the undead of their magical powers and bloodline abilities, but allowed them to move freely during the day. Many would have considered Vladian stupid for exposing himself in such a weakened state, but his comrades admired and respected him for that. His actions spoke of trust more than any pretty word could. Vladian, nice to see you. Lith shook the offered hand. I love what you've done with the place. The last reports marked most of Giera as a barren land. And they were accurate, the first vampire nodded. When I arrived here, the soil was exhausted and the vegetation gone. What you see is the result of months of constant war and spilled blood. I beg your pardon, Camilla tilted her head to the side. The people of Zelex are above cannibalism, but have no qualms about using the corpses of their frenzied brethren as fertilizer, Vladian replied. Trolls use decay to accelerate the decomposition process, ogres use their powers to facilitate the absorption of the nutrients, and voila, He waved at the area surrounding them, and then at the green sea that reached the horizon. Also, we received priceless help from the Empire. They gave us volcanic ashes from the Valley of Life, and we used them to sustain cultivated fields as the frontlands advance. I see, Lith nodded and noticed the first vampire hadn't come alone. Lysa Raydusk, what are you doing here? He greeted the first vampire's wife and lifted the young boy, giving him a full checkup. Raydusk misses his dad, and I'm here to protect my husband. Lysa's bright smile faded, replaced by an annoyed grimace. Protect him from what? Lith asked. From that, Lysa chased away an elf lady who had come too close to Vladian for her comfort. You have no idea how stressful it is to have your husband surrounded by beautiful women who want. She noticed Raydusk's curious gaze and switched to a friendly tone. To make friends with him, and the worst part is that I can't even blame them for it. First, I know it all too well, Camilla grunted. Second, why not? My husband is handsome, powerful, and most of these women are desperate for a better life he can give to them. Lysa sighed. Giera is a constant battlefield, and when every day might be your last, morality becomes flexible. An elf? Solus asked. They already have low fertility, and the undead's is even lower. Why are elven women courting Vladian? Because of my beautiful baby boy. Lysa hugged and kissed Raydusk, making him turn beet red in embarrassment. Vladian already proved to be able to conceive, so the elves assume they can be as lucky as me. Also, fair warning, Camilla, nothing gets an elf lady's attention like a baby. She pointed at Valoran II, and Elijah strapped to Lith's chest by baby carriers. As Camilla looked from her husband to their surroundings, she noticed a pack of blushing elf maidens staring at Lith like a prime steak. Elves loved power, and a divine beast could overcome their fertility limits. 2 birds and many babies with 1 Tiamat. Give me those, Camilla snarled, taking the baby carriers and clinging to his arm to mark her territory. This never gets old, Morak laughed his head off at Lith's expense. I can't wait to tell Quilla. Lord Morak, a beautiful Tron threw all her 6 arms around the tyrant and trapped him in a tight embrace before giving him a deep kiss. And so do I, Lith laughed. I can already picture her face. Morak pulled out of the kiss and the 6 arms, but had to be slow and delicate not to hurt the Tron. Calm down, Miss I. The savior, Lord Morak, is here. Women of all fallen races swarmed the tyrant from all sides. Congratulations on your children. It would be an honor if you allowed me to bear more of your sacred bloodline. What? Morak was as surprised as he was terrified. Help, I don't want a divorce. Someone saves me. Oh, for the god's sake. The senators snarled and went to his rescue. By the time they managed to pull Morak out of the crowd and shield him from further suitors with their bodies, the tyrant carried more lipstick on his face than a makeup store in its stock. Chapter 30, 798, Creeping Madness, Part 1. Are you still having fun? Lith took numerous pictures of Morak's smudged, disheveled appearance. No, the tyrant replied, trying to catch his breath. I guess I owe you an apology. That wasn't fun at all. By the way, you're not really going to show those pictures to Quilla, right? Right, Lith nodded. This is blackmail material. Thanks, man, Morak sighed in relief. I blackmail. You heard me, Lith snapped a good close-up. With this, I can shut you up whenever I want, and it's worth to me more than you think. Besides, it doesn't take you much to get out of my thumb. Just tell Quilla. Yeah, right, Morak cleaned himself with darkness magic, because she's going to take it well. She won't, but it's better than hearing about this from someone else. Lith shrugged. That's why Kami knows of all the times someone hit on me. All of them? Morak asked in disbelief. All of them? Camilla snarled. It's infuriating in the short term, but in the long term it builds trust because I know he's not hiding anything from me. Good point, Morak sighed. I'll come clean with Quilla as soon as we return home. Who would have thought the women of Zelex had the hots for me? Anyone with half a brain, Solus clicked her tongue. You are the son of their god, the savior of their people, their hope for a brand new future under the sun and free from their cursed existence. What did you expect? The tyrant raised his finger to object, just to bring it to his lips as he mulled over her words. Another good point, Morak cursed his own stupidity. But why me? Why does nobody care for Lith or Tista? They have the legendary 7 eyes. Because we gave you all the credit for defeating the demons, Solus answered via a mind link. Lith's official role is as a mediator with the Awakened Council, but that's it. Also, Lith's and Tista's appearance reminds the people of Zelex of the demons of the legends too much. The members of the fallen races find them creepy. Third good point and I'm out, Morak sighed. I'm done with stupid questions for today. Lord Verhen, a feminine voice said, and Camilla's head turned so quickly that Lith expected her to get whiplash from it. Rem, what are you doing here? Lith walked toward a plump, middle-aged merfolk with sky-blue hair that matched the color of her skin. Did the negotiations with the Blood Desert not go well? Quite the contrary. She weaved at what looked like a metal one-piece swimsuit that would cover her privates once her skin dried, and she reverted to a more human appearance. We've reached a mutually beneficial deal and are in the process of establishing our first city on Garland. Or rather, 2 cities, one in the deep for us merfolk and another on land to trade and interact with the people of the Blood Desert. Glad to hear, Lith nodded. I'm sorry for not contacting you earlier, but diplomatic negotiations and construction works took most of my time. We merfolk want to give you a proper welcome and share with you the fruits of our labors, not the labors. Camilla had met the merfolk race only once, but it took her a glance to recognize the supple forms wrapped in the scant metal clothes of their women. Living underwater meant developing a body capable of resisting the water pressure and the physique of a professional swimmer. Once you're ready to open the 2 cities to the public, it'd be my honor to attend their inauguration. Lith gave her a small bow that Rem immediately returned. What are you doing in Giera, then? The people of Zhen and Ihan will fight by your side when you rid Giera of another cursed city. The merfolk replied, rapping her fist against her chest in salute. You fight for us, we fight with you. Thanks, I appreciate that. Lith was moved by her words. She has no reason to be here. The merfolk could have stayed in the safety of the Blood Desert, and instead they chose to come back for me. And so do I. Camilla felt her annoyance at the merfolk women lessen. What do you guys want? She glared at a group of elves. Are you still adamant about your husband, Lady Verhen? Leahy Birdsong, the only woman to have kissed Lith after his marriage, asked. I'm not adamant, I'm Davros about him. Are we clear? Camilla replied. Crystal, Leahy sighed. I've come here as a representative of the Vine cities of Cetrali and Medellin. We'll also fight alongside Lord Verhen. Good to know, Camilla nodded. Anything else? Actually, yes. Leahy could almost hear the otherwise scram implied in the human woman's tone. I've been asked to pass you a message, Lord Verhen. It comes from Lord Zaknar Tailsweaver, first chronicler of the New World Tree. Excuse you. Solus went pale at those words, and her knees almost gave out. Where is he? Ragnarok appeared in Lith's hand in a burst of emerald flames, its seals held together by strings thinner than a hair's breadth. He's not here. Leahy raised her hands in a sign of peace. Lord Zaknar predicted your hostile reaction and kept his distance from the campsite. He only wants to talk to you and Lady Solus. I swear it upon my name and those of my ancestors. Calm down, Lith. Olaja conjured a solid stone chair for Solus to sit and held Lith's arm. You entrusted me to choose the New World Tree, and I did remember. I vetted the current one for a long time and explained in detail why you killed their predecessor. The sapling would have learned about it the moment I gave them the acorn anyway. And talking about your feud with the Old World Tree gave me the opportunity to observe the sapling's reaction with soul vision. And Lith nodded, glad for her ingenuity. And the sapling was horrified by the actions of the past 2 Yggdrasils and empathetic toward you, or I would have never made them the New World Tree. Remember that no one can hide their nature under soul vision. I believe you, Olaja, Lith nodded, putting Ragnarok to his hip. But can you guarantee me that after becoming the World Tree, the power didn't change the sapling's mind? That the knowledge they acquired didn't make the new tree reevaluate the circumstances of their predecessor's death? No, I can't. Olaja shook her head. I can check this Zaknar, though. If you accept his invitation and bring me with you, I can question him while using soul vision. The old generation of chroniclers is dead, and he's greener than I am as an awakened. I'm sure I can expose any lie he tries to sell you. The delegation from the Vine cities of Cetrali and Medellin resented such allegations toward the Yggdrasil, but said nothing. Even without knowing the reasons for Lith's animosity, there was no point in making an enemy out of someone who could kill a world tree. Your reasoning is solid, Olaja. You can come with us. Solus was pale and her hands sweaty. She held the Fury tight like it was a lifeboat amid a storm. But I don't feel safe enough with just you, Tista. Chapter 30, 799, Creeping Madness, Part 2. You can count on me. The Hecate charged Firefang with cursed flames and stored her most destructive spells in her mouth of Menadian. I'm bringing someone too, Lith said, Rifa. A deep breath, and the demon of Rifa Menadian emerged from his shadow, bearing 7 elemental air and pure rage on her face. A chronicler, I ate plenty of those and killed even more. I can add one more notch to my kill count. Keep this for good measure. Lith handed her Ragnarök, and the angry blade fit into her hand like a glove. If the tree tries anything funny, and I mean anything, strike first and ask questions second. Ragnarök didn't like being wielded by anyone but Lith, but the rage and hatred burning inside the first ruler of the flames matched its own. Asking questions is not the second thing on the list of things I want to do to a world tree, Riffa growled. It doesn't even make the top 10, but sure. We'll get along, the angry blade said, keeping its seals together by the thinnest of threads. Lith also connected to the mana geyser below Vladian's camp to fuel all the pieces of the Menadian set to their full potential. Bring him here, Leahy, Lith said while conjuring a hush spell. I don't trust a chronicler enough to move to an isolated place. I'll keep all advantages. Just give me a minute. The elf nodded awkwardly and blinked away. She returned a few seconds later, accompanied by a tall elf wearing a mottled green cloak and carrying a heavy wooden staff. Thanks for having me, Lord Verhin. The elf gave his hosts a bow. I'm Zaknar Tailsweaver, head chronicler of the first generation of new chroniclers of the Yggdrasil. I understand you mistrust after being manipulated by 2 world trees, Lord Varen. Zaknar looked at the welcome committee and didn't miss that every one of its members was out for blood and ready to strike. Yet this was unnecessary. Why is that? Enlighten me. Lith dismissed Leahy and activated a mist spell to keep anyone from reading their lips after she left the hush zone. The chronicler cast a few spells of his own, but they were all meant to study his surroundings and gave him no tactical advantage. He was only making sure nobody could overhear their conversation. If the Yggdrasil wanted to hurt you, they wouldn't have sent me. They would have exposed Solus as Elfin Menadian and you as the owner of Menadian's tower. That's enough to prove my good faith. Please, Lith burst into a mirthless laughter. That proves nothing. After 2 mad world trees, no one would believe the new guy, especially since they got the job after their predecessor tried to kill me, kidnapped Solus, and got killed by me. Everyone would just think the new tree is trying to settle our score. There were hundreds of people with me when I killed the late Yggdrasil, and no one saw a mage tower. Why would they believe you? Also, even the maddest world tree is not stupid. Provoking me in their current condition would be suicidal. I found one Yggdrasil, I can find another. Killing the new tree would be much easier this time. All the skilled and battle-hardened chroniclers are dead. Every piece of knowledge that wasn't stored in the late world tree's mind is lost. The countless treasures stockpiled over the millennia by chroniclers have been split between the members of my strike force. I bet the arrays in the fringe are good, but nothing compared to what they used to be, just like your equipment. Lith pointed at the unpurified adamant of the chronicler's armor and the unadorned staff he carried. On top of that, I know plenty of people who'd love to invade your fringe and take some Yggdrasil wood as a souvenir. Even if your master exposes me, all I have to do is expose their location to give them more trouble than they can survive. Zaknar lowered his gaze and his shoulders slouched, incapable of rebutting a single point. All you've said is true. The chronicler raised his hands with the palms out. We lack Davros, Darwin, and even white crystals. He's telling the truth, Olaja said, drawing an angry glare from Zaknar for what he considered another act of disrespect and the betrayal of his own kin at that. The world tree has never been so weak and lacking in knowledge, yet they also have not been so wise, and their vision hasn't been so clear in countless millennia. Zaknar straightened up, exuding pride with each word he spoke. Again, truth, or at least he believes he's telling the truth, Olaja nodded. The Yggdrasil sent me here to thank you, Lord Verhin. The chronicler ignored her and dropped to one knee. Please listen to their words. The wood of the staff came to life, and small roots seeped inside the elf's hand. They crawled inside his arm, chest, and neck until they reached the chronicler's face. Zaknar's eyes turned forest green and his voice into a rustle of branches. Feel free to look at me, Olaja Eventide, and measure my words. I usually don't require such a degree of communion with my chroniclers to communicate, but this is the only way your soul vision would work on me from such a distance. I can see 2 people with soul vision now, Olaja explained. It's like the world tree is standing in front of us. Your servant said you wanted to thank me. Lith relaxed a bit, but kept the eyes and the ears locked on the tree to assess their every move. For what exactly? For killing my predecessor, the Yggdrasil replied, making everyone's eyes widen. For cleansing their essence with your flames, for allowing me to be born and the world tree bloodline to endure despite what we did to you. Your attack on the late Yggdrasil was justified. And even though I've lost many things, what I've gained more than enough to make up for that. What do you mean gained? Solus asked. We didn't give Elijah anything but the acorn bearing your essence. When Lord Verhin used his flames on the mind of the late Yggdrasil, he purged it from anything that wasn't pure knowledge, Lady Verhin, the World Tree replied. When I woke up at the end of my evolution, I still looked at Magur with my own eyes. The new World Tree doesn't inherit the memories of their predecessors. Thoughts and experiences are stored like diaries, but they were diaries filled with cynical observations about Magur's unfairness and envy for the Guardians. I got only a glimpse of the writings of the past World Trees, yet it was more than enough to look at the recent history of my species and realize the monstrosity the Yggdrasil had become. I've gained a new perspective on my bloodline and decided to make a change. Unlike my predecessors, I won't wait until I can no longer contain the madness to look for a world sapling to replace me. Even if contained, the creeping insanity during a World Tree's final years affected their judgment in selecting their successor. For this reason, I'll start looking for my heir as soon as I reach the apex of my wisdom and gain enough experience to know what to look for in a candidate. Chapter 3800, Ruget of the Earth, Part 1. Then, as soon as I find the next tree, I will pass on to them everything I learned and am. I'll go back to being a world sapling and forfeit my powers and knowledge. This way, the new Yggdrasil will be untouched by madness and filled with the optimism of youth. I trust them to follow my example and learn from the mistakes of our ancestors. I owe you much, Lord Verhin, not only my life but also the future of the Yggdrasil bloodline. As I see it, you've saved us. You saved Magur. That's it, Solus turned to Elijah, who once again confirmed the sincerity of those words. Well then, you're welcome, you can leave now. She had agreed to participate in the meeting to face her fears and not let her trauma dictate her actions, but the mere voice of the Yggdrasil made her stomach twist into a knot. I also came to apologize to you, Lady Verhin. The tree chronicler lowered his head further, and to offer you my help against this foe, or rather the help of my chroniclers. World trees are not supposed to interfere with the course of history, but true apologies require actions, not cheap words. Everyone looked shocked, but Lith more than the others. Has relinquishing the power of the World Tree and reverting to a sapling always been an option? He asked. No one has ever tried to reverse the process, but yes, I'll do it even if it costs me my life. The tree chronicler nodded. Why? Because that means that the lineage of the World Tree is even madder than I thought, Lith replied. I appreciate your effort, but that's not enough for me to trust you, let alone erase the pain you inflicted upon my companion. I don't need or want your help. Your presence is enough to trigger Solus trauma, and I won't compromise her mental health, no matter how helpful you might be. Solus at the top of her game is worth 1,000 of your chroniclers. If that's your will, I will respect it, the Yggdrasil replied. Lady Verhin. I couldn't have said it better. She swallowed hard, glad that Lith had taken that burden off her hands. One last thing, Lith said as Zaknar stood up, and the vines started retreating into the wooden staff. If I spot a single chronicler anywhere near the battlefield, I'll consider them hostile and react with extreme prejudice. This is my final notice. You and your people are not allowed to spectate the fight. Stay away from Solus and I. Space. Bladian's headquarters, a few minutes later. The first vampire had arranged a large tent to host the leaders of the Allied forces and share his attack plan with them. First of all, let me explain the powers at the disposal of our enemy. He looked his guests in the eyes one by one. All lost cities are dangerous, but Ruget of the Earth poses a threat to Giera like no other. I know because I was there when he rose from the ground for the first time and contributed to sealing him. The mad mages who built him based their work on the assumption that an indestructible body was the key to achieving both immortality and invincibility. Ruget was made of stone when he was Forgemastered, but he quickly turned into something more. He possesses the power to refine the materials that comprise his body infinitely. Given enough time, Ruget can turn the most porous of stones into gold-veined marble and any metal into Davros. Think of him as a giant living mine. Of course, to do it, Ruget's enchantments need a stable power source. That's why he needs a mana geyser. Without it, the refinement process is so slow that it would take him centuries to turn even one drop of silver into orichalcum. On top of that, the better the starting materials available, the less time he needs. He took residence in Detemmer to exploit its mines. Adamant turns into Davros faster than any other metal, and solid granite doesn't take long to become gold-veined marble. At those words, Lith and Solus turned toward Menadian, who stared back at them and smirked. I didn't know about this, she said via the mind link. It's the first time I heard of this Rugat. Then why the smirk, Mom? Solus asked. Because your mother is such a genius that in less than 300 years, she achieved the same on her own and without forbidden magic. That's why, Menadian replied, puffing her chest out with pride. And I'm willing to bet your version is even faster since you employed modern magic and split the task among several specialized floors. Lith nodded. The word genius doesn't make you justice, Rifa. Keep going. Menadian's smile had become so wide that everyone stared at her in confusion. What's the reason for your hilarity in such dire times, Ruler Menadian? Vladian asked. Do you know how to defeat Rugat? No, I'm sorry, Rifa blushed in embarrassment. I spaced out for a minute, please continue. As I was saying, the longer we wait, the more powerful Rugat will become, but it gets even worse. The first vampire said. Rugat is called of the earth because his makers believed that defense was the best offense. That if their child could endure enough of a beating, even guardians would tire themselves out and be defeated. For this reason, those crazy yet genius mages used forbidden magic to give Rugat the same ability as Davros to channel the earth element. Are you telling us that the Lost City has a power almost on par with Mana Body? Milia Jennies, the Magic Empress, considered the matter important for the future of the Gorgon Empire enough to attend the meeting in person. I wish. The first vampire shook his head. Rugat's enchantments create a protective aura almost on par with Mana Body, but that's not all. The precious materials he collects and refines not only strengthen his body, but they also multiply the effectiveness of his impenetrable aura. To make matters worse, since it's an enchantment and not a bloodline ability, Rugat can freely cast any spell he knows and use all of his magical abilities while conjuring the power of the earth element. The room burst into a series of worried conversations as the generals assessed the power of their enemy. Let me get this straight, Ragudririan, human representative from Garland, said. Rugat has a body stronger than an awakened divine beast, since even they are made of flesh and blood. Also, the Lost City constantly refines himself, can cast spells and activate enchantments while shielding himself with a nigh-invulnerable aura. Am I forgetting something? No, milady, all you've said is correct, Vladian nodded. Then how are we supposed to win? Sarah, the Hattie Queen, asked. I'm not going to throw away the lives of my people on a wish. Elves, merfolk, plants, and humans from all countries agreed with her assessment. It's not a wish, milady. Vladian smiled at Sarah, his face a mask of confidence. Mana Body has a weak point, Origin Flames. That's why I invited Supreme Magus Verhin to join us. With great Mage Tista's help, things will be easier than I planned.